Gu Feng, the scion of the Gu family in Jiangling, fell victim to the nefarious schemes of his stepmother, Ji Caiyue, leading to the ruin of his family. He was branded with the notorious label of patricide and sent to the Dragon Island prison for execution. 5 years later, Gu Feng returned to Jiangling, an indomitable force. When his sister was bullied and her skin burned, he ascended into the sky in a helicopter, traversing 1,000 miles to the north of Yunnan, and with one punch, he obliterated the instigator. Kuang, the scion of the third most powerful family in Yunnan, deliberately caused the death of the Gu family's old steward's wife. Gu Feng stormed into the Imperial Hotel and executed him with a single blow. No matter who you are, noble or commoner, if you provoke Gu Feng, you shall face no mercy. On that fateful day, while Ji Caiyue held a banquet, reveling in her triumph, Gu Feng descended like a tempest and struck her down, blood splattering high into the air. The malevolent dragon had emerged from the sea, shocking the world with its roar. "Brat, did you really kill your entire family back then?" "Teacher, I cannot be distracted while treating your injuries. How much longer until this is over? I can hardly endure." Under the hazy moonlight, Tang Weiner lay on the verdant grass, her face flushed, her lips slightly parted. Soon, as he spoke, Gu Feng flicked out 36 silver needles, which swiftly embedded themselves into his teacher's flawless back, his fingertips brimming with spiritual energy. "Ah!" Tang Weiner let out a delicate moan and fell into a deep slumber. Gu Feng exhaled a breath of relief, his eyes gleaming with joy. With this treatment, his teacher's soul-devouring bone poison was entirely cured, which meant he could finally leave Dragon Island prison. 5 years ago, he was the esteemed heir of Jiangling's foremost family, yet his stepmother, Ji Caiyue, conspired with outsiders, leading to a catastrophic downfall. In a single night, their grand estate, sprawling over 100 acres, was reduced to ashes, and his entire family was slaughtered. Today marks the 50th anniversary of North Yunnan University. A multitude of local dignitaries gathered, while a sea of students sat below, just as the principal concluded his address. "Next, may I invite the representative of our student council to the stage." A girl clad in a warm yellow down jacket rose from her seat, eliciting a chorus of whistles from the audience. This year's student representative not only excelled academically, but was also renowned as the foremost beauty among the 4 campus flowers of North Yunnan University, garnering immense popularity among the student body. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. All eyes turned upwards to witness a magnificent helicopter descending. Gu Feng leaped from the aircraft and approached the principal, who had yet to leave the stage. "Is there a student named Xiaoqi here?" The principal, mistaking him for a young master from a prominent family, did not dare to be dismissive and pointed towards the crowd. "You see that girl standing there with a ponytail and blunt bangs? She is our student council representative. Is there something you wish to discuss with her?" Without answering, Gu Feng turned sharply and strode toward Xiaoqi. The onlookers regarded the sudden appearance of this young man with a mixture of curiosity and envy. Who is this person? He arrived by helicopter to attend the celebration. What an impressive aura! He must be the heir of some prestigious family in North Yunnan. It's remarkable that he specifically seeks out Senior Xiaoqi. I wonder what for. Needless to say, Senior Xiaoqi is exceedingly beautiful, renowned throughout North Yunnan, attracting the attention of numerous wealthy suitors. As the murmurs subsided, another round of whistles erupted. Seated beside Xiaoqi, Lu Yusen expressed her envy. "Chi, being your friend is truly challenging. Your boyfriend is already so exceptional, and now someone is arriving by helicopter to pursue you. This man is even more handsome than your boyfriend. How about you consider him, and let me have your boyfriend?" "You're talking nonsense," Xiaoqi retorted, though her mind was already racing. The man before her was tall and striking. With an air of distinction, it would be worthwhile to engage with him. If he indeed had a powerful background, it could be justified to cast aside Zhang Kuan, her current admirer, who was merely a sycophant. As her thoughts swirled, Gu Feng stood directly before her. "Are you Xiaoqi?" Xiaoqi felt a slight flush and responded softly. "Yes. May I ask which esteemed family you are from?" Gu Feng's gaze, as cold as a starry night, locked onto hers. "I come from Jiangling." A gasp rippled through the crowd. They had not anticipated that Gu Feng had traveled such a great distance, indicating that Xiaoqi's beauty had reached even Jiangling. The surrounding whispers filled Xiaoqi with a sense of pride, her lips curving into a smile. "While I may possess some beauty, it hardly warrants a young master traveling across 1,000 miles to seek me out." "You are quite self-aware," Gu Feng replied with an indifferent tone. 3 hours ago, I declared my intention to take your life, and thus, I have arrived. Zhao Qi froze momentarily, only to be engulfed by a wave of terror. The audacity of this man to seek her out, arriving by helicopter, was astounding. Yet it was fortunate that today was the anniversary celebration, with countless witnesses present. Even if he had some influence, he would likely refrain from acting recklessly. I did not comprehend your words. If there is nothing else, I kindly ask you to leave. I still have a speech to deliver. I have come today, Gu Feng declared, extending 2 fingers to firmly grasp Zhao Qi's delicate chin. You shall not have the opportunity to address the crowd again. With that, a sickening crack echoed as Zhao Qi's jaw was crushed, blood splattering everywhere. Students recoiled in horror, Zhao Qi's anguished screams reverberating across the field. Only then did she realize the gravity of the situation. Terror filled her beautiful eyes as she stammered, "You cannot kill me, my boyfriend is Zhang." Bang! Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Feng unleashed a thunderous punch. With a roar, Zhao Qi's body soared into the air like a kite with its strings severed, bursting into a shower of blood before crashing to the ground like a lifeless creature. She was dead. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, the crowd stood frozen, the campus enveloped in a stunned silence. Without a word, Gu Feng turned and departed. Among the nearly 10,000 people present, including many local dignitaries, not a single individual dared to intervene. The helicopter ascended into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. As Gu Qingning gazed down at the earth, a sense of vengeful satisfaction surged within her, though she could not fully embrace the joy of the moment. Brother, are you not concerned about the consequences of publicly committing murder? Though North Yunnan lay on the fringes of the Divine Dragon Kingdom, with its lax law enforcement, to act so brazenly in front of thousands was undeniably reckless, and the repercussions would surely be severe. Moreover, Zhao Qi's boyfriend was Zhang Kuan. How would he simply let this go? Gu Feng smiled faintly, seemingly unconcerned with the act of murder. Sister, I have promised that upon my return, no one shall bully you again. Tell me, aside from Zhao Qi, has anyone else troubled you? I shall handle them all. None, Gu Qingning quickly replied, fearing her brother might unleash his wrath further. Gu Feng nodded and posed another query. How did you end up in North Yunnan? On the journey to North Yunnan, he had gleaned some information from his sister. She had lived there for several years, and it was through her enrollment at North Yunnan University that she had crossed paths with Zhao Qi, who had subjected her to relentless torment and humiliation. However, he was unaware of how she had ended up there or how she had gathered the fund for her studies. It was Butler Qin, Gu Qingning reminisced, her eyes shimmering with memories. He brought me to North Yunnan. It turned out that on the night of the Gu family's tragedy, Gu Qingning had answered a call from her good friend and gone out to play, thereby escaping disaster. After the fire, Ji Caiyue took her in, appearing to care for her while secretly poisoning her. As Gu Qingning grew increasingly frail, on the brink of death, it was Butler Qin who rescued her from the Ji family and took her away from Jiangling. But Ji Caiyue was relentless, sending wave after wave of assassins after her. Butler Qin had to evade them, eventually leading them to North Yunnan, where they finally found some semblance of stability. As Gu Qingning's voice filled his ears, Gu Feng felt a pang of sorrow. 5 years of wandering had been arduous for her. The plane sped onward, soon revealing a modest estate in Gu Feng's line of sight. According to his sister, this was where Butler Qin's family resided. At that moment, in the courtyard of the estate, several burly men surrounded Qin Huaijiang. Old man Huaijiang, it has been 2 years. It's been hard for the brothers to find you. Qin Huaijiang sighed. It has been 5 years. Why does Ji Caiyue still not relent in her pursuit of Qingning? What threat could a girl, so frail she can hardly hold a chicken, pose to her? One must eradicate the roots, said the leader, a middle-aged man named Du Xiong, slapping Qin Huaijiang's face, turning it red. If you lack this basic understanding, it seems you've lived to see your old age for nothing. Enough with the pleasantries. Hand over Gu Qingning immediately, and I may spare your wretched life. Du Xiong's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Otherwise, I shall send you to the netherworld. Chapter 3. Annihilation. Brother Xiong, this old man is devious. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to take Gu Qingning from the Ji residence with just the peak of the dark energy realm. In my opinion, we should just kill him and wait here to avoid any complications. Du Xiong's brow furrowed, about to speak, but from the corner of his eye, he noticed Qin Huaijiang's hand in his pocket, seemingly making a move. What the hell are you doing? Du Xiong roared, his palm striking like thunder towards the man's abdomen. Qin Huaijiang was sent flying, spewing a mouthful of blood. His heart was filled with shock and fear. He had met Du Xiong a few times in Jiangling, when Du Xiong had barely reached the bright energy realm. Now, Du Xiong's speed was so swift that he had no chance to block. He was, after all, at the peak of the dark energy realm. Though his advanced age and numerous ailments had taken a toll, his experience was his strength. In the martial path, there are 3 realms: bright energy, dark energy, and transcendent energy. The gap between each realm is like a chasm. If he could not withstand Du Xiong's single palm, did that mean Du Xiong had entered the transcendent energy realm in just a few years? Du Xiong took a few steps, approached him, bent down, and reached into his pocket, pulling out a mobile phone. The screen was lit, and the message escape quickly had already been sent, with the recipient noted as Qingning. Damn it! Du Xiong's fury was palpable, his eyes turning red. They had spent so much effort tracking down to northern Yunnan, only for this old man to send a message, rendering their efforts futile. Today, not only will I take your life, but I will also take the lives of your wife and daughter. Du Xiong's teeth ground together, and he struck towards Qin Huaijiang's face. What are you doing? A sharp, feminine voice sounded from the doorway. Du Xiong paused, turned, and saw a gaunt, sallow face. 5 years of hardship had altered Gu Qingning's appearance, but the resemblance was unmistakable. His face lit up with manic joy. Gu Qingning, you've arrived just in time. I was about to take your head and report to the madam. A living Gu Qingning was no longer necessary to take back to Jiangling. A mere head would suffice. A flying dagger whirled towards Gu Qingning's neck. Gu Qingning, being an ordinary person, could not react in time, and the dagger was already within reach. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind, grasping the dagger's hilt. Today, not only will you fail to take Qingning's head, but you will also lose your own life. Du Xiong looked at the young man who had slowly emerged from behind Gu Qingning. He was first stunned, then his eyes sparkled with joy. You are Gu Feng, and you are actually alive. Indeed, I am alive, and you seem quite pleased, Gu Feng said with a cold smile. Du Xiong laughed. Of course I am very pleased. If I capture the infamous Gu Feng, not only will the madam reward me handsomely, but the people of Jiangling will sing my praises. I will return, and Jiangling will be a scene of grandeur, Gu Feng said coldly. Unfortunately, you will not live to see it. With those words, he flicked his finger, and the dagger, like an arrow, streaked through the air. Du Xiong felt a sharp pain in his neck, and when he looked down, he saw the dagger embedded in his neck, a line of crimson blood flowing from the wound. For a moment, he forgot his shock, his face filled with disbelief. He was dead just like that. Before he could think further, his body collapsed. His companions, who had come with him, were aghast. In just 5 years, Du Xiong had advanced from the bright energy to the transcendent energy realm, becoming a formidable figure in Jiangling. How could Gu Feng kill him as easily as swatting a mosquito? Gu Feng's voice cut through their shock. Are you going to take your own lives? Or do you want me to send you on your way? They gritted their teeth and charged at Gu Feng. It was a do-or-die situation. They knew they were no match for Gu Feng, but they hoped that their numbers would give them a chance. Gu Feng chuckled, his figure flashing as he attacked, delivering a series of punches. Like a tiger among sheep, there were no cries of pain. Those who were hit by his fists were instantly reduced to a bloody mist. In a moment, the assassins lay dead or dying, except for one, who was trembling with fear, his bowels loosened. He fell to his knees. Young Master Gu, spare my life. I will be your slave, your loyal servant, and do anything for you. Be my servant? You are not worthy. Gu Feng did not intend to kill him. I will spare your life. Return to Jiangling and tell Ji Caiyue that I, Gu Feng, will soon meet her for a drink. The man, as if pardoned, ran off like the wind. Gu Feng approached and helped Qin Huaijiang up. Uncle. Just that one word made Qin Huaijiang's eyes well up. He had worked for the Gu family for 20 years, watching Gu Feng grow. He never dared to imagine seeing Gu Feng alive, but now, he was standing before him. Old servant Qin Huaijiang, paying respects to the young master. His tears flowed, and he tried to bow. Gu Feng was about to help him, but the old steward swayed and collapsed. Gu Qingning, alarmed, took out her phone to call an ambulance. But her brother stopped her. It's nothing serious. He's just injured and overwhelmed. I will take care of him. He carried the old steward into the bedroom. When he emerged, the courtyard, cleaned by Gu Qingning, was spotless, and the air was free of any hint of blood. Brother, is Uncle Qin better? Gu Qingning, seeing him, put down the cloth and approached. Gu Feng nodded. He's almost awake. Relieved, Gu Qingning sighed. That's good. Uncle Qin has taken such good care of me these 5 years. If anything had happened to him, I wouldn't know how to face all one. Adrian, Gu Feng thought for a moment, and the image of a playful girl in a red dress came to mind. The old steward's daughter, Qin Wan, had always lived in the Gu residence and was very close to him and his sister. He remembered her calling him Brother Feng and following him around. 5 years had passed, and Qin Wan must have grown into a charming young woman. Thinking of this, he asked Qingning if you were studying in northern Yunnan. Why did you go to Jiangling? It's full of Ji Caiyue's people. Chapter 4. A smile and dismissal. Every year, I didn't go to Father's memorial, but this year, I finally settled down, so I decided to go back and pay my respects, no matter what. Gu Feng's brow furrowed. Father's memorial is still half a month away, right? His sister wouldn't forget that, but why was she going early? That's right, Gu Qingning said softly. Every year, on Father's memorial, Ji Caiyue brings a large group and makes a grand show of it. I can't appear, so I have to go early and pay my respects in secret. Gu Feng clenched his fists. The murderer of his father, Ji Caiyue, was praised for her deep affection, while his sister, like a rat in the shadows, had to hide and fear being discovered even when burning a simple offering. He recalled the image of his sister fleeing earlier, and it left a bitter taste in his mouth. Dad, I'm back. A clear, girlish voice broke the silence. A girl in a white dress, sipping from a milk tea straw, walked in. Seeing Gu Qingning at home, she was surprised. Aren't you in Jiangling? How did you get back so fast? Did you take the high-speed train? The journey of 800 kilometers would take nearly 20 hours on a slow train. Qin Wan was aware that Gu Qingning had only arrived in Jiangling earlier that morning. If she were to take the green train back, it would be impossible for her to return today. Gu Qingning shook her head. I took a flight. She did not conceal her intentions from Qin Wan. Eager to share the joy of reuniting with her brother, believing that Qin Wan would be equally delighted. Unfortunately, she was interrupted midway by Qin Wan's sarcastic remark. Oh, as expected of the Gu family's young lady, you can afford to fly. Immediately, a fair hand reached out. What about the Tianxue Laojiao you were supposed to bring? Though Jiangling's liquor was not widely renowned, locals held a deep affection for it, especially the sorghum liquor produced by an old workshop on Tianxue Street, which was highly sought after. Prior to Gu Qingning's trip to Jiangling, Qin Wan had sent her a message via WeChat requesting that she bring back 2 to 3 jin of Tianxue Laojiao. This matter had been firmly lodged in Gu Qingning's mind, but the sudden appearance of Gu Feng had overwhelmed her, causing her to forget everything else. It was only at this moment, upon Qin Wan's mention, that she recalled it, a look of embarrassment crossing her face. I forgot. Forgot? Though Qin Wan's expression remained unchanged, a self-deprecating smile tugged at her lips. After all, I am but a servant's child. How could the esteemed young lady of the Gu family be bothered by my trivial matters? Her words left Gu Qingning flustered, and she hurriedly brought Gu Feng over. Alwan, look who this is. She believed Alwan would be thrilled to see her brother, recalling how much closer they had been in childhood. Once the mood lightened, she could then explain her oversight regarding the liquor. Gu Feng extended his hand. Alwan, it's been a long time. Only then did Qin Wan take notice of Gu Feng. She clearly hadn't anticipated seeing him again, and her surprise was quickly replaced by a cold smirk. Oh, another leech has arrived. Gu Feng frowned but said nothing. Qin Wan continued in a biting tone. Our family is already taken in Gu Qingning. Don't expect us to accommodate you as well. Stay wherever you feel comfortable. Impudent girl, what nonsense are you spouting? A stern voice suddenly rang out. It was Qin Huaijiang, who had awoken and come into the hall. Over 20 years ago, when your mother and I were pursued by enemies and at death's door, it was the Gu patriarch who saved us, allowing us to survive. I often tell you, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude, especially when it comes to saving a life. Enough, enough. I have heard you drone on about this for years. Qin Wan pouted, clearly displeased. If your Gu patriarch was so benevolent, why did he ultimately cast you out of the Gu family without a second thought? Since Ji Caiyue married into the Gu family, she had continually picked at Qin Huaijiang's faults. Ultimately, the year before the Gu family troubles began, Gu Feng's father had signed a dismissal order, expelling the diligent old steward who had served the family for 20 years. Everyone makes mistakes in life, Qin Huaijiang sighed. The master has grown old and was bewitched by that Ji witch. I do not blame him. Qin Wan scoffed, dismissing her father's remarks. Yet she refrained from further argument and turned her gaze to Gu Feng. Our family has already cared for your sister for 5 years. That should suffice. Do not expect us to also take you in. Gu Feng lit a cigarette and replied leisurely. Rest assured, I won't overstay my welcome. I don't care what schemes you have in mind. Here, You can stay for a maximum of a month. After that, leave on your own accord. You are a grown man. Do not give me cause to look down on you." With that, Qin Wan returned to her room. Qin Huaijiang sighed helplessly. "It is my failure as a father. Xiao Feng, please do not take it to heart." Gu Feng smiled in response, understanding that a person fears what they lack. His arrival at the Qin family was not for the purpose of living off them. Qin Wan's words held no power over him. Moreover, the old steward had devotedly cared for his sister for 5 years, prioritizing her safety even in life-threatening situations. He would not quibble with Qin Wan over such trivial matters. During dinner that evening, Qin Huaijiang inquired about Gu Feng's experiences over the past 5 years. On one hand, he wanted to know how Gu Feng had fared, and on the other, he was curious about how he had acquired such remarkable skills. Gu Feng recounted his time in Long Island prison without reservation, sharing a brief overview of his experiences. Upon hearing that not only had Gu Feng not suffered, but had also learned martial arts and medicine from masters, both Gu Qingning and Qin Huaijiang were quite pleased. However, Qin Wan maintained a cold expression, her thoughts unknown. After taking a shower, Qin Wan returned to her room and received a call from Jiang Tao, inviting her to go shopping the next day. Jiang Tao was a wealthy young man who had been pursuing Qin Wan recently. Although they were not yet officially a couple, their conversations had taken on a hint of flirtation. After chatting for a while, Jiang Tao sensed Qin Wan's low spirits. "All Wan, has someone upset you?" "No. It's just that an annoying person has come to my home," Qin Wan replied, referring to Gu Feng, the one she had mentioned to him previously. "Oh, that Gu family young master from Jiangling, right? Didn't you say he had been executed?" Jiang Tao responded, surprised. "Who knows what the situation is now?" Qin Wan rolled her eyes at the thought of Gu Feng's face, recounting that he had become the warden of Long Island prison, a figure feared by international drug lords and warriors of enemy states alike. "Is that for real?" Jiang Tao was taken aback, fully aware of Long Island prison's notorious reputation. The next evening, after school, Gu Qingning visited Xinhe Zhuang, the largest hot pot chain in Yunnan. 6 months prior, she had joined the chain as a waitress, drawn by its proximity to home and generous pay, earning 3,000 yuan for just half a day's work in the evenings. However, she was there to request leave that night, hoping to take her brother out to explore Yunnan after his 5 years in prison. Everything went smoothly until, just as she was about to leave with her advanced salary, she was suddenly called by someone. "Gu Qingning, come here and peel this plate of crayfish." Turning her head, she spotted several familiar faces: Wang Hui, Chao Guoping, Lu Yusin, and Li Ziang. These 4 were her classmates, currently seated at a window-side table enjoying hot pot. Li Ziang, who spoke to her, came from a wealthy family, was tall and handsome, and enjoyed showing off, making him popular among some of the girls in the department. However, Gu Qingning greatly disliked and feared him, as he often bullied her at school. Now that he knew she worked there, he frequently came to find amusement at her expense. Summoning her courage, Gu Qingning replied, "I'm sorry, I'm on leave today." With that, she hurried towards the exit. Li Ziang stood up and seized her wrist, dragging her back to the table. "Finish peeling the shrimp, and then you can leave." The malicious glint in his eyes made Gu Qingning shrink back, and she dared not refuse, silently peeling the shrimp, fearing a beating. All she could do was quicken her hands to finish the task. It was just past 5. She hoped to complete the peeling before 6, or her brother might start worrying. Seeing her timid demeanor, Li Ziang wore a satisfied smile, munching on pig brain while chatting with the others. Their conversation eventually drifted to the previous day's school celebration. "That thug was ruthless. Zhao Qi's body fell right next to me, her intestines spilling out," Wang Hui exclaimed. Lu Yusin chimed in, "Yes, I was close enough to see it." He just pinched her jaw with Lu Yusin tilted her head, hesitantly remarking, "It's not like I did anything particularly wrong, if I must say. I just used the iron on Gu Qingning once more. This time, it was particularly harsh, leaving a large patch of her skin burnt. Could it be that the assailant is Gu Qingning's brother?" Wang Hui interjected. The atmosphere abruptly fell silent, and after a few seconds, laughter erupted among the group. Li Ziang quipped, "I should be cautious then. If Rotten Skin Ning's brother sees me making her peel shrimp, one tea he peel my skin off instead? What do you think?" He glanced at Gu Qingning, who, unwilling to engage further, placed the shrimp meat onto a plate. "I've finished peeling all the shrimp. I must take my leave now," she stated, glancing at the clock on the wall, which read 5:50. If she called for a taxi, she would still make it to her appointment on time. Li Ziang chuckled lightly. "Did you really finish?" Yu Haventi even touched the meat in the shrimp claws. Gu Qingning felt a surge of frustration. Peeling shrimp claws was significantly more laborious than the tails. If she were to extract all the meat from several pounds of crayfish claws, she might as well forego everything else tonight. I truly must leave. My brother is waiting for me. If he doesn't see me on time, he will come looking for me, she asserted, gathering her courage. Li Ziang raised an eyebrow. And if he comes looking, what then? Do you think your brother is that notorious figure who casually eliminated Zhao Qi? If he shows up, he better stand in front of me and peel shrimp. You seem to have a fondness for shrimp. A cold, indifferent voice suddenly interrupted. Everyone looked up to see a tall man with sharp brows and bright eyes striding toward them. Upon recognizing him, Lu Yusin, Wang Hui, and Chao Guoping shuddered, fear enveloping them like a thick fog. This was none other than the living king of hell who had brutally dispatched Zhao Qi with a single punch the previous day. The three remained frozen in their seats, scarcely daring to breathe. Li Ziang, who had missed the school celebration and thus had not encountered Gu Feng, perceived the man's imposing presence and speculated he must be a young master from a prominent clan in northern Yunnan. Hence he did not dare to be disrespectful. Brother, may I ask who you are? Gu Feng pulled his sister behind him. I am Gu Qingning's brother. Li Ziang was taken aback, the scornful smile returning to his lips. I thought you were someone significant. Turns out you're just rotten skin Ning's brother. Bang! Gu Feng's fist struck, silencing Li Ziang before he could finish his sentence, sending him crashing back, blood spewing forth. You dare to strike me? You actually dare to hit me? Li Ziang roared in fury, attempting to rise to confront Gu Feng. However, Gu Feng had already appeared before him, stepping on his head. To strike you, or even to kill you, is but a single thought away. Li Ziang desperately struggled to rise, but the weight of the foot on his face felt like a mountain pressing down, rendering him immobile. As a young master of one of the 10 great clans in northern Yunnan, he had never endured such humiliation. His eyes bulged with rage. Gao Guping, Wang Gui, what are you waiting for? Come over and deal with him. I will take full responsibility for any consequences. The three remained seated, paralyzed with fear, until Gu Feng's icy gaze fell upon them. Only then did they rush forward in a frenzy, collapsing to their knees before Gu Feng. Brother, this has nothing to do with us. We never intended to make things difficult for Qingning. It was Li Ziang who insisted she stay and peel shrimp. You fools! Li Ziang exploded in anger, initially believing the three were rushing to aid him, only to discover they were groveling instead. Yet, he was not foolish. He quickly realized their reaction was exceedingly abnormal. It was merely a fight. There was no need for them to be so terrified. He even noticed the usually bold Lu Yusin had been so frightened she wet her pants. Who, exactly, was this man before him? Who are you? Gu Feng turned to Lu Yusin. You tell him. Lu Yusin trembled in fear, struggling to articulate. Zhao Qi. He killed him with one punch. Upon hearing this, Li Ziang's face drained of color. No wonder Lu Yusin and the others were so terrified. A murderer who could kill in front of thousands. What couldn't he do? Li Ziang felt a chill run down his spine. Who could have imagined Gu Qingning's brother was such a formidable figure? He swallowed hard. Brother, let us talk this over. I admit I was in the wrong today. I am willing to make amends. Name your price, and I will ask my father. Li ran. Gu Feng seized Li Ziang and returned him to the previous table, pressing him down into a seat. No rush. You claim to enjoy shrimp. So why not eat them first? We can chat afterward. As he spoke, he poured the plate of peeled shrimp into a bubbling hot pot. Li Ziang felt a surge of hope. Indeed, invoking his father's name held weight. After all, his father was a notable figure in northern Yunnan. Even this king of hell would have to be somewhat cautious. He picked up his chopsticks, preparing to take a bite of shrimp, but Gu Feng swiftly knocked the chopsticks from his hand. Your sister peeled these crayfish for you. Should you eat them with your own hands? Li Ziang's expression changed in horror. Brother, don't joke. The hot pot is over 100 degrees. If I put my hand in it, a piercing scream echoed throughout the hall. Gu Feng had seized Li Ziang's forearm and plunged his entire right hand into the boiling red pot. Instantly, his palm was left mangled and bloody. Gu Feng turned to Lu Yusin and the others. From now on, when you see him, refer to him as Rotten Skin Yang. Do you understand? The three were already trembling, their hair standing on end, and they dared not refuse. They bowed repeatedly, hastily agreeing. Gu Feng snorted coldly, leading Gu Qingning away. Upstairs, a woman clad in a Chong Sam, radiant as a flower, chuckled lightly, pointing at Gu Feng's retreating figure. Tianqing, what do you think of him? Tianqing assessed. Li Xiang has won the championship at the Northern Yunnan University Taekwondo competition. This man can send him flying with a single punch, indicating he possesses formidable strength and is rather ruthless, a true talent. Unfortunately, while the Li family is one of the 10 clans in Northern Yunnan, they are the weakest. They're not ordinary people to provoke. This young man likely won't see the light of another day. The woman replied, go tell him that if he is willing to join the Red Robes, we can guarantee his survival. Tianqing hesitated for a moment. Our standard for accepting members into the Red Robes is at least a dark strength level. This young man is likely only at the mid-bright strength stage, so he may not qualify. He's still young. Let him be an external member for now. We can cultivate him slowly, the woman said nonchalantly. The Red Robes is the largest underground power in Northern Yunnan, and this striking woman is the leader, Pei Hongtang. Tianqing nodded, turning to leave, but soon returned. Sister Tang, that young man refused. Did you mention the Red Robes? I did. I told him the Red Robes would take him in as an external member, but he didn't say a word and just walked away. Pei Hongtang took a sip of white wine. To allow a mere mid-bright strength member into the Red Robes is already an exception. Yet he dares to look down upon it. What an ungrateful fool. After Gu Feng and his sister exited the hot pot restaurant, they hailed a taxi. Gu Feng remarked, I told you to resign from the hot pot restaurant. I can support you just fine. It's not the same, Gu Qingning replied with a smile. I'm not a 3-year-old. I can't rely on my brother forever. Gu Feng chose not to pursue the topic further. Why didn't you tell Uncle Qin when you were bullied at school? Uncle has already endured too much for me. I don't want to burden him with trivial matters. She replied, moreover, even if I told Uncle Qin, what would change? Zhao Qi's boyfriend, Zhang Kuan, comes from a powerful background. He is not someone a small family like ours can provoke. However, she dared not voice these thoughts to her brother, fearing he might act impulsively. Gu Feng ran his fingers through his sister's hair. 5 years had passed, and she had grown increasingly sensible, her face now bearing signs of premature weariness and pallor. He resolved to restore her former beauty and heal her ravaged skin. In truth, this was precisely why he had delayed returning to Jiangling after killing Zhao Qi. The taxi came to a halt on a bustling food street, where Gu Qingning treated Gu Feng to some delightful delicacies from Yunnan. Their next stop was a shopping mall, where she purchased him a tailored suit priced over 2,000, although Gu Feng intended to pay for himself. As he held a position at Long Island Prison with a respectable salary, complemented by the generous offerings from the notorious inmates, he found himself unable to insist against his sister's unwavering desire to treat him. Regardless, he resolved to leave her a sum of money before departing Yunnan. Upon exiting the mall, they unexpectedly encountered Qin Luan, accompanied by a striking young man with handsome features and an upright posture. He greeted Gu Qingning warmly and inquired, Qingning, who is this beside you? This is my brother, Gu Feng. Gu Qingning briefly introduced him, then added, this is Jiang Tao, a good friend of Luan's who has treated me to meals several times. Jiang Tao extended his greetings. Hello, Brother Feng. I heard from Luan that you were just released from prison yesterday. Fearing that her brother might be looked down upon, Gu Qingning quickly interjected. My brother was wrongfully imprisoned. He is a truly wonderful person. I understand. Qingning, you are a remarkable young lady, so your brother must be equally admirable. Jiang Tao replied with a smile. What I mean is, since Brother Feng has just been released, we ought to celebrate. I happen to have a gathering at Dongwang Bar. Would you care to join us? Absolutely. Without waiting for Gu Feng's response, Gu Qingning eagerly nodded. It was not merely for the sake of enjoying food and drinks. She hoped that by spending time together, the tension between Qin Luan and her brother might ease. Qin Luan, wanting to showcase her potential boyfriend's charm, merely rolled her eyes but did not object. They all hopped into Jiang Tao's car and soon arrived at Dongwang Bar. As they exited the parking lot, Gu Feng casually lit a cigarette. Before he could take more than a couple of puffs, he heard Qin Luan's discontented voice. Gu Feng, don't flick the ash around. This car is newly acquired by Jiang Tao, worth 5,200,000. If you ruin it, you'll owe more than you can imagine. Gu Feng felt a chuckle rise within him. Qin Luan could have simply boasted about it, but chose to find an excuse instead. As he opened his mouth to respond, Jiang Tao interjected, Luan, we're friends. There's no need for that. It's just a car. After all, I don't concern myself with such trivialities. He subtly flaunted before Gu Feng, gesturing toward a sleek black helicopter nestled in a corner of the parking lot. That helicopter is my dream. If you want a helicopter, just buy one. They only cost about 100,000. Your car could buy 5 helicopters. Qin Wan retorted. Jiang Tao shook his head. 100,000 may indeed purchase a helicopter, but not that one. It's a military-grade helicopter recently developed by the White Eagle Empire, with a starting price of 83 million. Wow, Qin Wan gasped. 83 million? That's exorbitant. Would you like to take a ride on that helicopter? Gu Qingning suddenly asked. Qin Wan scoffed. Take a ride? Do you think that's just any ordinary helicopter? Indeed, Gu Qingning nodded. I wanted to mention it yesterday. Wan, when I left Yunnan, I traveled on that very helicopter. It belongs to my brother. The helicopter had hovered in the sky, unable to find a suitable landing spot, and thus settled there, for which Gu Feng had paid a parking fee. Gu Qingning had not anticipated its exorbitant value, but her spirits soared. She had previously doubted her brother's claims of having influential connections and commanding respect in the prison realm, viewing it as fantastical. Now, knowing he could afford such a lavish helicopter, her skepticism dissipated. Chapter 7. Gu Feng, give up on that idea. Qin Wan burst into laughter. Gu Qingning, I see your sense of humor has sharpened. Gu Qingning insisted, I speak the truth. With a cold smirk, Qin Wan retorted, Oh please, I saw it clearly. The suit he wears was bought by you. If you were truly wealthy, would he need to spend your money? Wan, such matters pertain to a man's dignity. How can you speak so casually? Jiang Tao gently chastised before adding, Brother Feng, I apologize. Wan speaks without thought. Please don't take it to heart. Gu Feng nodded subtly. Yesterday, Qin Huaijiang had mentioned his daughter's close ties with Jiang Tao and asked him to keep an eye on her. So far, Jiang Tao seemed to possess decent character. As they entered the bar, Gu Qingning remained troubled by the earlier comments and remarked while nibbling on some duck necks. My brother is wealthy. I just insisted on buying him clothes. As for the helicopter, if you want to ride in it, let my brother take you for a spin after dinner. Qin Wan showed no interest in engaging her, while Jiang Tao nodded, no need for that. I trust your brother's capabilities. Before long, a group of 5 or 6 young men arrived at their booth for casual conversation, leading Jiang Tao to join them for a game of pool. They had invited Gu Feng too, but he declined, preoccupied with thoughts on the medicinal herbs needed for his sister's treatment. After their gathering at the bar, he planned to procure some. By the pool table, a young man named Chen Long, with purple hair, polished his cue stick and remarked, Tao Go, who's that young master sitting next to Gu Qingning? I've never seen him before. What young master? That's Gu Qingning's brother, just released from prison. He looks decent, but is actually quite poor. The clothes he wears were bought by Gu Qingning. Chen Long responded dismissively. Chen Long seemed confused. Then why were you calling him Brother Feng earlier? What do you understand? Jiang Tao replied. I'm pursuing Qin Wan and am just a step away. The Gu siblings hold considerable weight in Qin Wan's father's eyes, so I mustn't be negligent. You haven't won her over yet? It's been half a year, right? Chen Long queried, astonished. Jiang Tao chuckled nonchalantly. The more challenging it is, the more enjoyable it becomes. I have a hunch that Qin Wan will keep me entertained for at least 2 months. Chen Long eyed Qin Wan and swallowed hard. After 2 months. Can I have a turn? Jiang Tao smacked him on the forehead. Though I may have my fun, any woman I've been with, even if discarded, is off limits for you. His words were blunt, yet Chen Long dared not retaliate. Despite being a wealthy second-generation heir, he could not compare to Jiang Tao, whose family ranked 7th among the 10 prominent families in Yunnan, wielding immense power. Suddenly, Jiang Tao shifted the topic. However, if you're truly desperate, you could pursue Gu Qingning. I can play matchmaker for you. Tao Gu, don't do that to me. Chen Long waved his hands frantically. That girl, Gu Qingning, is 20 but has the face of someone 40. I feel nauseous just looking at her. Jiang Tao replied, once the lights are off, they all look the same. Don't underestimate Gu Qingning's current appearance. She was once the belle of Jiangling. Moreover, she is genuinely a rich heiress. Qin Wan mentioned that the Gu family was wealthier than our Jiang family. Chen Long's interest was piqued. A rich heiress, you say? That could be worth pursuing. With her family's decline and her looks, a little kindness for me, and she'd probably kneel before me like a loyal dog. Ha! I wonder if she is accommodating. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned frigid. A sense of unease crept into Chen Long's heart as he turned to see a stern face. Brother Feng, care for a game? Why would I play when there's a more interesting target? With a swift motion, Gu Feng slapped Chen Long, causing him to stagger and nearly fall. Jiang Tao frowned. Brother Feng, what are you doing? What am I doing? Do you think I'm deaf? Did you think I couldn't hear what he said? Jiang Tao was taken aback. When had Gu Feng arrived behind them? How much did you hear? He asked. Gu Feng replied coldly. Every single word. Jiang Tao's face turned grim, as it turned out that Gu Feng had overheard their entire conversation. He said coldly, "Since that's the case, I'll not bother to play along with you. Watch your tongue, and if you dare to incite discord between Qin Wan and me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Of course, if you know what's good for you, I'll pretend I didn't see you slap Qianlong just now." No sooner had he finished speaking than a resounding slap echoed. Gu Feng had once again struck Qianlong, sending his teeth flying, and the man himself flying 10 meters away. The young men who had accompanied Qianlong were all astounded. This man was incredibly audacious, not only ignoring Jiang Tao's words, but also daring to slap Qianlong again. This wasn't just a slap to Qianlong, it was a slap to Jiang Tao's face. The question was, how could he dare? Didn't he know that Jiang Tao was the young master of one of the 10 prominent families in Dianbei, the Jiang family? At this moment, Jiang Tao's face was flushed with anger, as if he had been slapped himself. Qianlong, a mere follower, was not worth his attention. But for someone to slap his follower in front of him was a different matter. "Gu Feng, are you being a bit too arrogant?" Gu Feng lifted him by the neck, holding him aloft. "Jiang Tao, I warn you, stay away from Qin Wan. Otherwise, your fate will be even worse than Qianlong's." Qin Huai had protected his sister for 5 years, and it was only right that he, too, should protect Qin Wan from harm. "Gu Feng, what are you doing? Let Jiang Tao go." Qin Wan rushed over, shouting. Gu Feng did not release his grip, and said calmly, "Qin Wan, stay away from Jiang Tao. He has no intention of being with you sincerely." "On what grounds do you say that?" Qin Wan asked. "I heard it," Gu Feng replied. "You're lying." Qin Wan raged. "You were sitting at the booth the whole time, and the pool table was so far away. How could you possibly hear their conversation, especially with the loud DJ music in the background? People can barely hear each other speaking face to face in here." Gu Feng said, "I told you yesterday. I'm not the same as before. It's only natural that my hearing is a bit better than an ordinary person's. Besides, we grew up together. Think about it. When have I ever lied to you?" Qin Wan yelled, "Stop spouting nonsense. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You just want to break up Jiang Tao and me, so you could take advantage, right? Let me tell you, 5 years ago I pursued you, but you didn't take me seriously. You are no longer worthy of me. Give up on this idea." Chapter 8. You kill my son, yet you want to serve me? Huh. Gu Feng sneered, flinging Jiang Tao to the ground. "So this is how you see me? If it weren't for your father's sake, do you think I would bother with you?" He turned and strode out. "Qingning, let's go." Gu Qingning, who had been sitting with Gu Feng, found it hard to believe that someone could hear a conversation from such a distance. But, trusting her brother's words, she followed him. Jiang Tao glared at the retreating figures of the Gu siblings, his eyes cold. The young master of the 7th most prominent family in Dianbei had lost face to a newly released young man. "Gu Feng, if I don't make you kneel and beg for mercy before me today, I, Jiang Tao, will not be worthy of my name." He picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Uncle Li, there's something I need your help with." After leaving the bar, Gu Feng hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to take them to the largest medicinal herb market in Dianbei. After about half an hour of searching, Gu Feng was somewhat disappointed. To help his sister regain her beauty, he needed some special herbs. The market was large, but it only sold common herbs. Just as he was about to head back and try again the next day, their path was blocked. At first, it was just a couple of people, but soon, a crowd of over 30 men, armed with iron bars and knives, surrounded them. They looked menacing, clearly there to cause trouble for Gu Feng. Gu Qingning, frightened, hid behind her brother. "Are you Gu Feng?" a middle-aged man asked, his hands clasped behind his back. "To provoke young Master Jiang, I must say, you have quite the nerve." From the crowd, a figure emerged. "Dad, he crippled my hand. Kill him, kill him." It was Li Ziang. The Li family ran a security company in Dianbei, supplying personnel to various companies and controlling a group of elite forces. Thanks to these, Li Ziang's father, Li Ran, had made a name for himself in Dianbei. When Li Ran received Jiang Tao's call, he brought his men. Li Ziang, who was supposed to be at home recuperating, joined them, eager to vent his pent-up anger. He didn't expect the target to be Gu Feng. This was truly a case of a narrow escape from a bitter enemy. Li Ran, taken aback, re-evaluated the young man before him. After a moment, he gave a sinister smile. "You're quite a piece of work. I was only here to teach you a lesson on young Master Zhang's orders. Now, immediately cut off your arms, kneel, and apologize to my son. If he's in a good mood, I might give you a quick death." Gu Feng, as if not hearing him, sighed. "Li Ziang, I already spared your life. Why do you insist on courting death?" Li Ziang, seeing him still acting arrogant, raged. "You bastard. What are you playing at? You're the one surrounded. I'll give you 3 seconds to come and kneel before me. Otherwise, not only will you die here, but I'll chop up your sister and feed her to the dogs. You have one thing wrong. It's not that you're surrounding me, but that I'm surrounding you. With these words, Gu Feng suddenly appeared before Li Xiang and struck out with a palm. Snap! Li Xiang was instantly reduced to a bloody mist, leaving no trace of his body. Xiang. Li Ran's eyes were wide with grief and anger. He never imagined that, even surrounded, Gu Feng would dare to strike his son so brutally. Kill him. I wanted to die with my son. From a high-end restaurant on the 2nd floor, Tianqing watched the scene below. Sister Tang, it's that guy from the afternoon. This is going to be interesting. Pei Hong Tang followed his gaze and saw Gu Feng surrounded. Ha! If he had joined the Red Robes this afternoon, he wouldn't be dying here. In her eyes, Gu Feng was already a dead man, a mere mid-stage Ming Jing practitioner. How could he be a match for over 30 adults? Moreover, Li Ran was at the peak of Jing. Even without the 30 men, Li Ran could easily kill Gu Feng. She averted her gaze, not wanting the bloody scene to ruin her appetite. Just as she looked away, Gu Feng moved. He held Gu Qingning in one arm, his figure moving like a ghost through the crowd. Dragon battle in the wild. Before Li Ran could even react, the 30 men were all turned to bloody mist, not even a single scream escaping their lips. For a moment, Li Ran felt like he was in a dream. How could someone kill so quickly? Even with his peak in Jing strength, he could at most defend himself against 30 trained adults. How terrifying was this man's strength? In his shock, Gu Feng's fist was already upon him. He tried to dodge, but the speed of the fist was unimaginable, landing on his chest in the blink of an eye. Bang! He was sent flying, crashing onto the concrete ground over 10 meters away like a dead dog. Gu Feng walked over. Your bones are quite tough, not dying from one punch. But no matter, if one punch isn't enough, I'll hit you again. Li Ran, desperately, knelt on the ground. Brother Gu, spare my life, spare my life. I, Li Ran, am willing to serve you as my master for the rest of my life. He cannot die, he absolutely cannot die. Although the Li family had once been among the top 10 clans of northern Yunnan, it had long since declined. As long as he was still alive, he could still prop up the family, but if he were to die, the Li family would soon crumble. After all, there were countless families beneath them, eager to take their place. Oh, Gu Feng smiled. I killed your son, and yet you wish to serve me as your master? Li Ran replied without hesitation. He offended the master and deserved to die. Moreover, rest assured, master, I have more than one son. I will not let the entire family perish for his sake. But what use are you to me? Gu Feng asked. Li Ran replied, although my Li family has declined, we are still the 10th most powerful family in northern Yunnan. We have extensive connections and resources. If master wishes to accomplish anything in northern Yunnan, with the assistance of my Li family, it will surely save a great deal of time. Gu Feng nodded in approval. He had been laboring over the issue of medicinal herbs, and if he could use the Li family's resources to search for them, it would indeed be twice the result with half the effort. Very well, I will give you a list of medicinal herbs. Deliver them to me within 10 days. If you dare to play any tricks, I will exterminate your entire Li family. Li Ran carefully noted down the names of the herbs and soon disappeared into the night. Gu Feng, however, did not leave. He stood in place. Brother, aren't we leaving? Gu Qingning asked curiously. Ignoring her, Gu Feng gazed into the depths of a side path. Jiang Tao, will you come out on your own, or shall I drag you out? Hiding in the shadows, Jiang Tao was startled. How did Gu Feng know he was there? He had not made a sound since he arrived. There was no time to think about it now. Having witnessed Gu Feng's methods of killing, he was already terrified. Though he had acted like a refined gentleman in front of Qin Luan, in private, he had done his fair share of evil deeds. But compared to Gu Feng, his actions were nothing. To slaughter over 30 people in a matter of seconds. This man was a devil straight from hell. He turned and ran, not even bothering to pull Qin Luan along. Bang! After running for a while, he suddenly collided head-on with a wall and stumbled backward. Looking up, he realized it was not a wall, but Gu Feng's chest. Gu Feng kicked him to the ground. Jiang Tao, why are you running? Jiang Tao, his face filled with terror, pleaded, Gu Feng, let me go and we'll call it even. Slap! Gu Feng backhanded him, and Jiang Tao's teeth shattered, spewing a mouthful of blood. In this world, those who provoke me have only one fate, and that is death. Jiang Tao, both frightened and enraged, shouted, Gu, my Jiang family ranks 7th among the 10 clans of northern Yunnan. If you dare to kill me, no matter where you run, the Jiang family will hunt you down until you are dead. Gu Feng laughed. Very well. I will kill you and see what this so-called Jiang family of northern Yunnan can do to me. With that, Gu Feng threw a powerful punch. At that moment, a graceful figure rushed out, standing directly in front of Jiang Tao. It was Qin Wan. Gu Feng, I won't let you kill him. Gu Feng replied coldly. When did I ever need your permission to do anything? Qin Wan was taken aback, then slowly said, you can ignore my words. But if you want to kill Jiang Tao, you'll have to kill me first. She stepped in front of Jiang Tao, shielding him completely. Do you think I dare not kill you? In the darkness, Gu Feng's fist creaked, and the sound of his knuckles made Qin Wan shudder. But she still mustered the courage to shout, then kill me. I want to see if you, Gu Feng, are truly a heartless and soulless beast. Qin Hua and Jiang risked their lives to raise your sister for 5 years. And the first thing you do upon your return is to kill Qin Hua's daughter and the man she loves. Boom! Gu Feng's punch flew, grazing Qin Wan's cheek and smashing into the wall. Dust rose. Jiang Tao, treat Qin Wan well, or the Jiang family of northern Yunnan will be wiped out. With that, he left with Gu Qingning, soon disappearing into the night. In the following days, Gu Feng rarely left the house. Various medicinal herbs were delivered to the small residence by Li Ran. Using these herbs, Gu Feng began to treat his sister's injuries. Li Ran, on the other hand, was extremely busy. The herbs Gu Feng requested were mostly very precious. Although he was not short of money, some of the herbs were hard to find, and he had to put in a great deal of effort to locate them. Today, his subordinate reported that the largest auction house in northern Yunnan was holding a temporary auction with many rare medicinal herbs available. Li Ran rushed over and spent a total of 13 million, acquiring 5 herbs, all of which Gu Feng needed. One of the herbs, in particular, was also desired by Pei Hongtang, but Li Ran did not back down, outbidding her to secure it. This greatly displeased Pei Hongtang. The herb was not essential to her, but Li Ran's public outbidding was a clear affront to her. After the auction, Li Ran, clutching the herbs, hurried to leave, but Tianqing appeared in front of him. Walking alongside, Master Li, our red robe has done you many favors over the years. Today, our red robe leader wanted that Tian Shan Snow Lotus, but you snatched it away. You really are unfeeling. Li Ran humbly replied, Master Tian, I am truly sorry, but if I don't get this Tian Shan Snow Lotus, my family will be destroyed, and I have no choice. Tianqing angrily said, if others can destroy your family, can our red robe do the same? Li Ran, exhausted and unwilling to argue, and even more unwilling to make new enemies, said, Master Tian, I admit I was in the wrong. I will send 1 million to Red Robe as an apology. A pleasant laugh sounded, and Pei Hongtang, fanning herself, walked over. Master Li, you jest. A Tian Shan Snow Lotus is nothing to me. But I am curious. Who could make you so afraid? Your family has not had any conflicts with the top families of northern Yunnan recently. Li Ran, not daring to hide anything, sighed, I don't know his background. Only that he is called Gu Feng. Gu Feng. Pei Hongtang was taken aback. Wasn't he killed by Li Ran? She suddenly remembered that she had only seen Li Ran and his men surround Gu Feng, but she had not paid attention to what happened afterward. However, Gu Feng was only at the mid-Ming Jing stage. Even if he had survived, he could not have made Li Ran so afraid. She probed, You are not a match for him? I couldn't even block one of his punches. These few words shocked Pei Hongtang. Li Ran was at the peak of the dark Jing stage, yet he couldn't block one of Gu Feng's punches. What kind of strength did Gu Feng possess? At the very least, he must be at the early stage of the Hua Jing stage. Red Robe had 4 protectors, and the strongest was only at the late Hua Jing stage. Gu Feng was only in his 20s. With his talent, he would surely reach the late Hua Jing stage in the future. Pei Hongtang suddenly understood. No wonder Gu Feng had refused her invitation to join Red Robe. He had genuine skill. Reaching the early Hua Jing stage at such a young age, he indeed had the right to be proud. A mere external member of Red Robe would indeed be an insult to him. She thought for a moment and asked, Are you planning to deliver the herbs to Gu Feng's home? Yes, I've been delivering them for several days now. Tianqing, go with him. This time, you must bring him into Red Robe, Pei Hongtang ordered. Tianqing nodded and asked, Make him a formal member of Red Robe? Pei Hongtang smiled. One of our 4 protectors died last year, and the position is still vacant. Let him fill it. Tianqing left and returned an hour later. Seeing that he was alone, Pei Hongtang's eyebrows furrowed. He refused? Tianqing's expression was grim. He said that he would join the Red Cloak, but on the condition that he assumes the position of the Grand Leader. Arrogant. Pei Hongtang, seething with rage, shattered the cup in his hand, exclaiming, I have truly given him too much face. Tianqing inquired. Shall I take some in to teach him a lesson? Pei Hongtang waved his hand dismissively. No need. In the past hour, I have had people investigate him and discover that he killed Zhao Qi. And Zhao Qi was Zhang Kuen's girlfriend. Zhang Kuen, the young master of the Zhang family, ranked 5th among the 10 clans of Dianbei. Tianqing exclaimed in shock. Chapter 10, Gu Feng. I will make you wish you were never born. Correct. Pei Hongtang confirmed. If he were to join my red cloak, given his extraordinary talent, we would not hesitate to offend the Zhang family to protect him. But now, since he has failed to seize the opportunity, let him await his fate. At the Eastern Emperor Bar, in the parking lot, Zhang Kuen stared at the pitch-black helicopter, clenching his fists tightly. He had only been away from Dianbei for a few days, yet his girlfriend had been killed with a single punch. He would not rest until the culprit was torn to pieces. He had returned to Dianbei late the previous night and, upon landing, had immediately mobilized the Zhang family's extensive network to begin the investigation. Very soon, they had identified the helicopter as belonging to Gu Feng. But the investigation into Gu Feng himself had yet to yield any concrete results. Guanyue, have any suspicious individuals appeared? Zhang Kuen asked. Upon learning that the helicopter was parked at the Eastern Emperor Bar, Zhang Kuen had ordered the Zhang family's old steward to keep watch, ready to act at any moment. Guanyue wiped the blood from his sleeve. A few. I have questioned them all, but none of them are the owner of the helicopter. Zhang Kuen glanced behind Guanyue, where several mangled corpses lay, clearly having been subjected to severe torture. But he cared not for their fate. Continue to keep watch. I will also urge the investigators to speed up their progress. With that, he turned to leave, but Guanyue stopped him. Young master, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should. Seeing that Zhang Kuen did not object, Guanyue continued. I had people examine the helicopter. It is a new military-grade helicopter from the White Eagle Empire, worth 83 million. The mysterious person who killed Zhao Qi is likely no ordinary individual. Zhao Qi was but one of your many girlfriends. Perhaps, just perhaps, we should not provoke such a person over a woman of little significance. Zhang Kuen delivered a kick to Guanyue's chest. Old fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Qi may be of little significance, but the man who killed her in front of thousands has disgraced me. If I let this pass, how will the people of Dianbei view me, and the Zhang family? Moreover, who cares if he is no ordinary individual? In Dianbei, there is no one Zhang Kuen dare not challenge. A cruel smile spread across his lips. Not only will I kill him, but I will make sure all of Dianbei knows the price of crossing Zhang Kuen. Brother Kuen, you finally returned. I missed you, brother. A voice suddenly interjected. Zhang Kuen turned to see Jiang Tao approaching. As members of the 10 great clans of Dianbei, Zhang Kuen and Jiang Tao shared a decent relationship. Tao, you've come at the perfect time. Zhang Kuen said, quickly, mobilize your Jiang family forces to help me find someone. Jiang Tao waved his hand. No need for such trouble. I came here for this very reason. Zhang Kuen was taken aback. What do you mean, you know the owner of this helicopter? Not only do I know him, but I also know where he lives. Jiang Tao smiled. Gu Qingning had previously mentioned that the helicopter belonged to Gu Feng, and while he had dismissed it as a joke, he now knew that Gu Qingning had spoken the truth after witnessing Gu Feng's prowess in eliminating over 30 people with a single gesture. I never imagined that Gu Feng would kill Zhang Kuen's girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao was elated and rushed to see Zhang Kuen. He had originally planned to use the Jiang family's elite forces to eliminate Gu Feng, but given Gu Feng's exceptional skills, the Jiang family would suffer heavy losses. Now, with Zhang Kuen as his weapon, it was as if heaven had intervened. Zhang Kuen was exhilarated. Tell me where he lives. I will go and capture him now. Capture? Jiang Tao asked. Brother Kuen, why not just kill him? Zhang Kuen growled. What's the fun in that? He dared to kill my woman. I will make him wish he was never born. Tell me where he lives. Jiang Tao quickly provided the address and added, I also know he has a sister who should be at the hot pot restaurant. Shall I bring her along for you to vent your anger? Excellent, let's do it. I'll go to his house, and you go to the hot pot restaurant. We'll divide and conquer, Zhang Kuen said, and with Guanyue, he left. Jiang Tao got into his car and headed for the Xianhezwang in the Sangdong district. At the Qin family residence, Gu Feng was slowly unwrapping the bandages from Gu Qingning's body. For days, he had been treating her wounds, and she had been bedridden, her body wrapped in bandages, including her head. Thankfully, the treatment was nearly complete, and it was time to see the results. As the bandages fell away, Gu Qingning's skin was revealed. The once dark and sallow complexion was gone, replaced by smooth, soft, and fair skin. The once festering wounds were no longer visible. Every inch of her skin was flawless. And beneath the snow-white skin, the delicate pink veins could be seen. Gu Qingning extended her arms, gazing at her flawless, jade-like skin and her delicate hands, utterly stunned. Gu Feng, seeing her reaction, chuckled, "Don't just stand there, go and look in the mirror." Gu Qingning hurried to the mirror, and upon seeing her reflection, she was shocked. The woman in the mirror had beautiful, well-defined features, rosy cheeks, and naturally red lips. This was the very image of her 5 years ago, perhaps even more beautiful. After a stunned silence, Gu Qingning turned and threw herself into her brother's arms, tears streaming down her face. 5 years of suffering had changed her appearance, making her the subject of ridicule. She had never imagined that she could be beautiful again. "Brother, I love you so much." She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Gu Feng on the cheek, then ran off. "Qingning, where are you going? I haven't been to work for days. If I don't go now, I'll be fired." Overcome with joy, she disappeared in a flash. Gu Feng smiled and walked outside. With his sister healed, it was time for him to leave Dianbei and head to Jiangling. Before leaving, he planned to buy her a car, as she had been relying on public transportation, which was both time-consuming and inconvenient. Jiang Tao arrived at the Xinhez wing, but Gu Qingning was not there. He learned that she had not been to work for days, likely staying with Gu Feng. He did not panic and ordered a hot pot, waiting for news from Zhang Kuan. 20 minutes later, Zhang Kuan called. "Tao, are you playing me? I went to the address you gave, and there was no one there." Jiang Tao replied confidently. "Maybe they just went out. Wait there, and they will return." "I don't have the time for that." Zhang Kuan said. "Have you found his sister yet?" 20 minutes ago. I notified the Dianbei elite to gather at the Jianhao Hotel. Bring his sister there immediately. With her in my hands, I don't believe he will stay away. Chapter 11. A mere dark force practitioner daring to strike at me? Before Jiang Tao could reply, Zhang Kuan hung up. He shook his head, about to call back, when he heard a commotion in the hot pot restaurant. Many people were looking outside. He followed their gaze and saw a stunning figure. Beautiful. Who is she? A daughter of one of Dianbei's great clans? Why have I never seen her before? Even though Jiang Tao had encountered countless women, his gaze could not help but follow the enchanting figure before him. Finally, he could no longer restrain himself and approached. "Hello, beautiful." Jiang Tao. Gu Qingning gasped in shock as she recognized the face before her, stepping back in alarm. Was Jiang Tao here to trouble her? After all, her brother had severely injured him just days prior. Jiang Tao furrowed his brow, the voice strikingly familiar. As he scrutinized the face in front of him, astonishment washed over him. Goodness, this was Gu Qingning. How had she transformed so stunningly in just a few days? Had she traveled to a land of beauty? No. Even plastic surgery could not yield such perfection. "What happened to your face?" Jiang Tao inquired, his eyes roving across Gu Qingning's alluring form. Gu Qingning replied, "My brother helped me. Do you need something?" It seemed that Gu Feng had indeed acquired quite a few skills during his time in Long Island prison. Unfortunately, for his lack of foresight in offending both Jiang Tao and Zhang Kuan, he would not see the light of another day. Thinking this, Jiang Tao spoke. "You see, there was a misunderstanding between me and your brother, so I specifically reserved a private room at Jianhao Hotel today. I intended to invite both you and your brother to resolve the misunderstanding. Will my brother agree to come?" Gu Qingning asked. Jiang Tao, with a sincere expression, replied, "I haven't called your brother yet. He might not want to come. That's why I came to invite you first. If your brother refuses me, he will surely come for your sake." Seeing Gu Qingning hesitate, he added, "Qingning, I genuinely have feelings for Qin Luan and plan to marry her. You and your brother grew up with her, so I wish to build good relations with you both." Reflecting on how much the Qin family had assisted her over the past 5 years, Gu Qingning realized she ought not to make things difficult for Qin Luan. She nodded in agreement, informed her boss she was taking leave, and got into Jiang Tao's vehicle. Jiang Tao was overjoyed, starting the car and promptly dialing Gu Feng. "Gu Feng, I brought your sister to Jianhao Hotel. Hurry up, or you'll miss the meal." Lost in thoughts of the reconciliation between Jiang Tao and her brother, as well as dispelling any barriers with Qin Luan, Gu Qingning paid little attention to his words. It was only when the scenery outside turned desolate that she questioned, "Aren't we headed to Jianhao Hotel? Why does it seem we are driving out of the city?" Jiang Tao remained silent, suddenly turning and striking with a swift chop. If Gu Qingning had still been the unattractive girl she once was, he would have certainly taken her to Jianhao Hotel. But now, having made that phone call, Gu Feng would undoubtedly head to the hotel, thus completing his task. As for Gu Qingning, she would have to find a secluded spot to savor her fate. He understood Zhang Kuan well. If he brought Gu Qingning to Jianhao Hotel, that lecture would undoubtedly ruin her, leaving her no chance of escape. At Jianhao Hotel, half an hour earlier, all diners had been asked to leave. Meanwhile, luxury cars filled with dignitaries from northern Yunnan arrived in droves. The hall was now bustling with guests. Zhang Xiao had just returned to northern Yunnan and was hosting such a grand banquet. The reason remained a mystery. Old Pooh, your news is terribly outdated. Zhang Kuan's girlfriend was killed a few days ago. I suspect this banquet is to publicly execute the scoundrel responsible. Indeed, it has been a while since such audacity appeared in northern Yunnan, daring to provoke the fifth family of northern Yunnan. They are indeed deserving of death. The wealthy elite laughed and chatted, while Pei Hongtang sat silently, a knowing smile on her face. She had deduced the purpose of Zhang Kuan's banquet, and despite her busy schedule, she had carved out time to attend. You, Gu Feng, have repeatedly spurned my kindness. Today, I shall witness your demise. The venue suddenly fell silent as Zhang Kuan, impeccably dressed, stepped onto the stage. Perhaps some of you have already heard the reason for my banquet. Just days ago, a villain crashed a helicopter into Northern Yunnan University and killed my girlfriend with a single punch. Upon my return, I immediately dispatched people to investigate. This scoundrel is named Gu Feng, a notorious criminal who committed patricide and slaughtered his entire clan 5 years ago, and now has senselessly taken my beloved. Today, I shall enact justice and eliminate this villain. Let it be known, anyone who dares to provoke the Zhang family shall find no place to rest. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from outside the hotel. The crowd turned to see a tall, imposing man entering the hall. What a noble quest for justice! What a commendable execution! The man, disregarding the multitude of gazes upon him, continued, "But I must ask, when Zhaoqi bullied my sister and ruthlessly scorched her skin with an iron, where was your justice then? Gu Feng, you have indeed arrived." Zhang Kuan's eyes lit up. During his parting with Jiang Tao, he had requested information about Gu Feng and had learned of his past, even having seen his photograph. Your sister is that ugly girl? I have heard Zhaoqi mention her a few times, but what of it? Your sister, born a disgrace, deserves to be bullied. My girlfriend takes on anyone she disdains. Is that not justified? Besides, I have madness filled Gu Feng's eyes as he stepped on Zhang Kuan's left leg, demanding, "Release my sister." Confronted with Gu Feng's deranged gaze, Zhang Kuan was gripped by a profound fear. This man was a lunatic, and if he continued to defy him, he might truly meet his end here. How could he, a man of such high status, perish in such a place? Thinking of this, he hastily exclaimed, "Your sister is not with me." Gu Feng then crushed his right leg. "Finish what you were saying. If she is not with you, then where is she? I asked Jiang Tao to bring her to me, and he agreed, but he never delivered her. That is all I know. I have told you everything." At the brink of life and death, Zhang Kuan likely did not dare to lie. Gu Feng immediately took out his phone and dialed Jiang Tao, but a mechanical voice informed him that the phone was turned off. Without a word, he turned and left. As Gu Feng was about to exit the hotel, Zhang Kuan, now realizing the situation, roared, "Kill him! Kill him! 3 million for the head of this scoundrel." The dozen or so elite assassins, previously restrained by Zhang Kuan's capture, now unleashed their fury, driven by the promise of a hefty reward. All of them were at the mid-stage of the Dark Force, seasoned in life-and-death battles, and far more formidable than the average practitioner. Together, they could even threaten a mid-stage transformation force expert. Gu Feng sneered coldly, flinging a handful of silver needles. The dozen elite assassins, meticulously trained by the Zhang family, fell one by one. Without pausing, he strode away, boarding the helicopter and heading straight for the Northern Yunnan Patrol Office. Qin Wan, having finished work early, invited her friend Liang Fong to go shopping. Unconsciously, they wandered until nightfall, eventually reaching Hanzhong Street. The street, home to the patrol office and many other institutions, held little interest for them. Glancing at the time, Qin Wan said, "Fong, let's stop here for today. We can continue another time." Liang Fong suddenly made a hushing gesture. "Qin Wan, listen. There's a faint rumble of thunder." Qin Wan shook her head, thinking Liang Fong was being dramatic again. But then, she too heard a faint rumble overhead. Looking up, she saw a black dot in the sky, gradually growing larger. The rumble grew louder, and the dot became clearer. Finally, she recognized it as a black helicopter, the same one she had seen at the Eastern Emperor Bar. Now, it was landing right in front of the patrol office. Many people were astonished. Who is this? To not only fly a helicopter, but also land it in front of the patrol office? It must be someone of great importance. Even the top families in northern Yunnan wouldn't dare to be so brazen. Let's take a photo and post it on social media. Qin also took out her phone, aiming it at the black helicopter. She wasn't planning to post it. She remembered Gu Qingning saying that the helicopter belonged to Gu Feng. She wanted to show the video to Gu Qingning later to prove her wrong. As she thought this, the cabin door opened, and a tall, imposing figure stepped out. Liang Fang's eyes widened. So handsome. Qin, did you see that? Let's go get his WeChat. No, you're prettier. You should go. I'm afraid he won't give it to me. Qin expression was blank, but her heart was in turmoil. The man stepping out of the helicopter was Gu Feng. How could this be? The helicopter was indeed Gu Feng's? How was it possible? After 5 years in prison, it was a miracle he was alive, let alone able to afford an 83 million yuan helicopter. She thought back to her mockery of Gu Feng and his sister at the Eastern Emperor Bar, and her harsh words when he first arrived in northern Yunnan. Her face burned with shame. She turned and left, not wanting to stay a moment longer. Liang Fang, confused, reluctantly followed. Gu Feng, unaware of Qin presence, was focused on his sister's safety. He stepped toward the patrol office, but 2 guards intercepted him. Who are you? Daring to show off in front of the patrol office? If you want attention, go somewhere else. They assumed Gu Feng was a social media influencer seeking attention. Gu Feng frowned. I'm here to report a kidnapping. My sister has been abducted. The guard sneered. You think we'll believe that? Who reports a kidnapping by helicopter? Gu Feng, suppressing his anger, took out the Dragon God token. I am Gu Feng, warden of the Dragon Island prison. I demand to see the chief of the Northern Yunnan Patrol Office. Chapter 13. He was heading into the lion's den, certain death. As he spoke, he tossed the token. The guards, skeptical, exchanged glances. One of them said, wait here and enter the office. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in his 40s, exuding authority, emerged. Deputy Chief of the Northern Yunnan Patrol Office. I welcome Warden Gu. He bowed respectfully. Normally, he would not bow to a warden. But the Dragon Island prison was a special place, and its warden was no ordinary man. The guards, realizing their mistake, paled. Subordinates, we welcome Warden Gu. They shouted earnestly. No need for formalities, Gu Feng waved them off. My sister has been kidnapped. I need your help to find her. What should I do? The deputy chief asked. Gu Feng provided a license plate number. This car was seen at the Xianhezwang Hot Pot restaurant in Dongsong District. On the way to the patrol office, Gu Feng had called the restaurant owner and learned that his sister had left with Jiang Tao. As for the license plate, he had memorized it during a previous ride in Jiang Tao's car. The deputy chief immediately dispatched his men to check the surveillance footage. Since Jiang Tao had not avoided the cameras, the results were quick. 20 minutes ago, the car was seen heading west out of the city. It disappeared from the cameras, and there are no more cameras beyond that point. Gu Feng, unfamiliar with the area, asked, What do you think Jiang Tao went? The deputy chief replied, The area outside the city is mountainous, especially to the west. I suspect he has gone into the mountains, but I cannot say which one. Gu Feng pondered, then called Qin. She hung up several times. He then called Qin Jiang. Uncle, is Qin at home? Yes, why? Someone broke into the house today, causing a mess. Gu Feng, suspecting Zhang Kuan, turned and left, heading back to the Qin residence. The helicopter roared to life. As the helicopter came to a halt in the small courtyard, the space instantly felt cramped. Witnessing this scene, Qin's heart sank completely. Since her return, she had been trying to convince herself that what she had just seen was but a figment of her imagination, perhaps merely a coincidence of resemblance to Gu Feng. Yet, here he was, having flown the helicopter directly to her home. Qin, come out. Gu Feng's voice called out, prompting a surge of irritation within her. Fueled by frustration, she stormed out, defiantly thinking, So what if you have a helicopter? What is so impressive about that? You had to flaunt it by bringing it home? Fine. I acknowledge your helicopter. Are you satisfied now? Having blurted this out in one breath, she turned to leave, only to be pulled back by Gu Feng. You are aware of Jiang Tao's movements. He is currently escorting my sister out of the city from the western suburbs. Do you know where they are headed? Qin struggled against his grip, her anger boiling over. Why should I tell you? Gu Feng raised his voice. Qin, I have no objections to any grievances you may hold against me. But Jiang Tao has kidnapped Qingning. Are you really going to stand idly by while she is in danger? startled by the intensity in his gaze and recalling Gu Feng's earlier flight to the jurisdiction office. It dawned on her that he must have been reporting the incident. Indeed, Jiang Tao had abducted Gu Qingning. However, what did that have to do with her? As her mind raced, a sudden idea sparked. I know which mountain Jiang Tao has entered, but you must agree to one condition for me to divulge that information. Speak. Qin Wan replied, from today onward, you and Gu Qingning are not allowed to stay in my house. You may go wherever you please, but you must not set foot in my home. Without hesitation, Gu Feng agreed, I accept. Right now, the safety of my sister takes precedence. A satisfied smile graced Qin Wan's lips. Jiang Tao is likely heading to Sanyu Mountain. He often took me to the summit to play. Meanwhile, atop Sanyu Mountain, beside a hot spring, Jiang Tao laid the unconscious Gu Qingning on a large rock, admiring her beauty as he salivated. This place, where he had brought Qin Wan multiple times, was picturesque with the blue sky and white clouds almost within reach, and the warm mist rising from the spring creating an intimate atmosphere. He had often imagined taking Qin Wan here, but she always found some excuse to decline. Little did he expect to be here today, with Gu Qingning instead. However, Gu Qingning's beauty surpassed Qin Wan's. His heart raced as he leaned down to kiss her rosy lips, only for her to suddenly awaken and kick him hard in the abdomen. With a cry of pain, Jiang Tao tumbled off the rock. Gu Qingning, without uttering a word, sprang into action and dashed down the mountain. The hardships of the past 5 years had equipped her with the resilience to face danger with composure. In truth, she had been awake for over a minute, pretending to be unconscious to wait for the perfect moment to strike. Jiang Tao, brushing dirt from his face, pursued her. However, years of indulgence had drained his stamina, and he soon found the distance between them only widening. Run, will you? I'll make you regret it, he yelled in frustration, drawing a handgun from his pocket and firing a shot. The bullet struck Gu Qingning in the thigh, causing her to stumble and fall. Jiang Tao rushed Gu Qingning, whether due to the beating or the overwhelming shock, had succumbed to unconsciousness. With a tender caress upon her swollen cheek, Gu Feng commenced treating her injuries on the spot. As the bleeding from his legs ceased, Li Ran arrived in haste. Gu Feng, alongside his sister, sought refuge in a 5-star hotel, securing a presidential suite for their stay. In the dead of night, Gu Qingning awoke with a piercing scream, her forehead slick with perspiration. Gu Feng rushed in from another room at once. Qingning, what is the matter? Upon seeing her brother, the tension in Gu Qingning's body eased. It's nothing, just a bad dream. By the way, brother, where are we? Gu Feng offered a wry smile. Qin Wan no longer wished for us to stay at her place, so I had to book a hotel. A sigh escaped Gu Qingning's lips. Brother, do you think I'll want to change so much? Gu Feng nodded. Indeed, she is transformed into someone I scarcely recognize. She was not like this before. Gu Qingning implored, brother, please do not harbor resentment towards Alwan. The Qin family has endured considerable hardship over the years to assist me. Initially, after working for us for many years, they had amassed a decent fortune. However, due to the turmoil we faced together, upon arriving in northern Yunnan, they could only afford a small residence. Uncle Qin had to take up a job as a primary school teacher to make ends meet. Even so, Alwan harbors no grievances towards me. Her change is solely a consequence of that incident. What incident? Gu Feng inquired, his brow furrowing. Gu Qingning recounted, not long after arriving in northern Yunnan, Aunt Kai tragically passed away in a car accident. I suppose Alwan attributes part of her death to me, as had we not come to northern Yunnan, such a tragedy may not have occurred. Gu Feng was taken aback. Aunt Kai was Qin Wan's mother. Since their arrival in northern Yunnan, he had not seen Aunt Kai and had even inquired about her whereabouts with Uncle Qin, who had merely stated that she was away on business and would not return anytime soon. He had thought little of it, never expecting that Aunt Kai had already passed away. At that moment, the phone rang. It was Qin Wan calling. Gu Feng, where are you? Confused, Gu Feng wondered why Qin Wan was not asleep at this late hour. After briefly sharing his location, the call abruptly ended. About half an hour later, a frantic knocking echoed through the door. Upon opening it, Qin Wan stormed in and delivered a sharp slap across Gu Feng's face. Quick to react, Gu Feng seized her delicate wrist. Qin Wan, what are you doing? Why did you kill Jiang Tao? Why? Qin Wan shouted, her voice tearing through the night, tears streaming down her face. Half an hour earlier, in a fitful state, she had been scrolling through her phone, only to be inundated with news of Jiang Tao's death. It turned out that the thunderous roar of a plane crash had drawn the attention of villagers at the foot of the mountain, who rushed up and discovered Jiang Tao's lifeless body. Some attention seekers immediately began live-streaming the scene. Thus, the news of the scion of the seventh largest clan in northern Yunnan, Jiang's demise, swept across the region. The common folk speculated wildly about the cause of his death, but Qin Luan knew that Gu Feng was the one responsible. It could not have been anyone else. Gu Feng replied calmly. He attempted to forcibly take Qingning and shot her in the leg. Intending, Gu Feng remarked, "I was not even in the hall moments ago. How could I have stolen your belongings?" As he spoke, he continued to stride. "Damn it," the man growled. "If I tell you to stay put, then stay put. Why all this nonsense?" He lunged forward, intent on seizing Gu Feng by the collar. With a cold glare, Gu Feng struck out, sending the man hurtling backward for several meters, his head ringing from the impact. "You dare touch me? I am Pei Nan, the brother of Pei Hongtang," he exclaimed, scrambling to his feet, only to discover that Gu Feng had vanished without a trace. "Huh, he runs quite swiftly. Let us see if I can't take him down," he shouted, abandoning his lost possessions and rushing out with his entourage. Upon seeing Gu Feng had hopped into a taxi and sped away, they too piled into their cars, 4 or 5 vehicles closely tailing the taxi. At the Dianbei Hotel, which had been reserved entirely by the L family for the day, a few tables were occupied, predominantly by members of the L clan, along with a handful of their close associates, including Pei Hongtang. Recently, Hong Yi had established business ties with the L family, so she brought gifts to congratulate LG, who had just given birth. After a round of pleasantries, they settled down. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, the obligatory small talk was exchanged. LG remarked, "During my stay at the hospital, I heard that significant events have transpired in Dianbei. The 10th-ranked Li family's young master, Li Zhang, and the 7th-ranked Jiang family's young master, Jiang Tao, have both perished, while the 5th-ranked Zhang family's young master, Zhang Kuang, has been rendered limbless and lies comatose in the hospital. Indeed, all of this was orchestrated by a young man named Gu Feng, who remains at large and unpunished." El Hai, the head of the L family, added after taking a sip of his drink, "It is well known that the Dianbei Patrol Bureau is inept. This is no surprise. What puzzles me is why the Jiang family and the Zhang family have not taken action. Logically, they should have dispatched someone to dispose of Gu Feng by now. Why is he still walking free?" Eli chuckled. They discovered that Gu Feng is the warden of Dragon Island Prison and dared not act rashly. El Kuang exhaled a plume of smoke. A mere prison warden. The L family has strong connections. Killing him is trivial. However, for the Zhang and Jiang families, it poses a significant challenge. Thus, last night, they specifically sought out our father, hoping the L family would intervene. Curious, LG inquired, did father agree to take action? Just as El Hai was about to respond, 2 figures suddenly crashed into the center of the hall like cannonballs. Upon closer inspection, they were the 2 guards stationed at the entrance. Ignoring their injuries, they shouted, "Head of the family, someone has breached our defenses. We couldn't stop them." As their words echoed, Gu Feng strode in through the door. I frowned, Wardengu. "What is your intention? Do you truly believe you can act with impunity in Dianbei?" At that moment, several others rushed in, the leader being none other than Pei Nan, the man Gu Feng had just sent flying. "You little brat, even if you hide in the Dianbei Hotel, it won't save you from me," Pei Nan boasted, though he quickly realized he was mistaken when he noticed the L family members seated around the table. Although the owner of the Dianbei Hotel had some renown in Dianbei, Pei Nan dismissed him entirely. However, he held the L family in considerable regard, especially since Hong Yi was seated among them. Chapter 16. The head of the 3rd family of Dianbei, El Hai, is dead. Seeing his sister, Pei Hongtang, present, he regained his composure. He clasped his fists and said, "Head El, this fellow just slapped me. I pursued him, and he managed to slip into the Dianbei Hotel. Rest assured, I will drag him out. Then go somewhere cooler." El Kuang shouted, striking Pei Nan on the forehead with a pair of chopsticks. "You!" Pei Nan seethed, feeling utterly disrespected, especially with his sister in attendance. Pei Hongtang interjected, "What are you doing? Come sit beside me. Do not interrupt Head El." With no other choice, Pei Nan complied and sat down. El Hai, understanding the intricacies of Gu Feng's background, knew he had not sought refuge in the Dianbei Hotel out of fear of Pei Nan. "Why did you harm my family's guards?" he demanded. "Why? Because I wanted to," Gu Feng replied, his tone as tranquil as a still pond. El Hai's forehead pulsed with anger. As the head of the L family who had navigated the waters of Dianbei for decades, who dared to be so audacious before him? Although he had initially declined a request from the Zhang and Jiang families, at this moment, he indeed harbored intentions of eliminating Gu Feng. Seeing this, Kuang quickly said, "Father, do not be enraged. I know why Gu Feng is here. He must have learned of the visits from the Zhang and Jiang families last night, which is why he has come." Turning back to Gu Feng, he continued, "Don't worry, buddy, my father was very close to agreeing to kill you yesterday, but I stopped him." He picked up a wine glass and walked directly toward Gu Feng. "I, Kuang, am, as my name suggests, wild and unrestrained. But I have realized that you are even more audacious than I. I never liked Jiang Tao and Jiang Kuan, but I usually just discipline them a bit. Killing them outright, however, is something I wouldn't dare do. Buddy, I admire your spirit. Is that so?" Gu Feng replied with a cold smile. "Absolutely." Kuang exclaimed. "What do you say? Join me. While I cannot promise much, if you stick with me, the Zhang and Jiang families will definitely not dare to trouble you." As he spoke, he extended his hand. Hai's eyes twinkled. He suddenly perceived that while his son seemed wildly reckless on the surface, he possessed a certain acumen. Gu Feng, being the warden of Dragon Island Prison, was certainly someone the L family would not shy away from eliminating. However, befriending such a promising young warden could be quite beneficial. An investment, if you will. The seeds planted today might grow into towering trees in the years to come. Gu Feng chuckled lightly and grasped Kuang's hand. "To follow you? You're not worthy. Ha ha ha. Kuang, you are truly something else." Gu Feng's laughter turned into a shriek as Kuang's expression twisted in agony, a chilling scream resonating throughout the Dianbei Hotel. Everyone turned to see Kuang's hand reduced to a pulp. Gu Feng had crushed it effortlessly. How could he? How dare he? Kuang's eyes blazed with rage. "Gu Feng, I was trying to help you. Why did you harm me?" "Harm you? No, I came to kill you," Gu Feng declared, delivering a punch that sent Kuang crashing into the opposite wall like a cannonball, creating a deep crater and sending dust billowing into the air. Kuang coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he was not dead. Hai, worried for his son's injuries, rushed toward Kuang while shouting, "Capture him alive. I want to torture him to death." From the shadows, 6 figures emerged, silently advancing toward Gu Feng. Standing firm, Gu Feng observed the 6 attackers and sighed. Shaking his head, with a sharp snap of his fingers, a powerful force emanated from him, pushing forward like a wave, accompanied by an almost ethereal dragon's roar. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 6 explode once one steps into the realm of a grandmaster. They can unleash their internal energy outward, much like how Gu Feng dispatched his foes earlier with a mere snap of his fingers. In reality, it was his externalized energy that claimed the lives of several mid-stage assassins. Gu Feng remarked, "So, instead of stepping aside, you choose to stand in front of your son, preparing for me to strike you down?" Laughter erupted from Hai, his grin menacing. "Do you take me for the likes of the Zhang or Jiang families? Do you know why they sought my intervention?" Noticing Gu Feng's silence, he continued sternly, "Because I, Hai, have long ascended to the ranks of a 2-star grandmaster 5 years ago. Gu Feng, though you are remarkably talented for your age, there are always those beyond you. Given time, your accomplishments may surpass mine, but today you shall perish at my hands." With that, he snapped his fingers as well. A torrent of energy surged forth, overwhelming like a mountain flood, sending tables flying and shattering dishes. Many crumbled under the weight of this terrifying pressure, kneeling in submission. Gu Feng was finished. He dared to provoke the L family. It had been years since the family had taken action, and if Gu Feng fell to their patriarch, it would be a fitting demise. How laughable to be so arrogant before fully maturing. Exceptional talent mattered little when faced with the L family's wrath. Amidst the murmurs, Gu Feng advanced towards Hai, undaunted by the overwhelming force that could obliterate any novice grandmaster. Strangely enough, he traversed through it as if in a realm untouched by fear. Upon reaching Hai, the latter's countenance shifted to one of horror. "Why? How can you remain unscathed?" Gu Feng replied, "Because I'm stronger than you." He unleashed a punch that struck Hai's abdomen with devastating force, embedding him into the wall, vitality extinguished in an instant. The patriarch of the 3rd most powerful family in Yunnan, a 2-star grandmaster, Hai, was dead. Chapter 17, Kuang dead. The Imperial Sky Hotel was enveloped in a heavy silence. Their patriarch, had he truly perished? What would become of the L family now? The family's rise as the third most powerful clan in Yunnan was largely due to El Hai's formidable strength. With his demise, what fate awaited them? A wave of emotions, anger, fear, panic, hatred, swirled through the hearts of the L family, yet none dared to confront Gu Feng, who would provoke a man capable of killing a two-star grandmaster with a single blow. Gu Feng shook his hand, leaned down, and met El Kuang's gaze. Your father is dead. Now it's your turn. El Kuang fixed his eyes on Gu Feng, fully aware of his impending doom. Without pleading for mercy, he managed to utter, Can you tell me why you intend to kill me? Very well, Gu Feng replied with a light chuckle. Today, I had a game of chess. The loser must fulfill a condition set by the winner. I lost, and the victor demanded I kill the first person I saw after lunch. You were that person, so your misfortune is simply fate. El Kuang seethed with rage. You are spouting nonsense. I spent the day sleeping at home until I picked my sister up from the hospital and came here. He was about to unleash a tirade when a familiar memory surfaced in his mind. Yet, his sentence was cut short as Gu Feng twisted his head off, stuffing it into a black plastic bag. He then walked out nonchalantly, with no one daring to obstruct him. Observers felt a chill. This man was truly insane. He had killed El Kuang and El Hai simply for losing a game of chess. Meanwhile, Pei Hongtang's brother, Pei Nan, was trembling in terror, having wet his pants in fear. Witnessing the gruesome deaths of the El father and son, he realized he had provoked a true demon. That night, as the city lights twinkled, the Qin family sat in heavy silence. Qin Huaijiang and Qin Wan ate their meals without a word, the atmosphere thick with tension. Earlier that morning, Qin Wan had a fierce argument with Gu Feng and Gu Qingning, leading to their expulsion from the house. After a few bites, Qin Huaijiang finally broke the silence. I will go and bring Xiaofeng and Qingning back. No, Qin Wan shouted, I never want to see Gu Feng again. Qin Huaijiang's temper flared. You dare defy me? This family is not yours to command. He turned to leave. Qin Wan's resolute voice rang out from behind. Dad, if you insist on bringing Gu Feng and Gu Qingning back, then I will leave. You can go to them. From now on, I, Qin Wan, will no longer be your daughter. You. Qin Huaijiang was infuriated, trembling with rage. I don't understand. It's just a matter of adding 2 pairs of chopsticks. What are you thinking? Suddenly, footsteps echoed outside. The father and daughter looked up to see Gu Feng entering, holding a black bag. Qin Wan erupted with fury. What are you doing here? Get out. You're not welcome. Gu Feng remained unfazed. I came to deliver something. I don't want your things. Disappear from my sight, or I won't hold back. Qin Wan barked. Gu Feng said nothing. He merely shook his hand, causing an object to tumble to the floor. It rolled a few times before coming to rest at Qin Wan's feet. Upon recognizing what lay before her hair stood on end and her legs weakened. It was unmistakably a human head. Gu Feng, what do you mean? Are you threatening me? Stammering, she gazed up at him, only to find he had already vanished into the moreover. It is said that Gu Feng sought trouble with the El family merely because he lost a chess match. In no time, Gu Feng's notorious reputation spread throughout northern Yunnan. The mere mention of his name sent shivers down people's spines. He is a pure madman. When he goes berserk, even the dogs on the street are not spared. The following day, as Gu Feng awoke from his slumber, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Qin Wan standing outside in a flowing purple gown. She lowered her head, nervously clutching her skirt, and after a moment, managed to utter a few words. Gu Feng, may I come in for a moment? Gone was her usual fierce demeanor. At this moment, she bore a resemblance to her former self. Gu Feng stepped aside to let her in. Qin Wan entered and retrieved a gift box from her bosom, presenting it to Gu Qingning. What is this? Gu Qingning inquired. It's a gift for you. Upon opening it, she discovered a delicate bracelet. This was the very bracelet she had admired while shopping with Qin Wan last year. But its hefty price had deterred her from purchasing it. Wow, Wan, I had almost forgotten about this bracelet. Yet you remembered, Gu Qingning exclaimed, her joy palpable as she adorned her wrist with the bracelet, admiring it from various angles. This reaction left Qin Wan feeling somewhat bashful. It's not anything of great value. My father said he would like you both to come home for dinner tonight. You'll go, one to you? Oh, Wan, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have to return home. This bed is unbearable. Nothing compares to the comfort of my own. Chapter 18. Qin Wan's night visit to Gu Feng's room. Qin Wan stole a glance at Gu Feng and, seeing no sign of dissent, breathed a sigh of relief. Without waiting for nightfall, the Gu siblings returned to the small residence of the Qin family that afternoon. Together, they ventured to the market to purchase ingredients and busied themselves in the kitchen. As dusk settled, the table was finally laden with an array of dishes. The family dined and chatted merrily. Qin Huaijiang inquired, "Xiao Feng, what are your plans moving forward?" Gu Feng took a bite of rice and casually remarked, "I will return to Jiangling and eliminate the Ji family." This statement was within Qin Huaijiang's expectations, yet he expressed concern. "Xiao Feng, while I know you possess some strength now, even a second-tier master like El Hai can be handled with ease. However, Jiangling is not like northern Yunnan. I have lived there for 20 years and know well that it is a place teeming with hidden talents and formidable foes. Are you truly prepared for this?" Gu Feng smiled lightly. "Uncle Qin, you need not worry. I carry deep-seated grievances. If I were not entirely confident, would I recklessly seek my own demise?" Qin Wan observed Gu Feng engaged in conversation with her father and noted how much he had changed. Previously, he exuded confidence and a carefree spirit, but there was an air of frivolity about him. Now, that same confidence and carefree attitude offered a sense of reassurance. Suddenly, Gu Feng's gaze locked onto hers. "Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something written on my face?" Qin Wan felt a bit embarrassed and stammered. "I just noticed how much you've changed." In your eyes, I must have changed quite a bit too, right?" Gu Feng nodded. "Indeed, you have changed significantly." Upon hearing this, Qin Wan felt a pang of regret. It seemed she had left Gu Feng with quite a few unfavorable impressions during this time. "Don't misunderstand. I meant to say you have become much more beautiful," Gu Feng added. Qin Wan's fair complexion flushed crimson. She quickly changed the subject. I was thinking, perhaps you could postpone your departure for a couple of days. The day after tomorrow marks my mother's memorial." Gu Feng pondered momentarily before agreeing. He indeed should pay his respects at Aunt Kai's grave. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. In the dead of night, Gu Feng's door was suddenly opened gently, and a figure slipped inside. Gu Feng awoke instantly. A familiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Without needing to open his eyes, he knew it was Qin Wan. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what business she had sneaking into his room at such a late hour, so he kept his eyes closed. Qin Wan tiptoed to the bedside and sat down. With the help of the streetlight filtering through the window, she could faintly make out Gu Feng's handsome profile. "Gu Feng, I came to apologize. I intended to tell you face to face, but I couldn't bring myself to do it during the day, so I came while you were asleep. I know my image in your eyes must be terrible. You probably think I am materialistic, vain, and harsh. Honestly, I never meant to be this way. I wanted to get along well with Qingning, but whenever I think of my mother's death, I lose control and take out my frustrations on both you and her. I understand that my mother's death is not really your fault, yet I am unable to contain myself. Well, if you must blame someone, blame me. Regardless, I must thank you for eliminating El Kuang. Without you, I might have spent another 10 years trying to kill him, or worse, become a plaything for Jiang Tao, discarded like trash." After speaking, she fell silent for a long while, gazing at Gu Feng's serene, sleeping face. She suddenly felt an urge to reach out and touch him. She had once trailed behind him every day. After 5 years apart, with old grievances resolved, his face seemed all the more familiar. Just as her delicate hand was about to brush against his cheek, she hesitated. What if Gu Feng woke up suddenly? At that moment, Gu Feng sprang up like a fish leaping out of water, dashing towards the door. "What's wrong, Qingning?" Though Qin Wan had likely not heard anything, he had caught his sister's call. From the bathroom, Gu Qingning shouted, "Brother, could you please fetch my pajamas? I forgot to grab them." What a false alarm. Gu Feng chuckled, realizing he had thought something was amiss when he heard his sister calling for him. After retrieving the pajamas for her, Gu Feng returned to his room. At this moment, Qin Wan had not yet left. Instead, she sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Did he hear everything? Surely he must have. Oh dear. Reflecting on her earlier emotional outpouring, Qin Wan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Where was I? Gu Feng, sensing something was amiss, remarked, "No. I meant to ask, what brings you to my room at this hour?" Qin Wan looked at Gu Feng with a mournful expression. "Stop pretending. You heard everything, didn't you?" Gu Feng cleared his throat. "Should I say I heard it or that I didn't?" At this point, Qin Wan threw caution to the wind. "I know I have no redeeming qualities in your eyes anymore." Gu Feng chuckled lightly. "Silly girl. The Qin family has done so much for Qingning. How could I hold a grudge against you for a few words? If that were the case, I would have pounded the ground that day on Hanjing Street." despite Qin Luan's poor attitude towards Qingning over the past year and her cold demeanor towards him. During the previous 4 years, she had never treated Qingning as an outsider. Without her and Uncle Qin, Qingning might have already fallen into Ji Caiyue's clutches. Hearing this, Qin Luan felt considerably more at ease, but did not rise to leave. "Aren't you going to sleep?" Gu Feng asked, puzzled. "I have a small request." Qin Luan said cautiously, "Could you tell me about how you killed El Kuang? I want to hear." In the southern suburbs of northern Yunnan stands an opulent mansion, a hallmark of the region. This honor is not solely due to the 200 million spent constructing it, but because it belongs to the first family of northern Yunnan, the Nangong family. At this moment, LG paced anxiously in the hall, repeatedly dialing a phone number. The day before, her father had been killed, and she was present at the scene. At that time, she was overwhelmed with fear, utterly intimidated by Gu Feng's presence, unable to utter a single word. After returning home, it took her quite some time to regain her composure, and she hurriedly called her husband. Indeed, she hailed from the third prominent family of northern Yunnan and was married to the second son of the first family. Living a life of luxury that countless women dream of, she had recently given birth to a healthy baby boy for the Nangong family, which elevated her status within the clan. "Nangong Xiao, answer the phone. It has been 2 days. Why have you not answered a single call?" Lu Ji roared while continuing to dial. This time, the call finally went through. The voice of the second young master of the Nangong family, Nangong Xiao, came through the phone. "Little Ji, are you missing me this much, to call me thousands of times in 2 days? I apologize. My phone has been off as I was on a mission in Mississippi." Lu Ji shouted, "Nangong Xiao, my father is dead. My father is dead." "What? My father is dead?" Nangong Xiao was aghast. "No, it's my father and my brother." Lu Ji explained the situation swiftly. Nangong Xiao was silent for a moment. Then his cold voice was heard. "I understand. I will take the earliest flight back, and I will be in northern Yunnan by the day after tomorrow. How dare Gu Feng kill my father-in-law? He is courting death." Chapter 19. The storm is brewing. What did Xiao say? Upon seeing Lu Ji hang up, Nangong Xiao's mother immediately asked. As the most prominent family in northern Yunnan, the Nangong family had a deep and powerful foundation. Although the Lu family, the third most prominent family, had many strong members, only the head, Lu Hai, was a true top-tier fighter. The Nangong family, however, not only had 2 two-star masters, but their head, Nangong Yi, had even reached the middle stage of a 3-star master. According to Lu Ji's description, they deduced that Gu Feng had also reached the rank of a 3-star master. As the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Yi could not act rashly. He needed to stay behind. The 2 two-star masters, along with the trained assassins of the Nangong family, might indeed be able to kill Gu Feng, but the losses would be severe. This was something the Nangong family was unwilling to see. Therefore, they decided to call their second son back. Nangong Xiao, after years of experience abroad, was not only immensely powerful, but he also commanded a mercenary group. Lu Ji said. Xiao said he will take the earliest flight and will be in northern Yunnan by the day after tomorrow. "Excellent, excellent." Nangong Xiao's mother clapped her thighs. "Ji, you have given birth to a fine son for our Nangong family. We will not let you down. When Xiao arrives in northern Yunnan, that devil Gu Feng will meet his end." "No." Lu Ji's eyes were filled with hatred. Letting him die alone is too lenient. I want everyone close to him to suffer. I want that devil to taste the heart-wrenching pain of losing loved ones. I want him to kneel in front of me, begging for mercy, pleading for me to spare his family. I want to cut him into 1,000 pieces and torment him to death inch by inch." Very well, as you wish, all as you wish." Nangong Xiao's mother nodded. In fact, the deaths of Lu Hai and Lu Kuang were a boon for the Nangong family. The Lu family was now in chaos, and Lu Ji had a great opportunity to take over as the new head. As the wife of the Nangong family, her control of the Lu family would be equivalent to the Nangong family's control. Thus, the Nangong family was eager to fulfill Lu Ji's demands. Emir Gu Feng, though a bit troublesome, would be easily dealt with once Xiao returned. The next afternoon, Gu Feng, along with Qin Luan and Gu Qingning, went to the Fengrui car dealership, the largest in northern Yunnan. He had planned to buy a car for Gu Qingning, but was interrupted by Jiang Tao's call to the Jianhao Hotel. After visiting Aunt Kai's grave the next day, he would leave northern Yunnan. With today free, he decided to get this done. Upon entering the dealership, a saleswoman in a cheapao greeted them warmly. "Hello, sir, I am Nana, the 034th car consultant at Fengrui. How may I assist you?" Gu Feng asked Gu Qingning, sis, is there a car you like? Oh, anything is fine, just for commuting. Nana quickly responded, we have several affordable models, including a few new electric vehicles, priced under 300,000, which will be perfect for this beautiful lady. Introduce the best car in your store to my sister. Whatever she likes, we will take, Gu Feng said. Nana was overjoyed, sensing a substantial commission. She led Gu Qingning to the luxury car section and began introducing the vehicles. Gu Qingning was satisfied with a new top-of-the-line red Porsche, and after a test drive, decided to buy it. Qin Wan couldn't help but feel envious. In the past, her father, as the butler of the Gu family, drove a luxury car. However, after being expelled by Gu Feng's father, Qin Huaijiang's income drastically decreased. And with the 5 years of hardship, they could no longer afford a luxury car. Now, with Gu Feng's return, he could easily buy a luxury car for Gu Qingning. She wondered when she would be able to afford such a car, worth several million. Just then, Gu Feng said, I want 2 of these Porsches. Two. Nana was both surprised and delighted, as it was rare to sell a luxury car, let alone 2. Qin Wan was puzzled. Gu Feng, this Porsche is suitable for a girl. Why not get a Maybach instead? Gu Feng glanced at her. It's for a girl to drive. Oh, Qin Wan realized. You're buying it for me? This is too expensive. Gu Feng smiled. That's the point. You'll drive this car to work. You were raised in the Gu family, and people from the Gu family should not be looked down upon. Besides, you can occasionally take Uncle Qin for a drive, which will make him proud. Nana, not wanting to miss this rare opportunity, quickly said, Sir, are you sure you want 2 top-of-the-line Porsches? Yes, Gu Feng nodded. Please follow me. There are some forms you need to fill out. Nana led Gu Feng to the office, praising, Sir, you have excellent taste. This top-of-the-line Porsche was just released, and our store only has 2, both of which you are buying. While Gu Feng was paying, Gu Qingning pulled Qin Wan back into the Porsche. I drove it earlier. Now it's your turn. Since my brother is buying it, you should try it out. Qin Wan smiled and nodded, preparing to drive around the lot. Just as she started, a sarcastic voice interrupted. Oh, isn't that Qin Wan? Try out a car. Huh? Is Jiang Tao planning to buy you a new one? Recognizing the voice, Qin Wan knew it was Feng Yue. What's it to you? Get out of the way. Don't block my car. Qin Wan snapped. Oh, still with that bad temper. It's not your car. Do you think I don't know Jiang Tao is dead? Without Jiang Tao, you are nothing, a poor nobody. You can't even afford to sit in a top-of-the-line Porsche. Get out. Feng Yue, the daughter of a second-rate family in northern Yunnan, had pursued Jiang Tao for a while, but he was only interested in Qin Wan. Once, while causing trouble, she was caught by Jiang Tao and beaten. Furious, she declared Jiang Tao and Qin Wan her lifelong enemies. A few days ago, she heard that Jiang Tao had been brutally killed, and she celebrated. Meeting Qin Wan today, she felt it was a narrow escape. Qin Wan rolled her eyes. Jiang Tao was still pursuing me until his death. What about you, a mere jester? Chapter 20. Daring to play tricks, you are courting death. Feng Yue sneered. Do you think I care about Jiang Tao? Look who's here. She called out to a man. Darling, come here. Coming. A young man dressed in casual attire approached, casting a glance at Qin Wan in the car. Oh, it's Qin Wan, he exclaimed. Qin Wan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recognized him. Happy New Year. He Xianyan, from the He family in northern Yunnan, ranked 8th among the 10 prominent families, thus enjoying considerable repute. During her previous escapade in nightlife with Jiang Tao, she had encountered He Xianyan several times. The He family and the Jiang family shared a strained relationship, and whenever Jiang Tao and He Xianyan crossed paths, tensions ran high, though they had never engaged in an actual fight. See that? Feng Yeye remarked. This is my boyfriend, Qin Wan. Do you concede? What is there to concede? It's not as if I encouraged you to pursue Jiang Tao. If you found trouble, it's your own doing, Qin Wan retorted, feeling quite cheerful and not in the mood for a quarrel. All right, Feng Yeye, you're impressive. But could you please step aside? I need to test drive the car. Feng Yeye, feeling quite smug, was not satisfied with just that. Test drive? I see no need, especially since Jiang Tao is dead. And you certainly cannot afford it. Hurry up and get out. Qin Wan frowned. Whether I can afford it seems to have nothing to do with you. Taken aback, Feng Yeye's eyes darted, and she declared, Of course it concerns me. I came here to buy this car, and if you're sitting in it, how can I make my purchase? I'm sorry, but it has already been purchased by me, Qin Wan replied with a smile. Feng Yeye, unwilling to engage in further discussion with Qin Wan, stepped forward to pull the car door open. Quick as a flash, Qin Wan locked the door. Enraged, Feng Yeye shouted, Qinwan, get out of that car. Her loud voice attracted the attention of others in the showroom. He Xianyan pulled her back, saying, "There's no need to shout and demean yourself. Let us just call the staff to handle this." He snapped his fingers, and Nana, who had just emerged from the office, approached. "Sir, how may I assist you?" He Xianyan stated, "My girlfriend wishes to purchase this newly released top-tier Porsche, but this woman refuses to exit the vehicle. Please resolve this matter promptly, or we shall reconsider our purchase here." Nana appeared flustered. Sir, perhaps you could choose another vehicle? This one has already been purchased by this lady. Are you jesting with me? He Xianyan exclaimed. She's test driving it. How could she have purchased it? Surely, you don't want to offend a customer? He pointed to another Porsche. Let her leave, and I'll buy both top-tier Porsches. Darling, you're so good to me. Feng Ye rejoiced, planting a kiss on He Xianyan's cheek, then casting a triumphant glance at Qinwan. You are my girlfriend. Who else would I treat well? He Xianyan said, wrapping his arm around Feng Ye's waist. However, Nana's ill-timed voice interrupted. I'm sorry, sir, but these two top-tier Porsches have been purchased by this lady. At this, Feng Ye could no longer contain herself and rushed toward Nana, grabbing her collar. Are you in league with Qinwan? I know her conditions well. How could she afford two cars? Together, they cost nearly 8 to 9 million. Nana hastily stepped back. I may not have been clear. A gentleman purchased these two cars, but he came here with Miss Qin. Just then, footsteps approached from behind. Nana turned and pointed. Look, here he is. Since he has emerged, it means he has completed the payment. Feng Ye looked up to see a tall, handsome man striding towards them. Exuding en extraordinary aura. Jealousy ignited within her. So that is how you can afford such luxury. You found a new boyfriend. Qinwan, you truly are a treasure hunter, aren't you? It's barely been a while since Jiang Tao's demise, and you've already latched onto a wealthy patron. How shameless. Suddenly, a resounding slap struck her face, the force causing her to stumble and fall. If you have the gall, repeat your words. Gu Feng's cold voice echoed from above. Feng Ye instinctively opened her mouth to retort, but upon meeting his frosty gaze, the words caught in her throat. Instead, she turned to He Xianyan, looking pitiful. Darling, he hit me. He Xianyan frowned, taking a moment before asking, You're Gu Feng? This caught Gu Feng off guard. You know me? My apologies for any offense. He Xianyan said, pulling Feng Ye away and heading toward the exit. Recently, the name Gu Feng had gained considerable notoriety in northern Yunnan. Even ahead of the third family, LV Hai had been killed by this infamous figure, and as a junior from the eighth family, He Xianyan dared not act rashly before Gu Feng. He had never encountered Gu Feng, but sensed an ominous presence earlier, prompting his caution. Just as they were about to leave the showroom, a staff member approached Gu Feng. I'm sorry, sir, but your card balance is insufficient. If you wish, we can arrange for installment or loan services. He Xianyan halted. You mean you're unable to afford the car? What? Are you offering to cover the difference? Gu Feng replied lightly. He had filled out the paperwork without inquiring about the price, simply handing over his salary card, which contained approximately 7 to 8 million, assuming it would suffice. But that was of no concern. He had another car from his mentor or could call Iran to settle the bill. Are you aware that the notorious Gu Feng owns an aircraft valued at 83 million? He Xianyan remarked, walking away with Feng Ye. So you, who cannot pay even a few million for a car, dare to impersonate Gu Feng. Gu Feng chuckled, and what of it? He Xianyan's eyes glinted dangerously as he spat on ground. Then immediately lick up that spit and apologize to my girlfriend, or I shall make you regret it. Not only had he struck his girlfriend, but he had also dared to impersonate Gu Feng, nearly deceiving him in the process. The humiliation of earlier flashed through his mind. He was He Xianyan, the young master of the eighth family in northern Yunnan. When had he ever been so ridiculed? Chapter 21. Nangang Xiao arrives in northern Yunnan. Feng Ye mimicked him, spitting on the ground. Qinwan, since your boyfriend must lick my boyfriend's spit, shouldn't you also lick mine clean? That way, you both would truly be a match. At this moment, she was in high spirits, having initially thought Qinwan had found another wealthy benefactor, only to discover he was merely a show-off. Huh, Qinwan, with Jiang Tao dead, you'll never hold your head high before me again. A cold glint flashed in Gu Feng's eyes, and just as he was about to act, a furious voice erupted. Unfilial son, what are you doing? He Xianyan turned to see his father, He Zhang, striding towards him. Dad, what are you doing here? He Xianyan was taken aback. He Zhang, visiting Fengrui car dealership to discuss business, had entered and immediately spotted his son. Without explanation, he raised his hand and slapped him. Infidèle son knid. He Caiyue, bewildered, responded, Dad, I haven't caused any trouble lately, have I? Not yet, but you're about to. He Zhang roared. Do you even know who he is? He Caiyue suddenly realized, Oh, Dad, don't worry, I'm being cautious. He's just a worthless bum. He just tried to trick me into believing he was Gu Feng, but I saw through his ruse. He Zhang, furious, shouted he is Gu Feng. Cease your jest, father. Gu Feng, a man of immense wealth. Could he truly be unable to afford a car worth a few million? Father, I understand your wish for me to be more discreet recently. However, this fellow is using a tiger's skin as a banner, and he even slapped you. I must teach him a lesson today and show him the might of He Xinyan. You are oblivious to your impending doom. He Zhang trembled with fury. He is Gu Feng. He did not deceive you. He Zhang, no longer wasting words on his son, the head of the 8th most prominent family in Dianbei, fell to his knees before Gu Feng. Mr. Gu, my son is unruly, and he has offended you. I am willing to apologize on his behalf. Please have mercy and spare my son. He then kowtowed 3 times, his forehead bleeding. On that day at the Imperial Sky Hotel, he had witnessed Gu Feng's fatal punch to the 2nd-star Master Lu Hai. He was well aware of the terror this demon possessed. For losing a game of chess, he had killed the Lu father and son. If he did not sincerely apologize now, his son would surely meet a gruesome end. The He family had only this one heir, and he was counting on him to carry on the family line. Gu Feng chuckled. An apology? Does your son not have a mouth of his own? He Zhang's heart skipped a beat, and he sternly rebuked, Disobedient son, kneel down at once. At this moment, He Xinyan realized the gravity of the situation. His father, who was always proud, would never kneel and kowtow unless he was utterly terrified. He quickly followed suit, kneeling and kowtowing to Gu Feng. Mr. Gu, I apologize. I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive me and let me go. He Zhang breathed a slight sigh of relief. Mr. Gu, is this satisfactory? Gu Feng replied indifferently. Not enough. Continue. He Zhang did not hesitate to command, and He Xinyan, without delay, continued to kowtow. As the bloodstains on the ground multiplied and his son's head was nearly broken, Gu Feng showed no sign of stopping. He Zhang grew anxious. Mr. Gu, is this enough now? Not enough, Gu Feng said, his hands behind his back, still indifferent. He Zhang took a deep breath and suddenly said to He Xinyan, You must bear the consequences of your actions. Lick up the spittle you spat out. What? He Xinyan's face changed. Licking his own spittle was too disgusting. However, looking at Gu Feng, who stood before him, a strange fear spread in his heart. After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth, changed from kneeling to lying down, and began to lick his own spittle. You too. He Zhang glared at Feng Yi. Lie down and lick. I won't, it's too disgusting. Before she could finish, He Zhang pressed her head down, forcing her pretty face into her own spittle. This scene shocked and nauseated Nana. She wanted to vomit, but, having received professional training, she managed to suppress it. At that moment, she heard Gu Feng's voice. Here is another card. Use it. She turned to see Gu Feng offering her a blood-red bank card. This bank card, blood-red, looked so sinister. What bank would issue such a card? Nana, while lost in thought, reached out to take the card. In a split second, He Zhang, in a frenzy, rushed over and shoved a bank card into Nana's hand. Use my money. Use my money. Gu Feng glanced at him. What do you mean by this? He Zhang hurriedly smiled. Today my son was blind and offended Mr. Gu. I will pay for these 2 Porsches as a token of my apology. Gu Feng smiled. You're quite perceptive. He Zhang quickly replied, Is only right. I hope Mr. Gu does not find it offensive. Very well. I accept the cars, but I have a word of advice for you. Gu Feng put the blood-red bank card back into his pocket. Do not feign submission. If you plot revenge against me, your Yi family will suffer a fate worse than the Lu family. He Zhang, drenched in sweat, said, Mr. Gu, with your unmatched prowess, even if I had 100 more lives, I would not dare to harbor any ill will towards you. Gu Feng said no more and left with Qin Wan and Gu Qingning. That night, at Dianbei International Airport, a private jet roared as it landed. As the cabin door opened, a robust middle-aged man, exuding a sharp aura, stepped out. Following him were over 20 armed and uniformed men. They walked steadily behind the middle-aged man, drawing the attention of many waiting passengers. Who is this? Such a grand display. It must be a movie. Guns are banned in the country. How could they parade with guns in public? They must be props. A passenger chimed in. You must be from out of town. Don't you know the 2nd son of the Nangong family, Nangong Shao? Haha, the Nangong family is the leading family in Dianbei, akin to a local emperor. Such a display is not unusual. Nangong Xiao, who has been fighting abroad, would not let his subordinates carry fake guns. That would be a disgrace. However, they usually do not act so brazenly. This time, they are probably after the demon Gu Feng. Gu Feng, with his audacity, has offended the Dianbei families. Now, he has provoked a true god of death. He will likely meet a gruesome end. Chapter 22, bringing Lu Kuang's head to pay homage to his mother. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, a graceful figure rushed over and threw herself into Nangong Xiao's arms, weeping bitterly. It was Lu Ji. Nangong Xiao stood like a statue, allowing Lu Ji to cry her heart out. After a long while, when her sobs subsided, he said, "Rest assured, my wife, I will not let your father and brother die in vain. I will capture Gu Feng and let you decide his fate." Lu Ji, sobbing, said, "One Gu Feng is not enough. I want all his loved ones to be buried with my father and brother." "Very well, as you wish," Nangong Xiao ordered. "Spread the word to the 10 Dianbei families. Anyone who provides Gu Feng's whereabouts will be rewarded with 80 million. Anyone who provides the whereabouts of Gu Feng's loved ones will also be rewarded with 80 million. A scar-faced man asked, "Master, should we spread the message throughout the city?" With such a tempting reward, all the people in Dianbei will be mobilized, and Gu Feng will have nowhere to hide. Nangong Xiao waved his hand. "No need. If the commotion is too great, Gu Feng might flee quietly, and then the game will be over." The subordinates received their orders and sprang into action. Lu Ji, leaning in Nangong Xiao's arms, asked, "Husband, you said you would arrive tomorrow. Why are you here tonight?" Nangong Xiao stroked her hair. "There were some matters to wrap up. But your matter is more important, so I put those aside." After a moment of silence, he gazed at the dark sky. "Gu Feng, Dianbei has not seen someone worth my personal attention in a long time. I hope you can last a bit longer in my hands, or it will not be as satisfying." The news of Nangong Xiao's return to Dianbei quickly spread among the upper echelons, and his reward stirred the 10 families. 80 million was a significant temptation for the less prominent families. For them, killing Gu Feng might be difficult, but tracking his and his loved one's whereabouts was a simpler task. The reward was too easy to earn, and with a bit of luck, they could earn several times that amount. Additionally, the 3rd-ranked Lu family, the 5th-ranked Zhang family, and the 7th-ranked Jiang family, even without the reward, would spare no effort to accomplish this task. At this moment, in the He family residence, during the New Year celebrations, He Xinyan and He Zhang were seated on the sofa. "Father, that Qin Luan is Gu Feng's girlfriend. Should we pay a visit to Nangong Xiao? Not only could we claim 80 million, but we could also vent our frustrations." No, He Zhang firmly rejected the idea. Gu Feng, despite his youth, has ascended to the position of warden at Longdao Prison. He is undoubtedly a formidable individual. We must not wade into these murky waters. Seeing the seriousness in his father's tone, He Xinyan abandoned the thought. "What are you afraid of?" Feng Ye emerged from the bedroom, having eavesdropped on their conversation. Impatiently, she interjected, "Nangong Xiao is so powerful. I've heard he brought a mercenary group of over 20 to Dianbei. Do you really think he can't take down Gu Feng?" Silence. He Zhang bellowed. "If it weren't for you stirring up trouble, I wouldn't have suffered nearly 1 million in losses, nor would my son have been humiliated in public. Do you wish to provoke Gu Feng further? Are you eager to see our family destroyed?" He Xinyan added, Yeah, be obedient. Your father would never harm us." Feng Ye sighed and began to walk outside. "Where are you going?" He Zhang shouted. "I'm going to buy some sanitary pads. My period just started," she replied softly before exiting. Once downstairs, she hailed a taxi and commanded, "To Nangong Mansion." With a smirk, she thought, having been humiliated during the day, she now had a chance for revenge. How could she let this opportunity slip away? "Qin Luan, Gu Feng, you think you can toy with me? I won't rest until I see you two pay for it." As for whether the He family would discover her betrayal, she was unconcerned. He Zhang and He Xinyan were merely frightened by Gu Feng. Once Gu Feng was gone, what did it matter if they knew she had betrayed them? They would not only absolve her, but likely commend her audacity. The car soon arrived at Nangong Mansion, and upon learning her purpose, the servants swiftly granted her entry. Feng Ye wasted no time in revealing Gu Feng's relationship with the girl. "Excellent. Do you know where she lives?" "Yes, she resides in the Sangdong district." "Good." Nangong Xiao stood up. "Once I capture Qin Luan, the 80 million will be deposited into your account without fail. May I make another request?" Feng Ye cautiously inquired. Nangong Xiao's expression remained impassive. I never imagined 80 million wouldn't satisfy your appetite. That's not it. I simply wish to accompany you. I want to witness Qin Wan's demise with my own eyes. Nangong Xiao regarded Feng Ye with keen interest. Time passed midnight, ushering in a new day, which also marked the anniversary of Qin Wan's mother's passing. Since she had died in the early hours, the memorial was held at dawn. Gu Feng loaded firecrackers, yellow paper, and offerings into the trunk of the car. The four of them settled in, with Gu Qingning at the wheel. Just as she was about to start the engine, Qin Wan suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to prepare tea." Aunt Kai had loved tea during her lifetime. Back at the Gu family, she enjoyed premium tiguanyin and biluo chun, but after moving to Dianbei, she settled for more ordinary varieties. This was the first year since her mother's death, and regardless of the tea's quality, it had to be present. What should we do? Gu Qingning asked softly. Qin Wan pondered for a moment. I remember the hot pot restaurant where you work has a 24-hour convenience store that sells tea. I'll go buy some. I'll go with you, Gu Feng offered. No need. Qin Wan waved him off. You and Qingning go ahead with my father first. I'll join you after I get the tea. It won't take long. With that, she opened the car door and jumped out. Aoyuan, you haven't driven in a while. Be careful on the road, Gu Qingning cautioned. Qin Wan rolled her eyes. Are you not the same? You be careful too. As she returned to the Qin family residence, she grabbed the car keys from her room. Suddenly remembering something, she slapped her forehead. I almost forgot. How could I go to my mother's grave without this? While speaking, she rummaged under her bed and unearthed an item, Lu Kuang's severed head. Although it had begun to emit an odor, Qin Wan was unfazed and tossed it into the trunk. Chapter 23. A special auction at that moment. The roar of engines and a flurry of footsteps echoed nearby. Qin Wan's heart raced as she instinctively reached to close the trunk. Baiyu. A silenced gunshot fired, sending a fleeting spark through the air. The bullet grazed Qin Wan's head, embedding itself into the wall of the courtyard. Dirt flew everywhere. Move again, and the next bullet goes in your head. Cold sweat dripped from Qin Wan as her heart raced. Complying, she raised her hands. Are you Qin Wan? A man clad in military green approached her, towering over her, exuding an intense pressure. Feng Ye jumped forward. Yes, that's her. Gu Feng's girlfriend. Qin Wan instinctively retorted. Who told you I was Gu Feng's girlfriend? Feng Ye struck Qin Wan across the face. What are you pretending for? This morning, you were so arrogant, but now that trouble has come. You want to distance yourself from Gu Feng? TSK. Qin Wan, you truly are the epitome of a gold digger. The slap felt gratifying, and Feng Ye was eager for more. Suddenly, a chill swept over her as she turned to meet Nangong Zhao's cold gaze. She instinctively recoiled and retreated behind him. At that moment, one of his subordinates retrieved Lu Kuang's head from the trunk. Boss, we have the head of Lu Xiao. Nangong Xiao remained expressionless. Excellent. It seems you indeed share a close relationship with Gu Feng. Take her away. As Qin Wan was escorted into the car, Nangong Xiao extended an invitation to the upper echelons of Dianbei. Have you heard? In half an hour, I will host a special auction at Zhengmao Auction House, featuring only one item. An auction at this hour? I really don't want to go. Not attend? Do you dare refuse Nangong Zhao's invitation? Are you seeking to have your head displayed at the Dianbei city gate tomorrow? Exactly. Besides, with all this commotion, it must relate to Gu Feng. It wouldn't hurt to catch the spectacle. In the dead of night, the once quiet streets of Dianbei were suddenly lined with luxury cars. Members from the 10 great families, as well as some lesser clans, all converged with a singular purpose, the Zhengmao Auction House. Zhengmao Auction House, the largest in Dianbei, belonged to the Yun family, the fourth of the great families. At this moment, it had been commandeered by Nangong Xiao. Inside, the hall was ablaze with light. Many spectators had already taken their seats, while armed guards flanked the sides, all loyal to Nangong Xiao. As the crowd began to settle, Nangong Xiao pressed his hands down, commanding silence. I have returned to Dianbei for a specific purpose. Gu Feng, the monster who murdered my wife's father and brother. In Dianbei, no one can provoke the Nangong family. Not even Gu Feng, whether he is a peak second-star master or a third-star master, nor even the warden of Longdao prison. A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd, with the Zhang and Jiang families voicing the loudest support. Zhang Ji's patriarch, Zhang Haogua, proclaimed, So, is it true that young Master Nangong has already captured this villain? Gu Feng? Nangong Xiao shook his head. There's no rush. What would be the point of killing Gu Feng so quickly? He clapped his hands. and two subordinates brought Qin Wan forward. At this moment, she was bound by chains, her clothes wrinkled and taut. Nangong Shao declared, "Gentlemen, I shall first eliminate each and every one of Gu Feng's loved ones, and finally, it will be Gu Feng's turn. Only then will my heart be pacified." After a brief pause, he continued, "Of course, I am well aware that many of you here harbor deep enmity towards Gu Feng. I cannot monopolize the vengeance. Hence, I have specially organized this auction. Qin Wan is the sole commodity of this auction. If you have enough money, you may indulge in trampling and defiling Gu Feng's girlfriend's body to your heart's content." A murmur of whispers immediately arose from the audience. After a while, Jiang Shiqin, the head of the Jiang family, remarked, "Young Master Nangong, can you not capture a few more? With just one Qin Wan, there is only enough to satisfy one person's anger." Nangong Shao chuckled. Although she's just one person, her body has many parts. "I must declare beforehand that Qin Wan's head is off limits. It is reserved for my wife to vent her anger. The other parts of her body are up for grabs. The human body has many components. There should be enough to go around." The audience could not help but feel a wave of revulsion. Goodness. They had initially thought Nangong Shao would auction off Qin Wan as a whole, but now it turned out he was auctioning off her body parts one by one. How ruthless. Indeed, he was a man who had seen real battle to come up with such a scheme. Qin Wan, already in a state of fear, turned deathly pale. The thought of her body parts being auctioned and then removed one by one was too terrifying. She would rather die than face such a fate. However, she was bound tightly with iron chains, unable to even take her own life. Soon, the auction officially began. The first item to be auctioned was Qin Wan's left hand. 500,000, 2 million. The audience, all wealthy individuals, with the 10 major families well represented, quickly bid up the price of Qin Wan's left hand to 5 million. In a corner of the audience, Peinan stared intently at Qin Wan and could not help but say, "Sister, should we bid on something for fun? After all, this is Gu Feng's girlfriend." Pei Hongtang replied, "I remember, after we left the Dianbei Hotel, you were so scared that you did not leave the house. And even had several servants guard your door at night. So, you're no longer afraid of Gu Feng?" Peinan retorted, "Why should I be afraid? With Nangong Shao here, Gu Feng won't last long." Pei Hongtang fell silent. Would Gu Feng really be defeated by Nangong Shao? To be honest, from the first day they met, Gu Feng had repeatedly shocked her. Each time, she thought Gu Feng was doomed, but he always overpowered his opponents with overwhelming strength. She had a hunch that even Nangong Shao might not be able to do anything to Gu Feng. She even felt an impulse to secretly call Gu Feng and tell him that Qin Wan had been captured and brought to the Zhengmao auction house. The clash between Gu Feng, who had stirred up a storm in Yunnan, and the second young master of the most renowned family in Yunnan, who was battle-hardened, would be a fierce one, who would emerge victorious in this head-on confrontation. "Gu Feng, will you surprise me once again?" A smile tugged at the corner of her lips as she took out her phone. Chapter 24. Let Qin Wan go, and I will pretend nothing happened. She had already investigated Gu Feng and naturally had his contact information. "Your girlfriend Qin Wan has been captured by Nangong Shao and brought to the Zhengmao auction house. Hurry over." She did not call, but sent a simple message. She was truly looking forward to the upcoming confrontation. "Gu Feng, this time it is different from the Jianbei Hotel. Nangong Shao is not only stronger, but he also holds a hostage. How will you turn the tide in such a desperate situation?" Pei Hongtang did not hold much hope for Gu Feng, but it did not matter. If he died, he died. If he could find a glimmer of hope in this dire situation, she could use this message to ask for a favor from Gu Feng. If he died, it would be as if nothing had happened. Of course, there was also the possibility that Gu Feng would not come at all. That would be the wise choice. On the other hand, Feng Yue, seeing the pale-faced Qin Wan on the stage, smiled smugly and went to the restroom. She directly called He Xinyan. "Husband, didn't you receive the news? Nangong Shao invited all the prominent figures in Yunnan to the Zhengmao auction house. 9 out of the 10 major families have arrived. Only our He family is missing." He Xinyan's voice came through. "Was Gu Feng captured?" "No, it's Qin Wan. Young Master Nangong said he would slowly torture Gu Feng. And today, it starts with his girlfriend. Right now, several people are bidding for Qin Wan's left hand. I heard that you led Nangong Shao to capture her." He Xinyan said. "Yes." Feng Yue proudly said. "How about that? Am I impressive?" But before she could finish, He Xinyan interrupted. "Father and I have packed our things and are preparing to leave Yunnan to avoid the storm. You are on your own. Good luck." The line went dead. Feng Yue was stunned. Then furious, "What? Are you too crazy? Nangong Xiao has brought back a mercenary army, and now has Gu Feng's girlfriend in his grasp. Do you really need to be so afraid? And to run away? With such cowardice? I really doubt how you two managed to get into the top 10 families in Yunnan." She sullenly returned to her seat and glared at Qin Wan. If Nangong Xiao's promised 80 million had arrived, she would have participated in the bidding. She would have liked to play with Qin Wan's body parts right in front of her. As time passed, the atmosphere of the auction grew increasingly heated. Qin Wan's limbs had already been auctioned off, including some of her organs, which now had new owners. The most aggressive bidders were, of course, the Zhang and Jiang families. Zhang Haogua spent 10 million to get Qin Wan's hands. Jiang Shiqin had acquired one of Qin Wan's legs and 2 of her kidneys. If I remember correctly, the last organ, her heart, is still up for grabs. I want it, and I don't want anyone to compete with me. I'll be very upset if you do, Jiang Shiqin announced after winning another part. Nangong Xiao raised a finger and shook it. No. Qin Wan's heart is reserved for my wife. So the auction ends here. But don't worry, I heard that Gu Feng has a sister. Tomorrow, I will bring her here. Those who did not get their fill today can continue tomorrow. Cheers erupted from the audience. So, the first cut on Qin Wan must be made by my wife. After she vents her anger on her face, those who have won the parts can come up on stage to collect them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiqin and Zhang Haogua were both extremely excited. This meant they could personally cut off Qin Wan's limbs. One of them had a son who died, and the other son was still in the hospital, his fate uncertain. Now, being able to cut into Gu Feng's girlfriend was a form of revenge for them. Ignoring the murmurs, Nangong Xiao beckoned to Lu Ji in the audience. "Wife, come up on stage." Lu Ji's lips curled into a cruel smile as she lifted the hem of her expensive dress and walked towards the stage. Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the entrance of the auction hall. "I think that is unnecessary." The once noisy hall fell silent. Everyone turned to see Gu Feng, the man who had stirred up a storm in Yunnan, walking towards the stage. He had come alone to the gathering. TSK, Nangong Xiao sighed. "Your information is quite accurate. I was planning to leave Qin Wan's heart at your doorstep tomorrow morning. Now, you can take it home directly, saving me the trip." He had already seen Gu Feng's picture and recognized him at once. Gu Feng said, "Release Qin Wan, and I will pretend that nothing happened tonight." Even with Nangong Xiao's experience, he was taken aback by these words. Then he burst into laughter. "Ha. Gentlemen, did you hear what he said?" The gentlemen in the hall were all laughing. Is Gu Feng mad? If I were not a native of northern Yunnan, I might have thought he was the young master of the most prominent family in the region. To still dare to speak so arrogantly at this moment? He truly thinks he is something. If it were me, I would have already knelt before young Master Nangong, begging for forgiveness. Although I might not escape death, my family might be spared. Nangong Xiao stopped laughing. "Gu Feng, in fact, I can let Qin Wan go, but on one condition. You must sever your own arms." As he walked, Gu Feng replied indifferently, "If I sever my own arms, would I not be doomed to die? You came here tonight, so you certainly cannot leave alive. But as clan leader Zhang just said, you may die, but your girlfriend can live," Nangong Xiao replied. "She is not my girlfriend, and I do not have a girlfriend. You have captured the wrong person." Gu Feng took a step forward. "It doesn't matter," Nangong Xiao shook his head. "The fact that you came here shows that you care about her, and that is enough." As he spoke, he flashed to Qin Wan's side, pressing a sharp knife against her delicate neck. "And if you dare to take another step, I will kill her immediately." Gu Feng frowned. He had been using the opportunity to speak to get closer to the stage. With just a few more steps, he could make his move. Whether it was to kill Nangong Xiao on the spot or to rescue Qin Wan, the initiative was in his hands. However, it was clear that Nangong Xiao was no fool. "Threatening me with a woman, is that all you can do?" Gu Feng sneered. "Ha. Nangong Xiao laughed. "Do you think I am afraid of you? Gu Feng, I admit you are strong, but in front of me, you are not much. I am using Qin Wan to threaten you only because I fear you might not listen and insist on coming up to fight me. I do not hold back. And if I accidentally kill you, it would be too boring, wouldn't it?" Chapter 25. Qin Wan's disfigurement. Gu Feng placed his hands behind his back, and a cold, formidable aura poured out. The temperature in the air around him instantly dropped by several degrees. "If you so desperately want my hands, why don't you come and take them yourself? Iron Tower, go and take Gu Feng's hands," Nangong Xiao commanded. Behind him, a man nearly 2 meters tall emerged from the shadows. His physique was as sturdy as his codename, like a towering iron tower. His biceps bulged with explosive power. as if a single punch could shatter the marble floor. The crowd murmured in surprise. Iron Tower! It's Iron Tower! Young Master Nangong has brought Iron Tower back to northern Yunnan. He is his right-hand man. It is said that Iron Tower became a 3-star master last year and wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Gu Feng is also a 3-star master, but there are differences among them. Gu Feng's small frame is likely to be crushed by a few punches from Iron Tower. Amid the murmurs, Iron Tower moved forward like a steel wall. The entire hall seemed to tremble, and the chandeliers above swayed. In an instant, this behemoth was already in front of Gu Feng. His massive hand reached out, grabbing for Gu Feng's arm. At that moment, Gu Feng twisted like a ghost, dodging the grab and simultaneously clenching his fingers. He delivered a powerful punch to Iron Tower's chest. Boom! The punch was like striking a giant ancient bell, producing a resounding echo. Everyone's eardrums were ringing. Iron Tower's dark face turned pale. In that moment of daze, Gu Feng delivered a seemingly ordinary slap to his broad shoulder. This slap caused Iron Tower's towering, muscular body to sink. His legs bent, and he felt his knees. The expensive marble floor cracked, and blood seeped from his knees, spreading through the cracks. At the same time, Gu Feng produced a small knife, which he pressed against Iron Tower's neck. Nan Gong Xiao, Iron Tower is your right-hand man. I will exchange his life for Qin Wan's. How about it? The crowd was shocked. What was happening? In just 2 moves? The 3-star master Iron Tower was subdued by Gu Feng, with no chance to retaliate. How strong was Gu Feng? Could he have reached the peak of 3-star master? He was only in his 20s, right? How could he be so powerful? Gu Feng, you have truly surprised me. In your 20s, you have already reached the peak of 3-star master. At your age, I was still playing in the mud, exchanging the life of my useless subordinate for your girlfriend's life. I think it's a fair deal. How about we both make a move? He turned the sharp knife, and with a sizzle, he slashed Qin Wan's delicate face, drawing a terrifying wound. Blood spurted out. Ah! Qin Wan screamed, her body trembling violently, the chains clinking. Gu Feng, don't worry about me, run. Lu Kuang is already dead, and my life has been worth it. You cannot die here. You still have a great vengeance to avenge. Qin Wan was terrified, but she did not want to die. She knew that even if Gu Feng cut off his own arms, Nangong Xiao would not spare her. In that case, not only would she die, but Gu Feng would also die with her. It was better for Gu Feng to abandon her and leave for now, at least to find a chance to avenge her. And if Gu Feng died here today, her father and Qing Ning would not escape Nangong Xiao's clutches. Ha ha ha. Nangong Xiao laughed maniacally. So touching, really touching. Your girlfriend's self-sacrifice is truly moving. He slashed Qin Wan's face again. I couldn't resist another cut. By the way, why haven't you made your move yet? Hurry up and give Iron Tower a few cuts. That would be fair. We agreed to do it together. Gu Feng frowned. You win. He kicked Iron Tower's back, and the 2-meter-tall giant flew like a cannonball towards the stage. Nangong Xiao sneered. Gu Feng, I have fought in many battles and can handle a young upstart like you. Iron Tower was an early 3-star master, one of his top fighters, and had been by his side for years. He was truly his right-hand man. Nangong Xiao did not care about Iron Tower's life as much as he appeared. He was secretly pleased, but suddenly his face changed. Gu Feng had appeared behind Lu Ji, a knife at her throat. Damn, I fell for it. Gu Feng had pretended to surrender, using Iron Tower's flying body as cover. The moment Iron Tower landed, he had already taken Lu Ji hostage. Nangong Xiao's eyes darkened. He had thought Gu Feng was just a young, somewhat capable fighter, but he was much more cunning. Without hesitation, Gu Feng slashed Lu Ji's face twice. The famous beauty of northern Yunnan was now disfigured. Gu Feng, you are courting death. Nangong Xiao roared. Do you know that with one command from me, you will be riddled with bullets? Great. Gu Feng sneered, the blood-stained knife at Lu Ji's throat. Let us see if your guns are faster or my knife is faster. Seeing that Nangong Xiao did not respond, Gu Feng continued. Nangong Xiao, you disfigured Qin Wan, and I disfigured your wife. It's fair. I will release Qin Wan if you release your wife. I promise that if you do, I will let tonight's events go unpunished. Let tonight's events go unpunished? Nangong Xiao's eyes seemed to be on fire. What kind of person are you to speak so arrogantly? Sizzle. Gu Feng slashed Lu Ji's face again. I shall not waste any more words on you. If you continue to dawdle, I will kill her. You wouldn't want your son to be born without a mother, would you? Such audacity. Such extreme audacity. Gu Feng had come to this place expecting a deadly trap. Yet, who could have imagined that he would turn the tables and take control. You. Nangong Zhao's veins throbbed with anger, and his usually bright eyes were now bloodshot. Despite his rage, his mind raced, searching for a way out. He certainly did not want his son to be born without a mother, but with Lu Ji disfigured. He was loath to let Gu Feng and Qin Wan escape. Gu Feng did not give Nangong Zhao a moment to breathe. I will give you 1 minute to think. If you do not accept my proposal, I will kill your wife. After all, this was Nangong Zhao's domain. Delay could lead to unforeseen changes. Chapter 26. Lu Ji dead. Nangong Zhao's gaze was dark and uncertain. Gu Feng chuckled lightly. Lu Ji, it seems your husband does not love you as much as you thought. He is still hesitating at a time like this. Lu Ji was also becoming fearful. Though she was consumed with hatred and a desire for vengeance after being disfigured by Gu Feng, now was not the time for such thoughts. Only by staying alive could she exact her revenge. She could not die here. She was not worried that Nangong Zhao would abandon her, for they had been a loving couple for many years. However, she could not risk Nangong Zhao coming up with some reckless plan to both save her and capture Gu Feng. Husband, don't be rash. Gu Feng is a madman. He is capable of anything. First, agree to his terms. I cannot trade my life for Qin Wan's. Seeing that Nangong Zhao was still silent, she added urgently, Husband, our son is waiting for me to feed him. Hearing this, Nangong Zhao's expression finally wavered. He sighed softly. Very well, Gu Feng. Today, you have the upper hand. But next time, you will not be so fortunate. Very well. First, have your men withdraw. Gu Feng was no fool. With these armed mercenaries present, it would be difficult to leave with Qin Wan even if he had her. Everyone, follow my command and withdraw from the Zhengmao auction house. Nangong Zhao ordered, snapping his fingers. The mercenaries began to file out, their eyes still full of murderous intent as they glanced at Gu Feng. At that moment, Gu Feng's keen senses detected a faint sound, the sound of a bullet being fired. Someone had set up a sniper in the darkness, and the bullet was aimed directly at the back of his head. Almost instinctively, Gu Feng threw Lu Ji behind him. Puffed. Lu Ji felt a sharp pain in her chest. She looked down in disbelief, seeing blood gushing from her chest. Was she dead? Her pupils dilated, and her body fell limply to the marble floor with a dull thud. No one had expected this, and all eyes turned to Lu Ji's lifeless body. Nangong Zhao's wife dead? After a moment, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from Nangong Zhao. Ji-er! He rushed to Lu Ji's body, shaking her desperately. But Lu Ji could not respond. How could this be? Why? When Gu Feng had taken Lu Ji hostage, his sniper had already retreated to the shadows, setting up his weapon. The snap of his fingers was the signal for the sniper to fire. He had thought the shot would end Gu Feng, but Gu Feng's reaction was faster than the bullet. Fire! 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 He roared. In his life, when had he ever suffered such a loss? Gu Feng, you will not leave here alive. After you die, I will capture your sister and make her suffer the most cruel torments this world has to offer. Bang! 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 As he gave the order, the mercenaries opened fire, targeting Gu Feng. But Gu Feng had already used the opportunity to carry Qin Wan on his back. He dodged and weaved, moving like a ghost, evading the hail of bullets as he made for the second floor. Nangong Zhao, you are becoming more and more audacious. To bring so many firearms into Dianbei, are you planning a rebellion? Just as Gu Feng reached the corner of the second floor, a sharp and clear female voice rang out from the entrance of the Zhengmao auction house. A woman in a military green coat walked in, followed by dozens of armed guards. Everyone was shocked. Du Huakai had arrived. Du Huakai, the governor of Dianbei, oversaw all matters in the region. If the Nangong family were the local emperors, then Du Huakai was the true emperor of Dianbei, wielding real power. Governor Du Nangong Zhao's eyes were red. Bringing firearms into the territory was my mistake. Once I deal with Gu Feng, I will personally go to the governor's mansion to atone for my sins. Audacity! Du Yeqihuad. Committing violence in front of this governor? What do you take the governor's mansion for? Governor Du, my wife was killed. Can I not seek revenge? I see. But this governor will seek justice for you according to the laws of Shenlong. Nangong Zhao and Du Huakai locked eyes, and he spoke slowly. It's a minor matter. No need for the governor to trouble herself. I can handle it. Du Huatsai's face turned cold. Nangong Zhao, are you challenging this governor's authority? I order you to have your men lay down their weapons immediately, or I will have them all executed without mercy. Everyone was taken aback. In the past, Unless the actions of the 10 great families were extremely egregious, the governor's mansion would usually turn a blind eye. Why was she suddenly taking such a hard stance, especially against the Nangong family? Nangong Xiao was furious, but he had to swallow his anger. Considering her status, since the governor wishes to handle this, I have nothing more to say. That demon Gu Feng has taken his girlfriend to the second floor. Du Huakai ordered her guards. 5 of you, bring Gu Feng down. No need. I surrender. Gu Feng suddenly walked down from the second floor. Qin Wan's face was filled with anxiety. Wasn't this like a lamb walking into a tiger's den? Although Governor Du seemed upright and would handle the case fairly. And Lu Ji's death was not Gu Feng's doing. He had killed many people in Dianbei before, enough to be executed dozens of times. Are you mad? Gu Feng smiled, but said nothing, carrying Qin Wan as he walked toward Du Huakai. He had intended to escape by jumping out a second-floor window, but a chilling sensation had come from his pocket. He reached in and found the Dragon God token, cold to the touch. His master had told him that the token would react when he met his senior sister. Nangong Zhao's eyes, filled with malevolent intent, glared at Gu Feng, as if he could devour him. Governor Du, notify me when Gu Feng's execution is to take place. With that, Nangong Xiao prepared to leave. But Du Huakai said coldly, did I say you could leave? Nangong Xiao was taken aback. Governor, is there something else? This case involves you. You must come to the governor's mansion with me to assist in the investigation. Without giving Nangong Xiao a chance to speak, she ordered her guards to disarm the mercenaries and took Nangong Xiao, Gu Feng, and Qin Wan away from the Zhongmao auction house. As they left, the Dianbei elites in the hall burst into a flurry of discussion. What's going on? Governor Du rarely gets involved in such matters. Why is she doing this today? It must be because of Gu Feng. He's been causing chaos in Dianbei. As the governor, she has to deal with such a major incident. If she doesn't, the higher-ups will have to step in. That makes sense, but why take Nangong Xiao as well? I thought the Nangong family had a good relationship with the governor's mansion. Chapter 27. Captain of the governor's personal guard, it's clear, isn't it? She's just putting on a show. Nangong Xiao brought so many firearms into the territory, and with so many witnesses, Governor Du has to make a show of it. Everyone found this sentiment quite reasonable. It was likely that Governor Du would only impose a token punishment on Nangong Xiao, while Gu Feng was clearly destined for death. In an instant, whether they were mere spectators or those with deep-seated grudges against Gu Feng, all felt a sense of lamentation. Pei Hongtang was no exception. In just a few days, Gu Feng had stirred a tempest of bloodshed in the northern part of Yunnan. The signs of the 10 great families had suffered casualties, with some dead and others wounded, all living in fear. Even Nangong Xiao of the first family could not gain any advantage before Gu Feng. Gu Feng, with your innate talent, if only you could act with a bit more discretion and maintain a steadier temperament, your future would be immeasurable. What a pity. In the prison of the Yunnan governor's office, within a spacious cell, several inmates were eagerly surrounding a middle-aged man, offering massages and back rubs. Their sycophantic praises ringing in the air. Captain Rome, it is truly our honor to share a cell with you. Thanks to your influence, our meals have improved significantly over the past half-month. You must eat first. We are only worthy of your leftovers. Rong Cheng was the captain of the governor's personal guard, but due to a minor infraction, he had been confined to the prison for half a month by Governor Du. Naturally, the inmates feared and sought to curry favor with him. While Rong Cheng enjoyed the inmate services and savored his meal, the prison door swung open. 2 men were brought in, and upon recognizing one of them, Rong Cheng was taken aback. Nangong brother, when did you return to Yunnan? Did you come specifically to see me? Rest assured, I'll be out by tomorrow, and we can go to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion together. Although Nangong Xiao rarely returned to Yunnan, he always made it a point to meet with Rong Cheng when he did and occasionally presented him with various precious gifts. Hence, Rong Cheng held a very favorable impression of Nangong Xiao. Nangong Xiao replied, Captain Rong, I fear I will not be able to join you for drinks at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion tomorrow. Rong Cheng was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. Nangong brother, you wouldn't mean to say. Nangong Xiao continued, someone has killed Lu Hai and Lu Kuang. As you know, my wife is from the Lu family, and with her father and brother deceased, I must seek vengeance for her. The situation has escalated somewhat, which is why Governor Du summoned me here to cool off. Rong Cheng was astonished. Who dares to lay a hand on someone from the third-grade family? If you were to take care of that scoundrel once I am out, I will make sure he regrets ever being born. I would have relished the opportunity to eliminate that fiend myself, but alas, Governor Du arrived just in time, and I had not yet acted. However, he assured me that this matter would be handled justly. That scoundrel won't last long. Rongcheng nodded, shifting his gaze from Nangong Xiao to Gu Feng. Nangong, brother, is this your new subordinate? His demeanor seems quite formidable. He must possess considerable skill. Yes? Nangong Zhao's voice lowered. He is Gu Feng, the one who killed my father-in-law and brother-in-law. Tonight, he even personally took my wife's life. What? Rongcheng stared at Gu Feng in disbelief. Gu Feng chuckled lightly. Nangong Xiao, I own up to my actions. But your wife's death was clearly It seems that the governor would not mind letting Gu Feng vent his frustrations. In the hall, only Gu Feng and Du Huakai remained. The two exchanged glances, and Du Huakai spoke first. Gu Feng, you possess quite the audacity to impersonate the warden of Longdao Prison. Gu Feng smiled. Senior sister, I did not impersonate anyone. Preposterous. Du Huakai retorted. How dare you attempt to be familiar with me? Do I not know that I have a junior brother? Gu Feng produced the Dragon God token, saying in your absence from Longdao these past years, there are many matters you may not be aware of. I present this as proof. As he spoke, the Dragon God token was tossed towards Du Huakai. The moment it landed in her palm, she recognized its authenticity. She had previously dripped blood on the token and could easily discern its genuineness. Yet, her expression remained stern. Even with the Dragon God token, you cannot prove your position as the warden of Longdao Prison. Who knows whether you stole this token or acquired it through other means? Although her master presided over Longdao Prison, and the Dragon God token would unlikely fall into another's hands unless willingly given, the gravity of the situation warranted caution. In truth, her substantial action stemmed from hearing that Gu Feng was the warden. Being from Longdao Prison herself, she understood well who its true master was. Anyone daring to impersonate the warden would naturally need to be confronted. Otherwise, a mere Gu Feng could be easily slain by Nangong Xiao, and she would not have given it a second thought. Gu Feng remained unfazed, retrieving several letters from his bosom and producing one with Du written on the cover. Handing it to Du Huakai. My master instructed me to present this letter upon encountering you. Du Huakai accepted the letter with skepticism and began to read it closely. Halfway through, a smile graced her lips. The handwriting indeed belonged to her master, Tang Waner. The old man truly does not keep his word. Years ago, he expelled us from Longdao Prison, declaring he would never take disciples again, yet secretly took in a junior brother. She grasped Gu Feng's hand. Come. Hurry and take a bath. You are covered in blood. It's quite unbecoming. Upon reaching the second floor, she pointed to the left. The bathroom is over there. Go wash up while I find you some clothes. Gu Feng nodded in agreement, as he was indeed uncomfortable with the blood of LG and Qin Luan clinging to him. However, upon entering the bathroom, he was taken aback. The decor was imbued with a distinctly feminine essence. Even the tiles adorning the floor and walls were a soft pink. More crucially, various articles of women's intimate clothing hung within, overwhelming to behold. He stepped back. Senior sister, is there another bathroom? No, I live alone in the governor's mansion, and the servants reside outside. Why would I need multiple bathrooms? What, are you too good to use the one I have? Gu Feng quickly clarified. It's not that. It's just, as a man, it feels rather odd to shower in here. Moreover, senior sister, we have only just recognized each other, and you seem rather bold. However, before he could finish, Du Huakai interrupted, then hurry and wash. I have not heard news from Longdao Prison in ages, primarily because Master forbade inquiries. When you emerge, we shall discuss it thoroughly. With no choice left, Gu Feng steeled himself and entered the bathroom. As the sound of running water echoed from within, Du Huakai reflected on her master's words from the letter. Gu Feng is a rare, true dragon saint body. Indeed, the letter contained only this single line, yet stirred her heart profoundly. The seven sisters had grown up in Longdao Prison and were expelled by their master due to their respective calamities. Previously, the master had tried various methods to no avail, ultimately sending them away to seek the true dragon saint body, as only this could resolve their calamities. Ever since becoming the governor of Yunnan, she had been searching for the true dragon saint body, but alas, she had found no leads until now. Her junior brother was indeed the true dragon saint body. With him present, she would no longer need to worry daily about her own calamities. However, having just reunited, would it be too presumptuous to request he yield his yang essence? She pondered for a moment, then an idea struck her. She rushed into her bedroom, shedding her military coat and rummaging through her wardrobe for suitable attire. Just as Gu Feng was finishing his shower, he heard the doorknob of the bathroom jiggle. Moments later, the disgruntled voice of Du Huakai reached him. Junior brother, are you guarding against thieves in there? Why'd you lock the bathroom door? Senior sister, what is it? Du Huakai replied, what else could it be? Quickly open the door. I have found a set of clothes for you. You could just leave them outside. I'll just let you open a crack. What? Do you think I want to peek at you? I am the governor, and I have no interest in men. Besides, you are my junior brother. What harm is there in a glance? Fine. The clothes are at the door. Remember to wear them. As if I have a choice but to wear them? Chapter 29. The Yellow Dragon's Exploration Technique. Dressed and feeling refreshed, Gu Feng was momentarily stunned upon seeing Du Huakai seated on the sofa. Earlier, she had donned a military coat, long trousers, and boots, exuding an air of authority. Now, she wore a light yellow short skirt that barely covered her knees, her elegant legs gracefully aligned, with the hem of her skirt caught in between. Her delicate collarbone was partially obscured by cascading black hair, hinting at its beauty. A smile graced her face, even more enchanting than LG's. In mere minutes, Du Huakai had transformed from the imposing governor to the gentle demeanor of a neighborly sister. Junior brother, how long do you intend to stare at me? Du Huatsai's soft voice broke the silence. Gu Feng snapped back to reality, slightly embarrassed. I never imagined someone like you would wear such a sweet short skirt. Do you think I enjoy wearing that unattractive, suffocating military coat? But in my position, I must maintain an image in front of others. However, since you are my junior brother, I can dress more casually. She patted the sofa. Come, sit beside me and tell me about the happenings on Longdao. Gu Feng settled next to Du Huakai, gathering his thoughts before recounting his experiences since being taken to Longdao prison. In truth, there was little to share. Most of his time was spent training, with only sporadic management of inmates during his leisure. In just a couple of hours, he recounted 5 years' worth of experiences. He also informed Du Huakai about their master's passing 2 years prior. Surprisingly, Du Huakai did not react with the anticipated sorrow. As she said, everyone must face death. Moreover, the old man lived for over 100 years. He passed away peacefully, which is a good thing. No need for sadness. Gu Feng was taken aback. Having never known the master's age, he was astonished to learn he was over 100. Then, does that mean my master must be at least 80 or 90? He pondered. That cannot be. She appears to be a beautiful woman in her 30s. Suddenly, Du Huakai interjected, Junior brother, after 5 years of hard training. What is your current level of prowess? Well, I'm not entirely sure. My master mentioned that in this vast world, few can rival me. Gu Feng replied candidly. Du Huakai rose. Come, let me test your strength. But, I fear I may injure you. Do you think I attain the position of governor without merit? I am the pinnacle of combat capability in Yunnan. Go on, show me what you're capable of. With no other option, Gu Feng stood as well. Without further ado, Du Huakai launched a swift kick aimed at Gu Feng's head. Caught off guard by her sudden aggression, he realized she had no intention of holding back. In a moment of distraction, the graceful leg was already within reach. His gaze sharpened, and his arm was swiftly raised. With a gentle twist, her delicate form spun in midair, tilting backward as if to fall. Impressive, remarked. Just as she was about to touch the ground, suddenly, her abdomen contracted, propelling her body upward in an instant, delivering a punch toward Gu Feng. Though her fist was not large, it was imbued with tremendous force. In that very moment, the energy radiated outward, sending decorative items on the coffee table flying, crashing to the floor with a loud clatter. Gu Feng responded with a punch of his own. He initially intended to meet Du Huatsai's strike head-on, but feared injuring his senior sister. In the blink of an eye, he adjusted his fist slightly to the left. The next moment, he felt as if he had struck a mound of cotton. Du Huakai was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the dining table. The immense force caused the table to slide across the floor until it finally halted against the sturdy wall. Gu Feng's expression changed, and he hurried to assist his senior sister. Junior brother, can't you be a little gentler? Senior sister, didn't you claim to be the top combatant in Yunnan North? That's why I used all my strength. In reality, fearing for Du Huatsai's safety, Gu Feng had only utilized 50% of his power. Given her self-proclaimed status as the pinnacle of strength in Yunnan North, he believed they would be evenly matched. Who knew that this so-called top combatant could not even withstand his half-hearted effort? However, he knew better than to voice this thought. Otherwise, his senior sister would lose face. You truly lack the sensitivity to cherish a lady, Du Huakai huffed. Gu Feng awkwardly rubbed his nose. Fortunately, Du Huakai let the matter drop after her brief complaint. Has Master taught you the Yellow Dragon acupressure technique? Gu Feng replied, I have mastered it. The Yellow Dragon acupressure technique is a therapeutic massage method capable of resolving most ailments when perfected. Now that you've injured me, you must heal me, Du Huakai insisted. Of course, he replied. Du Huakai took his hand and led him into her bedroom, then lay back, inviting him come on. Gu Feng felt a moment of embarrassment as he gazed at her ample figure. Senior sister, you can just lie face down. I was struck on the front. Why should I lie face down? Du Reki questioned, clearly displeased. Senior sister, your injury is internal. Lying face down works just the same, and it allows me easier access. Besides, though she appeared somewhat disheveled, he had only used half of his strength, and her injuries were not severe. In truth, given her prowess, a few days of rest would suffice for her recovery. However, since she requested his treatment, he could not refuse. Reluctantly, Du Huakai turned over. Gu Feng approached, placing his hands on the fabric of her short skirt. Even through the material, he could feel the softness and delicacy of her skin. He marveled at how she maintained such flawless skin, seemingly better than that of an 18-year-old maiden, despite being a martial artist. As he pondered, his fingers began to move. With each motion, Du Huakai felt a warm current flow within her, as if her internal organs were being bathed in soothing spring water. A glint of mischief sparkled in her beautiful eyes as she let out a few playful hums. Gu Feng found himself slightly flustered. Senior sister, could you be a bit quieter? It's distracting, but doesn't it feel pleasant? What can I do? Besides, I haven't made any strange noises, so why are you distracted? She retorted, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Junior brother, quickly relinquish your yang essence. Once the calamity passes, I shall no longer be bound. Chapter 30. Regardless of the consequences, senior sister will bear it all for you. Gu Feng, oblivious to Du Huatsai's thoughts, continued his ministrations. The Tianyin dragon god technique circulating quietly within him. Soon, the restless blood settled, and his mastery of the yellow dragon acupressure technique deepened. Though Du Huakai had anticipated further actions from him, she found his technique undeniably soothing. Even the chaotic thoughts in her mind began to fade, allowing her to enjoy a moment of comfort and tranquility. Her eyelids grew heavier. When Gu Feng finally ceased, Du Huakai had completely succumbed to sleep, her breathing steady and a smile lingering on her rosy lips. Gu Feng tucked her in, then settled himself in a chair, closing his eyes to meditate and cultivate quietly. Rongcheng had waited outside the hall for an entire night. In the early hours, exhaustion finally overcame him, and he leaned against a wall for a brief rest. However, upon awakening, the double doors of the hall remained firmly shut. Frowning, he inquired of the guard at the door, has Governor Du not emerged yet? Receiving a negative answer, he pressed, what about Gu Feng? Has he come out? No. The guard replied, how is that possible? Even if Governor Du intends to reprimand Gu Feng, she would keep him there for an entire night. The second floor of the governor's residence was where Du Huakai conducted her affairs. Although she welcomed guests, she had never kept anyone inside for a whole night, let alone a man. As his mind raced, he suddenly thought it ill of the situation and rushed toward the interior. The guard's expressions changed. Captain Rong, you must not. The governor has decreed that no one may enter without her command. Rongcheng shouted urgently, step aside. Governor Du is likely in danger. He understood that this thought was somewhat absurd. After all, Du Huakai was the governor of Yunnan North, her personal strength unquestionable. Yet Gu Feng was no ordinary individual. He had the ability to strike down a two-star master with a single blow and could escape from the barrels of countless guns. Who could ascertain the extent of his power? The governor would never allow any man to linger in her residence for an entire night. It was entirely feasible that Gu Feng had taken lethal action. The guards were taken aback. That's impossible. There's nothing impossible. Gu Feng is a madman. You know how many people he has killed. He is capable of anything. The guards' faces turned pale. Their governor couldn't have silently perished. Could she? They quickly moved aside. Rongcheng dashed inside, taking the lead. Upon entering the hall, he found it eerily empty, and his heart sank. He rushed to the second floor without hesitation. The second floor parlor was in disarray, cups and dishes shattered on the floor, a scene of chaos. Rongcheng's heart plummeted further. Governor! Governor! He called out while opening door after door upstairs. He had never been to the second floor and had no knowledge of which room belonged to Du Huakai. So he had to search each room individually. What are you doing so early in the morning? Suddenly, a cold voice came from the opposite room. Rong Chung turned to see Governor Du emerging from a room across the way. Governor, you're unharmed. That's wonderful. I thought he couldn't finish his sentence. Sensing that something was off about Du Huakai today, he scrutinized her closely, and his eyes widened in shock. The governor was actually wearing a short skirt? What was happening? He had followed her for years, and she had always donned military attire. Was the sun rising in the west today? Or perhaps the governor maintained a facade of authority while harboring a youthful heart within. What's wrong? Just then, a voice emerged from Du Huatsai's room, and Gu Feng stepped out. Rong Cheng's eyes widened to an almost comical degree, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. What was happening? Why was Gu Feng emerging from the governor's room? Had they spent the entire night together in her chamber? Glancing again at Du Huatsai's pale, yellow short skirt, an audacious thought surged in his mind. But how could this be possible? Du Huakai was the governor of northern Yunnan, a figure of immense power and influence. Gu Feng, on the other hand, was merely a prisoner. It seemed impossible for these two to ever be in the same room. Leave, and do not enter here without my permission, Du Huakai said. She knew Rong Chung was concerned for her safety, and thus, she did not punish him. Yes. Rong Chung, not daring to say more, quickly left. Du Huakai, somewhat annoyed, entered the kitchen. She had fallen asleep unknowingly the previous night, wasting a golden opportunity. But it was no use dwelling on it now. As she prepared breakfast for Gu Feng, she discussed recent events in northern Yunnan. Little brother, you've caused quite a stir in northern Yunnan, she said. Gu Feng smiled wryly. If I had known you were the governor, I would have been more cautious. I've caused so many deaths. I hope I haven't made things too difficult for you. The 10 great families are nothing to me. In my territory, you can do as you please. Even if you had wiped out the entire 10 great families, it would not matter, she replied. I haven't gone that far. Each person I killed had a reason. If you wish to hear, I can explain, Gu Feng said. He never cared about others' opinions, but his sister was different. Du Huakai, however, gently placed her slender finger on his lips and said softly, Little brother, do as you wish. No matter the consequences, I will bear them for you. Gu Feng was speechless, touched by her words. Although they were nominally siblings, they had only met for the first time the previous day. Du Huakai, sensing his thoughts, said, You are the only male disciple of our master. Now that he has passed on and our master's wife is guarding the Dragon Island, it is our duty as your sisters to dote on you. Do you want to kill Nan Gongxiao yourself? Yes, Gu Feng replied without hesitation. If he had not arrived in time, Qin Wan would have been killed. Du Huakai nodded and called Rong Chung back. Rong Chung, assist Gu Feng in whatever he needs to do. Do you understand? Rong Chung knelt on one knee. Yes, ma'am. Du Huakai then said to Gu Feng, Go and take care of your business. Afterward, take Qin Wan back, but return to the governor's residence tonight. I have something to discuss with you. The unfinished business from the previous day must be continued. Chapter 31. Nan Gongxiao dead. Gu Feng and Rong Chung left the governor's residence and returned to the prison. Take Nan Gongxiao to your office. I will bring Qin Wan, Gu Feng said. Yes. Rong Cheng's voice was loud and clear as he used his radio to instruct his subordinates to assist Gu Feng. He then went to find Nan Gongxiao. Brother Nan Gong, come to my office, Rong Chung said. Nan Gongxiao was overjoyed, thinking Rong Chung had succeeded. In the office, he looked around and, seeing no one, was puzzled. Where is Gu Feng? He will be here soon. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Gu Feng arrived, along with Qin Wan, whose face was disfigured. Seeing her, Nan Gongxiao thought of his late wife, LG, whose beautiful face had been slashed by Gu Feng. Gu Feng, you deserve to die. Do you know how much I love my wife? Nan Gongxiao, his eyes red with rage, lunged at Qin Wan, thinking of all the ways he could torture her. He wanted Gu Feng to watch her die, then suffer the same fate. Only then could he avenge his beloved. A sudden, sharp pain in his abdomen sent Nan Gongxiao flying backward, crashing into the desk. The computers shattered, and the screens lay in pieces. Nan Gongxiao, rising from the ground, said, Gu Feng, if you don't like standing, I will break your limbs and make you lie in despair. Gu Feng laughed. Do you have the strength for that? That was just a sneak attack. I may not be a match for Governor Du, but I can easily handle you. With those words, a powerful aura surged from Nan Gongxiao, his black hair floating as if he were a god of destruction. Rong Shang said, You have reached the rank of a 5-star master. Nan Gongxiao, who had only recently reached the peak of a 4-star master, had advanced so quickly. Nan Gongxiao, without a word, moved with the grace of a dragon and a tiger, appearing before Gu Feng. Gu Feng, anticipating this, struck with a punch that seemed to echo with the roar of a dragon. The force of the punch exploded in Nan Gongxiao's chest, his muscles rippling and bones shattering. He was sent flying again, crashing to the ground, unable to rise. But he was not dead. Gu Feng walked over and squatted in front of him. Nan Gongxiao, it's time to join your wife. Nan Gongxiao, terrified, had never faced such a powerful opponent. Why are you so strong? He gasped. Rong Captain, call for help. Gu Feng is going to kill me. Rong Cheng, however, did not move, as if he could not see or hear anything. Nan Gongxiao, realizing the situation, smiled bitterly. Gu Feng, who are you? A man who dared to kill in front of the governor's guard captain. A man even Governor Du did not dare to touch. Must have a formidable background. You are not worthy to know, Gu Feng said, then called Qin Wan over and handed her a dagger. You do it. Qin Wan, stunned. Me? Do you not want revenge for your disfigured face? Qin Wan, seeing Rong Cheng still looking out the window, felt a surge of determination. She slashed Nan Gongxiao's face, leaving it unrecognizable. Nan Gongxiao, the once handsome and powerful 5-star master, was dead. Rong Captain, please take care of the body, Gu Feng said. Is my duty, Rong Cheng replied. Gu Feng, with Qin Wan, left the governor's residence. On the way, Qin Wan was silent, her head bowed. Is killing Nan Gongxiao not enough to satisfy you? Gu Feng asked. It's my face. I'm scared, Qin Wan said, tears streaming down her face. I can heal you, Gu Feng reassured her. Really? Qin Wan, skeptical, thought of Gu Qingning, whose beauty had been restored. Her tears turned to a smile. When they returned home, Qin Huaijiang, who had been up all night, was relieved to see his daughter safe. Gu Feng called Li Ran and instructed him to send some herbs to the Qin family. After paying respects to Qin Wan's mother, they returned home to find the herbs had arrived. Gu Feng, with unwavering determination, began preparing needles and medicine for Qin Wan. He was occupied until the night fell, after which he took a moment to impart some prohibitions to Qin Wan before heading out to find his senior sister. He entered the governor's mansion without any hindrances and encountered his senior sister, Du Huakai, in the main hall. Clad in official attire, she exuded an air of authority. But once the servants were dismissed, her eyes softened once more with the tenderness he had seen the previous night. Xiaofeng, I wish to request your assistance. Would you be amenable? Gu Feng replied with a smile. Sister's affairs are my own. Du Huakai paused thoughtfully. 2 days ago, the esteemed scholar Xiao Qianxue from the Divine Dragon Nation departed from the Neon Nation and arrived at the international airport of Tai Country. She has excelled during her 2 years of study in the Neon Nation, particularly in her profound research on photolithography machines. Although the Neon Nation attempted to retain her with lucrative offers, Ms. Xiao insisted on returning to serve her homeland. However, our higher-ups have received troubling news. The Neon Nation does not wish for her to return home unscathed. Fearing international legal repercussions, they are unlikely to act on their own soil. Yet they may well lay ambushes along her route back. Given its proximity to Dianbei, the governor's office has dispatched several skilled individuals to Tai Country to covertly protect Ms. Xiao. Over the past 2 days, she has already faced 3 assassination attempts, all thwarted by my subordinates. Tomorrow morning, she will cross into Dianbei and safely set foot on her homeland. Gu Feng fell silent for a moment. What is it that you require of me, sister? Chapter 32, Beyond Borders. Du Huakai continued. As we approach the border, my concerns grow. Many of my subordinates have suffered losses, and I fear further complications that they may struggle to handle. Your strength surpasses theirs, which is why I hope you can assist by escorting Ms. Xiao. With your protection, I am certain she will reach Dianbei safely. Once she enters the realm of the Divine Dragon Nation, the threats from the Neon Nation will dissipate. Understood. I shall set off immediately. Gu Feng did not ask further questions, promptly agreeing. Du Huakai provided him with a phone number. Feng Qingxiu, the deputy governor of Dianbei, is my trusted aide and the commander of this mission. Once you cross the border, you may contact him. She then handed Gu Feng a set of keys. These are my car keys. Your helicopter is currently being serviced and cannot be used, so please make do with my vehicle. Gu Feng accepted the keys and turned to leave. Watching her junior brother's retreating figure, Du Huakai sighed softly. She had initially summoned him to continue their previous discussion, but an urgent call from higher authorities had interrupted her. They demanded a thorough investigation into the recent disturbances in Dianbei. The caller, a person of considerable influence, made her wary. She feared that failure to comply would bring trouble for her junior brother. Thus, she reluctantly entrusted this task to him, hoping to give him a chance to shine, allowing her to maneuver more freely later on. Damn it! How could someone from the 10 clans of Dianbei possibly reach such high circles? But nonetheless, with the border so close, the Neon Nation should not make any further moves. If they did, her junior brother's skills would surely suffice to handle the situation. As Gu Feng drove his senior sister's Land Rover across the border, he called Feng Qingxiu to confirm his location and continued his journey at a rapid pace. Finally, at 2 in the morning, he met several individuals at a barbecue restaurant near the border with Myanmar. A group of burly men sat around, enjoying their meal, accompanied by a demure young woman in her 20s. Governor Feng. Gu Feng recognized him immediately from the photos Du Huakai had sent him earlier. After greeting them, he took a seat. The atmosphere grew tense as the men fell silent, glaring at him without uttering a word. Thinking they were unaware of his identity, Gu Feng stated, "Governor Du sent me to assist with this mission. The governor has already informed me and shown me your picture." Feng Qingxiu replied with a smile. "So, what exactly is your relationship with the governor? She not only allows you to join our mission mid-course, but has even lent you her vehicle." In Feng Qingxiu's experience, it was unprecedented for Governor Du to lend her car to an outsider. Gu Feng did not conceal the truth. "I am her junior brother." "That explains it." Feng Qingxiu nodded in realization. "Come, eat up. After this, we must continue our journey." Feeling quite hungry, Gu Feng did not decline. However, the atmosphere only grew colder. Only he and Feng Qingxiu ate, while the others remained motionless. The quiet young woman, initially wanting to eat, sensed the unusual tension and nibbled on a skewer before setting it down silently. Gu Feng, puzzled, asked, "Why aren't you all eating? Are you already full?" Feng Qingxiu urged, "Eat up. You need your strength for the drive ahead. I do not want any mistakes on this last stretch." Suddenly, a lean man slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Governor Feng, I refuse to accept this." His name was Zhong Yaoming, one of the top combatants in the governor's office. "We were executing our mission perfectly, so why must this kid barge in? In the end, we accomplished the task, and he gets to share in the credit. I refuse to accept this." The others quickly chimed in. "When we set out on this mission, we were 15. Now, only 5 of us remain. We've bled and sweated for this. Why should we split our merits with an outsider? Governor Du has been too biased this time." "Enough," Feng Qingxiu bellowed. "What gives you the right to question the governor's decisions? If you're truly capable, why not call her and voice your concerns instead of squabbling with me?" Seeing him lose his temper, the group fell silent. Feng Qingxiu turned to Gu Feng. "I apologize. Brother Gu, many comrades have perished recently, and my subordinates are understandably discontented. I hope you can be understanding." Gu Feng remained unfazed. "Do not worry. I am here merely to assist you with the mission. I do not care for any accolades." Indeed, Gu Feng did not place any value on such recognition. Had it not been for his senior sister's request, he would not have come here. "Assist?" Zhong Yaoming scoffed. "Do you even know your own worth? With your abilities? How could you possibly assist us? If anything, you would be a burden." Gu Feng's expression turned cold. "Perhaps I should demonstrate my worth to you?" "Very well." Zhong Yaoming rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. "Let me show you how easily I could crush you with one hand." "Enough," Feng Qingxiu interjected. "Do you really want to stir up trouble during the mission?" Zhong Yaoming's face turned pale with fury. "Governor Feng, we are mere hours away from the border. We have already eliminated the Neon Nation's threats along the way, and the mission is nearly complete. I refuse to accept that an irrelevant outsider gets to join us at the last moment. My brother died in this mission. Why should he receive the honors and accolades that my brother earned with his life?" "Everyone, please let us not quarrel," said the quiet young woman, standing up. "It is all my fault. I have caused everyone trouble." It turned out she was Xiao Qianxue. After arriving in Thai country, she had been escorted by several bodyguards, intending to cross into Dianbei through the southern border of Myanmar. However, before they could leave Thai country, they encountered several assassination attempts, leading to the demise of all her protectors. Fortunately, the preparations in Dianbei had been sufficient to rescue her. As the group traveled, they surrounded Xiao Qianxue's vehicle, forming an impenetrable barrier. They had finally reached the southern border of Myanmar, where they were close to home, but after a long journey, they had to stop for a meal. "Silence," Zhong Yaoming bellowed. "It is because of you that so many have perished. I truly cannot fathom your worth. Xiao Qianxue lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Suddenly, the roar of automobiles echoed from outside the shop. A group of individuals sporting handlebar mustaches and brandishing sabers stormed in. Ha ha ha! Foolish citizens of the Dragon Nation, do you think you are safe at the borders? Little do you know, you shall never set foot on the soil of the Dragon Nation again. Chapter 33. Neon People, you shall all perish. Feng Chengxiu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the Neon People would refuse to relent. Zhong Yaoming, take Miss Xiao out through the back door. We shall handle this. He sensed that the arriving Neon individuals were formidable. Leaving Xiao Qianxue here would only distract them from their task of protection. Without further ado, Zhong Yaoming hoisted Xiao Qianxue and dashed towards the rear exit. Gu Feng hesitated momentarily, then followed suit. The officials of the governor's mansion were incensed to see him fleeing alongside them. Damn it, he spoke so boldly just now, and I truly believed he had some merit. Turns out he only came to bask in our glory. Now that danger looms, he runs like a coward. How can such a person be a disciple of Governor Du? Feng Qingshu growled, enough chatter. His departure is for the best. At least he won't become a burden to us. Stay alert and confront the enemy head-on. A surge of righteous energy erupted from within him. Today, I, Feng Qingshu, shall bury these relentless specters in a foreign land. Zhong Yaoming and Xiao Qianxue boarded a vehicle, speeding away with the intent of calling Governor Du after creating some distance to inquire about the situation. Just as they turned onto another street, a black SUV barreled towards them. Zhong Yaoming was taken aback, desperately twisting the steering wheel, but it was futile. The tires screeched in protest, sparks flying as the vehicle was sent skidding sideways, crashing into a wall. Two neon men leapt from the SUV, their faces brimming with arrogance. Run? Where do you think you're going? We, the Neon, shall ensure that Xiao Qianxue never sets foot in the Dragon Nation again. Zhong Yaoming smashed his fist through the windshield, pulling Xiao Qianxue from the wreckage. Miss Xiao, you must flee. Xiao Qianxue nodded and dashed away, fully aware that her lack of combat prowess would only serve as an encumbrance. Once she was at a safe distance, Zhong Yaoming exhaled in relief, turning his piercing gaze toward the two neon men. As long as I am here, you shall not harm Miss Xiao. Ha ha ha. The two neon men erupted in thunderous laughter, their overwhelming aura pouring forth. Zhong Yaoming's countenance paled in shock. You are both 3-star masters. He was merely at the peak of 2-star master. How could he contend against two 3-star masters? One of the neon men declared, kneel and serve the Neon Nation, and I shall spare your life. Zhong Yaoming roared defiantly. Such delusion. Today, if I must perish, I will take you down with me. Ha ha. The governor's mansion in Yunnan is but a den of chickens and dogs. Even if Governor Du were here, we would still have the strength to fight. And you, a mere 2-star master, dare to speak so brazenly? Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. The iron fist of the neon man came crashing down. Zhong Yaoming concentrated all his energy into his fist, prepared to fight for his life. Better to die than to live in disgrace. At that moment, a hand stealthily emerged from behind him, seizing the neon man's iron fist. With a swift motion, the hand crushed the neon man's right arm, blood spraying forth. A mere ant from an island nation. My intervention suffices. There is no need to trouble my senior sister. Zhong Yaoming turned in astonishment to find Gu Feng standing beside him. Well, had he arrived? How was he able to incapacitate a 3-star master in an instant? You seek death. The neon man, infuriated, kicked out, while the other, seeing his comrade's arm destroyed, charged forward with his saber. Gu Feng raised his hands with lightning speed, striking down on the heads of the two neon men. Crack, crack, their skulls shattered into pieces. Gu Feng glanced at Zhong Yaoming before vanishing into the night. Zhong Yaoming stood there dumbfounded. These were two 3-star masters. Although he had steeled himself for battle, he had no confidence in surviving against them. Yet they had perished at Gu Feng's hands in the blink of an eye. In a foreign land, separated from the Yunnan governor's men, Xiao Qianxue felt like a rootless weed, uncertain of where to flee. She could only run toward the crowd. As she sprinted onto a bustling street, 2 cars roared toward her from afar. Xiao Qianxue, you are all alone now. Why bother struggling? The neon men inside the vehicles shouted boisterously, honking their horns with arrogance. Xiao Qianxue's heart raced with fear, but she pressed on, darting into a nearby inn. She could not afford to die. If she perished here, those who had died for her would have sacrificed their lives in vain. Reaching the second floor of the inn, she flung open a window and leaped without hesitation. Thud! She landed hard on the ground. Enduring the excruciating pain in her body, she struggled to rise and continue running. But a stabbing pain shot through her ankle. Her foot was broken. Quickly, she jumped from this window. Pursue her. Filthy wench. The Neon Nation offers you such generous rewards, yet you still wish to return home. How ungrateful. When we catch her, don't kill her right away. I've heard that the women of the Dragon Nation are quite delectable. We can enjoy ourselves before we end her life. Yes. We must record a video and upload it online. The people of the Dragon Nation will surely be enraged. From a second-floor window came the unbearable sounds of their jeers. Xiao Qianxue felt despondent and hopeless. The Neon Men had set up a trap. Tonight, she would not escape death. As the raucous laughter of the Neon Men faded, footsteps echoed behind her. Someone must have jumped down, preparing to strike her down. Without hesitation, she drew a dagger from her waist and aimed for her neck. Even in death, she would not allow herself to be defiled by the Neon people. This was her only recourse. However, a steady, powerful hand seized her delicate wrist. No matter how hard she struggled, the dagger, mere inches from her neck, could end today. I perish here, yet Ms. Xiao may safely return to the borders of the Divine Dragon Kingdom, and that suffices. To die at the hands of the Neon people is a bitter pill for Feng Chengxiu to swallow. However, his adversary stands at the pinnacle of the 5-star Grandmaster, while he himself lingers in the mid-ranks of the same tier. His endurance, until now, has solely been sustained by his indomitable will. Oda Masanobu erupted in laughter. How pitiable. Truly pitiable. Foolish citizens of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Do you believe Xiao Qianxue can escape my grasp? Let me inform you. We have long since woven an intricate web of traps here. Besides us, there are 6 or 7 other formidable figures from the Neon Nation lurking about. Though they may only be 2 or 3-star Grandmasters, it seems that the escorting Xiao Qianxue consists solely of a peak 2-star Grandmaster. Tell me, how could Xiao Qianxue possibly survive? Feng Chengxiu's eyes bulged with rage. He realized that Oda Masanobu had seen Xiao Qianxue being taken away and had not dispatched any forces to pursue, for he had already anticipated this scenario. Oda Masanobu, how dare you? Ah, Feng, your frantic demeanor brings me such delight. Please, take your time to meet your demise. I eagerly await the moment when Xiao Qianxue's lifeless body is presented before you to witness your expression. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. Oda Masanobu looked up to see Gu Feng carrying Xiao Qianxue towards him. He recognized this young man. Shortly after Xiao Qianxue had been taken, Gu Feng had also departed. Well, my subordinates, Gu Feng replied, I have slain them. Oda Masanobu hesitated momentarily, but instead of anger, a smile crept upon his face. Well done, young man. When I first laid eyes on you, I had no inkling of your capability to dispatch 2 and 3-star Grandmasters. How about we strike a deal? Hand over Xiao Qianxue to me, and I shall release Governor Feng. Feng Chengxiu shouted, do not heed him. Flee, as far away as you can. Silence. Oda Masanobu stamped down hard, distorting Feng Chengxiu's face beneath his foot. Very well, Gu Feng said calmly, come and take her. Oda Masanobu shook his head. You must bring her to me. Gu Feng nodded and continued to walk towards him. Feng Chengxiu cried out, Gu Feng, how can you trust the Neon people? They are inherently treacherous. If you hand over Ms. Xiao, he will not only refuse to release me, but will also kill you. You speak far too much. Oda Masanobu thundered again, crushing half of Feng Chengxiu's skull into the ground. He smiled at Gu Feng. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Besides, do not be deceived by Governor Feng's current state. I have tempered my strength, and he has merely sustained some superficial injuries. As they spoke, Gu Feng was drawing ever closer. Oda Masanobu's fist, concealed within his sleeve, tightened. He was an exceedingly cautious man, regardless of whether Gu Feng intended to employ tricks. Once he was within 5 paces, he would unleash a ferocious strike. Preventing any unforeseen occurrences was paramount. It was precisely this nature that had allowed him to escape death time and again, ultimately becoming a 5-star Grandmaster, just a step away from a 6-star rank. Feng Chengxiu longed to speak, but found himself unable to articulate a word, only able to sigh inwardly, enveloped in despair. Gu Feng's ability to kill a 3-star Grandmaster had been beyond his expectations, yet he remained too youthful and naive to comprehend the treachery of the world. Finally, Gu Feng had entered within 5 paces. A sinister smile crept across Oda Masanobu's lips as his fist shot forth like a striking serpent. However, he was too slow. Gu Feng was quicker still. Before Oda Masanobu could comprehend, a fist enveloped his entire field of vision. This punch harnessed the might of 1,000 mountains. The heavens and earth shifted. Boom! Oda Masanobu's brain splattered, and his headless body crumpled to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Silence enveloped the surroundings. All present were momentarily at a loss. Oda Masanobu was a 5-star grandmaster at the peak of his power. How could he perish from a single blow? Suddenly, several piercing sounds broke through the air. 8 silver needles sliced through the night, effortlessly piercing the foreheads of the remaining neon soldiers. Thus, the 12 neon operatives who had come to eliminate Ji Caiyue were all slain. Gazing at the bodies sprawled on the ground, Deputy Governor Feng Chengshu found himself speechless. Was this truly the disciple of Governor Du? A true hero of the era? Zhong Yaoming arrived from afar, assisting the half-buried Feng Chengshu. Unable to meet Gu Feng's gaze, he had witnessed the scene of Gu Feng shattering Oda Masanobu's head from a distance. At that moment, he felt a burning shame upon his face. Were it not for Gu Feng, he feared he would not have survived the encounter with those 2 3-star grandmasters. And without Gu Feng, Governor Feng would likely have perished this night. Not to mention Ji Caiyue, who would have undoubtedly faced a gruesome end at the hands of the Neon people. Feng Chengshu rubbed his head and said to Zhong Yaoming, "Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and apologize to Brother Gu." Zhong Yaoming hastily bowed deeply to Gu Feng, stammering his gratitude. Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively. "You are all trusted aides of my sister. If you truly feel remorse, then in the future, support her diligently and never question her decisions." Under the cover of night, the group boarded their vehicles and set off towards the north of Yunnan. Those left behind by Oda Masanobu had sustained significant injuries, yet thankfully, no further lives were lost. As they drew nearer to the north of Yunnan, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Finally, at 7 in the morning, the convoy entered the north of Yunnan, and after half an hour, they arrived at the governor's mansion. Gu Feng entrusted Ji Caiyue to his sister and exchanged a few casual words before returning to the Qin family. He called Li Ran, instructing him to summon the 10 clans. It was anticipated that they would depart the north of Yunnan the following day, for he had one final task to undertake. Upon awakening in the afternoon, he resumed treatment for Qin Luan. Just as he was nearing completion, Li Ran's call came through. "Master, I have called for a meeting of the 10 clans, requesting them to gather tonight at 8 o'clock at the Zhengmao auction house." At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Zhengmao auction house was ablaze with light. The heads of the 10 clans from the north of Yunnan had all arrived. 2 days prior, they had come here to witness the clash between Gu Feng and Nangong Xiao. Ultimately, both men had been captured. Reflecting on those events, the scene was still vivid in their minds. It was evident that Gu Feng would surely face execution. However, 2 days had passed, and there was still no news of Nangong Xiao's release. Chapter 35. Feng Ye dead. As the crowd murmured among themselves, Li Ran ascended the stage. The head of the 7th clan, Jiang Shiqin, spoke sharply. "Li Ran, do you not know that the meeting of the 10 clans should not convene unless in a life-or-death crisis?" Li Ran replied nonchalantly, "Clan leader Jiang, I have called this meeting precisely to safeguard each of your lives." He continued, "My master has safely departed from the north of Yunnan governor's mansion. He demands that anyone who bid on Ms. Qin Luan at the auction must double their bid or face death without mercy." A deathly silence fell over the crowd. It was a well-known secret that Li Ran served Gu Feng. When Nangong Xiao had initiated the auction, he had once bound Li Ran to prevent him from alerting anyone. Several families that were enemies of Gu Feng were poised to eliminate the Li clan once Nangong Xiao was released. Yet today, the lowest-ranking clan among the 10 dared to openly threaten them without a powerful ally. How could he be so audacious? Could it be that Gu Feng truly emerged from the north of Yunnan governor's mansion? Contemplating the lack of news regarding Nangong Xiao for 2 days, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. "Li Ran, as one of the 10 clans from Yunnan, and with your son brutally killed by Gu Feng, how can you still serve him? Do you not have any shame?" Li Ran frowned and turned to the speaker. It was Feng Ye. Ever since she began her relationship with Xin Yin, she had boasted loudly, eager for the world to know. It was precisely because of this that Li Ran had called her, hoping she would inform the He family head to attend. But, Feng Ye, why are you here? I called you to notify the He family head to join us. This is a meeting of the 10 clans, a place you cannot tread. Oof. Those 2 cowards vanished after that night and have not been heard from since. Do you think I want to call them? Feng Ye could not reveal the truth. Instead, she asserted firmly, my husband and father-in-law are both unwell, and I am here to take their place. As the future lady of the 8th clan, why shouldn't I be here? She shifted her tone sharply. Li Ran, do you take us for fools? Gu Feng has already been captured by Governor Du. It is utterly impossible for him to step out of the governor's prison. She continued, I suspect you fear retaliation from the 10 clans. Hence you are burning your bridges, attempting to swindle us for some money before you abscond. Upon hearing her words, the clan heads of the 10 clans felt a sudden clarity. Indeed, there was a possibility. The hall erupted into a cacophony of voices. Li Ran attempted to quiet them, but his words fell on deaf ears until a tall figure stepped into the hall. The world fell silent in an instant. Gu Feng had arrived. His mere presence, standing atop the pinnacle of the northern Yunnan pyramid after years of dominance, sent chills down the spines of all the clan heads. Eventually, Gu Feng ascended the stage. I overheard your earlier conversation outside. It seems you are reluctant to part with your money. No matter, there are 8 of you present. If anyone among you is unwilling, feel free to raise your hand. Gu Feng will not force you. In the hall, the clan heads did not dare to raise their hands, their breaths held in trepidation. It was no joke. Raising a hand would mean they could escape paying, but it might also cost them their lives. Confounding the clan heads was the fact that despite Li Ran standing behind Gu Feng, there were clearly 9 individuals seated below, although the 3rd clan head had perished. A proxy had been sent in his stead. Why then did Gu Feng state that only 8 were present? Gu Feng, who stirred the winds in northern Yunnan, could not possibly miscount. Could it be that he did not consider Feng Ye among them? That made sense. Feng Ye had not yet wed his Xinyan, and strictly speaking, she could not be counted as one of the 10 clans. Li Ran interjected, Master, I take the liberty to remind you that Feng Ye represents the 8th clan. Feng Ye gritted her teeth. Gu Feng, on the day Nongguang shall bid for Qin Luan, I refrain from bidding, but I can offer 1 million on behalf of the 8th clan. At that moment, regret coursed through her. Had she known Gu Feng would truly appear, she would never have uttered those words. No, she should not have come tonight at all. She hoped desperately that Gu Feng would spare her life for the sake of 1 million. If that were insufficient, she would offer herself to Gu Feng. Being favored by the young master of the 8th clan meant her beauty was not ordinary. A fever might sway Gu Feng's heart, and he would surely hesitate to end her life. However, it seemed Gu Feng did not hear her words at all. With a swift motion, he clenched his fist, and in an instant, Feng Ye was no longer seated. Only a thick mist of blood lingered in the air. Feng Ye, who is that? He asked Li Ran. Li Ran's heart raced. I'm astounded. There are indeed only 8 present. The clan heads below were horrified. No wonder Gu Feng had mentioned only 8. From the moment he entered the hall, he had already deemed Feng Ye a corpse. Was this man truly a demon risen from the depths of hell? Gu Feng's voice rang out again. Are you not going to call for someone to send money? Do you intend for me to accompany you? The crowd snapped to attention. The 7th clan head, Jiang Shiqin, pulled out his phone and immediately dialed a number, shouting, send 30 million to Zhengmao auction house, quickly. The 5th clan head, Zhang Guohua, also shouted into his phone, send 20 million to Zhengmao auction house. I want to see the money within 15 minutes. Don't ask questions, just do as I say. In an instant, the sounds of frantic phone calls filled the hall. Gu Feng did not linger, instructing Li Ran to consolidate all the funds into a single bank card and deliver it to him before he departed. An hour later, Li Ran arrived at the Qin residence, respectfully presenting a black card to Gu Feng. That night, under the bright moon and twinkling stars, 2 figures sat upon the eaves of the Qin residence, Gu Feng and his sister. Gu Qingning rested her small head on Gu Feng's shoulder. Brother, do you remember when you used to take me up to our family's rooftop to stargaze? I remember. The stars tonight are as beautiful as they were back then. Brother, you are leaving tomorrow, aren't you? Yes. I have been training tirelessly in Long Island prison to personally send Ji Caiyue to the depths of the underworld. Qingning, I should have taken you with me, but I reconsidered. I do not wish to leave any leverage in the hands of others. Gu Qingning nodded in understanding. I know, brother, but promise me Take me to the rooftop of the Gu family one more time to see the stars of our childhood. Gu Feng ruffled his sister's hair. All right, I promise. Ji Caiyue will die, and the Gu family will rise once more. Qingning, I will return to northern Yunnan and take you home. Gu Qingning gazed up at the vast night sky. With the gentle breeze and bright moon, may I reunite with my brother one day. The next day, at the Northern Yunnan International Airport, Gu Feng found himself unable to fly his own helicopter due to repairs, so he opted for a commercial flight back to Jiangling. Qin Luan, Qin Huaijiang, and Gu Qingning came to see him off. Gu Feng handed his sister the bank card Li Ran had given him the day before. Qingning, this card contains 70 million. It will be enough for you to live comfortably. You could take the class at Zhuang if you wish, or not. It's entirely up to you. Understanding her brother's good intentions, Gu Qingning carefully accepted the card and then took out a small jade pendant from her pocket. Brother, this pendant is for Lin Ruochu. Please give it to her. Lin Ruochu? A graceful figure flashed in Gu Feng's mind. Her, the best friend he had known years ago. Gu Qingning nodded. 5 years ago, during the massacre, I received her call, which saved my life. I had been living at her house before Ji Caiyue came for me. Later, Uncle Qin rescued me from Ji Caiyue, who had sent assassins to find me. She had warned me several times, and because of that, I am still alive today. This pendant is not precious. I just want to let Ruochu know that I am still alive. I understand. Gu Feng tucked the pendant away as the clock struck 10:15. Only half an hour remained before boarding. Just as he was about to wave goodbye to the others, a woman clad in a military green coat approached, flanked by a squad of armed guards. Many in the waiting hall turned to look. Gu Qingning felt a surge of anxiety as the woman marched directly toward her brother, fearing yet another unforeseen complication. Junior brother, you are leaving in such a hurry without me coming to see you off? The visitor was none other than Du Huakai. Gu Feng smiled. Sister, when I called you yesterday, you said you wouldn't come see me off. Wasn't that because you annoyed me? Du Huakai stepped in front of Gu Feng, intending to persuade him to stay a few more days, but he was adamant about leaving. Before Gu Feng could respond, she waved her hand. Enough. I have already discovered your reasons for hurrying to Jiangling. Don't embarrass your senior sister. Since you must go, remember, only victory is permitted. Defeat is not an option. She then produced a ring. Additionally, this ring is for you, is a space ring. Although the space is limited, it can hold a significant amount of items and is quite convenient. Gu Feng had heard about space rings from his master and knew they could store all manner of inanimate objects. While indeed useful, they were also exceedingly precious. This is too valuable. Valuable? It's just something I obtained from the Nongguang family, not my personal possession. Du Huakai dismissed his concerns. Understanding, Gu Feng accepted the ring and placed it on his finger. After a moment's thought, he said, Sister, since you are here, I must introduce you to my sister, Gu Qingning, and this is our former steward, along with his daughter. They will be residing in northern Yunnan for a while, so I hope you can look after them. In truth, this was precisely why Gu Feng felt at ease leaving his sister in northern Yunnan, with his senior sister, the governor at the helm. Who would dare to bully his sister? Having reiterated the matter several times in WeChat, one might wonder if it is bothersome. Rest assured, should anything unfortunate befall Qingning in the northern regions of Yunnan, I would willingly offer my head for you to kick. Is that satisfactory? Observing the lively conversation between the two, Qin Luan could no longer contain her curiosity. Gu Feng, may I ask who this is? Gu Feng replied, the governor of northern Yunnan, my senior sister. Qin Luan's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! The governor of northern Yunnan is actually Gu Feng's senior sister. No wonder Gu Feng surrendered so readily that day, and it explains why the captain of the governor's personal guard is so obedient to him. In that moment, many previously baffling aspects suddenly became clear, though the shock within her heart lingered, refusing to settle. She was not alone in her astonishment. Pei Hongtang, watching from a distance, also felt the weight of the revelation. Last night, she learned from Tianqing that Gu Feng was still alive. Her network of informants sprang into action, and she quickly discovered that Gu Feng was scheduled to board a flight to Jiangling at 10:45 a.m. today. After much contemplation, she decided against calling Gu Feng, opting instead to visit him personally. She had previously sent him a message, which she hoped would endear him to her. Although she no longer aspired for Gu Feng to join the Red Clothes, securing a small favor from such a significant individual would not be without merit. Perhaps, in the future, it could prove crucial. However, Witnessing Gu Feng converse jovially with Governor Du, she realized that she had underestimated him all along. The kind of person who could elicit such personal attention from Governor Du must possess an unimaginable background. Reflecting on her initial suggestion to Tianqing to recruit Gu Feng, she found it somewhat amusing. Pei Hongtang, the most formidable figure in the underground circles of northern Yunnan and the leader of the Red Clothes, allowed a soft sigh and turned to leave. Tianqing remarked, "Leader, since you've come this far, why not pay a visit?" Pei Hongtang replied with a wry smile, "It's best to let it be. A person of his stature is beyond our reach." A sense of disappointment welled within her. Such an extraordinary talent had never truly exchanged words with her. It was indeed a regret. Meanwhile, Gu Feng bid farewell to everyone, passed through security, and made his way into the distance. Du Huakai observed Gu Feng's retreating figure and thought, "Little junior brother, resolve your matters with Ji Caiyue quickly. Your senior sister awaits your return to break the curse." She turned to exchange pleasantries with Gu Qingning, arranging to dine together at Jianbei Hotel that evening before departing. Once inside the Land Rover, she inquired of Feng Qingshu, "How did you fare with the task I assigned you last night?" Last night, she had instructed Feng Qingshu to designate Gu Feng's name as a banned term online and to eliminate all information regarding him from the Northern Yunnan networks. She had deliberated carefully before taking the step. On one hand, it would provide an explanation to the higher-ups. On the other, Gu Feng's journey to Jiangling would inevitably attract scrutiny from various parties, and the less information others had about him, the better it would be for him. Feng Qingshu nodded. There is no trace of Gu Feng on the Northern Yunnan networks. In the Ji family of Jiangling, Ji Caiyue reclined elegantly in a sandalwood chair, delicately toying with a white chess piece, poised to make her move. Ji Caiyue, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Jiangling, had married Gu Rensheng, the head of the Gu family, at the age of 25, who was already 50 at the time. This union had caused quite a stir throughout Jiangling. 5 years into her marriage, the Gu family encountered calamity, and overnight, their once mighty presence dissipated like the wind. Jiangling had been synonymous with the Gu family. Since Gu Rensheng's arrival, the family had dominated the region for a quarter of a century. It was a glorious era for the Gu family, overshadowing all other noble houses. However, that era came to an abrupt end. Following the Gu family's collapse, the grand families of Jiangling began to flourish, creating a scene reminiscent of a great contest for supremacy. Meanwhile, the Ji family inherited a portion of the Gu family's legacy and emerged as one of the most illustrious families in Jiangling. Over the past 5 years, Ji Caiyue had thrived and garnered considerable admiration from the populace. By now, a full decade had passed since her marriage into the Gu family. At 35, Ji Caiyue retained the youthful allure of a woman in her 20s, not only possessing beauty, but also exuding an air of nobility. The renowned literary figure Zhu Qiran had once commented, "Jiangling boasts 10 measures of beauty. Ji Caiyue alone claims 8. With the Northern Yunnan chapter concluded, the Jiangling narrative begins to unfold. Dear readers, the curtain is rising. Chapter 37. The charming song at last. Ji Caiyue made her move, achieving a decisive victory. Her father, Ji Tian, casually tossed his black piece on the board, saying, "Caiyue, your chess skills have become increasingly refined." Ji Caiyue smiled lightly. "It is due to your excellent instruction, father." At that moment, an elderly man entered the room, addressing her, "Madam, we have news from Northern Yunnan." Although the Gu family had fallen long ago, Ji Caiyue continued to identify herself as the late wife of Gu Rensheng, and thus, the servants still refer to her as Madam. "Speak," she said, still preoccupied with her chess piece, not even glancing at the old steward who had served the Ji family for many years. The steward, Zui Yuman, reported, "Gu Feng has slain El Hai, who is the father-in-law of Nangong Shao, the second son of the foremost family in northern Yunnan, the Nangong family. Nangong Shao has returned to northern Yunnan with a band of mercenaries, intent on personally eliminating Gu Feng." And then, Ji Caiyue inquired. The steward replied, "We have yet to uncover further details. Therefore, you cannot ascertain whether my son is alive or dead." Ji Caiyue narrowed her beautiful phoenix eyes. The steward hesitated. "Northern Yunnan is quite distant from Jiangling, beyond our sphere of influence. Discovering this much is already our utmost limit. Furthermore, as far as I know, Nangong Shao is a 5-star master and has brought along a significant contingent of armed mercenaries. Gu Feng is undoubtedly doomed." Upon hearing this, Ji Caiyue let out a gentle sigh. "My poor son, Though I know not why he was taken to Long Island prison for execution, he miraculously survived. Yet, over the course of 5 years, he must have endured considerable hardships to cultivate to the rank of 2-star master. How I wish he could return to Jiangling to share a drink with me. As a mother, would I not long for that? Alas, he was ultimately too reckless, leaving this world without even a final farewell. Her father, Ji Caiyue, interjected, Caiyue, in a few days, you are to be betrothed to the Jun family. It is best to refrain from calling out mother so often to avoid displeasing the Jun family's young master. Besides, you are still in your 30s and have yet to bear children. Do not age yourself unnecessarily. Ji Caiyue chuckled. I merely recalled my little Feng in the past days. It stirs some emotions within me. She turned her phoenix gaze towards the steward, Zhu Yuman, and asked, in a few days, I shall be visiting Fengguo Pavilion to pay my respects to the late master. Has the news been disseminated? Madam, everything has been arranged. The major media outlets have begun their coverage, and banners bearing your name are displayed throughout the city. Considering this is the final year for you to pay your respects to Gu Feng, it is only fitting to make it a grand affair, she mused. After a moment's thought, she added, by the way, send the assassin who escaped from northern Yunnan to the basement. Ji Tian's expression changed. Caiyue, are you planning to indulge in bloodshed once more? They acted without authorization. Do they not deserve to be punished? Ji Caiyue retorted. Ji Tian understood his daughter's intent. For years, she had relentlessly sought Gu Qingning. Initially, she had requested that he notify her immediately upon discovering Gu Qingning's whereabouts, so she could make specific arrangements for action. However, Du Xiong and his group, upon learning of Gu Qingning's location, had become overzealous, failing to report back to her and instead charging into northern Yunnan, seeking glory for themselves. Ji Tian remarked, they deserve punishment, but I advise against you taking direct action. It is not beneficial for you. Father, once I marry into the Jun family, I shall be forced to live behind a mask. Please allow me this one time, Ji Caiyue pleaded. Yitian sight. Sending someone to the basement was not merely a death sentence. His daughter had grown increasingly unhinged over the years, employing ever more torturous methods. Yet, she had brought unparalleled wealth and prestige to the Ji family. How could he deny her such a small request? Should he defy her wishes? She might refuse to marry into the Jun family, causing the Ji family to miss a significant opportunity for advancement. At that moment, Zhu Yuman inquired, Madam, do you need me to lead a team to northern Yunnan? There is no need for that. After the memorial, I shall personally visit northern Yunnan. It has been several years since I last saw my daughter, and I miss her dearly. Left Yuman said nothing further and led the assassin who had escaped from northern Yunnan into the basement. Ji Caiyue, holding the edge of her splendid attire, gracefully made her way towards the basement. Her enchanting visage gradually faded into the shadows. At Jiangling International Airport, as a passenger plane touched down, travelers streamed out of the aircraft, and Gu Feng was among them. Just as he deactivated airplane mode, a flurry of messages popped up, sent by his senior sister. Du Yueki, junior brother, within the spatial ring, there lies a sword, a treasured heirloom of my family, which is of no use to me, so please take it. The sword is named Nian. Additionally, Miss Xiao has gifted you a piece of jade, which is also within the spatial ring. Gu Feng extended a wisp of consciousness into the spatial ring and indeed found sword. Measuring 2 feet 4 inches in length, it emanated a mysterious glow, its quality exceptional. Besides that, there was also a jade pendant, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes. Gu Feng immediately recognized it as a piece crafted from premium icy jade, worth at least several million. However, he couldn't help but feel bemused upon noticing a few stockings and high heels piled next to the Nian. What does this mean, senior sister? With a resigned smile, Gu Feng retracted his consciousness and continued his way outside. The last time he visited Jiangling, he barely lingered at the Gu family's ancestral home for 10 minutes. Stepping out of the international airport now, he finally felt as though he had truly set foot in Jiangling. 5 years had passed, and the city had undergone tremendous transformation. The airport had expanded to more than twice its previous size, and the once barren facade was now adorned with a massive electronic screen. At this moment, the screen displayed a stunning visage, Ji Caiyue's face. Gu Feng's breath quickened, and his hand instinctively clenched into a fist. Just seeing that face stirred a torrent of hatred within him. As the screen transitioned, it began to narrate Ji Caiyue's life story. The grand image shifted to reveal her graceful figure. This year marked the 5th anniversary of Mr. Gu's passing, and, as his widow, Ji Caiyue had organized a grand memorial ceremony for him for 4 consecutive years. In a few days, the 5th memorial ceremony would commence, allowing the citizens of Jiangling to pay their respects together. The narrator's poignant voice, coupled with Ji Caiyue clad in mourning attire, moved many onlookers to tears. Alas, Madame Ji is truly admirable. In today's society, how many women remain devoted to their deceased husbands as she does? Indeed, who does not remarry after their husband's death? Not to mention Ji Caiyue's ethereal beauty, attracting countless suitors. If it were up to me, I would say Madame Ji is foolish, given Gu Renqing's tarnished reputation. Her loyalty seems unwarranted. If I could spend just one splendid night with her, I would have no regrets. The whispers of the surrounding crowd reached Gu Feng's ears. Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder. "Brother, are you entranced by the beauty of the woman on the screen?" "Not all," Gu Feng replied. The young man beside him continued, "Still in denial? I saw you staring at the screen for several minutes. Is this your first time in Jiangling?" "To be honest, I was relocated to Jiangling by my company around this time last year, and I saw Madame Ji here as well." "Goodness, my reaction was just like yours." Gu Feng inquired, "Has Madame Ji never remarried?" "No, she remains deeply devoted to Mr. Gu. I suspect she intends to remain a widow for life. In truth, it is unnecessary. 5 years is long enough." The young man paused, then exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Are you implying you have feelings for Madame Ji?" "Brother, let me be honest. Give up on that idea. Countless wealthy heirs have pursued her over the years, and she hasn't even glanced their way. We ordinary folks aren't even worthy to carry her shoes." Gu Feng chuckled. "I have come to Jiangling so that she may carry my shoes." "Wow, you have quite the confidence." The young man replied, "But be careful with your words. If others hear you, especially those wealthy heirs, your life may be in danger." The young man was about to say more when a girl approached. "Wang Hong, why didn't you wait for me? You run so fast on your own. Let's go eat. I'm starving after sitting on a plane for hours." Wang Hong waved at Gu Feng and walked out of the airport with the girl. "Who was that just now?" she asked. "I don't know. Just a casual chat. But the allure of Jiangling's first beauty is no joke. That guy looked to be in his 20s, quite handsome, and he was completely smitten by Ji Caiyue, even claiming he would conquer her," she said, astonished. Gu Feng shook his head, indifferent to his reputation, and proceeded towards the exit of the airport. He intended to visit the Lin family first to attend to his sister's matters. Lu Ajiao glared at Song Cheng, who accompanied her. "I told you not to come pick me up, yet you insisted. It's truly annoying." As the young master of the Song family, one of Jiangling's 12 prominent families, Song Cheng had grown accustomed to Lu Ajiao's treatment and remained unfazed, smiling. "I was worried your journey would be exhausting. Allow me to carry your suitcase." He took the suitcase, somewhat embarrassed, and added, "Ajiao, I've reserved a private room at Fengwu Jiutian for dinner tonight. We've known each other for so long, and we've never dined together. Could we?" "Absolutely not. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You just want to date me." "Yes, I do wish to take you out, but look, I've secured a 200 million contract for the resort project that the Xiao family is developing in northern Jiangling for your Lu family. Ajiao, I truly like you. Please give me a chance." "Well, no," Lu Ajiao retorted angrily. "You think you can threaten me with that? I never begged you to help our Lu family. If you feel you've lost out, take the contract back. I don't care." Upon hearing this, Song Cheng's expression fell, his mood darkening. Lu Ajiao took note of his demeanor, feeling anxious that he might genuinely retaliate. To be honest, that contract was quite significant for the Lu family. If the project succeeded, not only would they profit immensely, but it could also help them forge a connection with the Xiao family. Perhaps one day, the Lu family could join the ranks of Jiangling's elite, transforming the 12 prominent families into 13. Realizing this, she said, "Dining together is impossible, but you can find a CAF tonight, and I can give you 15 minutes. Song Cheng's expression softened, but he pressed, "Coffee sounds good, but 15 minutes is rather short. How about half an hour? Are you pushing your luck?" Lu Ajiao fumed. "Though I may not be as beautiful as Ji Caiyue, I'm still a top beauty in Jiangling. Countless people pursue me, hoping to date me. You should be grateful for the 15 minutes I've granted you. Men like Song Cheng must be kept on a short leash. Rewards should be given sparingly, or he would only grow greedier." Lu Ajiao understood a fundamental truth. The easier something is to obtain, the less valuable it becomes. She would not allow him to have her easily. She would take what she could, and, in a few years, if a better option presented itself, She would cast this sycophant aside. It is impossible without it. Once the Liu family ascends to the upper echelons of Jiangling's elite, Liu Ajiao will have increased opportunities to mingle with high society. With her beauty, wouldn't it be easy to attract a more handsome and affluent suitor? The Song family ranks 11th among Jiangling's 12 prestigious families, the very bottom of the list, hardly worthy of her attention. Noticing Song Cheng's hesitation, Liu Ajiao's eyes glinted with mischief as she strode over to a tall, handsome man, Gu Feng. Hey, do you think I'm beautiful? Gu Feng furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Liu Ajiao felt a surge of pride. See, I told you I'm a stunning beauty, and this fool is utterly captivated. However, when she tilted her head to gaze at Gu Feng's striking features, her breath caught in her throat. He was so handsome. Initially, she intended to feign intimidation to coerce Song Cheng, but now, she found herself genuinely interested. Are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you for a cup of coffee, she suggested. Having such a handsome man around as a loyal admirer would be delightful. Upon hearing her words, Song Cheng grew anxious. Ajiao, can we just stick to 15 minutes? Liu Ajiao retorted. At least you know your place. But I already have plans for today, so you'll have to wait until tomorrow. What? Song Cheng was at a loss. What do you mean? This is a punishment for threatening me earlier. If you refuse, I'll cancel tomorrow's date outright. With that, Liu Ajiao pulled out her phone. Hey, take out your phone and add me. Gu Feng shook his head. No. Why? Liu Ajiao was taken aback. Not interested. What? Enraged, Liu Ajiao exploded. Am I not giving you face? A girl as beautiful as I am invites you for coffee, and you dare to refuse? Gu Feng was too disinterested to engage further. Get lost. How dare you tell me to get lost? Liu Ajiao seethed with fury. Such rudeness, you insignificant man. Today has truly been a stroke of bad luck. Running into trash like you. Did you really think I wanted to invite you? You've overestimated your worth. With a swift motion, Gu Feng slapped her, sending her teeth flying. Chapter 39. Gu Feng's call. Liu Ajiao lay on the ground, her cheeks swollen, momentarily stunned by the assault. After a while, she regained her senses. How dare you hit me? My parents have never laid a finger on me. And you think you can? Seeing Gu Feng walk away, she instinctively wanted to chase after him, but the pain coursing through her body rendered her unable to rise. Instead, she yelled at Song Cheng, why are you just standing there? Can't you see I'm being bullied? Song Cheng's expression darkened as he stepped forward, seizing Gu Feng by the collar. Who gave you the audacity to hit Ajiao? Gu Feng glanced at him, Song Cheng, back in the day. You didn't even have the courage to look me in the eye. I never imagined you'd become so bold as to speak to me this way now. Meeting Gu Feng's calm, deep gaze sent shivers down Song Cheng's spine. This person seemed oddly familiar. Had they met before? Unconsciously, he released his grip. Gu Feng hailed a taxi and left. Finally managing to rise, Liu Ajiao limped over to Song Cheng, unleashing a flurry of punches against his chest. Why are you so useless? You're the heir of Jiangling's 11th prestigious family. Yet you let a mere boy intimidate you into silence. Are you even a man? Feeling embarrassed, Song Cheng hastily defended himself. He revealed my name. I suspect his identity is not simple. Liu Ajiao pressed. Suspect? You've attended many gatherings of Jiangling's elite. Have you ever seen him? No, not really. 5 years is enough time to blur many memories. Especially since Gu Feng was a force to be reckoned with in Jiangling, while Song Cheng was merely a teenager. Hearing this, Liu Ajiao fumed. Then why are you scared? Your family is among Jiangling's elite. Isn't it strange for others to recognize you? I want to let this go. So get someone to deal with that insolent boy. But then she felt deflated. How can we find him if we don't even know his name? Song Cheng quickly replied, we're at the airport, which has surveillance. With my connections, I can easily request the footage. Once we obtain it, I'll have Lord Hong mobilize people to search for him. A glimmer of excitement lit up Liu Ajiao's eyes. Great. If you handle this well, not only will I join you for a meal at Feng Wu Jiu Tian, but I'll also go to the movies with you. Encouraged by her words, Song Cheng briskly walked towards the airport. Gu Qingning and Lin Ruochu were very close friends, and as a result, Gu Feng often visited Lin's residence with his sister. He was well acquainted with the location of the Lin family's house. Soon, a familiar building came into view, but it was locked tight with no one around. A sense of foreboding washed over Gu Feng as he recalled the phone number Lin Ruochu had used 5 years ago. He dialed it without hesitation. To his surprise, the call went through. Hello? A somewhat weak voice responded on the other end. Is this Ruochu? Gu Feng inquired. There was a brief silence before she replied, yes. Who is this? I am Gu Feng. Where are you now? I'm at Lin's Building Materials. Relieved, Gu Feng instructed the driver to Lin's Building Materials. Mr. Lin, have you given any thought? A middle-aged man spoke from the president's office of Lin's Building Materials. He was Lu Chun, the head of the Lu family. The Xiao family intended to develop a resort project in the southern part of the city, with an astounding total investment of 30 billion. The Lu family was fortunate to gain a share, valued at 2 billion. This was no small sum. If the project succeeded, it could yield significant profits and possibly earn the favor of the Xiao family, propelling them to new heights. Lu Chun was representing the Lu family to negotiate business with the Lin family. To execute the project, he required a substantial amount of building materials. Lin Beishan, Lin Ruochu's father, shook his head. Head Lu, the procurement price you offered is far too low. If we sign a contract at this price, we won't make any profit. Lu Chun replied, Mr. Lin, don't act as if you're unaware. The price I offered is still above your cost. Lin Beishan countered, but I still have to pay my employees. The price you've given, after deducting material costs and labor, leaves no room for profit. Lu Chun smiled. At the very least, you won't incur losses. Wouldn't you agree? No, Lin Beishan insisted. If you can raise the price by 20%, I will sign the contract. 20%? Are you out of your mind? Lu Chun was irritated. Lin Beishan retorted, the Xiao family's resort project is about to commence, and the prices in the building materials market are skyrocketing due to high demand. The price I offered is already quite generous. Oof. Lu Chun scoffed. You know that the Lu family is currently close to one of Jiangling's elite families, the Song family. Let me make this clear. Your materials can only be sold to me. No one else will purchase from your company. With that, he strode away. Once he was gone, Lin Ruochu entered. Dad, what should we do now? I've heard that Luo Jiao is quite close to Song Chung. If Song Chung persuades the Song family to blacklist us. She had overheard the entire conversation outside. Though Lin Beishan felt a twinge of anxiety, he reassured her. Luo Jiao is not yet officially Song Cheng's girlfriend. He may just be playing around. Ruochu, don't worry. The building materials market is thriving. Our products will sell. He abruptly shifted the topic, gazing at his daughter with a look of deep concern. Ruochu, I've told you to rest at home. Why did you disobey and come to the company? Lin Ruochu smiled faintly. I find myself idle at home, Dad. You know me. I cannot remain still. She continued, by the way, I just received a call from someone. Who? Gu Feng, brother Gu. Gu Feng? He called. Wait, are you referring to that Gu Feng? Lin Beishan sprang up from his seat. It sounded somewhat like him. Lin Ruochu replied earnestly. Could this be some sort of prank? Lin Beishan pondered, bewildered. The people of Jiangling knew well that 5 years prior, the illustrious young master Gu Feng had been taken to Long Island prison for execution. Uncle Lin, Ruochu, it's been a long time. Just then, Gu Feng entered from outside. After taking a taxi to Lin's Building Materials, he straightforwardly stated his intention to find Lin Ruochu. Although the security guard did not recognize him, he noticed Gu Feng's remarkable demeanor and, instead of blocking him, kindly directed him to the president's office. Lin Beishan and his daughter looked at the suddenly appearing Gu Feng, both overwhelmed with excitement. The Lin family had no significant ties to the Gu family. When the Gu family was at its zenith in Jiangling, Lin Beishan had only recently established his company. However, Gu Qingming and Lin Ruochu attended the same high school and shared common interests, leading to a deepening friendship. With Gu Qingming's discreet assistance, the Gu family occasionally entrusted small projects to the Lin family, allowing them to rise rapidly. Although they did not become one of the prominent families in Jiangling, they positioned themselves among the upper echelons of the second-tier families. However, following the Gu family's catastrophic downfall, the Lin family was also adversely affected. Their business significantly diminished, now languishing at the tail end of the second-tier families. Nevertheless, Lin Beishan always remembered the kindness the Gu family had shown them. Without the Gu family, in a Jiangling rife with influential clans, it would have been a mere fantasy for the Lin family to aspire to even a third-tier status. Little Feng, it's truly you. You're alive. This is simply wonderful. Lin Beishan exclaimed, his eyes reddening with emotion, his voice trembling. Truly, heaven has eyes. Come, come. Let us hurry home. I'll host a welcome dinner for you. Uncle Lin, Gu Feng began. Lin Beishan grasped Gu Feng's hand. What is this? You and your sister used to visit my home frequently. Have you now outgrown it? Gu Feng shook his head. I just visited the Lin family residence and found the door locked. What about Annie? Having learned from Aunt Kai's past ordeal, Gu Feng remained cautious. Back then, he and his sister had not only grown close to the Lin family, but after the Gu family's misfortune, his sister had even stayed with them for a while. Moreover, when Ji Caiyue sent people to hunt for his sister, the Lin family had repeatedly warned them. She has a small vegetable garden not far from the Lin residence, and she goes there daily to tend to it. She cannot be stopped. We agreed. Tonight we must dine at Uncle S' house, or he will be upset. Gu Feng nodded. All right. Lin Ruo Chu was equally delighted. Then I'll go buy some ingredients. No, Lin Beishan commanded. I'll call your mother by them. Don't lose your head with excitement upon seeing Gu Feng. Your niece is still at school. Lin Ruo Chu smacked her forehead. I'll go pick her up right now. Her niece was in kindergarten, and her sister, Lin Ruo Mo, was usually busy. So Lin Ruo Chu took it upon herself to pick up her niece every day. Gu Feng was somewhat surprised. Your sister is married and has children? The Lin family had 2 sisters, and while the Gu siblings had been close to Lin Ruo Chu, they had little interaction with Lin Ruo Mo. Yes, but she is divorced now, and custody was granted to my sister. The trio descended to the company garage. Just as Lin Ruo Chu opened the car door, she suddenly felt weak and fell to the ground, her face paling considerably. Gu Feng hurriedly helped her up. It's just an old ailment. I can bear it. Lin Ruo Chu managed a strained smile. Gu Feng insisted, let me drive. You sit in the passenger seat. All right. Recognizing her weakness, Lin Ruo Chu did not insist further. Lin Beishan drove off in one car, while Gu Feng took another, heading towards Jiangling kindergarten. As he drove, his peripheral gaze kept landing on Lin Ruo Chu's face, a delicate visage with bright, fluttering eyes, exuding undeniable charm. Her loose casual wear accentuated her petite frame, and she remained as beautiful as ever. Yet, Gu Feng felt his eyes redden. Why? Why was her abdomen so conspicuously empty? Just moments ago, as he helped Lin Ruo Chu rise, he had already sensed it. Lin Ruo Chu's 2 kidneys had vanished without a trace. Was it Ji Caiyue's doing? Was it her? Gu Feng could hardly contain his agitation, his teeth grinding audibly. Lin Ruo Chu noticed his unease. Gu Feng. What is wrong? Taking a deep breath, Gu Feng forced himself to regain composure. Ruo Chu, where have your kidneys gone? Lin Ruo Chu's expression shifted. You. How did you know I lost them? Tell me who did this. Gu Feng's voice turned hoarse. After a moment of silence, Lin Ruo Chu sighed softly. I fell ill and had no choice. The doctors could only remove my kidneys. Over the past 2 years, thanks to Dr. Wu's secret methods, I've managed to recover. Otherwise, I fear I would not be here today, nor would I have the chance to see you again. Her eyes were already red, and her body trembled slightly. Gu Feng replied, I know this is not the truth. Tell me, who did this? Was it Ji Caiyue? No. Lin Ruo Chu quickly denied, but she could not bear to meet Gu Feng's gaze. Just then, the vehicle came to a halt at the kindergarten entrance. Lin Ruo Chu got out. Today is a joyful occasion. Let's not discuss this anymore. Gu Feng, please wait here while I fetch the little one. I'll be right back. I'll come with you. No. Lin Ruo Chu hurried into the kindergarten, fearing Gu Feng would mention her kidneys again. Only after ensuring he did not follow did she breathe a sigh of relief. Upon reaching her niece's classroom, she found it empty and began to wonder. Just then, Teacher Li approached. Ms. Lin, please come with me. Lu Xiaotuan has been in a fight. Lin Ruo Chu quickly followed Teacher Li to the office. At that moment, a small boy was complaining, Dad, she hit me. Look, I still have handprints on my face. Lu Xiaotuan protested with a pout. You bullied me first. You kick my bottom every day and pull my hair. Today you even got glue on my chair. My pants are ruined. You're just talking nonsense, you little bastard. Who want to bully you? Lu Xiaotuan retorted angrily. You're the bastard. Your whole family is bastards. The tall man standing behind the boy wasted no time in slapping Lu Xiaotuan, sending her flying. How dare you insult my son? You uncultured brat. Lin Ruo Chu's eyes instantly turned red. She picked up Lu Xiaotuan. Lu Jiang, are you not human? How can you hit a child? Lu Jiang sneered. This little brat hit my son. I must teach her a lesson. Sickly child, get out of here, or I'll hit you too. Teacher Li quickly intervened. Mr. Lu, you are a person of status. There is no need to lower yourself to strike a little girl. Having said that, he exerted a sudden force. Bang! Lin Ruochu's forehead collided solidly with the corner of the desk. Blood gushed out. Chapter 41. Big brother, help me teach that bad guy a lesson. Andy! Lu Xiaowan screamed and rushed over to help Lin Ruochu. But at only 4 years old, she was too small and weak to be of much assistance. Lin Ruochu gasped for breath. You're here for the contract. Lu Jiang sneered, pushing Lu Xiaowan aside and stepping on Lin Ruochu's abdomen. Do you think I have the time to come for a child? Go back and tell your father to sign the contract if he knows what's good for him. Otherwise, I will make sure your Lin family has no peace. Don't end up with no money and your sickly self dead at my hands. He spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Lin Ruochu's face and strode away. Lu Xiaowan, wiping away her tears, cleaned the blood and filth from Lin Ruochu's face, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Teacher Li, who had just picked himself up from the ground, said, Ms. Lin, let me take you to the hospital. Thank you, but no. I'm Yufine, and we have important guests at home today. I need to go back. She led Lu Xiaowan, staggering, out of the kindergarten as if she might collapse at any moment. Seeing Gu Feng, she forced a smile. Let's go, brother Gu Feng. We need to go home for dinner. The blood on her forehead was still not wiped away, and her face was even paler than before. Even a fool could tell that something had happened to Lin Ruochu in the kindergarten. Your forehead, the blood. I just had a little fall. You know, I'm not in the best of health, Lin Ruochu quickly explained, not wanting Gu Feng to worry. Auntie, who is this big brother? Lu Xiaowan asked in her childlike voice. Lin Ruochu opened the car door and put the little one in the back seat. He is Annie's best friend, and he is very powerful. In Jiangling, no one dare to mess with him. Lu Xiaowan's eyes lit up. Big brother, are you really that powerful? Gu Feng pinched the little one's adorable cheek. Your Annie is right. In Jiangling, no one dares to look down on me. Wow, so cool. Can you help me teach that bad guy a lesson? He hit Annie and spat on her face. Lu Xiaowan, don't say such things. Lin Ruochu quickly interjected, then turned to Gu Feng. Just ignore her. She's just a child. Lu Xiaowan protested. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Tears streamed from her beautiful eyes. Annie was really hurt badly, and that bad guy is so mean. Gu Feng took a deep breath. Ruochu, what really happened? Seeing that she couldn't hide it, Lin Ruochu sighed. It was Lu Chen's son, Lu Jiang, over the contract. But don't worry, we can handle it. Lu Xiaowan cried. Big brother, you must teach that Lu Jiang a lesson. He said he would come to hit Annie for fun. And if she gets hit a few more times, she'll die. Weya. All right. I promise to teach Lu Jiang a lesson and make sure he never bullies your Annie again. Okay? Gu Feng said gently. Gu Feng drove Lin Ruochu back to the Lin residence. Lin Beishan hurriedly welcomed them in. Your Aunt Wang has gone to the market to buy groceries and will be back soon. Gu Feng nodded. Uncle Lin, I need to go out for a bit. Lin Ruochu, immediately alert, asked, Brother Gu Feng, where are you going? I need to get some cigarettes. I'll be back soon. You should go rest in your room. Once outside the Lin residence, Gu Feng hailed a taxi and asked the driver, Do you know where the Lu residence is? Gu Feng knew the residences of all the prominent families in Jiangling, but he had never heard of the Lu family, let alone where they lived. Of course I do. The Lu family recently got a 2 billion yuan project from a Shao family, and they are about to take off. Many people are trying to curry favor with them. I've taken several trips there already. At the Lu residence, another group of guests had just left. Lu Chun, the patriarch, beamed with joy. Ah, the number of visitors has been increasing. It seems everyone is smart and knows that our Lu family is about to rise to prominence. At that moment, his son, Lu Jiang, spoke. This is just the beginning. In a few days, even more people will come. Son, what do you mean? Do you have more good news? Lu Chen asked. Lu Jiang smiled. Father, today I was appointed as one of the 8 Hall Masters of the Blood Alliance by Lord Hong. Lu Chun was overjoyed. Excellent. Excellent. Today is a double celebration. Let's drink to our success, father and son. There's more, Lu Jiang continued. This afternoon, you called and said that old Lin Beishan refused to sign the contract. I went and gave his daughter a lesson. Which daughter? Lin Ruomu or Lin Ruochu? Lu Jiang smiled and briefly recounted what had happened at the kindergarten. Lu Chun pondered for a moment. Son, Lin Ruochu is a sickly person. Be careful not to kill her. Even if I do, I'm the new Hall Master of the Blood Alliance. Lu Jiang said dismissively. Lu Chen laughed heartily. Indeed. It seems the time for our Lu family has come. One day, we will become the new prominent family in Jiangling. I'll have the servants bring wine. Tonight, we drink until we are thoroughly intoxicated. What kind of fine wine is it? Let me have a taste too? A voice suddenly interjected. Lu Chen looked up and saw a young man approaching. He was slightly annoyed. It's late, and we are not receiving guests. Come back tomorrow. With the recent influx of visitors, he assumed the young man was just another person trying to curry favor with the Lu family. Gu Feng chuckled. Since I'm here, I will have that drink. Insolence. Lu Chen's face turned cold. Guards, throw this disrespectful and arrogant man out. Two men immediately emerged from the shadows, intending to drag Gu Feng away. Gu Feng sneered, and two silver needles shot out, instantly piercing their bodies. They fell silently to the ground without a sound. Clapping his hands, Lu Jiang laughed. Brother, you have quite the skill. If you want to have a drink at my Lu residence, I have no reason to refuse. He ordered the servants to bring wine and pour 3 cups. Gu Feng sniffed. Fine Tian Shui aged wine. Indeed, Lu Jiang said. 40-year-old Tian Shui aged wine is quite rare. Since you can recognize it, you must be from Jiangling. May I ask, which family's young master are you? Gu Feng sipped his wine leisurely. I come from the Lin family. Chapter 42. Lu Jiang dead. Lu Jiang was taken aback. You're here to settle the score for Lin Ruochu? I must say, you have quite the nerve. Do you know that I am now a Hall Master of the Blood Alliance? Gu Feng took another sip of wine. I have never heard of the Blood Alliance in Jiangling. Is it really that impressive? Lu Jiang burst into laughter, his eyes flashing with malice. You dare to come and cause trouble for me, not even knowing what the Blood Alliance is? Guards, cut off his limbs and throw him to the dogs. A dozen men emerged from the courtyard, rushing towards Gu Feng. You think you could defeat me with just these men? Gu Feng said. Lu Jiang, these are all my Lu family's loyal warriors. They can turn you into mincemeat in an instant, boy. Before he could finish his threat, his pupils contracted sharply. Gu Feng crushed the wine cup in his hand and flung the shards. They flew like stars, instantly embedding themselves in the necks of the men. Before he could even approach, the loyal assassins, nurtured by the Lu family for years, had all met their demise. Lu Jiang's heart seemed to bleed. These assassins, all at the peak of the hidden power, were painstakingly cultivated, each one costing a fortune. And now, all of them are dead. You won't leave the Lu residence alive today. Lu Jiang's eyes blazed with fury, and he was about to strike. But before his hand could even rise, Gu Feng's iron fist had already landed squarely on his chest. With a thunderous boom, the stone chair beneath him turned to dust, and his chest caved in. He collapsed, spewing blood. Lu Jiang stared at Gu Feng in disbelief. How could this be? He was at the peak of the transformation power. How could he not even have the chance to land a punch in front of Gu Feng? You're a grandmaster. Gu Feng did not answer, but squatted down in front of him, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Lu Jiang, trembling with fear, stammered, You can't kill me. I'm the Hall Master of the Blood Alliance. If you kill me, the Blood Alliance will never let you go. We are one of the 3 major underground forces in Jiangling. Our leader is a 2-star grandmaster. Before he could finish, Gu Feng's hands had already reached out, ruthlessly crushing his jaw. He then shoved 2 shards of a broken wine glass into Lu Jiang's mouth and twisted them. Lu Jiang's tongue was instantly shredded, his mouth filling with blood. I heard you like to spit. Spit one more for me to see. Lu Jiang shook his head desperately, his eyes filled with pleading. He had only been the Hall Master of the Blood Alliance for a day and was not ready to die. At that moment, Lu Chun hurried over and fell to his knees without hesitation. Don't kill my son. He knows he was wrong. He will never do it again. Please spare his life. Do you know you were wrong? Gu Feng asked, looking at Lu Jiang with a smile. Lu Jiang nodded frantically, keeping his head low, his venomous eyes hidden in the shadows. FK you. How dare you do this to me? You dare to do this to me. I'll let you be arrogant for a while. When I lead the thousands of brothers from the Blood Alliance to the Lin family, I will make you beg for death, but never find it. With a squelch, his thoughts were abruptly cut off as Gu Feng's foot crushed his skull. Lu Jiang, one of the 8 Hall Masters of the Blood Alliance, was dead. Xiao Jiang. Lu Chun wailed, collapsing on his son's body, sobbing uncontrollably. After crushing Lu Jiang's head, Gu Feng's gaze fell on Lu Chun. Lu Chun shuddered and quickly wiped away his tears, trying to control his emotions. Don't kill me. I won't seek revenge, I swear. Gu Feng remained expressionless. Is that so? Our family is about to rise to great heights. I won't be foolish. Besides, I'm still young. I can have more children. And you like to drink, right? I have many bottles of Tian Shui aged wine in my cellar. Wait here. I'll get them for you. Trying to buy time? Gu Feng sneered. Lu Chen's face stiffened, and he forced a smile. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I heard your phone call earlier, Gu Feng said. After he killed the Lu family's assassins, Lu Chun had quietly retreated and made a phone call to the Blood Alliance. Though he was far away, Gu Feng heard everything clearly. Seeing that he could not hide it, Lu Chen's face twisted with rage. Bastard, if you have the guts. Stay here and wait for the Blood Alliance to come. Not only will I not stay, but I will also kill you before I leave, Gu Feng said calmly. You, a madman, are afraid? Lu Chen roared. I'm just in a hurry to get home for dinner, Gu Feng said, already gripping Lu Chen's neck. Lu Chen screamed. You kill my son, the Blood Alliance will only seek revenge on you. But if you dare to kill me, not only you, but the Lin family will suffer as well. Gu Feng's grip tightened, and he sneered. Let's see how the Blood Alliance will kill me. Bastard. You want to die a good death. With a crack, the world fell silent. Lu Chen's neck had been twisted by Gu Feng. Lu Chen, the head of the Lu family, was dead. Gu Feng dusted off his hands, turned, and disappeared into the night. At the Lin family residence, Wang Xuemei, Lin Beishan, Lin Ruomao, and Lu Xiaowan were all anxiously waiting outside a room. Finally, the door opened, and an elderly man walked out. How's my daughter? Lin Beishan asked quickly. The old man was Wu Shini, the physician who had been treating Lin Ruochu. He sighed and shook his head. I've done all I can. Whether she will wake up is now up to her fate. Hearing this, Wang Xuemei collapsed to the ground, wailing. Oh, why is my life so miserable? My daughter was about to recover, but that despicable Lu Jiang beat her, and now her condition has worsened. I can't go on. I can't go on. Gu Feng returned to the Lin family. The table was laden with untouched food. The Lin family sat in the living room, sighing heavily. Lin Ruochu was nowhere to be seen. Uncle Lin, where is Ruochu? Gu Feng asked. You have a nerve to ask. It's all your fault. Wang Xuemei jumped up from her seat. Gu Feng was confused. What happened? He had only been gone for an hour. Xuemei, don't say that. It was Lu Jiang who did this. What does it have to do with Xiaofeng? Lin Beishan said. Shortly after Gu Feng left, Lin Ruochu had fallen into a coma. Lin Beishan immediately called his eldest daughter, Lin Ruomao, who, while rushing home, called Wu Shini. As Wu Shini treated Lin Ruochu, Lu Xiaowan recounted everything that had happened at the kindergarten. How can we not blame him? A grown man. Can't even protect a woman. What good is he? Wang Xuemei shouted. Grandma, that's not true. Big brother wasn't there at the time, and he promised to help me teach that bad guy a lesson. Lu Xiaowan said. What can he do? Do you think he's still the young master of the Gu family? Wang Xuemei snapped. Xuemei, shut up. Lin Beishan slammed his hand on the table, making the teacups rattle. He sighed. Xiaofeng, don't blame your aunt. She's just. He couldn't continue. His voice choked, and his eyes reddened. Since her kidneys were taken 6 months ago, his daughter had been living in pain, often writhing in agony at night. Unable to sleep. He had seen it all. But in front of them, she always wore a gentle smile. She showed her best side to her family. She treated the world with kindness. But now she was dying. Lin Beishan couldn't hold back his tears, and the middle-aged man, not yet 50, wept. I'll go see Ruochu. Gu Feng took a deep breath and entered the room, where he saw Lin Ruochu lying on the bed. Her beautiful eyes were closed, her face pale, devoid of color. He rolled up her deep purple shirt, revealing her flat, slender abdomen. His hands gently landed on it. Feeling the emptiness in her abdomen, Gu Feng's breath became uncontrollable, and a raging fire burned in his chest. He immediately activated the Heavenly Dragon Divine technique to suppress his turbulent emotions. His spiritual energy surged through his fingertips, penetrating her skin and entering her body. Wu Shini, the physician, truly lived up to his reputation. Without her kidneys, she would have been as good as dead. But Wu Shini, with his extraordinary medical skills and rare herbs, had managed to keep her alive. However, today, Lu Zhang's assault had completely extinguished the last breath of life in her. It was no wonder Wu Shini couldn't save her. It can be said that 99% of the physicians in the world would be at a loss when faced with Lin Ruochu's situation. Fortunately, he was the remaining 0.01%. Gu Feng's hands shifted positions from time to time, gliding over the fair, delicate skin, while at the same time, streams of pure, potent spiritual energy nourished every corner of Lin Ruochu's body. Suddenly, a bellowing voice erupted from behind Gu Feng. Gu Feng, what are you doing? It was Lin Ruochu's mother, Wang Xuemei. Gu Feng responded with an air of justification. I am treating Ruochu. My medical skills are exceptional, and she will soon awaken. Wang Xuemei rushed over and pulled Gu Feng's hands away, treating. Is this how you treat? Where are your hands going? She had been crying outside for a long time, and, seeing that Gu Feng had not emerged from her daughter's room, decided to check. To her horror, she found Gu Feng groping her daughter. This infuriated her, At this moment, Lin Roma and Lin Beishan also entered the room. Lin Beishan asked, Xiumei, why are you yelling? Wang Xiumei, her face livid with anger, retorted, Yelling? Do you know what Gu Feng was doing in there? Ruochu is in such a state. And he was taking advantage of her. Lin Beishan, puzzled, looked at Gu Feng. In his memory, Gu Feng was not this kind of person. Even as a young master, he was always courteous when he visited, let alone now as a commoner. Lin Roma interjected. I heard Gu Feng say that he was treating my sister. Ah, I see. Lin Beishan's face lit up with understanding. I knew it. Gu Feng is not that kind of person. Wang Xiumei sneered. Are you all filled with water in your heads? Don't you know him? The former young master Gu Feng of Jiangling never studied medicine. You believe everything he says? He even claimed that Ruochu would soon wake up. Do you think she will? At that moment, Lin Ruochu's long lashes fluttered, and her eyes slowly opened. What? What happened to me? Her head was still dazed, and she was confused. Lin Ruoma exclaimed excitedly, Ruochu, you're awake. Lin Beishan and Wang Xiumei were overjoyed and gathered around, inquiring about her well-being. Seeing that his daughter was no longer in grave danger, Lin Beishan said to his wife, You misunderstood Gu Feng. He was not taking advantage of Ruochu. He cured her. Wang Xiumei was speechless. Come, let's eat. Lin Beishan led everyone to the dining table in the living room. However, when he saw the dishes, he was displeased. Xiumei, I told you that Gu Feng was coming for dinner. What kind of food is this? The table is full, but there's hardly any meat. Wang Xiumei retorted. Do you have any idea how much we have spent on Ruochu's treatment? A single Bishua lotus costs over 100,000. This is the best we can do. Lin Beishan said. The Shao family's resort project is about to start. Our company's building materials will sell well, and we will have money then. Then let's talk about it when we have money. Wang Xiumei slammed the table. This is what we have. Eat if you want to. Lin Beishan sighed. Gu Feng, I'm sorry, you must be. Lin Beishan sighed. Gu Feng, I'm sorry. You must be feeling uncomfortable. Please bear with it. Gu Feng shook his head. It's fine. These dishes are good enough. After a while, the little one was full and went to sleep. Lin Beishan inquired, Gu Feng, you mentioned earlier that you want to teach Lu Jiang a lesson? Since the little one was present, Gu Feng did not want to discuss such violent matters in front of a child. Now, he nodded and said, I killed him. What? Lin Beishan was shocked. I heard he was the newly appointed Blood Alliance Hall Master, very powerful. How did you manage to do it? Gu Feng was about to speak when Wang Xiumei sneered. Lin Beishan, have you lost your mind? You believe everything he says? Why doesn't he say he killed Lu Chen too? I did kill Lu Chen, Gu Feng said. Humph, you're getting addicted to boasting. If you said this 5 years ago, I might have believed you, but now, huh? Lin Beishan reprimanded. Xiumei, didn't you also say you didn't believe in Gu Feng's medical skills? And now, our daughter is sitting here, perfectly fine. Wang Xiumei's face turned red, and then she had a sudden thought. Was it really Gu Feng who cured her? It was clearly Divine Dr. Wu who did it. Don't forget, Divine Dr. Wu had already seen Ruochu before Gu Feng arrived. But Divine Dr. Wu. Lin Beishan hesitated. Divine Dr. Wu's words were ambiguous and did not definitively state that Lin Ruochu would not wake up. Moreover, he remembered that the former Gu Feng had never studied medicine and was only moderately skilled in martial arts. Lin Ruoma then said, I think Mom is right. Medical skills cannot be mastered in a day or two. Gu Feng had never studied medicine before, even if he had been learning for the past 5 years. His skills could not surpass Divine Dr. Wu's. Chapter 44, 500 Elite Blood Alliance members. Follow me to slaughter the Lin family. Gu Feng said, I am not deceiving you. For the past 5 years, I have been in the Dragon Island prison, learning medicine and martial arts from a warden. I am no longer the same person. Divine Dr. Wu is indeed a divine doctor, but compared to me, he still falls short. Moreover, I am now the warden of the Dragon Island prison. So I want to ask, who was it that harmed Ruochu? In the past, you helped Qingning a lot. Now that I have returned to Jiangling, I also want to help you. As he spoke, he took out a token. It bore a lifelike engraving of a dragon's head, the Dragon God token. What nonsense! I've never heard of any Dragon Island prison warden. Gu Feng, I never knew you were the kind to take credit for others' work. Clearly, it was Divine Dr. Wu who cured Ruochu, but you insist it was you. What? Are you afraid I'll drive you away and leave you homeless? Rest assured, I, Wang Xiumei, am not ungrateful. The Gu family helped us in the past, so I will provide you with 3 meals a day. But listen well, stay away from my daughter. Wang Xiumei said in a sarcastic tone. Lin Roma said, Mom, say less. Gu Feng has had a hard going from the top young master of Jiangling to a commoner. Anyone would be upset. He says this to avoid being looked down upon. Enough. Lin Beishan slammed the table. Both of you stop. Are we eating or not? At that moment, Lin Beishan's phone rang. A company wanted to purchase building materials from him at a price much higher than Lu Chen's. After a brief conversation, he said to everyone, I need to go out. You all better behave and not upset Gu Feng. To Gu Feng, he said, Gu Feng, stay here. If Aunt Wang dares to criticize you again, tell me, and I'll teach her a lesson. With that, he hurried off to the Lin building materials. Seeing him leave, Wang Xuemei threw her bowl. This household is unbearable. I've toiled for him for so many years, and now he threatens to hit me. You wretched Lin Beishan. If you dare to hit me, I'll divorce you. Ignoring her, Gu Feng turned to Lin Ruochu. Ruochu, do you trust me? Yes. Lin Ruochu nodded firmly. Then tell me, who took your kidneys? I will avenge you. Gu Feng said coldly. Lin Ruochu said, it was not Ji Caiyue. Brother Gu Feng, you must not provoke her. Although she is very powerful in Jiangling, as long as you keep a low profile, she won't find you. But if you appear before her, you will surely die. Lin Ruomo sighed. Gu Feng, it's not just Ji Caiyue. Any powerful family in Jiangling is beyond your reach. What's the point of telling you? Half an hour earlier, at 7:00 p.m., a spirited woman in a black leather jacket and long boots jumped out of a car and strode into the Lu residence. The young woman, named Ning Yushi, is the second in command of the Blood Alliance. Since its establishment 2 years ago, the Blood Alliance has rapidly expanded, swiftly becoming one of the 3 dominant forces in the underworld of Jiangling. The fact that Ning Yushi holds such a prominent position as a woman speaks volumes of her exceptional abilities. Lu Jiang, you have just been appointed as one of the 8 Hall Masters of the Blood Alliance today. Why did you not answer my call regarding this evening's promotion ceremony? She inquired while continuing deeper into the premises. However, not only was there no response, but she also caught a faint scent of blood. A sense of foreboding surged within her, and she hastened her steps forward. The further she ventured, the more pronounced the stench of blood became. Upon encountering the sight of several corpses sprawled across the ground, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. How could this be? Not only had the elite assassins raised by the Lu family perished, but even the father and son of the Lu family lay dead, their demise horrifyingly tragic. Without a moment's hesitation, she dialed the Blood Alliance's number. Lord Hong, something has happened. Soon after, Lord Hong arrived with a contingent of men. His aged face bore a grim expression. I recall that the Lu family has surveillance cameras. Investigate immediately. Ning Yushi wasted no time and promptly organized the retrieval of the footage. Yet, she held little hope, as the perpetrator, being ruthlessly violent, clearly aimed to conceal their actions. Surely, they would not be foolish enough to leave the surveillance intact? To her astonishment, the cameras were indeed unscathed. The footage from the cameras near the garden captured every detail with crystal clarity, complete with audio recordings of the young man's words. Excellent. To dare slay a Hall Master of my Blood Alliance. Young man, your demise is well-deserved. Lord Hong snapped his fingers, summoning 500 elite members of the Blood Alliance. Tonight, we shall annihilate the Lin family. Ning Yushi hissitated. Lord Hong, this person effortlessly dispatched Lu Jiang, who was at the pinnacle of his strength. He must be a master-level powerhouse. On cui scanted. What, are you afraid? No, Ning Yushi replied firmly. I merely think that instead of killing him, we could recruit him to become a Hall Master of our Blood Alliance. This would elevate our strength significantly. Besides, Lu Jiang only attained his position through nepotism. I believe it is unnecessary. On cui snorted disdainfully. Since you know that Lu Jiang was appointed through favoritism, you should also be aware that his sister is closely allied with the Song family. The Song family is one of the prominent families in Jiangling. Do you think that if we bring the murderer into our Blood Alliance, the Song family would remain indifferent? Ning Yushi argued. Our Blood Alliance may not be inferior to the Song family. Why engage in conflict? Can't I just kill this young man? Hong Chi's voice turned icy. By presenting his head to the Song family, we avenge our Hall Master and cultivate a favor with the Song family. What could be more advantageous? But Ning Yushi attempted to voice her thoughts, but was cut off by Hong Chi. Do as I say. Understood. Ning Yushi acquiesced. Soon after, the 500 elite members of the Blood Alliance marched towards the Lin family estate in an intimidating procession. Passers-by on the street quickly sought refuge, fearing the impending bloodshed. Ning Yushi, driving her car, furrowed her brows deeply. Ultimately, she opened her phone, navigating to WeChat, and found the profile of the person she had added 6 years prior, marked distinctly as young Master Gu. Flee immediately. The Blood Alliance, accompanied by 500 elites and 7 Hall Masters, is heading straight for the Lin family. Escape as far as you can. Upon seeing her message successfully sent and marked as read, she quietly sighed in relief. Young Master Gu, this is where my assistance must end. The imposing force of 500 elite members of the Blood Alliance halted outside the Lin family estate. Hong Chi turned to the crowd. His aged face exuded authority. Brothers of the Blood Alliance, today, our newly appointed Hall Master has met a tragic end in his home. What do you say? Shall we hunt down the perpetrator? Kill! 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 The cries of 500 elite members echoed through the air, shaking the ground beneath them. Nearby residents hurriedly turned off their lights and closed their windows. At 7:30 in the evening, Luoping Street transformed from a brightly lit scene into a darkened void. What is that noise? The thunderous roars from outside startled Wang Xuemei, who was seated indoors. Moments later, a booming voice rang out, Lin Beishan. How dare you send someone to kill my Hall Master? Come out and face your death. Wang Xuemei suddenly recalled young Master Gu's earlier words. Her face a mask of disbelief. You truly killed Lu Jiang? It's over, it's all over. Gu, you are far too impulsive. Even if you have learned some rudimentary skills over the years, ultimately, one person cannot stand against many. Our Lin family is doomed because of you. Listening to the earlier roars, she realized that at least several hundred people had arrived. How could Gu possibly stand against such numbers? They would surely reduce him to mincemeat. Next, it would be their turn. Lin Ruochu shouted, Mom, how can you say that? Gu is seeking justice for me against Lu Jiang. I don't care about the reasons. The Blood Alliance is bringing so many people here. Our Lin family is finished. She wept uncontrollably. Gu declared, Annie Ruochu, do not worry. Since I dare to take Lu Jiang's life, I am not afraid of the Blood Alliance. Stay here and wait for me. I will return shortly. He stood up and stepped outside, leaving Lin Ruochu unable to intervene in time. Outside, under the radiant moonlight, 500 elite members of the Blood Alliance glared furiously at Gu Feng, who stood tall and unyielding, hands clasped behind his back, facing the overwhelming force without a trace of fear. Ning Yushi observed Gu Feng from across the way, her heart racing uncontrollably, nearly bursting from her chest. It was hard to believe that 6 years had passed, and young Master Gu still retained his charisma. In a daze, she was transported back to that night 6 years ago, when the most prominent young man in Jiangling had stood protectively before her, causing nearly 1,000 people to flee in terror. Yet, Ning Yushi understood that the era of the Gu family had come to an end. Once, others had feared Gu Feng because of the Gu family's reputation. That was no longer the case. She felt anxious, having sent a message to Gu Feng. He should have seen it. Why was he not fleeing? Amid her chaotic thoughts, Hong Chi's authoritative voice rang out. Young man, you possess considerable courage. Upon hearing of my arrival, you not only chose not to flee, but also stepped forward. Gu Feng chuckled lightly. Why should I run? You possess a modicum of self-awareness, realizing that after killing my Hall Master, there is no escape for you in Jiangling. So, will you end your own life? Or shall I, Hong Chi, assist you in this endeavor? Just as Gu Feng was about to respond, Ning Yushi suddenly knelt before Hong Chi. Lord Hong, I have been loyal to you for 2 years now, and I implore you for a favor. Hong Chi's wrinkled face displayed a hint of impatience. Let me deal with this scoundrel first. We can discuss your matter afterward. Ning Yushi quickly interjected, I wish to plead for his life. 6 years ago, he saved me, and I hope that considering my dedicated service to you over the past 2 years, you might grant him clemency. Hong Chi narrowed his eyes, contemplating her request for a long moment. Suddenly, the 6th Hall Master exclaimed, Lord Hong, we cannot let this man go. I have recognized his identity. He is Gu Feng. Gu Feng? The name rang a bell, but he struggled to recall where he had heard it. The 6th Hall Master continued, Lord Hong, you have only been in Jiangling for 2 years, so you may not know that Gu Feng was the heir of the Gu family, the most prominent family in Jiangling 5 years ago. He committed patricide and annihilated his own clan, making him a target of hatred in Jiangling. If we kill him, the Blood Alliance's reputation will soar, and we can present his head to Ji Caiyue. By aligning with the Ji family, the foremost family in Jiangling, our Blood Alliance could soon unify the underworld of Jiangling. Upon hearing this, Hong Chi's expression brightened significantly. Achieving dominance over the Jiangling underworld had been his lifelong aspiration. Yushi, it seems today will not unfold as you wish. Ning Yushi exclaimed. No, young Master Gu Feng is certainly not a parricide or a family annihilator. For years, I have been investigating the events of that time. Ji Caiyue is the true culprit. Hong Chi chuckled coldly. I care not whether he truly committed such heinous acts. As long as the people of Jiangling view him as a villain, that is sufficient. As for Ji Caiyue, if she indeed is the mastermind, she would hardly wish to see Gu Feng alive. If I take Gu Feng's head, it would be a significant achievement. Ning Yushi bowed deeply, pleading Master Hong. I implore you, for my sake, spare young Master Gu Feng's life. Tears welled in her beautiful eyes. Since embarking on her journey in the martial world, she had not wept. Hong Chi's expression remained inscrutable. Bring her back to rest. Our second master is unwell today. Two hall masters approached, intending to seize Ning Yushi. However, she rolled to the side and swiftly positioned herself in front of Gu Feng. Her long hair flowed like a river, her voice resolute. Today, whoever dares to harm young Master Gu Feng must first step over my dead body. 6 years ago, you shielded me, and now I shall spill my blood for you. It became clear that Gu Feng had recognized her during the surveillance. Hong Chi looked at Ning Yushi. What use is it to stand in front of him now? You are merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Are you not afraid of death? Ning Yushi understood she was no match for these men. Not to mention the 500 elite warriors. The 7 hall masters of the Blood Alliance were all 1-star masters. And Hong Chi had been a 2-star master for many years. Yet, for young Master Gu Feng, Yushi would die without regret. Her tone was firm, her expression resolute. Very well, I shall grant you your wish today. With that, Hong Chi unleashed a powerful punch. As Ning Yushi prepared to retaliate, Gu Feng suddenly appeared before her. I shall handle this. With those 4 words, Gu Feng struck fiercely. Their fists collided. Hong Chi's face contorted in shock, his body hurled back into the crowd, his arm erupting into a mist of blood. Everyone gasped. The leader of the Blood Alliance could not withstand a single punch from Gu Feng. I underestimated him. Attack. Soon, 3 of the 7 hall masters regained their senses, launching 6 punches aimed at Gu Feng's vital points. Gu Feng waved his hand, and 3 silver needles shot forth. Instantly, 3 of the Blood Alliance's hall masters fell dead. A profound silence enveloped the scene. He was a 3-star master. Everyone attacked together. Hong Chi, overwhelmed with shock, roared orders. 500 elite warriors surged toward Gu Feng, all mid to peak transformation experts. Their collective force seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart. What formidable being could withstand such might? Chapter 46. A single roar shakes the universe. Gu Feng's eyes blazed with fury. With a thunderous roar, he declared, "You insignificant insects, kneel before me." An overwhelming pressure accompanied his shout. The 500 elite warriors of the Blood Alliance, unable to resist, fell to their knees in submission. A single roar that could alter the cosmos. How could there be anyone in this world possessing such transcendent power? Onkui, having navigated the martial world for over a decade, had never encountered such prowess. At that moment, he regretted his decisions deeply. Given another chance, he would have heeded Ning Yushi's advice and spared Gu Feng. No, he wouldn't have even come here tonight. It was too late for such thoughts. Stripped of his fighting spirit, he feigned submission, inching away toward the back of the crowd. Survival was his only concern. Unfortunately, before he could retreat 2 steps, Gu Feng appeared before him like a specter, his foot pressing down on Hong Chi's head against the concrete. Hong Chi, where do you think you're going? Hong Chi quickly donned a fawning smile. Young Master Gu, I was presumptuous tonight. I, Hong Chi, am willing to serve you faithfully from this day forth. Even facing mountains of knives or seas of fire. Gu Feng revealed a sinister smile. I have a task for you. What task? Hong Chi felt a slight easing of tension in his chest. Go to the underworld and find out what the king of hell looks like. Gu Feng's foot suddenly exerted force. Hong Chi couldn't even let out a scream before being reduced to a cloud of blood. Onkui, the one who 2 years prior had descended upon Jiangling, single-handedly establishing the Blood Alliance and rapidly elevating it to one of the 3 major underground forces in Jiangling, dead. Watching Gu Feng from a distance, Ning Yushi's heart raced. She had thought that without the Gu family, young Master Gu Feng would have lost his former splendor. Little did she know, his radiance had only intensified. This thunderous killing prowess, this earth-shattering roar. Who in the world could compare? No wonder young Master Gu Feng did not leave upon seeing her message. With such strength, why would he walk away? She had worried for nothing. She recalled the moment he had pulled her behind him, just as he had 6 years ago. Young Master Gu, Ning Yushi involuntarily murmured, her body trembling. Her eyes moist. Gu Feng turned to the remaining 4 hall masters. They were terrified, bowing their heads in submission. We are willing to serve you as our master, ready to obey your every command, even unto death. They knew they were no match for Gu Feng and could not escape under his watchful gaze. They could only pledge their loyalty. Whether they could keep their lives now depended on Gu Feng's disposition. Fortunately, Gu Feng had only come to eliminate the most arrogant of the 6 hall masters, halting his actions thereafter. From now on, Ning Yushi shall be the leader of the Blood Alliance. Do you understand? The reason he spared the 500 elite warriors was for Ning Yushi's sake. However, Ning Yushi bowed her head, lost in thought, and he could not be bothered to dwell on her further. He turned and entered the courtyard. Auntie, Ruhu, the matter has been resolved. You may come out now. As he spoke, he opened the door to the hall, but no one responded. The entire residence was empty. Even the little one was nowhere to be found, and the back door stood ajar. Gu Feng smiled wryly, realizing that Wang Xiumei and the others did not trust him and had fled while he went out to confront the enemy. He shook his head in helplessness and exited the room. Upon seeing the members of the Blood Alliance still kneeling and Ning Yushi remaining, he curiously asked, "Are you not leaving?" At that moment, Ning Yushi had already regained her composure. "Young Master Gu Feng, you are more suited to be the leader than I. I can assist you." Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively. "I have no time to be a leader. You take it." Ning Yushi appeared somewhat flustered. "I have overstepped, whether in the past or now. I cannot be of any assistance." Gu Feng was uncertain about Ning Yushi's thought process, but did not wish to criticize her further. He had little impression of this woman, yet she had just willingly risked her life for him. "You take the position of leader. There may be times I need the Blood Alliance, so do not let me down." Hearing this, Ning Yushi's face lit up with joy. "I understand, young Master Gu Feng. Rest assured, I will manage the Blood Alliance well, turning it into your sharpest weapon. By the way," Gu Feng suddenly said, "find me a place to live. I have just returned to Jiangling and have nowhere to stay." Ning Yushi's eyes sparkled. "There is already a suitable place. I will take you there." Soon, Ning Yushi led Gu Feng to the Yujing mansion. 2 years prior, the Xiao family had developed a villa complex here, the new affluent district of Jiangling, where Hongqi had also bought a house though rarely occupied. As she introduced it to Gu Feng, they arrived at a villa covering 500 square meters, and she unlocked the door. "Young Master Gu Feng, you're covered in blood. Please sit for a moment while I wash your clothes." After helping Gu Feng wash his shirt, she returned with a basin of water for his feet. "What are you doing?" Gu Feng asked, puzzled. Ning Yushi replied, "I am here to wash your feet, young master." There was no need for hesitation. Before I could finish my sentence, Ning Yushi had already removed his shoes and socks, placing his feet into the basin filled with water, which was at a perfectly comfortable temperature, a clear indication of her careful consideration. Observing her delicate hands, Gu Feng pondered for a moment before surrendering to her intentions. At that moment, Gu Feng, bare-chested, revealed his impeccable muscular physique, causing Ning Yushi's cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she dared not look. Fearing the occurrence of an awkward situation, "Gu Feng, it's been 6 years. I never expected that I, Ning Yushi, would stand by your side. This truly is." Suddenly, Gu Feng interjected, "When did I ever save you? I have no recollection of such an event." Ning Yushi hurriedly explained, "That is only natural. At that time, you were the most distinguished young master in Jiangling, while I was merely the child of an ordinary family. When I was 15, due to financial constraints, I took a part-time job at a bar, where a middle-aged man demanded that I spend the night with him. I resolutely refused and was brutally beaten for my defiance. At that moment, you and your good friend Chu Yuanhe were present in the bar. Chu Yuanhe could not bear the sight of it and intervened to teach that man a lesson. Enraged, the man made a phone call, summoning the second-in-command of the Feitian Society, the largest underground force in Jiangling. The second-in-command, accompanied by 1,000 men, stormed into the bar, intent on exacting revenge on Chu Yuanhe. However, upon seeing Gu Feng standing tall, they immediately knelt before him. That scene is forever etched in my memory. As she recounted the past, the images of 6 years ago intertwined with the present night. Gu Feng's imposing figure occupied her mind entirely, and her delicate hands, submerged in water, suddenly trembled, creating ripples in the basin. Her body quivered, unable to contain herself any longer. Noticing her erratic breathing and the deepening shade of crimson on her face, with her hands gripping his foot tightly, Gu Feng inquired, "What's wrong?" Chapter 47. A Gathering of Aristocrats. Ning Yushi's face flushed like a ripe peach. "And no, it's nothing, Gu Feng. How's my technique?" Her methods could only be described as mediocre, even somewhat clumsy. It was evident that she had never washed anyone's feet before. "Quite good," Gu Feng replied, lowering his gaze to her flowing black hair. "So, you have remembered that trivial matter all the way to today?" Ning Yushi responded, "Perhaps for you, it is indeed a trivial matter, but for my life, it holds immense significance. Moreover, you later supported my education, and Uncle Qin, the steward of the Gu family, recognized my potential and helped me cultivate my meridians, allowing me to embark on the path of a martial artist." Gu Feng had no recollection of such events. "Then why did you abandon your studies? At your age, you should be in university." Ning Yushi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I am not suited for academics, and I do not wish to waste time in school. I seek vengeance for the Gu family and wish to clear your name. Unfortunately, despite my years of hardship and diligent training, I still fall short compared to Ji Caiyue." Gu Feng couldn't resist ruffling her hair. "You have already done wonderfully. Leave the rest to me." Thinking of Ji Caiyue's current status in Jiangling, Ning Yushi felt uneasy. She opened her mouth to speak, but remembered the events of the night, calming her heart instead. "Gu Feng, regarding the fire at the Gu family, I have found nothing significant. However, Ji Caiyue has been stirring trouble in Jiangling these past few years, leaving behind traces. I possess some evidence that I can hand over to you." Gu Feng smiled faintly. "There is no need for that. If you have time, could you help me investigate who removed Lin Ruochu's kidneys?" From the conversation between Wang Xiumei and Lin Ruomei, it seemed this matter was not orchestrated by Ji Caiyue. "As for Lin Ruochu, I am aware it was done by Tang Zi." Gu Feng raised an eyebrow. Tang Zi, the young master of the Tang family, ranked 8th among the aristocrats in Jiangling? "Indeed." Ning Yushi nodded. "Tang Zi was once your subordinate, but after the Gu family incident, he frequently slandered you. Therefore, I have kept a close eye on him. 2 months ago, he inadvertently revealed during a drinking session that he was involved in the removal of Lin Ruochu's kidneys. I was present at that gathering. He disrespected you and repaid kindness with malice. But with my current strength, I cannot confront him openly. That occasion afforded me the opportunity, and I immediately exposed the matter once I returned, even spending money to promote it on social media. During that time, the topic of Tang Zi's actions against innocent women became a hot topic in Jiangling. And Ning Yushi couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction watching his reputation plummet. However, the good times were short-lived, as the trending topic was suppressed just days later, disappearing overnight. Gu Feng dried his feet with a towel and dressed again. "It seems I must pay an old friend a visit," Ning Yushi remarked. "He should not be at home right now. You know this?" Gu Feng asked, surprised. Ning Yushi explained, "The Blood Alliance was originally scheduled to hold a promotion ceremony for Lu Jiang at Fengwu Jiutian today. However, we received word that young Master Tang reserved the entire Fengwu Jiutian for a party, so we had to change locations." "Ah, I see." Gu Feng left the room and entered Ning Yushi's car. She took the driver's seat, pressing the gas pedal as they sped towards Fengwu Jiutian. Lu Ajiao stood outside Fengwu Jiutian. "Song Chung, you wouldn't be deceiving me about this date, would you? Is there really a gathering of young aristocrats at Fengwu Jiutian today?" After parting ways with Song Chung in the afternoon, she had gone to play mahjong with a few friends. It was only half an hour ago that Song Chung informed her of the gathering, leaving her skeptical. "I must tell you, I will not agree to a date until I deal with that despicable man at the airport. If I find out you're lying, the consequences will be severe." Song Chung replied, "Ajiao, we've known each other for so long. When have I ever deceived you? In fact, Tang Zi called me this afternoon, but I was busy retrieving airport surveillance footage, so I couldn't answer. I only saw the news in the Jiangling Rich Kids group half an hour ago. You've always wanted to attend a gathering of aristocrats. Today is a great opportunity." Lu Ajiao inquired, "Did you send the surveillance to Master Hong?" "What did he say?" "I sent it. Master Hong hasn't replied yet. I don't know if he has seen it. After the party, I'll nudge him for a response." After that, he led Lu Ajiao into Fengwu Jiutian. The first floor of Fengwu Jiutian was empty. On the second floor, it was filled with guests. Upon their arrival on the second floor, a young man immediately approached. "Song Chung, you're remarkably late. The party is already halfway through. The charming woman in his arms remarked. I see. Young Master Song just came from the hotel. Did you not notice Lu Ajiao beside you? Lu Ajiao quickly clarified. Song Chung and I are just ordinary friends. Please do not speculate. She spoke softly, unaware of the young couple's background. The young man clicked his tongue. Song Chung, what's the holdup? It's been quite a while, and you still haven't gotten anywhere with this woman. The rumors about Song Cheng's pursuit of Lu Ajiao had long circulated in Jiangling's elite circles, leading many young aristocrats to secretly mock him. Song Cheng's expression darkened. What does it matter to you? Do you think I like you? Only think with my lower half when I see a woman. I pursue a lifelong partnership. Had it been anyone else, Song Chung might have hesitated to speak so boldly, but his interlocutor was merely from the Lu family, the least prominent among Jiangling's aristocrats, even inferior to the Song family. How dare he speak so brazenly? In the hall, tables were arranged according to the power of the aristocratic families, with the Song and Lu families seated at the back. The closer one sat to the center of the hall, the more distinguished the guests. At that moment, seated in the central chair was none other than Tang Zi. He clapped his hands, and the crowd fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, now that everyone is present, allow me to introduce a new friend of mine, General Yu Aoshang. Instantly, the hall erupted in applause, as many young aristocrats were astonished to learn that Tang Zi had befriended a general. In a corner, a strikingly beautiful woman stood up, nodding in acknowledgement, her brows displaying a fierce intensity. It was evident she had seen her share of battles. Once she took her seat, Tang Zi continued. The reason I've gathered you all here today extends beyond mere frivolities. There is indeed another matter at hand. As you're all aware, the construction of the Shao family resort project is imminent, and I know that many of you present have secured contracts with the Shao family. Our Tang family specializes in construction materials, so once the project officially commences, I hope you will prioritize procuring our materials. Of course, Brother Tang, you and I are like family. I will certainly ask my father to purchase from you. Another chimed in. After all, the costs must be incurred, and it is always most reassuring to deal with acquaintances, especially since Tang materials have a stellar reputation. The crowd chuckled superficially, yet inwardly they were cursing. Indeed, while Tang materials are reputed, the truth is they are terribly subpar, 20% lower in quality, yet 20% higher in price compared to competitors. Given a choice, no one would willingly buy from the Tang family. However, with the Tang family currently flourishing in Jiangling and having made the acquaintance of a general, even those wishing to refuse would have to reconsider their standing. Chapter 48. Riding back to Jiangling, the hall awash with red sleeves. Observing the flattering expressions around him, Tang Zi revealed a sly smile. After a brief remark, he departed the hall, heading towards the restroom. A middle-aged man followed closely behind, showering praise. Young master, your methods are truly remarkable. Despite only having met General Yu once, you've managed to enlist his support for the Tang family. Now, the elders of the prominent families will likely hesitate to refuse this business opportunity. Tang Zi replied with a smile, regardless of one's position. It is those who understand how to leverage circumstances that endure longer. The middle-aged man added, Indeed, just as years ago when you were by Gu Feng's side, you capitalized on the Gu family's influence. Later, when the Ji family rose, you tarnished Gu Feng's reputation to harness their power. Otherwise, how could the Tang family have ascended from the 8th prominent family to the 4th in Jiangling? Tang Zi frowned slightly. Let us not speak of Gu Feng. It brings bad luck. Suddenly, he stumbled, nearly falling. A girl's startled exclamation rang out, followed by the sound of glass shattering on the floor. Several beverages splattered onto Tang Zi's trousers. Are you blind? He glared at the fallen waitress, Wang Ru, a sophomore working part-time at Fengwu Jiutian. As she scrambled to her feet, she continuously apologized. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. No need for apologies. Immediately fetch me a pair of identical trousers. Vang hesitated. I'm truly sorry, but I don't have much money. Could I perhaps buy a cheaper pair? Smack! The middle-aged man slapped her across the face. A cheap pair? My young master only wears Armani. Whether you borrow from your parents or take out a loan, I want to see those trousers in half an hour or else. But it was his fault that I bumped into him. I'm willing to compensate, which is already generous. Wang Ru murmured. She had been carrying a tray to the kitchen when Tang Zi collided with her. Tang Zi narrowed his eyes. So you're implying it's my fault? Wang Ru, summoning her courage, replied, "The truth is as it stands. Does wealth grant one the right to be unreasonable? Can money buy impunity? I want to pay for your trousers. I have work to do." With that, she turned to leave. The middle-aged man attempted to grab her, but Tang Zi halted him. "Young master, are we just going to let this slide?" The man questioned. "Let it slide? No, no, no. Tomorrow, gather a few men and teach this young lady a lesson. At her age, she ought to understand the harsh realities of society. If she doesn't, Tang Zi shall enlighten her." In the hall, Yu Aoshang sat at her seat, brooding over her drink. Her attendant, Jiang Yin, inquired, "Sister Shang, you seem rather displeased." "Displeased? Naturally. I came to Jiangling on business for just a couple of days. Yet somehow Tang Zi learned I was here and sent an invitation for tonight's party. Initially, I had no intention of attending, but Jiang Yin was eager to experience Jiangling's elite circle. Though we are of different ranks, we are more like sisters, so I acquiesced. Who knew Tang Zi had ulterior motives? With my intellect, it's clear he seeks to use me as leverage. Despite our lack of familiarity, I've been put at a disadvantage. It's quite vexing. However, I can't be bothered to explain the intricacies to Jiang Yin." Suddenly, Jiang Yin exclaimed, "Sister Shang, look who is here." Upon raising her head, Yu Aoshang saw a tall figure with striking features striding in from outside. It was him. Earlier in the afternoon, she and Jiang Yin had exited Jiangling International Airport just in time to witness Gu Feng publicly confront Lu Ajiao, leaving a deep impression on her. Jiang Yin clenched her fists. "No way. I despise men who hit women. I didn't react this afternoon, but now that I see him, I must teach him a lesson." As she prepared to rise, Yu Aoshang pulled her back. "We're here for business. Let us not stir up trouble." Just as Jiang Yin settled back down, Lu Ajiao's voice rang out sharply. "Well, well, what a small world." Gu Feng cast a glance at her, remaining silent as he continued to walk to the center of the hall. The once boisterous atmosphere fell silent, to the point where one could hear a pin drop. At last, in full view, Gu Feng took the seat that originally belonged to Tang Zi. "Everyone, it's been years. I hope you've been well." The room was eerily quiet, as the heirs of prominent families regarded Gu Feng with expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Only Lu Ajiao shouted, "What are you playing at? You really think you can sit here? Just wait until young Master Tang arrives. I'll see if he doesn't break your legs." "Oh," Gu Feng smiled. "Do you think I'm unworthy of this position?" "Absolutely. Not even Song Cheng deserve to sit here. What makes you think you do?" Gu Feng turned to Song Cheng. "Song Cheng, tell us, am I allowed to occupy young Master Tang's seat?" Song Cheng, looking at Gu Feng in the prominent position, felt a chill run down his spine. Earlier at the airport, he hadn't recognized Gu Feng. But now, as Gu Feng sat centrally, the hazy memories became painfully clear. Years ago, this was the man who always occupied the center stage. Countless heirs of Jiangling, regardless of their outward glory, paled in comparison before him. At social gatherings and business balls, no one dared to take the main seat in his presence. Not for any other reason, but because he is Gu Feng, the eldest son of the Gu family. In those days, Gu Feng was the prince charming in the hearts of countless Jiangling maidens. 7 springs ago, Gu Feng rode to the Yuan Mountain Villa for a hunting expedition, returning to Jiangling after several days. How many Jiangling maidens rushed to the city gate to catch a glimpse of him? Riding back to Jiangling, the hall was awash with red sleeves. Such grandeur is but a shadow of the past. Thud! Song Cheng, drenched in sweat, felt his legs give way, and he kneeled down. Young Master Gu. Chapter 49. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Now it is your turn to be my dog. Gu Feng turned his gaze back to the assembly of young heirs. What do you say, am I allowed to sit here? Typically arrogant and domineering. The heirs now felt a chill run down their spines, afraid to even take a breath, let alone meet Gu Feng's gaze. Lu Ajiao trembled, disbelief written all over her face. Although Song Cheng appeared as a mere dog before her, in the eyes of others, he was always the towering heir of a prestigious family. Merely sitting there was enough to intimidate Song Cheng into submission. In a room filled with the scions of prominent families, many of whom held even loftier statuses than Song Cheng, not a single one dared to utter a word in the presence of Gu Feng. Even the dimmest of minds could discern that the so-called inferior man she spoke of possessed a remarkable identity. Her voice trembled slightly. Song Cheng, who is he? The young master of Jiangling, Gu Feng. There is no need for me to elaborate. Even Tang Ji back then was only worthy of carrying his bags and polishing his shoes. Lu Ajiao gasped in shock. As a local of Jiangling, she had never encountered Gu Feng, yet she had heard many tales of this esteemed young master. In his heyday, which young master dared to speak loudly in his presence? It was no wonder these individuals were so intimidated. However, she soon realized something was amiss and kicked Song Chung sharply. What are you doing? So what if he is Gu Feng? The Gu family has long since vanished. Now he is nothing but a parricidal villain, a rat in the street, deserving of scorn. What are you afraid of? Her words struck like a wake-up call. Without the Gu family, what was there to fear? Song Chung awkwardly got up, rubbing his nose. The previously quiet hall erupted into a cacophony. Damn it, 5 years have passed, and Gu Feng still radiates the same charisma, making me believe the Gu family still stands tall in Jiangling. What year is it today? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? How can he return from the grave? Regardless, I only know that with Gu Feng back in Jiangling, a spectacle is about to unfold. Although the Gu family is no more, I wonder what waves the once magnificent young Master Gu can stir. Amidst the murmurs, Lu Ajiao could no longer contain her anger and shouted, Gu Feng, I have yet to settle the score for the slap you gave me. Gu Feng chuckled lightly. Not slapping you to death is already the greatest mercy I could show. How laughable. Lu Ajiao scoffed. Do you think you are still the #1 young master of Jiangling? If you're still lost in your dreams, then I, Lu Ajiao, shall bring you back to reality today. She turned her gaze to Song Chung. Song Chung, now is your moment to shine. If you can incapacitate Gu Feng, I will accompany you to the movies tomorrow. Song Cheng's fear had long dissipated. Everyone, I came here in haste today and did not bring any bodyguards. May I borrow yours for a moment? I assure you, I will repay you generously in the future. No one opposed him. The young masters present had been suppressed by Gu Feng for far too long. They too wished to witness the once mighty young master of Jiangling being trampled beneath their feet. In an instant, over 20 bodyguards clad in black suits stepped forward. Song Chung commanded, Gu Feng almost fell for your trick just now. Come here and apologize to Ajiao, and perhaps I will grant you, the former young master of Jiangling, a modicum of dignity. Gu Feng caressed the armrest of his chair and replied indifferently, You dare speak to me in such a manner with these insignificant pawns? A chill ran down Song Cheng's spine, a foreboding sensation swelling within him. Gu Feng's demeanor was eerily calm. Lu Ajiao sneered, still putting on airs? Who doesn't know that the young master of the Gu family never trained in martial arts? These 20-plus bodyguards, while not top-tier fighters, are all carefully cultivated by various prominent families. They can easily turn you into a pig's head. At her command, the bodyguards charged at Gu Feng, their eyes gleaming with malice. In an instant, a flurry of attacks descended upon Gu Feng. Yet the next moment, the assailants were sent flying like petals scattered by the wind. The thud of bodies hitting the ground echoed continuously. The bodyguards lay unconscious, oblivious to their fate. Lu Ajiao was taken aback. She hadn't even seen how Gu Feng had struck. Just then, footsteps approached from outside. It was Ning Yushi who had parked her car. As the second in command of the Blood Alliance, she was somewhat renowned in Jiangling, and many recognized her. Upon seeing her, Lu Ajiao's eyes lit up. Ningye, you arrived just in time. I assume Lord Hong has informed you and sent you here. What news? Ning Yushi asked, her expression puzzled. Lu Ajiao pointed at Gu Feng. This inferior man struck me several times at the airport without cause. I have already notified Lord Hong to deal with this matter. Ningye, quickly take care of this scoundrel. I will ensure Song Chung pays you double. I see. Ning Yushi's expression shifted to one of understanding. Without hesitation, she delivered a resounding slap that sent Lu Ajiao flying. Wait, why are you hitting me? I told you to deal with Gu Feng. Ning Yushi replied coolly. From today onwards, the Blood Alliance will only heed the commands of young Master Gu Feng. How dare you ask me to strike him? What are your intentions? Lu Ajiao was shaken. Gu Feng had just returned to Jiangling and already brought one of the 3 major underground forces, the Blood Alliance, under his command. How could this be? Was Lord Hong an old acquaintance of Gu Feng? Or had the once mighty Lord Hong been eliminated by Gu Feng after 2 years of chaos in Jiangling? Suddenly, applause erupted from outside. Tang Ji entered the room. Brother Feng, what a masterful maneuver. You have returned to Jiangling and already brought the Blood Alliance to heel. She stopped 10 meters away from Gu Feng. locking eyes with him. But Brother Feng, you are sitting in my place. Could you perhaps make way? Gu Feng replied, Xiao Yi, you have finally arrived. I have awaited you for quite some time. Xiao Yi? That is quite a nostalgic term, Tang Ji smiled. In light of our past friendship, I believe it more fitting for you to call me Gu. Thus, I might allow you, Gu Feng, to be my loyal dog. Ha ha! Gu Feng laughed heartily, nearly moved to tears. Xiao Yi, how the tables have turned. 5 years ago, you were not in this position before me. Tang Zi regarded Gu Feng. 30 years of the river flowing east, 30 years flowing west. I, Tang Ji, have been your dog for years, and now it is your turn. Gu Feng lit a cigarette and said leisurely, Xiao Yi, I have always regarded you as a brother. How many times has the Tang family faced crises? Only for me to persuade my father to extend a helping hand? Spare me the emotional appeals. I detest your facade. Tang Zi retorted. What if you helped my Tang family? You think it was out of the goodness of your heart? No, it was all part of my plan. I can also tell you that several of the Tang family's troubles were fabricated simply to extract some benefits from you. While the world sees the young master of Jiangling as unparalleled, I find you to be foolish as a pig, easily manipulated by my slight schemes. Tang Ji, you placed your hands in her pockets. Thus, Gu Feng, you did not simply lose to me now. You lost to me long ago when you were still the young master of Jiangling. Gu Feng shrugged. I admit my defeat. I should not have regarded you as a person. Humph. Tang Ji coldly chuckled. Pan Shu cut out his tongue for me. A dog does not need to speak. It only needs to bark. Chapter 50. A mother and son reunited in a corner. Jiang Yin's large eyes darted about. Sister Shuang, who do you think will win? The one called Pan Shu or Gu Feng? Yu Shuang watched the unfolding scene without speaking. Jiang Yin continued. This Gu Feng, beating women in public, is quite the scoundrel. And that Tang Ji, he doesn't seem like a good person either. Oh dear, I don't know whom to support. After a pause, she added, however, that Pan Shu exudes a formidable aura. I fear Gu Feng's fate will be quite tragic. Yu Shuang, however, remarked, I have a slight preference for Gu Feng. Why is that? Just a feeling. Jiang Yin laughed. Then it seems your intuition, Sister Shuang, may be mistaken. Although Gu Feng can easily topple over 20 bodyguards, he is still too young. How high can his martial arts skills be? Moreover, true strong individuals would never stoop to strike a girl. So he is bound to lose today. How about a bet? Yu Shuang suggested casually. Jiang Yin smacked his thigh. Splendid. Last time, I lost the bet and had to give up all my holidays for this year. If I win this time, Frost Sister, you must not only return all my holidays, but also grant me a month's paid leave. What if I lose? If I lose, I shall also have no holidays next year. Just as Jiang Yin's words faded, Uncle Pan moved. He floated and delivered a palm strike, which, though seemingly slow, reached Gu Feng in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yin shouted, Damn, Uncle Pan is actually a peak 2-star master. Frost Sister, I'm bound to win this time. But in the next moment, Gu Feng responded with a thunderous palm strike. Dragon roars and tiger growls. Smack! Uncle Pan's head was instantly shattered. Jiang Yin's eyes nearly popped out. What the hell? He was a peak 2-star master, and he lost in one move? Yu Shuang smiled. Anian, it seems your holidays for next year are also gone. Jiang Yin's face turned as sour as a bitter gourd. No. Can we cancel the bet? Her expression then grew serious. Frost Sister, a life has been lost. Shouldn't we do something about it? After a moment's thought, Yu Shuang shook her head. Jiangling's affairs will be handled by Jiangling people. We have no right to interfere. At this moment, Gu Feng rose from his chair and walked step by step toward Tang Zi. Tang Zi's face was ashen. Gu Feng, don't come any closer. The Tang family has already become the 4th most powerful family in Jiangling. If you dare to harm me, the Tang family will ensure you have no place to be buried. Gu Feng kicked him to the ground, so you're only 4th. I almost thought you had become the top young master of Jiangling with your arrogance. As he spoke, he squatted and patted Tang Zi's cheek. Squeezing money out of me? Tang Zi, did you really think I didn't know your little tricks? I just turned a blind eye for the sake of our brotherhood. But alas, I treated you as a brother, and you insisted on being a dog. Why are you so despicable? Smack! Gu Feng's palm shot out, and Tang Zi's teeth shattered. Before Tang Zi could scream, Gu Feng's fingers formed a claw and grabbed at his waist. In the next moment, a bloody kidney appeared before Gu Feng. Gu Feng's expression was grim. This was not Lin Ruochu's kidney. There were no surgical marks on Tang Zi's kidney. Gu Feng, still unconvinced, pulled out the other kidney. But it was not Lin Ruochu's either. What was going on? As he pondered, A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Tang Zi's mouth. Brother Feng, don't kill me. We are brothers, the closest of brothers. Don't you remember the days we spent drinking and talking late into the night? Gu Feng sneered. Isn't it a bit late to say this? Tell me, you said you dug out Lin Ruochu's kidney. Where is it? Why isn't it in your body? Tang Zi struggled to speak. I didn't dig it out. You want to die? Gu Feng's expression turned icy, and he raised his palm to strike Tang Zi's head. Tang Zi, in a panic, said, I'll tell you, I did take it, but my father took it and gave it to someone. I don't know who. Why don't I call him and have him come over so you can ask him in person? Fine, call him. Tang Zi quickly took out his phone and dialed his father. Dad, someone is looking for you, cough, at the second floor of Phoenix Dance. Come as soon as you can, cough. 20 minutes later, Tang Zi's father, Tang Jianlin, arrived at Phoenix Dance. 4 elderly men followed him. Before Gu Feng could speak, Tang Zi burst into maniacal laughter. Gu Feng, you're as stupid as a pig, aren't you? When I called, my voice was so weak, do you think my father couldn't tell? Even a fool could tell I was in trouble. If I were you, I would have killed you already, and the message wouldn't have gotten out. It's too late now. Gu Feng, with 4 4-star masters from the Tang family here. You can't escape. Jiangling, sitting in the corner, spoke again. Frost's sister, let's bet again. I'll wager all my holidays for the next 10 years. I bet Gu Feng will lose. You always no bet. 4 4-star masters. Gu Feng couldn't possibly be a match. To be able to crush a peak 2-star master with a single palm at his age was already remarkable. Frankly, she felt a bit of admiration for his talent. But this was Jiangling, and she didn't want to get involved in this mess. Tang Jinlin's thunderous roar echoed. Gu Feng, you beast. You dare to dig out my son's kidneys. I will kill you. I will kill you. Tang Zi screamed, No, father, don't kill him. He coughed up blood. His face twisted with madness as he looked at Gu Feng. Gu Feng, rest assured I won't kill you. I will cut off your limbs and imprison you. I want you to watch me step by step to the top of Jiangling. Gu Feng, look up to me. My future will be even more brilliant than your past. When the 9th month comes, after my flower blooms, all other flowers will wither. Gu Feng, I want you to look up to me. Fine, as you wish, Zi. Father will do as you wish. Tang Jinlin gritted his teeth. At that moment, a cold and ethereal voice sounded from outside. Who dares to touch my son? Everyone turned to look. Ji Caiyue, in her splendid attire, had slowly walked in. Ji Caiyue, the peerless beauty who blooms and withers all other flowers, overshadowing all the beauty of Jiangling. The actual matriarch of the current top family in Jiangling had arrived. Chapter 51. My son is in his rebellious phase. What's wrong with me beating him? Following Ji Caiyue were a dozen black-robed warriors, exuding a terrifying aura. Tang Jinlin was taken aback and then said, Madam Ji, I know you are a deeply affectionate person. Even if your son commits a heinous crime, you still want to protect him out of old sentiment. But look, Gu Feng is truly beyond redemption. 5 years ago is one thing, but look at what he has done since he returned. He killed my son's followers and even dug out my son's kidneys. He took a deep breath. If this child is not eliminated, he will surely become a great calamity in the future. Madam Ji, you understand the greater good. You should know that killing Gu Feng tonight is not just for revenge, but for the greater good of the people. Ji Caiyue walked up to Tang Jinlin and smiled. Tang Jinlin, the Tang family has risen from the 8th to the 4th most powerful family in Jiangling in 5 years, and may even advance further. You don't want this hard-earned family business to crumble, do you? Though her tone was gentle, everyone present gasped. A blatant threat. Ji Caiyue was willing to go to war with the Tang family for Gu Feng. Why? Strictly speaking, they had no blood relation. Could it be that in the 5 years she was married into the Gu family, Ji Caiyue truly regarded Gu Feng as her son? Did 5 years of maternal affection make her feel pity for this son with a bloodstained past? Tang Jinlin's face turned extremely ugly. Madam Ji, my son is in this state, and you still want to protect that beast Gu Feng? Smack! Ji Caiyue raised her hand and slapped Tang Jinlin's face. You call my son a beast, so what am I, the mother of a beast? You have 3 seconds to disappear from my sight, or the Tang family will be erased from Jiangling. Tang Jinlin's rage burned, his eyes bulging, and his fists clenched so tightly they popped. He was a 5-star master, and Ji Caiyue was just a weak woman. With one punch, he could kill her. But, fine. Madam Ji, I will remember this slap. Tang Jinlin repeatedly uttered the word good 3 times, then turned and departed with the seriously injured Tang Ji, sweeping his sleeves as he left. with just a casual punch. He could send Ji Caiyue to the realm of bliss. Yet he dare not act. The influence represented by Ji Caiyue loomed over Jiangling like an immense mountain, instilling in him a profound fear that rendered him incapable of striking. After his departure, Ji Caiyue, still smiling, clasped her hands behind her back and addressed the assembly. Gentlemen, I have long been apart from my dear Feng, and there are words I wish to impart. I trust you would not care to listen to our mother-son banter? The young masters of various esteemed families immediately discerned this as a dismissal, and they hurriedly turned toward the exit. Once outside, the young gentleman of Jiangling, who had been silenced by Ji Caiyue's earlier dominance, erupted in confusion. What has transpired? Wasn't Gu Feng a parricide? For years, Madame Ji has displayed such deep affection for Gu Rencheng. Upon seeing Gu Feng, shouldn't she seek to eliminate him? One mused. Perhaps it is precisely because of Madame Ji's profound feelings for Gu Rencheng that she protects Gu Feng. After all, regardless of his heinous deeds, he remains the last living kin of Gu Rencheng. This notion sparked a flicker of realization. Alas, Madame Gu is truly gentle. I am moved to tears. When might I find such a remarkable wife, both beautiful and virtuous, who remains steadfastly loyal despite the years? Within the second floor of Fengwu Jiutian, aside from the dozen or so cloaked figures, only Gu Feng and Ji Caiyue remained. Ji Caiyue summoned the servers to bring forth wine and delicacies, gracefully sitting down in her exquisite attire. Little Feng, I truly did not expect you to be alive. These years must have been arduous for you. In my memory, you were never so gaunt, she said. Gu Feng's cold gaze fell upon her. Ji Caiyue, there are no outsiders here. Why must you perform? You saved my life just now. I do not expect gratitude. Yet can you not even utter the word mother? In the past, you would never have addressed me by my name. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Feng's figure flickered, appearing before her in an instant. With a swift movement, he struck Ji Caiyue's exquisite face without hesitation. She stumbled, collapsing to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. You dare! The cloaked figures erupted in fury, poised to retaliate against Gu Feng, but Ji Caiyue raised her hand to stop them. Struggling to rise, she grasped a wine jug, pouring 2 cups. Little Feng, I received word of your survival some time ago. You sent word that you wished to share a drink with me. Thus, upon hearing of your return to Jiangling tonight, I hastened to come, yet it seems you do not welcome your mother. Gu Feng seized her delicate, silk-like neck. Ji Caiyue, I advise you to refrain from referring to me as your son, or I shall crush you this very moment. His grip tightened gradually, and Ji Caiyue's breath quickened. Her porcelain cheeks flushed with a hint of oxygen deprivation. With her crimson lips parting, she struggled to speak. Little Feng, I understand you have harbored grievances against me since I married into the Gu family, unwilling to acknowledge me as your mother. Yet, I was indeed your father's wife for 5 years. That fact cannot be altered. Even now, I am still your father's widow. If I do not refer to you as my son, what identity should I adopt? Shall I call you brother or younger brother? She leaned closer to Gu Feng's ear, whispering softly, moreover, should you kill me today, how regrettable that would be. The day after tomorrow marks your father's memorial. Rather than perish unnoticed in a corner, it would be far more fitting to die in public, before your father's gravestone. Wouldn't you agree? Her warm breath caressed Gu Feng's ear, yet it felt as cold as a serpent's hiss. Gu Feng gazed at her, then suddenly smiled, leaning in closer to whisper, indeed, Ji Caiyue, to kill you so easily would be a grave loss. You ought to die in public, before my father's gravestone. For 5 years, I have awaited this day. Ji Caiyue, your era is but 2 days away from crumbling to dust. Cherish it while you can. His smile twisted into a grotesque grin as he struck her beautiful face twice more before departing with a flourish. Ji Caiyue stared blankly at Gu Feng's retreating figure, her brow lightly furrowing. One of the cloaked figures exclaimed, Madam, are we simply letting him go? After all these years, he is the first to dare strike you. Madam, give the order, and I shall bring you his head. Ji Caiyue chuckled softly. My son is merely in a rebellious phase. What of it if he strikes his mother? I bear no ill will. Why should you? The cloaked figures were left speechless. Ji Caiyue gathered her disheveled hair with both hands, walking towards the exit of Fengwu Jiutian while softly murmuring, Little Feng, I have laid a web for you. Come the day after tomorrow, how will you kill me? The one who shall meet their end will be you. Chapter 52. He didn't kill me. Could it be he has taken a liking to me? The cool moonlight bathed the earth, reflecting two silhouettes, Lu Ajiao and Song Cheng. Song Cheng lowered his head, a look of dejection on his face as he said, Ajiao, I am afraid I am unable to help you seek revenge. With Ji Caiyue protecting Gu Feng, who among the vastness of Jiangling would dare to act against him? Even the fourth-ranked Tang family could only suffer in silence before Ji Caiyue. What then was the significance of Song Cheng's 11th rank? No need, Song Cheng, do not trouble yourself. Upon reflection, it was my fault that led to Gu Feng striking me. Besides, for a villain like him, who kills without a second thought, merely slapping me is already a great act of leniency. Recalling the rumors of Gu Feng's parricide and the recent fate of Uncle Pan, whose skull was crushed by Gu Feng's hand, as well as Tang Ji, who had her kidneys forcibly extracted, Lu Ajiao felt a chill run down her spine. Yet, alongside this fear, she felt a sense of pride. Gu Feng was indeed a ruthless killer. However, when she had been rude to him at the airport, he had only struck her once. Why was that? She pondered, then asked Song Cheng, do you think I am beautiful? Beautiful? Of course. In my eyes, you are the goddess of Jiangling, even surpassing Ji Caiyue. Lu Ajiao felt a swell of pride. Then do you think Gu Feng finds me beautiful, which is why he tolerated my insolent behavior and merely slapped me? Furthermore, he could have easily killed me in the hall, yet he did not. My goodness, could it be that Gu Feng has developed feelings for me? What nonsense! Song Cheng was left befuddled, unable to comprehend how Lu Ajiao arrived at such a conclusion. Even if he had feelings for me, I would not reciprocate. A murderer like him is not worth my time, especially considering the Gu family has long since faded into obscurity. He is likely destitute. Indeed, he is no longer the esteemed young master of Jiangling. Compared to my Song family, he is but a mayfly beneath the vast sky. Song Cheng hastily concurred. Yet he heard Lu Ajiao continue. However, with Ji Caiyue now protecting him and treating him like her own son, does that not imply he has a share in the Ji family's fortune? Ji Caiyue is so loyal and principled. She could very well allow him to take over the Ji family, becoming the future heir. If that were to happen, in due course, he might reclaim his status as the foremost young master of Jiangling. Imagine possessing immense wealth and exceptional skills, truly a superlative man. Whoever marries him will be blessed for life. Song Cheng's expression darkened. Ajiao, you wouldn't dare to have feelings for that Gu Feng, would you? Lu Ajiao paused, suddenly realizing she had perhaps revealed too much. Honestly, if Gu Feng were to truly transform into that kind of person in the future, it would indeed stir her heart. Particularly since it seemed Gu Feng might also be interested in her. It was a mutual pursuit. However, she was not naive. The situation remained unclear, and it was not yet time to dismiss Song Cheng. How could he possibly think of her, Lu Ajiao, in such a trivial light? Lu Ajiao intentionally rolled her eyes, remarking that after his prolonged pursuit, she was still assessing him. Did he really believe she could develop feelings for someone she had only known for a day? Song Cheng, do you perceive me, Lu Ajiao, as a frivolous woman? Song Cheng hastily apologized, saying, I'm sorry, Ajiao. That wasn't my intention, while internally sighing in relief. Thank goodness. It would be exceedingly ironic if the goddess he had pursued for so long was snatched away by Gu Feng with a mere slap. Suddenly, both of them lightened their steps as they heard a familiar voice, Tang Jianling, who was the head of the Tang family speaking to. Lu Ajiao couldn't help but inquire. We'll find out soon enough, Song Cheng replied, pulling Lu Ajiao against the wall as they approached the street corner to peer down another avenue. Not far away, Tang Jianling was seated in a car, and another figure stood before him. Zhuyiumen, what do you mean by this? I have already shown your family's wife respect by withdrawing from Feng Wu Jiutian, yet you still dare to obstruct me? Both Song Cheng and Lu Ajiao recognized the name Zhuyiumen as the steward of the Ji family. Tang Jianling continued, even a clay figurine has some temper. Zhuyiumen, the Ji family may be powerful, but my Tang family has held some trump cards after years of operation. If you truly provoke me, I will not hesitate to take a piece from the Ji family, even if it leads to the downfall of the Tang family. Others may not know Ji Caiyue, but I do. When the time comes, I will tarnish her reputation, and we shall see how she continues to perform the role of a virtuous wife in Jiangling. Zhuyiumen smiled. Since you are aware of my family's wife's circumstances, you should not be angry. Today's incident was orchestrated by the wife for her own reasons. Rest assured, Your grievances will not last long, at most the day after tomorrow. Gu Feng will undoubtedly meet his demise. Is this for real? Tang Jinlin was half convinced. Zui Yuman presented a small gift box, saying, "This is just a token from the lady for you, Tang family head. I hope you will accept it graciously." Upon opening it, Tang Jinlin discovered it was a contract for building materials. The Ji family had secured the largest share in the Shao family resort project, a staggering contract worth 15 billion. Now, the Ji family intended to purchase building materials from the Tang family. The profits from this were easily imaginable. Huh, well done, Madam Ji. I shall eagerly await the ensuing spectacle. With that, Tang Jinlin accepted the package and drove off, quickly vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, Song Cheng, who had overheard everything from distance, felt elated. Did you hear that, a Jiao? Gu Feng is set to die in a few days. Everything today was merely a farce. He was unaware of Ji Caiyue's motivations for protecting Gu Feng or her plans to eliminate him. However, it mattered little. All he needed to know was that Gu Feng would perish in 2 days, and that was sufficient. Just as Lu Jiao was about to speak, a phone call interrupted her. It was the steward of the Lu family. She quickly answered, "Miss, something terrible has happened. I just returned from a business trip and discovered your father has died." Lu Jiao's expression changed dramatically, urging Song Cheng to drive back to the Lu family estate urgently. The scene within the courtyard left her dizzy. It was not only her father who had died. Even her brother, Lu Jiang, was gone. The old steward had already reviewed the surveillance footage and relayed all he knew. Song Cheng's face darkened ominously. That Gu Feng. How could he kill your father and brother? He deserves a fate worse than death. Lu Jiao sobbed uncontrollably, gasping for breath. Song Cheng comfortingly stroked her head, holding her close. "Jiao, do not cry. I will help you seek revenge." Chapter 53. Gu Feng is truly the warden of Long Island Prison. Revenge. Sob, sob, sob. How can I exact revenge? That Gu Feng can effortlessly eliminate a peak 2-star master. He likely possesses the strength of a 3-star master now. Your Song family only has one early 3-star master and a few 2-star masters. How could you possibly contend with Gu Feng? Even if you could, the cost would be exorbitant. Perhaps it's better to let it go. Sob, sob, sob. Song Cheng felt warmth in his heart. Evidently, his long pursuit of a Jiao had gained him some significance in her eyes. Here she was, facing a deep-seated vendetta, yet she still considered the Song family. We need not engage Gu Feng. After all, Ji Caiyue intend for him to die the day after tomorrow. He will not survive beyond that. What do you mean by revenge, then? Lu Jiao asked, wiping her tears. Song Cheng's expression turned grave. Gu Feng targeted your father and brother because of Lin Ruochu from the Lin family. Thus, we shall deal with the Lin family. Wait here. I will send someone to apprehend all the Lin family members. Wait, Lu Jiao quickly interjected. Let us wait until Gu Feng is dead before addressing this. Otherwise, if he goes mad, the Song family may not fare well. Song Cheng realized she was right. It would be prudent to wait until Gu Feng was no more before addressing the Lin family. However, as Lu Jiao had repeatedly considered him since receiving the dire news, he felt compelled to act, especially since Lu Jiao had not ceased crying since the bad news arrived. He had to allow her some outlet for her emotions. With that in mind, he said, let us start by exposing the Lin family's subpar building materials across the city. They may escape physical harm for now, but they will endure psychological torment. Lu Jiao did not oppose further, gently pushing Song Cheng away. You should leave now. I wish to be alone for a moment. Seeing her in such deep sorrow, Song Cheng wanted to stay with her, but Lu Jiao was resolute. He had no choice but to relent. On the drive home, despite his heartache, he occasionally recalled the moment he held a Jiao close. After pursuing her for so long, it felt like their first intimate encounter. This was the most vulnerable time for a Jiao. If he performed well enough, he would surely capture her heart. How strange. Her father and brother had died. And yet I feel both sorrow and joy. Song Cheng slapped himself twice, trying to dispel those thoughts, humming a tune as he vanished into the night. Meanwhile, a Jiao returned to her room, requesting the steward to bring her some alcohol before locking her door. She drank can after can of beer, her cheeks stained with tears, yet a smile crept onto her lips. Dad, brother, Song Cheng thinks I'm grieving for your deaths, heartbroken. Little does he know, I am overjoyed. Ha, I'm so happy. You can no longer threaten me. I will never see you alive again. I Lu A Jiao am free. Ha ha ha. Having exited Feng Wu Jiutian, Gu Feng returned to Yu Jing Mansion with Ning Yushi. Before bed, he suddenly remembered something and took out his phone, sending a message to Lin Ruochu. The matter has been resolved. You may return home. I have found a place to stay, so there's no need to worry about me. Simultaneously, in a Lin family residence, Lin Ruochu's phone illuminated beside her pillow. She had not taken her phone with her, or rather, she couldn't have even if she wanted to, as she had been knocked unconscious by Wang Xiumei. At that moment, in a shabby motel, Lin Romei gazed at her sister lying unconscious on the bed, uncertainly asking, Mom, is it really all right to have brought Ruochu out like this? Wang Xiumei snorted coldly. Do you think I wish to knock her out? She was being stubborn, refusing to leave, insisting on going out to explain herself to those people. They are from the Blood Alliance. Cold-blooded killers. How could they possibly reason with us? Lin Ruoma sighed, expressing her fear that if Ruochu woke up, she might harbor resentment towards them. So be it. Let her hate me. I acted for her own good. Wang Xiumei replied somewhat guiltily. Moreover, that Gu Feng claims to be the warden of Long Island Prison. Perhaps upon hearing his name, the Blood Alliance would flee in terror. Just then, Lin Beishan's call came through. Wang Xiumei quickly answered, and before she could speak, Lin Beishan inquired, Xiumei, where are you? And where is Xiao Feng? It's late. You're not out having supper together, are you? Have you returned home? Wang Xiumei gasped. The Blood Alliance isn't there? I've finished my business at the company. Where else would I go? And why would the Blood Alliance come to our home? They're perfectly fine. Wang Xiumei thought to herself. Could it be that Gu Feng truly managed to deal with the Blood Alliance? Her previous words with Lin Ruoma seemed like mere nonsense, but now she found herself believing them. Could Gu Feng really be the warden of Long Island Prison? It seemed likely. Historically, bandits do not confront officials. As soon as Gu Feng reveals his Dragon Command token, the Blood Alliance would likely retreat. With that thought, she hastily replied, Wait for me. I'll head back right now. She hoisted Ruochu on her back, and together with Lin Ruoma, they took a taxi back to the Lin family residence. Upon arriving, they were relieved to find no signs of intrusion. She briefly recounted the events of a few hours prior and her speculations to Lin Beishan. Are you suggesting that Gu Feng is the warden of Long Island Prison, and that is why the Blood Alliance was scared off? Lin Beishan asked. Wang Xiumei nodded. That seems to be the case. If the Blood Alliance had truly killed Gu Feng, they would have stormed our home, yet there are no signs of a search. Lin Beishan sighed in relief. As long as Gu Feng was unharmed. He then added, Then why did you run? You could have waited at home for Xiao Feng to resolve the situation. Hey, Wang Xiumei exclaimed. How was I to know he was really the warden of Long Island Prison? Lin Beishan sighed. Xiao Feng must have seen you fleeing with someone and got upset. He no longer stayed home. You should call him tomorrow and apologize. He was helping us, yet you kept being suspicious and sarcastic. Wang Xiumei interrupted him. You apologize yourself. I certainly won tea. You, what of it? I'm going to sleep now. With that, Wang Xiumei stormed off to her room. The next morning, Wang Xiumei was awakened by a piercing scream. It was her eldest daughter, Lin Ruoma. She rushed out. What's wrong? What happened? Lin Ruoma trembled, pointing to the ground outside the courtyard. Mom, look. Wang Xiumei focused her gaze and instantly felt dizzy. Outside the courtyard lay large patches of dry blood, starkly visible, along with scattered pieces of human skin and bones. After Gu Feng and Ning Yushi departed, the Blood Alliance had cleaned up the bodies, but not thoroughly. In the darkness of the night, these bloodstains melded with the inky blackness, and Wang Xiumei and the others had not noticed them at all. Soon, Lin Beishan arrived. His face paled upon seeing the blood. Xiumei, didn't you say that Xiao Feng scared off the Blood Alliance last night? What is all this blood? How would I know? I wasn't here, Wang Xiumei exclaimed, her heart sinking with a sense of foreboding. Lin Ruoma quivered. Could this be Gu Feng's blood? Is he? Lin Beishan kicked her behind and exclaimed, Isn't it all because of you? If you had stopped Gu Feng yesterday and made him run with you, he would still be alive and well. At that moment, Lin Beishan's phone rang. Hello, Mr. He. Can we discuss this tomorrow? What? The contract signed last night is void? What a ban. Soon, Lin Beishan's right hand fell limply, and the phone dropped to the ground, unnoticed. Lin Ruoma, trembling with fear, inquired, Dad, what? What happened again? Taking a deep breath, Lin Beishan stated, The Song family of the Jiangling aristocracy has issued a notice claiming that the building materials our family sold are problematic, announcing a citywide ban on Lin's materials. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiumei wept even more fiercely. Oh, the cursed Song family. They never even purchase materials from us, yet they claim our materials are flawed. Before she could finish, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground. The relentless blows had caused her to faint. At noon, Gu Feng lazily awoke from his slumber. After freshening up, he descended the stairs with Ning Yushi. Several delightful restaurants surrounded the vicinity of Jiangling, and Ning Yushi intended to take Gu Feng to sample their cuisine. Just as they reached the ground floor and had yet to exit the community, a voice filled with surprise suddenly called out, "Is that Gu Feng?" Almost immediately, a charming figure hurried over. Gu Feng recognized the person, but couldn't recall her name at first. The enchanting figure approached him. Xiao Caiyue. It was indeed Xiao Caiyue, whom Gu Feng had met briefly abroad. Chapter 55. The Flying Sky Society. Xiao Caiyue, not accustomed to physical exertion, was slightly breathless from her hurried approach. Gu Feng appraised her. Today, she wore a light yellow dress that accentuated her long, shapely legs, complemented by a pair of white sneakers, exuding a refreshing charm. He remembered their last encounter when she had donned a much simpler attire, appearing rather subdued despite being in her 20s. Now, she radiated youthful exuberance, reminiscent of an older sister from a neighboring school, leaving a lasting impression. Noticing Gu Feng's gaze upon her, Xiao Caiyue blushed and stammered. "Why are you staring at me? Is there something dirty on me?" "No, I just think you look quite different from before," Gu Feng replied. "Oh, is it not flattering?" she asked. "It's because of my teacher. He flew over from Longdu when he heard I was in Jiangling. He used to say I dressed too plainly, lacking any vitality. So I chose this outfit today." Xiao Caiyue explained nervously before adding, "Should I go change?" Gu Feng pondered momentarily. "Your previous outfit was indeed quite simple. This looks much better." "Really?" Xiao Caiyue's cheeks flushed. On one hand, she felt she had over-explained and lost her composure. On the other, Gu Feng's compliment made her heart flutter with unexpected joy. Just as she was about to respond, her phone rang. "Oh, you've arrived? All right, teacher." After hanging up, she said, "I'm sorry, my teacher has brought a few friends and is waiting for me at the restaurant. I must go. I'll treat you to a meal another day." With that, she hurried away. Ning Yushi led Gu Feng into Jin Shifu, a new restaurant that had opened near Jiangling just 2 weeks prior, specializing in Chinese cuisine with quite a good reputation. It was lunchtime, and the place was bustling with patrons. Ning Yushi visited the front desk and returned, a bit disappointed. "Young Master Gu, there are no private rooms available. Shall we try another place?" "No worries. I'm not particular." Gu Feng waved dismissively, and they settled in a cozy corner by the window. While waiting for their food, Ning Yushi, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, "Young Master Gu, it seems you have quite a story with the young lady we just met." "I merely saved her life in Myanmar," Gu Feng replied. "Myanmar? How did you end up there?" Ning Yushi presedon. Gu Feng initially hesitated to elaborate, but, unable to resist her inquiries, shared a brief account of his experiences in Myanmar while eating. Ning Yushi listenet, captivated. Having navigated her own share of turmoil in Jiangling, she had encountered numerous dangers. However, Gu Feng's tales of peril far eclipsed her own. As she was about to speak, a young man approached with a wine glass in hand. "Excuse me, are you the esteemed Ning family leader of the Blood Alliance?" Ning Yushi frowned. "You know me?" The young man, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Indeed. You may not recognize me, but I've been in Jiangling's underground for years, and your name is renowned. A woman of your stature in the Blood Alliance." "Get to the point," Ning Yushi interrupted. "I simply wanted to invite you for a drink," he replied. "Sorry. Busu. Perhaps another time." Ning Yushi declined politely. The young man did not press further and walked away. Gu Feng chuckled. "It seems you've indeed made quite a name for yourself. It's likely many in the underworld are keeping an eye on you." Ning Yushi's face flushed. "I have no interest in them." They continued their conversation for a while, and before they knew it, an hour had passed. The restaurant had grown quieter as patrons thinned out, and they prepared to settle the bill when a voice rang out. "Leader Luo, right here." Ning Yushi looked up to see the young man from earlier alongside Luo Xian, the second in command of the Flying Sky Society. Behind them, a throng of followers packed the restaurant, which had transformed from somewhat quiet to overwhelmingly crowded. A sea of people, nearly 1,000 strong, filled the space. The Flying Sky Society, one of the 3 major underground forces in Jiangling. Ning Yushi's expression darkened. The Flying Sky Society has become increasingly unreasonable. I merely declined to drink. And now they VE sent so many to confront me? The young man stepped forward, grinning. Did you think I genuinely wanted to drink with you? I merely sought to confirm your identity. The Flying Sky Society has placed a bounty of 10 million on your head, and that bounty shall now be mine. Ning Yushi ignored him and turned to Luo Xian. Leader Luo, do you not fear retaliation from the Blood Alliance after placing a bounty on my head? Luo Xian chuckled coldly. Ning Yushi, I have received news of Hong Chi's demise. Without him, the Blood Alliance is merely a collection of insignificant entities. Today, the Flying Sky Society will triumph over the Blood Alliance. Of course, I am not one to revel in bloodshed. Should you choose to surrender, I shall not harm you. Ning Yushi toyed with her wine glass. You wish to conquer the Blood Alliance without lifting a finger. Your ambitions are indeed grand. Luo Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. You have two choices today, surrender or die. Ning Yushi's hand trembled imperceptibly, but upon seeing Gu Feng quietly seated beside her, her anxiety dissipated. With young Master Gu present, what was there to fear? Since you know of Hong Chi's death, you should also know that he was killed by young Master Gu. I can inform you that the true owner of the Blood Alliance is Gu Feng. Gu Feng stood and positioned himself protectively in front of Ning Yushi. Luo Xian, we meet again. Luo Xian glanced between Gu Feng and Ning Yushi. An inexplicable sense of deja vu washing over him. 6 years ago, he had come with 1,000 men to trouble Ning Yushi. And Gu Feng had stood just as tall. He had fled in fear back then. Yet, he burst into laughter. Ha ha. Indeed. I have indeed heard the news that Gu Feng killed Hong Chi with a single punch. However, do you truly believe that the Feitian Society fears Hong Chi? The reason Hong Chi was able to stir up trouble in Jiangling was solely due to his connections with the formidable powers of Zhonghai. Now that Hong Chi is dead, the Blood Alliance is like a rootless weed, ripe for slaughter. As for Gu Feng, he met Gu Feng's gaze and calmly said, Gu Feng, your transformation astonishes me. However, I must speak plainly. The you of the past was utterly powerless, and I trembled in fear, while now, with your 3-star master cultivation, I can only laugh. Upon finishing, a change in his aura surged forth, a tidal wave of pressure crashing down. This second-in-command of the Feitian Society had already stepped into the realm of a 4-star master. Chapter 56, The Unparalleled National Hero. Do you see? I am a 4-star master. Capturing a Gu Feng is merely a matter of ease. Not to mention, I have always been cautious. Even if Gu Feng were a 4-star master, able to contend with me, the thousands of members I brought would overwhelm him like a tidal wave. Ning Yushi furrowed her brows. She was completely unaware of Hong Chi's connections to Zhonghai. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. She stepped forward. Luo Xian, you are clever and prudent, but these qualities are rendered meaningless in the face of absolute power. Let me inform you, young Master Gu Feng is not a 3-star master, nor a 4-star master, but a 6-star master. If you have any sense, you will leave now. Otherwise, not just you, but the entire Feitian Society will face annihilation. Previously, young Master Gu Feng had claimed to have killed the peak 5-star master Oda Masanobu with a single punch overseas. It was certain that his strength was of a 6-star caliber. At that moment, a young man who had approached earlier sneered, Ning Yushi, even in the face of death, you still wish to put on airs. 6-star master? I see Gu Feng as merely a 6-star fraud. Ha! Slap! Gu Feng retaliated with a swift palm, striking the young man across the face. The young man was sent crashing into the crowd, spewing blood, unconscious and unaware of his fate. All members of the Feitian Society were taken aback. They had never expected Gu Feng to act so recklessly amidst the encirclement. Was this not akin to seeking death? Luo Xian's expression darkened, and he bellowed, Gu Feng, do you think you are still the young master of the past? Given your arduous training, you have reached the master realm in just a few years. I was considering recruiting you, but now it seems before he could finish, he was interrupted by Gu Feng. Luo Xian, do you know why you are still alive to speak with me? Luo Xian raised an eyebrow, listening as Gu Feng continued. That is because I wish to incorporate the Feitian Society into the Blood Alliance. Huh? The members of the Feitian Society found it utterly incredible. Did Gu Feng truly understand what he was saying? Was it not the Feitian Society that intended to devour the Blood Alliance? Yet he wished for the Blood Alliance to swallow the Feitian Society? It was simply a reversal of the heavens. Applause erupted from Luo Xian after a long silence. As expected of the former young master of Jiangling, Your charm remains undiminished. I only hope that you can still speak so arrogantly after this. Boom! Before he could finish, Gu Feng unleashed a punch. The sound of an explosion rang out. Luo Xian had no time to react before a piercing pain spread from his abdomen throughout his body. He hunched over like a shrimp, crashing into the crowd like a cannonball. The people scrambled to help Luo Xian up, but he was already pale with fear. Could it be that Gu Feng was truly a six-star master? No, absolutely not. How could there be such a young six-star master? It was simply unheard of. Moreover, he was well aware that Gu Feng had not even begun his path as a martial artist 5 years ago. How could one ascend to the six-star master realm in just 5 short years? What a farcical joke. Gu Feng, I will regard you with newfound respect. However, I still refuse to believe you have reached the six-star master realm. Today you shall die. He planned to command all members of the Feitian Society to attack Gu Feng simultaneously, but suddenly a voice shouted, "Whoever dares to touch Gu Feng will have to answer to me, Xiao Caiyue and my Xiao family." Immediately following, a girl in a light yellow dress, Xiao Caiyue, rushed down from upstairs and stood before Gu Feng. Luo Xian frowned. The Xiao family? The one that parachuted into Jiangling 2 years ago and built the Yujing mansion. Now planning to invest 30 billion in a resort? Xiao Caiyue replied, "Indeed, I am the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Caiyue. Gu Feng is my friend." Ha ha ha. Keep it up. The Xiao family is indeed powerful, but the eldest daughter has been studying in Neon for years and has yet to return. Even if you wish to impersonate someone, at least check your facts first. Seeing that her words were not believed, Xiao Caiyue grew anxious. "I am indeed the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. I just returned to the country 2 days ago." Still pretending? Luo Xian did not believe her at all and raised his hand to slap Xiao Caiyue away. But then an elderly voice rang out. "Let us see who dares to harm my student." An elderly man, simply dressed and wearing reading glasses, walked down from upstairs. Xiao Caiyue exclaimed anxiously, "Teacher, don't come down." The old man waved his hand dismissively and approached Xiao Caiyue, locking eyes with Luo Xian. His gaze was sharp. Luo Xian impatiently said, "Who the hell are you? An old fool. Don't come here to seek death." The old man replied calmly, "I am Huang Shuli, the chief academician of the Academy of Sciences in Kyoto." Xiao Caiyue, fearing Luo Xian and his companions did not understand the gravity of the situation, quickly added, "My teacher led and perfected the 2 nanometers chip technology and has published numerous influential papers in international authoritative journals on fundamental physics. He is truly unparalleled," Huang Shuli said. "Young man, violence is not a solution. Hurry." Before he could finish, Luo Xian swung his hand, slapping Huang Shuli across the face. "What nonsense about chips and physics? What does that have to do with me?" The slap was hard, causing Huang Shuli to stumble back, nearly falling. However, Luo Xian was relentless and kicked toward Xiao Caiyue. "Physics, huh? The Academy of Sciences? Unparalleled is that?" A piercing scream erupted. Gu Feng had struck with a palm. Luo Xian's leg was shattered upon impact. "Luo Xian, you have chosen your own demise." Gu Feng spoke coldly, then unleashed another ferocious punch. This punch carried the force of 1,000 mountains, shaking the very seas. Boom! Luo Xian was obliterated into a mist of blood. After a brief silence, over 1,000 members of the Feitian Society erupted in furious roars. "Gu Feng, Yu Shai Di." A throng surged forward, charging at Gu Feng. Gu Feng coldly instructed Ning Yushi, protect Miss Xiao and academician Huang. He then charged forward, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Boom! 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 Blood mist filled the air. The entire Jinshifu restaurant transformed into a hellish battlefield. All present were left dumbfounded. Why? Even with the combined strength of over 1,000. Could they not contend against Gu Feng alone? Fear, thick as ink, enveloped the remaining members of the Feitian Society. They no longer hesitated and turned to flee. Want to run? Gu Feng's expression turned cold. His figure flickered, and he swiftly pursued. He had initially intended to spare the Feitian Society to bolster the Blood Alliance. But now, that was no longer necessary. Chapter 57. The Foolish Curse. After another round of slaughter, Xiao Caiyue's panicked voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Teacher, don't scare me. Teacher, wake up." Gu Feng frowned and turned back to Xiao Caiyue's side. He saw Huang Shuli with his eyes tightly closed, frothing at the mouth, and his body lightly twitching. Xiao Caiyue anxiously asked, "What happened to my teacher?" After being slapped by Luo Xian, Huang Shuli had fainted. Xiao Qianxue had been deeply worried, planning to take her teacher to the hospital after Gu Feng resolved the situation. Who would have thought it would turn into this? If something were to happen to her teacher while on her side, then Xiao Qianxue could scarcely bear to think further. Let us go to my house first. Gu Feng lifted Huang Shuli onto his back and headed towards Yujing Mansion. Ning Yushi called the Blood Alliance members to clean up the aftermath at Jinshifu, then left with Xiao Qianxue and Gu Feng. Upon returning home, Gu Feng noticed Xiao Qianxue's distress, nearly to the point of tears. He comforted her, rest assured. With me here, your teacher will be fine. With that, he laid Huang Shuli on the bed and inserted 36 silver needles into his major acupoints. His fingertips surged with spiritual energy, delving deep into Huang Shuli's body. In less than a quarter of an hour, Huang Shuli ceased convulsing and calmed down. However, his body began to tremble more violently, his face turning a deep, ominous black. He was only exhaling, with no sign of inhalation. Xiao Qianxue, panic-stricken, stammered, "What? What is happening?" Gu Feng, with no time to explain, barked, "Vol creature, come out now." The spiritual energy within Huang Shuli's body gathered like a vast ocean, crashing against the shores. A second later, a scene that left Xiao Qianxue dumbfounded unfolded. Her teacher's mouth gaped open, and a black, 8-legged bug emerged, transforming into a streak of light and darting away. Gu Feng, with a swift motion, caught the hideous insect in his grip. Xiao Qianxue, trembling, inquired, "What is this, and why did it crawl out of my teacher's mouth?" Gu Feng explained, "This is a brainless goo. In its initial stage, it lies dormant within the human body. Once it reaches a certain size, it invades the brain, devouring the neural tissue, leading to idiocy, or, in severe cases, brain death." Gu. Though Xiao Qianxue was a scientist, she had some knowledge of goo, but this was her first encounter with one, and it was inside her teacher. Gu Feng nodded. Your teacher's foaming at the mouth and convulsions were due to this goo attempting to enter his brain. Judging by its size, it had been dormant in your teacher for a year and a half. It was supposed to mature in another 6 months, but it sensed your teacher's weakened state and decided to strike. For the brainless goo, the brain is the ultimate delicacy. After his explanation, Gu Feng's palms surged with spiritual energy, and the brainless goo disintegrated into ashes. Xiao Qianxue was shaken to her core. Her teacher held a distinguished position in the scientific community of Longdu. Who could be so audacious as to target him? She resolved to warn her teacher upon his recovery. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Gu Feng, thank you. Without you, Teacher Huang would have been in grave danger." She then offered him a bank card as a token of gratitude. Gu Feng waved it away. No need for such formalities. Your teacher was struck because of me. Xiao Qianxue insisted. It's different. If you hadn't discovered the goo, the consequences would have been dire. The White Eagle Empire has long imposed a technological blockade on Shenhua, controlling advanced chip technology. My teacher is leading the research on 0.5 nanometers chip technology. If successful, we could surpass the White Eagle Empire in the chip industry. So, you not only saved my teacher, but also the future of Shenhua's chip industry, allowing us to stand on equal footing with the White Eagle Empire. Gu Feng's lips twitched. This was a bit too dramatic. He had simply saved a person. Seeing that Gu Feng had no intention of accepting the card, Xiao Qianxue felt a twinge of disappointment. You don't seem to need money. I can't think of anything else to offer. Ning Yushi, teasingly, suggested, if all else fails, Miss Xiao could offer herself. Young master, Gu hasn't found a girlfriend yet. Xiao Qianxue's face flushed, and she fumbled for words. Gu Feng glared at Ning Yushi. Don't listen to her. If you truly wish to thank me, help take care of the Lin Building Materials Company. Lin Building Materials? Xiao Qianxue's eyes filled with confusion. Gu Feng explained, your family is involved in a resort project, and the owner of Lin Building Materials is an old friend. If you can help, that would be great. If not, it's no problem. Xiao Qianxue nodded. All right, I'll talk to my father. Half an hour later, Huang Shuli awoke, and Xiao Qianxue took him away. As the door closed, Ning Yushi remarked, young master, your standards are too high. Miss Xiao is quite beautiful, and her background is impressive. The Xiao family, which arrived in Jiangling 2 years ago, is on par with the Ji family. Her teacher, the renowned academician Huang, makes her a perfect match for you. Moreover, you saved her once before. With more interaction, sparks could fly. Ning Yushi, secretly harboring feelings for Gu Feng since he protected her 6 years ago, was content to be by his side, even if she felt unworthy. Gu Feng, indifferent, replied, I have no plans to date. Until I avenge my blood, I have no time for such matters. Ning Yushi suggested, but Miss Xiao offered to repay you. You could use the Xiao family and academician Huang's influence to deal with Ji Caiyue. With their help, we can make her pay. Gu Feng smiled, lit a cigarette, and gazed out the window. Rely on others? No. To destroy the Ji family and capture Ji Caiyue, I am sufficient. The next day, the people of Jiangling opened their doors to find a night of snowfall, unusually early for the season. Speculations abounded, suggesting that it was the profound affection of Lady Ji for Gu Rensheng that had moved the heavens, causing the snowfall. Indeed, today marked the anniversary of Gu Rensheng's passing. The path leading to the bluffing pavilion was teeming with people, all awaiting the funeral procession led by Ji Caiyue. Concurrently, a short video went viral on Jiangling social media. The video, capturing the moment from when Gu Feng extracted Tang Zi's kidney to Ji Caiyue's appearance and the subsequent slap, rapidly surpassed 1 million views. The comments section exploded with reactions. Many of the Jiangling citizens waiting along the path to the bluffing pavilion were also watching the video. Isn't that Gu Feng? He was supposed to have been executed 5 years ago. How is he still alive? That beast, how could he strike Lady Ji? I'm ready to fight. As soon as Gu Feng returned to Jiangling, he brutally removed Tang Xiao's kidney. Despite this, Lady Ji still protected him. And this is how he repays her? She shouldn't have shown him any mercy. If it were me, I would have handed Gu Feng over to the Jiangling patrol and had him executed immediately. The citizens were seething with anger, their curses echoing. At the Tang residence, Tang Jinlin, upon watching the video, had an epiphany. The puzzle pieces that had eluded him the previous night now fell into place. No wonder Ji Caiyue rescued Gu Feng. It was to enhance her reputation. Danzi, lying weak and bedridden, gritted his teeth and said, I just want to know when Gu Feng will die. Soon, I believe. After the memorial ceremony, Ji Caiyue will likely send someone to kill Gu Feng. By releasing this video, she aims to elevate her image in Jiangling and expose Gu Feng's vile nature. This way, when she kills him, the people will cheer and no one will believe a word he says. At the Ji residence, Ji Tian, seeing his daughter in her white mourning attire, asked, Caiyue, will Gu Feng truly appear at the memorial today? Ji Caiyue smiled. He will, even if he was hesitant before. After seeing this morning's video, he cannot stay away. Besides, I have another surprise for him. Her expression grew serious. Father, are the preparations for eliminating my ungrateful son in place? Ji Tian nodded. Everything is ready, but Gu Feng is merely a 3-star master. Is it necessary to go to such lengths? Are you overestimating him? Ji Caiyue chuckled. Better safe than sorry. Once we kill Xiao Feng, I will personally go to Dianbei and behead Qingning. Then everything will be settled. At that moment, the Ji family steward, Zui Yuman, entered. Madam, it's time. Ji Caiyue rose, carrying the portrait of Gu Rensheng, and walked out. Father, it's not that I must kill Xiao Feng at your grave. But if I don't force him to cause a commotion, I cannot act. Slam. Ning Yushi threw her phone onto the table. Damn. I knew Ji Caiyue had ulterior motives. With the video so popular, the people of Jiangling will surely see you as the villain. Her cheeks were puffed out, clearly agitated. Gu Feng, however, remained calm. Ning Yushi, curious, asked, Master, are you angry? The public opinion is so unfavorable. Even if we retaliate against Ji Caiyue, the people will only see you as a matricide. Gu Feng replied indifferently, I care not for the eyes of the world. Ning Yushi thought, as expected of Master Gu. I couldn't be so composed. A knock on the door interrupted them. Ning Yushi opened it to find the second elder of the Blood Alliance. Elder, what brings you here? The elder handed her an iron box. A man in a black robe gave this to me and asked me to deliver it to you. Ning Yushi opened the box, her expression changing. Gu Feng asked, what is it? Ning Yushi took out a note. It read, Lin Ruochu's kidneys are in Ji Caiyue's possession. Gu Fu smiled, Ji Caiyue. You've gone to great lengths to lure me in. He then asked, where is Ji Caiyue's procession now? Ning Yushi checked her watch. It's 9 in the morning. Usually, she should be nearing the bluffing pavilion. Then it's time for me to go. Gu Feng stood and walked out. Ning Yushi, taken aback, called out, Master, where are you going? Gu Feng's voice came from the door, to the bluffing pavilion, to kill Ji Caiyue. Chapter 59. The curtain rises at the bluffing pavilion. Ning Yushi, anxious, said, Master, this is clearly a trap. The bluffing pavilion is likely surrounded. You mustn't go today. We can deal with Ji Caiyue later. Gu Feng's voice was calm. Trap or not, it doesn't matter. Prepare lunch. I'll be back soon. With that, he disappeared into the snow. Outside, the bluffing pavilion, the people continued to denounce Gu Feng. Suddenly, fireworks burst into the sky. Amid the explosions, Ji Caiyue, in her mourning attire, carrying Gu Renqing's portrait, approached the pavilion. Behind her, two orderly lines of people carried various offerings. The sight filled everyone with reverence. Lady Ji, as always, carried the heavy portrait herself, despite the heavy snow. A dot of cinnabar adorned her brow, her long hair flowing in the wind, her steps deep and shallow in the snow. The people, admiring and sympathetic, thought, damn, Gu Feng deserves to die. Lady Ji is the epitome of perfection. How dare he strike her? He's worse than an animal. The slap on Ji Caiyue's face was more infuriating than if it had been on their own parents. Someone shouted, Lady Ji, we know you are kind. Even though Gu Feng's hands are stained with blood, you still protect him out of his connection to Gu Renqing. But he is unworthy of your mercy. Please, do not show him any pity. Another voice joined. Lady Ji, Gu Renqing, a great man, died at the hands of his son, a tragic fate. I believe he wouldn't want you to be bullied by that beast. Therefore, you should kill him, yes, today, and use his head to honor Gu Renqing's spirit. The crowd's voices, initially chaotic, gradually unified. Kill Gu Feng! Kill Gu Feng! Kill Gu Feng! The roar grew louder, deafening. Ji Caiyue's lips curled slightly. Xiao Feng now. The entire Jiangling wants you dead. I have no choice. But it will be better if you caused a disturbance, making your death more justifiable. The funeral procession slowly advanced, reaching the bluffing pavilion. Ji Caiyue stepped inside. The bluffing pavilion, not a mere pavilion, was a private cemetery built 3 months after Gu Renqing's death. Funded by the Ji family with the finest materials. The Gu family's remains were interred here. Normally, the entrance was guarded by Ji family's loyalists, and only on the anniversary was it open to the public. The wealthy and influential of Jiangling, naturally, were invited by Ji Caiyue to attend. As for the common people, due to the limited space, a lottery system was used to allow a select few to enter. The citizens of Jiangling who had the honor of entering the bluffing pavilion for the ceremony in the past took pride in it, boasting about it for at least a year. At this moment, beside a peach grove within the bluffing pavilion, Tang Jinlin, gazing at his son with a feeble countenance, said, Z, why did you come? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the hospital? Tang Zi replied, since I cannot imprison Gu Feng, I must witness his death with my own eyes. Earlier that morning, Zui Yuman had already visited and informed them that Gu Feng would die in the bluffing pavilion that day. Tang Jinlin nodded, I still underestimated Lady Ji. A single video has manipulated the citizens of Jiangling. Listen to their furious roars. If, as Lady Ji claims, Gu Feng were to cause a disturbance during the memorial ceremony, her killing him would be in line with the people's wishes. After today, I fear Ji Caiyue's name will truly stand at the pinnacle of Jiangling. He sighed. Though Lady Ji is a frail woman, I am ashamed to admit that I fall short in comparison. Tang Ziyi, with some concern, asked, do you really think Gu Feng will come to the bluffing pavilion today? Tang Jinlin replied, if Lady Ji says he will, then he will. Just as she said he will die today, he will not live to see tomorrow. At that moment, a young man approached. Hello, Mr. Tang. Tang Jinlin glanced at him, finding no recollection, and asked, who are you? I am Wang Hong from Tianrui Kuang. Last year, our company undertook a project for your family, and I was the project manager. We drank together at the completion banquet, and you even praised me. Wang Hong explained, handing over his business card. Dan Jinlin Zponde in Dai Feng, taking the card and giving it a cursory glance. The card bore the logo of Tianrui Kuang, and below Wang Hong's name, it read Department Manager. Wang Hong continued, Mr. Tang, I would like to treat you to a meal. If you need anything, feel free to instruct me. Before he could finish, Tang Jinlin casually tossed the card to the ground. What use could a mere department manager be to me? Come back when you become the CEO. Wang Hong, embarrassed, said, I apologize for the disturbance, Mr. Tang. He picked up the card, sighing. The previous day, he had been fortunate enough to win the chance to attend the ceremony at the bluffing pavilion, and he had been excited all night. On the day of the memorial, the bluffing pavilion was filled with many prominent figures from Jiangling, a perfect opportunity to expand his network. It was said that a disabled girl who had been chosen to attend the ceremony a few years ago had been taken in as a concubine by a wealthy man. Wang Hong did not hope for such a fate, but he wished to make connections that might benefit his career. Unfortunately, these influential people seemed unapproachable. and he had been repeatedly rebuffed. He thought he might have an advantage with Tang Jinlin, but instead, he was humiliated. He sullenly approached a table. Each year, the Ji family provided refreshments for the attendees. As the ceremony lasted the entire day, Wang Hong took a slice of honeydew, thinking to himself, expanding my network is hopeless. It's a humiliation. At least I can feast my eyes on the graceful Lady Ji, which will be a story to tell for a lifetime. Just then, the sound of a car engine caught his attention. He turned to see a car stopping nearby. The door opened, and a tall man in a black coat stepped out. Wang Hong was surprised. Who would be so bold as to drive a car into the Gu Feng pavilion? He soon recognized the man as the one he had met at the airport a few days ago. He quickly approached Gu Feng. Hey, we meet again. Gu Feng, somewhat surprised, recognized Wang Hong. We do. Wang Hong put a hand on Gu Feng's shoulder. You're lucky. Just arriving in Jiangling and already getting the chance to attend the ceremony. But you should move the car. It's not allowed inside. Gu Feng remained calm. It's fine. Don't be so arrogant, Wang Hong warned. Lady Ji may be kind, but she won't tolerate this. If you're kicked out, you'll waste your chance to attend the ceremony. At that moment, two of the Ji family's loyal guards rushed over. Who allowed you to bring a car in here? As they reached for Gu Feng, he struck them, and they crumbled to dust, as if they had never existed. Chapter 60. Today, I am here to exterminate the Ji family, and those who stand in my way shall die. Wang Hong's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Did I just see that? Where are those two? Are they dead? Gu Feng smiled, but did not answer. He took a step forward and shouted, Ji Caiyue. Gu Feng, am here. Everyone turned to see Gu Feng, standing tall in his black coat. Wang Hong, startled, quickly retreated, fearing to be associated with Gu Feng. Ji Caiyue, kneeling before Gurenqing's tomb, turned to face Gu Feng on the hill. Xiaofeng, since you are here, come and pay your respects to your father. After 5 years, you should realize the gravity of your sins. If you truly repent, I will sacrifice my reputation to save your life, Ji Caiyue said. Gu Feng left, Ji Caiyue. On my father's memorial day, I will offer your head as a blood sacrifice. The crowd erupted in shock. This beast, who had already committed patricide and slaughtered his family, was now back to kill his mother? How could such a monstrous villain exist? Ji Caiyue's expression turned stern. Xiaofeng is only joking. Do not take it seriously. Bring him to his father's grave to repent. Instantly, several Ji family guards rushed at Gu Feng. With a few punches, Gu Feng turned them into a mist of blood. The crowd was stunned. Gu Feng had really dared to kill. Today was Gurenqing's memorial day. Ji Caiyue shouted, rebellious son, 5 years ago you burned the Gu family. And now, on your father's memorial day, you dare to kill again? Gu Feng sneered. Tell me, if I burned so many, how did you survive? Ji Caiyue remained silent, watching Gu Feng. Can't answer? Gu Feng said, striding up the hill. An elderly man in a gray robe stood up. How dare you ask? You committed patricide because you lusted after Lady Ji's beauty. She is alive because you wanted to elope with her. Lady Ji does not speak out of shame, to spare you a last bit of dignity. As he spoke, his aura changed, and the pressure of a peak 4-star master enveloped the area. Lady Ji, you saved me 3 years ago. If you cannot bear to do it, I will teach this beast a lesson for you. The crowd felt suffocated by the pressure. They now saw Gu Feng as a dead man. Beast, D. The gray-robed elder punched. Gu Feng raised his hand, and with a single slap, shattered the elder's skull. The elder's body continued to move forward, and a few seconds later, he fell. With a thud, his headless corpse fell to the ground. Gu Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, bellowed, I shall say this but once. Today, I shall annihilate the Ji clan. Any who stand in my way shall perish. How laughable! A mere whelp dares to boast of eradicating the Ji clan. A middle-aged man in gray robes stood up. Wretch, you cannot even pass my test. In the next instant, his aura surged, and he strode with the might of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger, charging straight at Gu Feng. Damn, it's Chung Baogua. Gu Feng is done for, exclaimed Song Chung from a corner of the pavilion. As one of the 12 great clans of Jiangling, he naturally had the right to attend the ceremony at the pavilion. In previous years, he had disdained such events, but this year, he sensed that the memorial ceremony would not be peaceful, so he brought Lu Ajiao along. Who is Chung Baogua? Lu Ajiao asked. He is an elder of the Jiangling Martial Alliance, rumored to have reached the middle of the 5-star level in his youth. Now, he is likely at the peak of 5-star, or even on the verge of becoming a 6-star grandmaster. Moreover, he is extremely experienced in combat, invincible among his peers. If he strikes, Gu Feng is as good as dead. As they spoke, Cheng Bao had already closed in on Gu Feng, a mere 5-star grandmaster. My lightning 8 whip will send you to the netherworld with just one strike. He swung a powerful leg toward Gu Feng, creating a sonic boom. Before me, you cannot even land a single strike. Gu Feng casually reached out and firmly grasped the incoming leg. Then, with a swift clench of his fingers, a bone-chilling sound of shattering bones echoed. Cheng Bao's right leg was crushed. Aya! A piercing scream resounded through the air, but it abruptly ceased in the next second, for Gu Feng had already delivered a devastating punch. Cheng Bao's body, with bones shattering, flew like a kite with a broken string, landing on a peach tree branch 100 meters away. His body, now a mass of mangled flesh, swayed with the branch, resembling a broken sack. Cheng Bao, an elder of the Jiangling martial alliance, who was hailed as invincible below the 6-star level, had been slain by Gu Feng with a single punch. Song Cheng gaped, his mouth wide open. How could Gu Feng have killed Cheng Bao? Even Ji Tian, standing behind Ji Caiyue, showed a slight change in his expression. You are not a 3-star grandmaster. A voice from the door interjected. Of course, he is not a 3-star grandmaster. He is a 6-star grandmaster. A middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura walked in, followed by a large entourage. The leader of the Flying Heaven Society had arrived. Chapter 61. I, the warden, am here to conduct my duty. Take your people and leave. What? Gu Feng is actually a 6-star grandmaster? 5 years ago, Gu Feng had not yet entered the path of a martial artist. How could he have reached the level of a 6-star grandmaster in just 5 years? What kind of extraordinary encounter did he have? No matter what, he came to the pavilion today only to meet his doom. Young and arrogant. A little success makes him think he is invincible. He does not realize that there are always greater forces. The leader of the Flying Heaven Society is a mid-6-star expert. How can Gu Feng stand against him? As the crowd discussed, the leader of the Flying Heaven Society, Luo Zhen, roared, Gu Feng, who gave you the audacity to kill my brother? The overwhelming pressure of a 6-star grandmaster surged, and the wind and snow abruptly ceased. Gu Feng glared at him. Luo Xian is your brother? Indeed. Luo Zhen, with his hands behind his back, his blood-red robe fluttering in the wind, bellowed, Come, kneel, and accept your death. The 800 elite members of the Flying Heaven Society behind him shouted, Kneel and accept your death. The roar shook the heavens, and the accumulated snow on the peach tree branches fell. Gu Feng sneered, Luo Zhen, who gave you the audacity to avenge your brother? To everyone's astonishment, Gu Feng did not kneel, but instead delivered a powerful punch. Insolent, too insolent. Luo Zhen's eyes blazed with fury. You seek death. A punch laced with wind and snow collided with Gu Feng's fist. With a muffled thud, Luo Zhen was sent flying, crashing into the crowd behind him. He did not die, but he crushed a dozen martial artists, creating a spray of blood. The members of the Flying Heaven Society were dumbfounded. Their leader could not withstand a single punch from Gu Feng. Even though they were both 6-star grandmasters, the disparity was so vast. Attack! Attack! Luo Zhen roared. Leaping to his feet, his energy surging as he charged at Gu Feng again. The other elite members of the Flying Heaven Society also reacted, all charging at Gu Feng. Ji Tian, on the hill, stroked his chin, though the 800 elites of the Flying Heaven Society are just low-level martial artists. Their numbers and the leadership of Luo Zhen make them formidable. Even if Gu Feng is at the peak of 6-star, he will be torn to pieces. Ji Caiyue sighed. Xiaofeng, next year on this day, I will set up a memorial for you here. As she spoke, the wind and snow intensified, and even small hailstones began to fall. Yet, Gu Feng, facing the charging crowd, did not retreat but advanced. With an unbelievably swift punch, Luo Zhen, still in mid-charge, suddenly saw Gu Feng before him. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and, looking down, his pupils constricted. Gu Feng's arm had pierced through his chest. This unbelievably fast punch had run him through. You. Before he could finish, Gu Feng pulled his arm out. With a boom, Luo Zhen's body exploded into a mist of blood. The elite members of the Flying Heaven Society were in shock, frozen in place. Decades ago, Luo Zhen came to Jiangling and founded the Flying Heaven Society. Unlike Hongqi, who had the shadow of the Zhonghai faction, Luo Zhen built the society with his bare hands. It took him 10 years to make the Flying Heaven Society one of the 3 major underground powers in Jiangling. During this time, the society faced countless crises, and Luo Jun himself was on the brink of death multiple times. Yet, each time he turned the tide. In the hearts of the members, Luo Jun was a god. He could be struck down, but never defeated. Every fall was a prelude to his rise. But today, Luo Jun was killed by Gu Feng with 2 punches. The leader was dead, and the dream of the Flying Heaven Society unifying Jiangling's underground was shattered. Their faith crumbled. It's over. Everything is over. Their morale wavered. But Gu Feng did not give them a chance to catch their breath. He lunged forward, delivering a flurry of punches. 1 step, 1 kill. Each step claims a soul. With each punch, blood mist sprayed. The white snow was stained a glaring red. Gu Feng, drenched in blood, stood like a demon from hell. He stood tall amidst the carnage, gazing at Ji Caiyue. Ji Caiyue, what else do you have? His voice was like thunder, his aura overwhelming. Ji Caiyue was about to speak when a voice from outside the pavilion barked, "Audacious villain, daring to disrupt the memorial ceremony and commit such heinous acts. Immediately surrender and kneel, or be executed on the spot." With these words, a middle-aged man in a robe adorned with a black bird pattern strode in, followed by over 100 armed guards. They surrounded Gu Feng. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. This Gu Feng is too terrifying, killing hundreds in an instant. I suspect he intends to kill not just Lady Ji, but all of us here. Don't worry, the patrol bureau is here. Gu Feng has only 2 choices: either kneel and face execution, or resist and be shot to death. True, he might be a 7-star grandmaster, but what of it? He is still mortal. A hail of bullets will turn him into a sieve. Gu Feng looked at the middle-aged man in the black bird robe. Wen Yan, I remember you. When I left Jiangling, you were just a captain in the Jiangling Patrol Bureau, and you even served me tea. I never thought that in 5 years, you would become the head of the Patrol Bureau. Only the head of the Patrol Bureau is allowed to wear the black bird robe. Wen Yan strode up to Gu Feng, warning him not to get too close, and raised his hands above his head. Otherwise, whack. Gu Feng retaliated with a swift palm strike, sending Wen Yan flying for over 10 meters. Astonishment gripped the crowd as they witnessed this scene. Gu Feng had lost his mind, daring to strike even the head of the patrol division. The officers of the patrol division raised their weapons, bullets chambered, all aimed at Gu Feng. Ji Caiyue shook her head, realizing that the means she had prepared for today had reached their limit. There was no need to reveal her remaining tactics. At this moment, with a mere command from Wen Yan, how could Gu Feng escape death? Yet, in the face of 100 guns, Gu Feng remained unperturbed. He produced an object and tossed it to the ground, creating a deep crater in the snow. The object then bounced into Wen Yan's palm. I am the warden of Long Island Prison. Today, this prison is handling a case here. Take your men and leave. Wen Yan's hand was mangled, bloodied, yet his pupils quivered uncontrollably. This was actually the Dragon God order. A spirited female officer, Wei Xiaoan, shouted, "What nonsense about being a warden? Stop this." Whack. Gu Feng struck her from afar, sending her flying. To defy this warden, should there be a next time, there will be no mercy. A deathly silence enveloped the scene. Wei Xiaoan, who had been struck away, was in her 20s and already a squad leader within the patrol division. Not only was she capable, but her beauty also made her an object of admiration among many male officers. Seeing her attacked, several hot-headed young male officers seethed with anger, their fingers itching to pull the triggers. Just then, Wen Yan's voice boomed, "Everyone, stand down." He took a deep breath. "I have received word that there will be an anti-terror drill this afternoon. Return and prepare. Anyone who dares to make a mistake during the drill this afternoon will face my wrath." With that, he turned and strode away. The officers exchanged glances, perplexed. How could he have received a notification without even answering a phone call? This excuse was rather flimsy. Though they were reluctant, they could not disobey the command of their superior and reluctantly lowered their weapons, following Wen Yan. Outside the Fengbo Pavilion, Wei Xiaoan huffed, "Chief, what is going on? It's just a minor warden. Why are we so afraid?" Wen Yan sighed. "No need to question further. Just understand that the title warden of Long Island Prison carries the weight of 1,000 pounds. That is sufficient. Not to mention these lower-ranking officers. Even he had only learned of Long Island Prison's existence after becoming the chief of the patrol division during a high-level meeting. Many were aware that the warden of Long Island Prison held an extraordinary status, but only the true upper echelon of the patrol division understood the extent of that power. The warden of Long Island Prison commanded the patrol division across the land and stood as the leader among them all. Inside the Fengbo Pavilion, Lu Jiao gazed at Gu Feng, who stood defiantly against the wind, her breath quickening and her cheeks flushed. Her pearly teeth bit into her crimson lip. How handsome! With a mere word, he had dismissed the patrol division of Jiangling. Such charisma is rare indeed. Song Qing noticed something was amiss with Lu Jiao and inquired, "Jiao, what is wrong?" Lu Jiao retorted, "Song, what exactly is this warden? Why does Chief Wen dare not even utter a word before Gu Feng? Not daring to utter a word is merely a means to use him as a tool." Song Qing explained. Though a mere warden may not hold a high status, he is nonetheless part of the circle. If he were to be shot on the spot, Chief Wen would face significant trouble. If he is not killed and taken back, who knows how long it would take for him to face judgment. It is better to let Gu Feng remain here for Ji Caiyue to deal with. Song Qing's reasoning resonated with Lu Jiao, who felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Are you saying Gu Feng will still die here today? You think otherwise? The Ji family has risen to the top of the aristocracy. If Gu Feng is to die today, you seem rather displeased. Lu Jiao's heart raced, and she forced a smile. How could that be? He killed my father and brother. The more tragic his death, the more comfort it brings me. As her words fell, Ji Tian's voice rang out from the hillside. Gu Feng, it seems you have indeed gained much these past years. Not only mastering martial arts, but also becoming a warden. Gu Feng sneered. Then Ji Tian, how about you present your daughter as head? If so, I may allow you to keep your own corpse intact. What a joke. Ji Tian's fury ignited. A mere warden dares to speak so arrogantly. If Chief Wen does not deal with you, I shall take the honor for myself. Everyone, do not hold back. Attack. Boom. 6 overwhelming presences surged forth. 6 peak 6-star masters charging at Gu Feng from all directions. Simultaneously, Ji Tian shouted, Zhuiyuman, why are you still standing there? Join in. Yes, my lord. With a step, Zhuiyuman's 7-star master prowess dominated the scene. The swirling snow and wind came to a standstill. Wait. A commanding voice emerged just then. Dressed in a long gown, Xiao Qinyue emerged from outside the pavilion, umbrella in hand, followed by an elderly man with white hair. Ji Tian did not recognize Xiao Qinyue, but knew the old man. You are Li Gaoming from the Xiao family? Indeed, the elder nodded, exuding a languid aura. This is my lady, Xiao Qinyue. Xiao Qinyue had come to represent her father, who had attended Ji Caiyue's memorial ceremony the previous year, but was unable to come this time due to pressing matters. Initially hesitant to attend, her father had urged her, stating that Ji Caiyue was a rare beauty, and not witnessing her in person would be a lifelong regret. With nothing else to occupy her, she agreed. Though she had planned to arrive by 8, she had been delayed by Gu Feng's words from the previous day, leading her to return and change her attire. Arriving only now, upon her arrival, she was greeted with a terrifying sight. Gu Feng amidst a sea of corpses, surrounded by 6 6-star masters and 1 7-star master, all intent on his demise. Stepping forward, Xiao Qinyue implored, Uncle Ji, Gu Feng is my friend. May I ask you to spare him for the sake of the Xiao family? Ji Tian's expression shifted. Damn it, how is Gu Feng connected to the Xiao family again? Ji Caiyue interjected, Miss Xiao, do I not wish for Gu Feng to live? But today, during my memorial for my lord, he has come to commit matricide. My death is but a small matter. He has slaughtered countless others today. How can I let him go? As her words echoed, Xiao Qinyue was struck with disbelief, staring at Gu Feng in shock. During her brief return, she had heard a few rumors about Jiangling, knowing that Ji Caiyue had a stepson who had committed patricide. Yet, she had never imagined that Gu Feng was that very stepson. Gu Feng, you are the Gu Feng who committed patricide 5 years ago? Xiao Qinyue's gaze toward Gu Feng was complex. Just as Gu Feng was about to speak, Ji Tian interrupted. Miss Xiao, it seems you know Gu Feng, but he has concealed much from you. I understand your pure heart, but Gu Feng is cunning and treacherous. It is only natural that you have been deceived by him. Pausing, he continued, now that you know the truth, do not entangle yourself with this monster any longer. The Xiao family is a scholarly lineage, and you are a talented woman of your generation. Associating too closely with Gu Feng will only tarnish your reputation and that of the Xiao family. Xiao Qinyue's expression fluctuated, her heart filled with uncertainty. Without a word, Li Gaoming took her hand and began to lead her away. Miss, given the disturbances today, we should not remain here any longer. I will take you back. On the other side, Ji Tian barked attack. Chapter 63. The Death of Kitahara Chikujur. The 6 6-star masters once again rose in rebellion, joined by the 7-star masters Wu Yumin. The 7 of them surged toward Gu Feng from various directions. Yet Gu Feng stood unwaveringly in the center. A look of astonishment flickered in Tang Jinling's eyes. 10 years ago, if anyone had claimed that the Ji family could produce 6 6-star masters and 1 7-star master, they would have been met with derision. Tang Zi nodded. Indeed, a decade ago, the Ji family was merely a mediocre clan, yet with the singular strength of Madame Ji, it has become the foremost aristocracy of Jiangling. Gu Feng, oh Gu Feng, faced with the combined assault of 7, why do you remain motionless? Are you so terrified that you have lost your wits? Ha ha ha. Surely you did not anticipate that the Ji family would possess such formidable experts. He imagined Gu Feng being overwhelmed into a mist of blood by the 7, unable to suppress his laughter. However, the movement aggravated his injuries, causing him to spit a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Xiao Qianxue suddenly exclaimed, "Uncle Li, let go of me." She bit at Li Gaoming's arm. Although Li Gaoming was unafraid, he still released Xiao Qianxue. "Miss, what do you mean by this?" Xiao Qianxue responded, "Help Gu Feng. I believe he is not the kind of person who would commit patricide and annihilate his clan. There must be some deeper truth to this. Miss, do not act recklessly. The snow has turned red, which is evidence enough of this, boys. I beg you, Uncle Li, I have never asked you for anything in my life. Just this once. Trust me." Xiao Qianxue's voice trembled. Tears welling up as the thought of Gu Feng dying in the next moment filled her with dread. At that instant, she could think of nothing else. Her family's reputation, her own standing, those could be dealt with later. Very well, since the miss insists, I shall take action today. Li Gaoming's energy surged. His status as a 7-star master unmistakable. However, I can only shield him from Zui Yumin. With that, he moved like lightning, appearing before Zui Yumin in an instant, delivering a palm strike that seemed to uproot mountains. Zui Yumin retaliated with a punch. The 2 strikes collided. Li Gaoming's right arm sleeve shattered into countless fragments, instantly reduced to ashes. He was sent flying back over 10 meters, his palms searing with pain. Looking down, he found his flesh mangled. Li Gaoming was horrified. "You have already entered the mid-level of 7 stars. How is this possible? Just half a year ago, you were at the peak of 6 stars. Yet in such a short time, you have leaped to the mid-level of 7 stars. Zui Yumin laughed. "Li Gaoming, come and fight me again." "Fight? Fight your mother." Li Gaoming rolled away, returning to Xiao Qianxue's side. "Miss, I have intervened, but I am no match for Zui Yumin. We must leave." If Xiao Qianxue were in danger, he would risk his life to save her, but he had no ties to Gu Feng, whose reputation in Jiangling was notorious. Out of consideration for the miss, he had already done more than enough by intervening. "No." Xiao Qianxue resolutely rejected him, but before she could utter another word, Li Gaoming struck her, rendering her unconscious, and carried her away. Watching Li Gaoming's retreating figure, Zui Yumin smirked coldly. "Gu Feng, now even Xiao Qianxue has abandoned you. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Zui Yumin, the one who will die is you." Suddenly, a low sigh echoed in Zui Yumin's ears. He was startled and turned to see Gu Feng's face, his handsome visage nearly touching Zui Yumin's own. What the hell? Wasn't Gu Feng surrounded by 6 6-star masters? Even if those 6 could not kill him, they could at least delay him for a while. Zui Yumin's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the distant scene, and his pupils constricted violently. The 6 6-star masters, whom the Ji family had painstakingly cultivated, had been reduced to mere corpses. What was happening? He and Li Gaoming had barely exchanged a single move, and Gu Feng had already slaughtered 6 6-star masters? What sort of monstrous being was this? Zui Yumin had been confident he could take down 6 6-star masters, but never imagined it would be so effortless. Could it be that his thoughts were abruptly cut off as Gu Feng's fist came crashing toward him? Zui Yumin dared not underestimate the attack. He raised his left arm to block, while simultaneously striking at Gu Feng's crown with his right hand. In an instant, he both defended and attacked. Most of his energy was concentrated in his left arm, believing that if he could withstand Gu Feng's punch, his right palm strike would at least severely injure him. In the next moment, the sounds of bones shattering echoed ominously. Zui Yumin's left arm crumbled, and he was sent flying like a discarded ragdoll, crashing into a deep pit on a distant hillside. "Zui Yumin, I will slay you like a chicken." Gu Feng's aura surged, his figure darting towards Zui Yumin's landing spot. Zui Yumin was struck with terror, disregarding his injuries, scrambling out of the pit to flee. At the same time, he shouted, Two of you, hurry and appear. Join me in slaying this beast. Two men clad in kimonos, wielding katana, emerge from the peach grove, exuding the powerful aura of mid-level 7-star masters. Zwa, you have truly failed, getting your arm broken by a mere child. One of the younger men from Japan remarked. Zuyuman had come to a halt. Forcing a bitter smile, Hinata Caiyue, do not underestimate him. Gu Feng is likely at the peak of the 7-star level. Only by unleashing our strongest attacks can we hope to kill him. Ha ha ha. Do you know how I am regarded in my homeland? Hinata Caiyue laughed heartily. The other Japanese man, Kitahara Chikuger, continued. Caiyue became a mid-level 7-star master at merely 25 years of age, recognized as the greatest talent in Hokkaido, a true prodigy. How can a small place like Jiangling compare to our Hokkaido? This Gu Feng is at most a mid-level 7-star master. Your inability to defeat him is merely a sign of your own decline. Zuyuman was infuriated. Kitahara Chikuger, if you speak thus, then go and kill Gu Feng. And let us see whether it is I who is aged, or whether Gu Feng's realm surpasses mine. Kitahara Chikuger drew his katana. Then I shall show you, old man, the might of the Japanese. With that, he lightly tapped his toes and dashed toward Gu Feng. Boy, today I, Kitahara Chikuger, will make you understand that there are differences even among mid-level 7-stars. At this moment, Gu Feng had reached the hillside, observing Kitahara Chikuger charging toward him with a cold smirk. He then kicked a tombstone at his feet. Boom! The weighty tombstone was uprooted, swirling amidst the raging snow. Hurtling toward Kitahara Chikuger. Kitahara Chikuger's expression changed drastically as he attempted to evade, but the speed of the tombstone was simply too swift. The next moment, a piercing scream resonated throughout the Fengbo pavilion, abruptly ceasing thereafter. Kitahara Chikuger had been crushed into a pulp. Chapter 64. The Death of Hinata Caiyue. Even having anticipated Gu Feng was a peak 7-star master, Zuyuman's heart still trembled violently. One kick had uprooted a tombstone. Hinata Caiyue glared at Gu Feng in fury. Baka, how dare you kill my companion? I will tear your foolish dragon country body into pieces. As he spoke, he drew his sword and charged at Gu Feng. Zuyuman was incensed. Are you a fool? Gu Feng clearly surpasses you in strength. How can you dare to engage him? Quickly return. We may have a slim chance if we work together. However, Hinata Caiyue seemed deaf to his words. Moving with unyielding momentum, Gu Feng delivered 2 swift kicks, causing 2 more tombstones to rise from the ground, spiraling toward Hinata Caiyue. With a furious roar, Hinata Caiyue leaped 3 meters into the air, his katana in hand, slashing downward with a flurry of strikes. The air shimmered with the glint of blades, evoking the sound of a dragon's roar. Zuyuman stared in disbelief, expecting Hinata Caiyue to meet the same fate as Kitahara Chikuger. To his astonishment, as the flurry of strikes ensued, the 2 massive tombstones were cleaved into countless pieces. He could not help but exclaim, "What sort of blade is this?" Slicing through tombstones weighing over 1,000 pounds, as if they were mere tofu, Hinata Caiyue wore a self-satisfied expression as he proclaimed, "This blade is named Wanlong, forged by Hokkaido's foremost swordsmith, Timu Qingchuan Lu, utilizing a century-old fine iron and taking 49 days to complete. It cleaves through iron like mud, severing waves with a single stroke." Zuyuman's eyes lit up. With this sword, slaying Gu Feng would be a mere formality. Although Gu Feng was formidable, he was ultimately unarmed. No matter how skilled he was, he would fear a kitchen knife. Moreover, what Hinata Caiyue wielded was not an ordinary kitchen knife, but a true divine weapon. Alas, it is unfortunate that you shall never witness it. As Hinata Caiyue spoke, he suddenly swung his katana, Duanlong, releasing it from his grasp, and in an instant, it pierced Zuyuman's chest. Blood gushed forth. Zuyuman felt a sharp pain in his heart, and breathing became laborious. He gazed in disbelief at Hinata Caiyue, who approached him step by step and struggled to utter, "Why?" Hinata Caiyue coldly sneered. "A despicable citizen of the divine dragon nation dared to insult me as a pig. If you do not perish, where lies the dignity of my neon nation?" He yanked the katana from Zuyuman's body, and Zuyuman fell to the ground, lifeless and unblinking. Hinata Caiyue turned, his wrist flicking as Duanlong danced in a mesmerizing display. Dazzlingly beautiful. "Gu Feng, you can slay a mid-stage 7-star master in one blow. I, Hinata Caiyue, can do the same. Moreover, today, You shall become a soul beneath my blade. With that, he dashed forward, leaping into the air 3 meters away from Gu Feng, and aimed a fierce downward strike at Gu Feng's crown. Gu Feng, di, clang. The sudden sound of metal clashing rang out. Gu Feng, unbeknownst to Wen, had acquired a sword positioned above him. The blades crossed. A tremendous force surged through the blade into Hinata Kagaya's body. He was sent flying, his right hand, which gripped the sword, splitting open, blood gushing. Where did your sword come from? Hinata Kagaya's expression changed dramatically, and as he flipped to his feet, he demanded sharply. Moments ago, Gu Feng had clearly been unarmed. Yet in the blink of an eye, a sword had appeared in his hand. Was this some sort of magic trick? You, a dead man, need not concern yourself with such matters, Gu Feng coldly replied, gripping Jiangling. Indeed, this suddenly materialized sword was an Jiangling bestowed upon him by his senior sister, Dianbei. Just prior, when Hinata Kagaya swung his blade, Gu Feng had summoned this sword with his divine sense. It was not to say that without this sword, Gu Feng could not contend with Hinata Kagaya. He merely wished to test the strength of Dianbei against Jiangling, especially since his senior sister had claimed that Jiangling was a family heirloom. Hinata Kagaya sneered, "You speak arrogantly. Do you think that conjuring a sword will prevent me from killing you? All weapons in this world are but scrap metal before Dianbei. Is that so? Then allow me to see how many of my strikes your katana can withstand." Gu Feng retorted nonchalantly, his figure darting forth, leaving behind afterimages, his speed terrifyingly swift, arriving before Hinata Kagaya in an instant, raising his sword for a strike. Hinata Kagaya was not slow to react either, brandishing his katana in response. Blades clashed. The dragon roared. Moments later, Dianbei emitted a mournful cry, fracturing inch by inch. The force of Jiangling remained unyielding, slicing into Hinata Kagaya's arm. His entire right arm fell lifelessly to the ground, blood spurting forth. How is this possible? A tempest of disbelief surged within Hinata Kagaya, momentarily overshadowing even his pain. This was Dianbei. How could it not withstand even a single strike from Jiangling? Amidst his shock, Gu Feng's cold voice reached his ears. "Neon dog, you may now perish." Only then did Hinata Kagaya realize he was at death's door and cried out in terror. "You cannot kill me." "Oh, and why is that?" Hinata Kagaya explained. "My mother is Hinata Die, the president of the Die Chamber of Commerce. If you kill me, she will not let you off." Gu Feng furrowed his brow. What was the Die Chamber of Commerce? He had never heard of it before. His expression, however, was interpreted by Hinata Kagaya as fear. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Gu Feng, you are wise to recognize the situation. The Die Chamber of Commerce spans Jiangling, Zhonghai, and Jingchuan, being the largest chamber of commerce in Jiangnan province, with countless elites beneath it. Surely, you would not dare to act against me. Thus, how about this? Hand over your sword, and then sever an arm. I shall spare your life." His gaze fixated hungrily upon the sword in Gu Feng's hand. This sword had shattered Dianbei in a single stroke, undoubtedly a treasure beyond compare. If he could obtain it, the loss of Dianbei would be inconsequential. Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his throat. Looking down, he found Jiangling had already embedded itself in his neck. You dare." With a mere motion of Gu Feng's hand, Jiangling twisted in Hinata Kagaya's throat, mercilessly shredding it apart. Hinata Kagaya, hailed as Hokkaido's greatest prodigy, who wielded the renowned blade Dianbei, met his demise today. Within the Fengbo Pavilion, gasps of astonishment reverberated. The crowd regarded Gu Feng with eyes akin to those of a demon. His prowess surpassed all expectations, and his audacity was truly remarkable. He dared to slay anyone, despite knowing that Hinata Kagaya was a young master of the Die Chamber of Commerce. He proceeded without hesitation. Moreover, it was one thing to kill. But why desecrate the tombstone of the Gu family? Those buried here were all members of the Gu family. Was this not patricide and the annihilation of his clan, preparing to disturb their graves? A true fiend, indeed. Gu Feng kicked Hinata Kagaya's corpse aside, gripping the long sword as he strode toward Ji Caiyue. "Ji Caiyue, is this all you have today?" Ji Caiyue's expression remained calm. "Xiao Feng, it seems you are determined to kill me today. Indeed, today you must perish." Gu Feng's visage twisted with rage as he lunged toward Ji Caiyue. Chapter 65. Thunderous battleplane. Ji Tian did not hesitate, taking Ji Caiyue and retreating. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. The crowd looked up to see a private helicopter descending. Eventually, the helicopter landed beside Ji Caiyue, and a man in a white suit, appearing rather ordinary, stepped out of the cabin. Though his appearance was unremarkable, his demeanor exuded an extraordinary aura, indicating that his identity was anything but simple. Caiyue, I apologize for my tardiness. The man approached Ji Caiyue, speaking gently. I hope you are not frightened. Originally, he could have arrived on time for the memorial ceremony, but due to poor weather in Jiangling, he had to slow the aircraft speed, resulting in a delay. In the distance, Lu Ajiao raised her brows. Song Chung, this man is quite impressive, arriving by helicopter for the memorial. Song Chung replied, of course. He is the third young master of the Zhonghai Jun family, Jun Wuxia. Lu Ajiao asked curiously, the Zhonghai Jun family? Is it formidable? Formidable is an understatement. It is said that the head of the Jun family is a retired war god. Moreover, Jun Wuxia possesses astonishing martial talent. Having reached the pinnacle of the 7-star master at the mere age of 23, he is truly a prodigy among warriors. Lu Ajiao disdainfully scoffed. So what if he is at the pinnacle of the 7 stars? Gu Feng can easily slay him with a single sword. Her words carried a hint of pride. Ji Tian, noticing that no one else besides Jun Wuxia had descended, felt a twinge of anxiety. Wuxia, are you the only one who came? Yun Wuxi smiled, counseling. Isn't it sufficient to have just me to deal with Gu Feng? Ji Tian knew that his prospective son-in-law had indeed reached the pinnacle of 7 stars. However, Gu Feng was also at that level, having dispatched both Kitahara Chikaji and Hinata Kagaya. The sword in his hand was no ordinary weapon, having shattered the famed Blade Duanlong. Jun Wuxia surveyed the surroundings and noticed that the Fengbo Pavilion was already stained with vast amounts of blood. Yet, instead of shock or panic, a wicked smile crept upon his lips. If I alone cannot defeat Gu Feng, then with this added factor, will it suffice? He pointed to the sky, and everyone immediately lifted their heads, their pupils constricted in shock. No wonder Jun Wuxia's helicopter had already landed, yet the roar of an engine could still be heard. There was another aircraft in the sky. Presumably, it was filled with the warriors of the Jun family. Yun Wuxi kiste Gu Feng, Todilama Cape, Gu Feng. 6 years ago, we also gathered in Zhonghai. At that time, I was already at the peak of the Huajing realm, while you had not yet embarked on the path of martial arts. 6 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and I never imagined that your cultivation would now be on par with mine, and you even possess an extraordinary sword. 6 years ago, Gu Feng's father, Gu Rensheng, was invited by the patriarch of the Jun family to attend the retirement ceremony of the old war god in Zhonghai. Gu Rensheng gladly accepted the invitation, bringing his family along. It was during that time that Gu Feng and Jun Wuxia first met. Gu Feng said calmly, enough talk. Either leave or die. A sudden burst of laughter echoed, not from Jun Wuxia, but from Tang Zi, who was standing at a distance. Gu Feng, you are truly courting death. Do you know what is hovering in the sky? It is the Thunderbolt fighter jet. When the patriarch of the Jun family retired, the higher-ups, in recognition of his outstanding contributions over the years, specially gifted this Thunderbolt fighter jet to him. This fighter jet is equipped with 3 GUA 16mm 4-barrel Gatling guns, with a firing rate of up to 1,000 rounds per minute. No matter how strong you are, you will be obliterated when the 4 Gatling guns fire simultaneously. Ha ha ha. Jun Wuxia looked at Tang Zi with some surprise. You know quite a lot. Tang Zi hastily replied, I have long admired your father, so I know more about the power of the Jun family than most people. Very well. Some other time, I will take you to meet my father, Jun Wuxia said with a smile. Tang Zi was overjoyed. To be acquainted with the patriarch of the Jun family was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Tang family. Thank you, young Master Jun. Jun Wuxia then turned his gaze to Gu Feng. Gu Feng, your martial talent is excellent, but unfortunately, you are now alone, while I, Jun Wuxia, stand with the mighty Jun family behind me. In a one-on-one fight, we might be evenly matched, but I don't need to lift a finger. With just a command, you will be reduced to ashes. As he spoke, the people in the Fengbo Pavilion were in an uproar. What the hell? A fighter jet? Gu Feng is done for, even if he's the strongest. Indeed, the Jun family of Zhonghai, always making a grand entrance. But, don't you find it strange? Jun Wuxia came to the memorial, and it's understandable to bring some warriors, but why a fighter jet? Did he know something was going to happen today? For what? To show off, of course. If I had a fighter jet, I'd be driving it around every day. Among the crowd, there were those who were surprised, excited, and terrified. Jun Wuxia whispered, Caiyue, how did I do? You told me to bring some warriors, so I brought my father's fighter jet. He was waiting for Ji Caiyue's praise. But her beautiful eyes were fixed on Gu Feng, who was standing by Gu Renqing's tombstone. Xiaofeng, I truly did not want to kill you today. Especially not in front of your father's grave, but your actions have greatly disappointed me. Now, kneel and kowtow to your father 3 times, sincerely repent, and I will allow you to be buried beside your father, even though you must die today. Gu Feng's expression remained calm. Jun Wuxia, to win a lady's smile. You even dare to steal your family's fighter jet, but it will all be in vain. Though Jun Wuxia spoke softly, his words did not escape Gu Feng's ears. What do you mean in vain? Let me tell you, Gu Feng, I'm soon to be engaged to Caiyue. It's a pity you won't live to see our wedding. Or you would have to call me dad. But if you call me dad now, I might spare your life and leave your body intact. Since Gu Feng entered the Fengbo Pavilion, Ji Caiyue's expression had remained unchanged. But now her expression slightly shifted. Stop talking. Jun Wuxia laughed. He is already a dead man. What harm is there in telling him? Gu Feng, I can also tell you that I have visited this cemetery countless times. TSK, Caiyue's beauty is irresistible, and any man would be tempted, especially in front of your father's grave. The experience, it was exhilarating. Just thinking about it makes me hot all over. Tonight, I must. Slap. Ji Caiyue slapped Jun Wuxia's face. What nonsense are you spouting? Yun Wuxi immediately wilted. He looked like a child who had made a mistake. I'm sorry, Caiyue. I just wanted to provoke Gu Feng, seeing him so calm in the face of death. Ji Caiyue, trembling with anger, turned to the crowd. Everyone. Young Master Jun had a bit to drink and is talking nonsense. You don't need to take his words seriously. We're just friends. She then, suppressing her rage, whispered to Jun Wuxia, after you kill Gu Feng, leave immediately. We don't need to see each other for a year. A year without seeing each other? Jun Wuxia's heart trembled. But, Caiyue, we agreed to get engaged next month and consummate our marriage in 3 months. Ji Caiyue said coldly, it's your own fault. If you hadn't spoken out of turn today, you would have been my savior, and our engagement would have been justified. But now, I need to handle the public opinion in Jiangling. There are too many people here today, and it will take a lot of effort. In short, do as I say. Wait until the storm passes and the public opinion subsides. Then we can discuss the engagement. No, Jun Wuxia suddenly shouted. We have been in love for a year. Why should we hide it? Caiyue, I can't wait any longer. His words caused a stir. The crowd, who had been skeptical, now looked at Ji Caiyue with different eyes. What? They've been in love for a year? So, what Jun Wuxia said is true. He and Lady Ji, in front of old Master Gu's grave. Rubbish. Jun Wuxia, I won't let you defame my goddess. You are not worthy of Lady Ji. She would never. Slap. Jun Wuxia raised his hand and turned the angry Jiangling citizen into a mist of blood. Come on, who else thinks I'm not worthy of Ji Caiyue? Step forward. The crowd fell silent. No one dared to speak. What are you doing, Jun Wuxia? Ji Caiyue's expression was icy. She had many ways to suppress the public opinion, but it would take time. However, Jun Wuxia's act of killing had confirmed everything he had said. She was truly angry. 6 years ago, you and Gu Renqing came to my father's retirement ceremony. The moment I saw you, I was captivated. At the banquet after the ceremony, I was asked to perform a sword dance, and many people applauded, including you. Your smile was as beautiful as a flower. From that moment, I vowed to make you mine. It has been 6 years, and now that I am about to achieve my goal, you ask me to wait another year? I can't wait. I can't even wait 3 months. I want to marry you right now. Ji Caiyue's face turned ashen. The situation was now irreparable. She had spent 5 years building her reputation as the respected Lady Ji. She enjoyed the admiration and respect of the people and the benefits that came with her fame. Today, after killing Gu Feng, her reputation was supposed to reach new heights. But now, everything has been ruined by Jun Wuxia. Even if she were to claim now that she had not engaged in any illicit affairs with Jun Wuxia, no one would believe her. At this thought, her beautiful eyes welled up with tears, evoking a sense of pity. Jun Wuxia was startled and hurriedly said, Caiyue, don't cry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. I deserve to die. As he spoke, he slapped himself harshly. Then, he turned to the crowd at Feng Boding. What I said earlier was all a lie. Just to provoke Gu Feng. Did you hear that clearly? The crowd nodded hastily, fearing another slap from Jun Wuxia. If any of you dare to post anything I said today on Jiangling's internet, I will. Jun Wuxia suddenly paused, then broke into a smile. Ha! I know you peasants can't keep your mouths shut. Since you made my Caiyue cry, you will all die. As long as these people were dead, the news could not spread. He would still be Ji Caiyue's savior, and the engagement and wedding need not be postponed. Yes, that was it. Jun Wuxia immediately pulled out a walkie-talkie. Thunderbolt, follow my command and kill everyone present. Leave no one alive. The Thunderbolt fighter jet, hovering in the sky, emitted a buzzing sound as 3 Gu 16mm 4-barrel Gatling guns extended from the fuselage and began to fire wildly. Bullets rained down. No one would have expected that Jun Wuxia would suddenly go mad and order the killing of everyone present. In an instant, a dozen people fell in a pool of blood. The sound of bullets leaving the chambers was overwhelming, and cries of agony filled the air. Run, run! Countless people desperately rushed out of Feng boating. But with a firing rate of 1,000 rounds per minute and the Thunderbolt fighter jet equipped with 3 guns, 3,000 bullets per minute rained down. People kept falling, and soon the entire area was littered with corpses. The sound of gunfire, screams, and cries melded into a cacophony. Feng boating had become a true inferno. Ji Tian's face changed. Jun Wuxia, what are you doing? How will you explain the deaths of so many people to the authorities? Jun Wuxia laughed maniacally. Father-in-law, you are mistaken. It wasn't me who killed them. It was the demon Gu Feng who did it. Ji Tian said, you mean to blame Gu Feng for all of this? Exactly. A cold light flashed in Jun Wuxia's eyes. Gu Feng is a demon. It's not surprising that he would kill so many civilians. Anyway, he's going to die here today. After he has killed so many, we will kill him. And not only will we not be punished, but we will also be hailed as heroes by the people of Jiangling. These people were shot. How will you pin it on him? Burn everything. Jun Wuxia's expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head. He saw that Gu Feng had appeared behind him. You. Before the word was fully out, Gu Feng had already swung his sword. The sword's light was blinding, unstoppable. With a crack, Jun Wuxia's arm was severed. Jun Wuxia's face paled, for he and Gu Feng were both at the peak of the 7 Stars Grandmaster. Yet, Gu Feng had appeared behind him without his notice and had severed his arm in one strike. Enduring the pain, Jun Wuxia grabbed Ji Caiyue and quickly put some distance between them and Gu Feng. He shouted in the walkie-talkie, kill Gu Feng, hurry, hurry. The Thunderbolt fighter, which had been firing at the entrance of Feng boating, immediately turned and aimed all 3 guns at Gu Feng. Gu Feng, you dare to sever my arm. After you die, I will have a good time with Ji Caiyue in front of your corpse. Gu Feng replied, with just this fighter jet, you think you can kill me? Who the hell do you think you are, God? Still acting tough when you're about to die. The 3 guns opened fire, bullets pouring down like a storm. Flames covered the sky, forming a net that enveloped Gu Feng. Gu Feng vanished from his spot. Jun Wuxia, listen to the dragon's roar. The voice appeared behind Jun Wuxia again. He turned and saw Gu Feng raising his right hand. Then, the sword Nianenvi was released. The dragon's roar echoed. This sword, like an eagle soaring through the sky, made the swirling snow change color. Chapter 67. One sword, the Star River Falls. A few minutes earlier, when Jun Wuxia ordered the firing, Song Cheng immediately took Lu Ajiao and rushed out of the pavilion. But they were too far from the entrance, and it was soon blocked. The 3 guns of the Thunderbolt fighter jet were firing wildly at the entrance, just as they were at a loss. Lu Ajiao had a sudden idea. Song Cheng, let's hide in the peach grove. Once inside, she had Song Cheng bring a nearby corpse to cover them, to avoid the bullets. After this, Song Cheng felt a bit more at ease. Ajiao, you're so smart. Where did you learn this? From an anti-Japanese drama, Lu Ajiao replied nonchalantly, her eyes scanning the opposite hill. Where is Gu Feng? Is he dead? Behind Yun Wuxi. He cut off Jun Wuxia's arm. Song Cheng pointed. Lu Ajiao followed his finger and saw Jun Wuxia carrying Jiu, fleeing, while the Thunderbolt fighter jet was speeding towards Gu Feng, its guns aimed at his position. Her heart was in her throat. Song Cheng said with schadenfreude, haha, Gu Feng is finished this time. Ajiao, your father and brother can rest in peace. As he spoke, the 3 guns spewed red flames, heading straight for Gu Feng. Gu Feng's figure vanished and reappeared behind Jun Wuxia, raising his sword high. Lu Ajiao was astonished, such speed. But what is he doing with the sword? Does he intend to shoot down the fighter jet with it? Song Cheng laughed. Ajiao, your imagination is rich. It's a fighter jet, not a paper airplane. His voice suddenly stopped. Nianenvi was released, turning into a streak of light, flying straight towards the Thunderbolt fighter jet. In an instant, the sword pierced the fuel tank. One sword, the Star River Falls. The Thunderbolt fighter jet, like a wounded eagle, tumbled in the sky, and finally crashed to the ground. The impact sent dust and debris flying, and the peach trees were crushed. Song Cheng's eyes widened. This is impossible, right? That's a Thunderbolt fighter jet, and it was shot down with one sword? Luo Jiao's lips were agape, her breathing erratic. This is too cool, right? On the other side, Ji Caiyue stared at the smoke billowing from the fighter jet, her heart in turmoil. Even though Gu Feng had shown great prowess, she had remained unperturbed, for everything had been under control. But if he could shoot down a Thunderbolt fighter jet, what could he not do? No wonder Gu Feng had come along. All her preparations now seemed like a joke. She wanted to ask what Gu Feng had experienced in the past 5 years, and how he had grown so much. Xiaofeng, it seems that I will really die here today, Ji Caiyue said, looking at Gu Feng's profile. No, as long as I am here, you will not die. Jun Wuxia roared, swallowing a white pill. His aura suddenly surged, and he leaped from the peak of the 7 stars Grandmaster to the 1-star Grandmaster. Is it a burst pill? Ji Tian's face lit up. Yes, with this pill, I will maintain the strength of a 1-star Grandmaster for half an hour. Gu Feng said calmly. Do you think you can kill me by forcibly boosting your level with a pill? With one arm severed, it's hard to kill you, but I can certainly hold you off. Jun Wuxia turned to Ji Tiandao and said, You take Caiyue and leave by helicopter. I will hold off Gu Feng. Without hesitation, Ji Tian scooped up Ji Caiyue and fled toward the helicopter. As they drew closer to the cabin, Ji Caiyue turned her head and smiled charmingly. Xiaofeng, as mother and son, we shall meet again. Next time, I will ensure your bones are ground to dust. Gu Feng gazed at her stunning visage and retorted, Do you truly believe Jun Wuxia can stop me? Gu Feng, cease your arrogance. You no longer possess that formidable sword. Not only can I stop you, but I can also kill you. Jun Wuxia's right hand surged with energy, a punch imbued with the might of a grandmaster hurtling toward Gu Feng. The roar of a tiger echoed through the forest. Gu Feng, expression cold, retaliated with a punch of his own. The fists collided, producing a thunderous explosion. Boom! Jun Wuxia was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. A tempest surged within Jun Wuxia's heart. The explosive elixir was his trump card, previously withheld due to its severe side effects. Not only would he drop a level in cultivation, but recovering would be an arduous journey. He had hoped that consuming the elixir would allow him to withstand Gu Feng, perhaps even defeat him after a few rounds. Who could have predicted that he would be blasted away by Gu Feng's punch? Gu Feng leaped before Jun Wuxia, placing his foot upon his head. Have you prepared your final words? Jun Wuxia laughed heartily. Gu Feng, if you dare to kill me, the wrath of the Jun family will make you regret your very existence. Boom! Gu Feng pressed down, and Jun Wuxia exploded into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. Jun Wuxia, the third son of the Jun family, was dead. Jun Wuxia's agonizing scream before his demise sent chills down Ji Tian's spine. This devil, Gu Feng, had even slain Jun Wuxia. Fortunately, they were mere steps away from the helicopter. He dashed forward, taking Ji Caiyue with him into the cabin, and turned to shut the door. Just as the door was about to close, a hand suddenly thrust in. Ji Tian, where do you think you're going? The voice was as chilling as ancient ice, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell. To hell with you. Tian, aware that he was no match for Gu Feng with his mere 4-star master strength, abruptly drew a handgun from his waist. Bang, bang, bang. 5 shots rang out, aimed directly at Gu Feng's face. Gu Feng raised his other hand, and the sword Nian Nu Jiao instantly blocked the bullets. With a flourish, he deflected the bullets with a blade. Tian's pupils constricted sharply. This Gu Feng had retrieved that sword from the fighter jet before pursuing. Not only that, but he could also control the bullets with it. What terrifying power was this? Xiaofeng, you must still call me grandfather. Considering, to hell with you, grandfather. Gu Feng bellowed, striking the sword's back, and the 5 bullets instantly pierced Ji Tian's body. Ji Tian staggered and fell to the ground. Yi Tian, head of the Ji family, is dead. Gu Feng fully opened the cabin door and leaped inside. He casually kicked Ji Tian's corpse out while striding toward Ji Caiyue. At that moment, Ji Caiyue's exquisite face was ashen. Xiaofeng, for mother. Before she could finish, Gu Feng had already plunged a sword into her waist, piercing her left kidney. It hurts, mother. It hurts so much. Blood-stained Ji Caiyue's white mourning attire a glaring red. Pain trans, especially you, I have already reserved a place for you. Are you not going to train diligently and plan to disgrace me At the martial arts conference? Jiang Yin, with a troubled expression, said, all right, I will train. I will defeat 10 Gu Fengs with a single punch. Xiao Qianxue suddenly awoke from her bed. The surroundings were exceedingly familiar. Blue wallpaper, a pink wardrobe, and a splendid crystal chandelier. This was her boudoir. Qianxue, you are awake, a sweet voice sounded. Come, have a bowl of warm porridge. Xiao Qianxue turned her head, surprised. Yuro, why are you here? Sitting at the bedside was her university classmate and best friend, Huang Yuro. Huang Yuro smiled and said, I heard you returned from abroad. So I rushed over from Zhonghai. Really, you should have told me. I only heard from your father. Otherwise, I would have come to Jiangling to visit you long ago. Xiao Qianxue replied, I was planning to tell you after I settled down. Huang Yuro asked, why did you suddenly faint? I asked Uncle Li, but he wouldn't tell me. Just awakened, Xiao Qianxue's mind was still in a daze, but hearing this, she suddenly remembered many things. Gu Feng was still at the Bluffing Pavilion. She immediately became extremely anxious and called for Li Gaoming. Uncle Li, what is the situation at Bluffing Pavilion? Li Gaoming's face was grim. The situation is not good. I heard many people died, and there were loud explosions heard from there. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianxue became even more panicked. And what about Gu Feng? I don't know. He should be dead, Li Gaoming said, voicing his suspicion. After all, even he was no match for Zui Yuman, let alone Gu Feng. Moreover, it was said that the Jun family arrived later. How could Gu Feng possibly survive? Xiao Qianxue felt as if her heart was being torn apart and immediately rushed outside. No, Gu Feng cannot be dead. Li Gaoming quickly held her back. Miss, Bluffing Pavilion is very dangerous right now, and it has been sealed off. Don't be rash. Xiao Qianxue shouted. I'm not going to Bluffing Pavilion. I will just stroll around Yujing Huuding. She knew where Gu Feng's house was and wanted to check if he might be there. Seeing Xiao Qianxue's emotional state and her promise not to go to Bluffing Pavilion, Li Gaoming did not stop her and follow behind. Huang Yuro also hurriedly followed. She was curious. Who could make her best friend so emotionally unstable? This had never happened before. Gu Feng, it sounded like a man's name. Could it be that Qianxue was in love? But she just returned to the country. Was that even possible? Xiao Qianxue rushed to Gu Feng's villa. The door was not closed, but she hesitated. What if Gu Feng was not inside? What if something had really happened to him? Hey, Miss Xiao, why are you here? Ning Yushi came out of the kitchen with a bowl of rice and saw Xiao Qianxue in the living room. Xiao Qianxue, a bit nervous, asked, is Gu Feng at home? Come in and sit. Ning Yushi smiled, gesturing to Xiao Qianxue. Gathering her courage, Xiao Qianxue entered. The dining table was filled with delicious dishes, but no one was there. Her small hope was instantly shattered. Her heart felt as if a piece was missing, and tears silently fell. Had Gu Feng not made it out of Bluffing Pavilion? Ning Yushi panikit. Miss Xiao, don't cry. Gu Feng. Before she could finish, a voice came from upstairs. Miss Xiao, there's no need to worry. I am fine. Gu Feng walked down the stairs. He had just taken a bath and had not yet put on a shirt. His muscular chest, with perfectly defined lines, was exposed, with droplets of water still on his skin. Xiao Qianxue looked up, seeing Gu Feng, smiling, walking towards her. Excitement, joy, and relief flooded her mind, and without thinking, she threw herself into his arms. I thought you were dead. Gu Feng was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Qianxue to embrace him. He did not push her away and let her hot tears fall on his chest. Outside, Huang Yuro, with her rosy lips wide open, could have fit 2 duck eggs in. My God, Qianxue is really in love. She was in shock. This was the same Qianxue she knew from university. In college, Qianxue was known as a top student and a school beauty with many admirers, but she never paid them any attention. It wasn't that she thought they were unworthy. She was simply focused on her studies. But now, she was in a man's arms. Big news. After a long moment, she took out her phone and started snapping photos. The sound of the shutter clicking was relentless. Xiao Qianxue turned around, only to find Huang Yuro's phone almost in her face. Remembering her earlier behavior, she blushed, feeling both embarrassed and ashamed. Yuro, what are you taking pictures for? Ha, the stench of love, it must be documented. Huang Yuro put away her phone and patted Gu Feng's shoulder. What kind of spell did you cast on our Qianxue to make the once aloof goddess so devoted to you? Gu Feng smiled. Since the food is ready, why don't we sit down and have a meal while we chat? Huang Yuro, drooling at the sight of the delicious food and hungry from skipping breakfast, eagerly agreed. Sure. Not only could she eat for free, but also listen to gossip. Huang Yuro was more than happy. But Xiao Qianxue said, I don't think that's necessary. Yuro, You and Uncle Li should go back. I need to talk to Gu Feng. Huang Yuro's eyes widened. What? You're choosing him over me? Xiao Qianxue, with no time to explain, push her out. I will make it up to you tonight. She had many questions for Gu Feng, but they were all sensitive. She didn't want her friend to see Gu Feng with prejudice. After Huang Yuro and Li Gaoming left, Xiao Qianxue, ignoring the food, asked, Gu Feng, what happened? 5 years ago, were those things really done by you? Gu Feng asked, do you believe me? Without hesitation, Xiao Qianxue nodded. If you say so, I believe you. 5 years ago, Ji Caiyue colluded with outsiders and killed my entire family. I returned to avenge them, Gu Feng said calmly. Hearing this, Xiao Qianxue felt a great relief. She knew the Gu Feng she knew was not the demon who killed his father and clan. But then, her heart grew heavy. Ji Caiyue had destroyed everything for Gu Feng and made him bear the blame for 5 years. It was unimaginable how he had endured. She was even more anxious about the rumors that would follow after today's incident. Gu Feng would truly become a monster in people's eyes. She couldn't bear the thought of the slander he would face. Gu Feng, the upcoming rumors will be very detrimental. Are you prepared for that? After a moment of silence, Gu Feng looked out the window at the sparse snow and smiled. A little frost. What is there to worry about? Xiao Qianxue, looking at his profile, was speechless. She silently finished her meal. When she left Gu Feng's house, her steps were heavy. Ha, you finally came out. Huang Yuro suddenly jumped out from a corner, startling her. Xiao Qianxue frowned. Why didn't you go back? Huang Yuro smiled cheerfully and remarked, if I return, how could I capture your current state? TSK, we've barely parted, and you look utterly distracted. It seems that fellow has truly bewitched you. Pray tell, which university did he graduate from? What degree did he earn? And what field of research does he pursue? Xiao Qianxue pondered seriously for a moment. 5 years ago, Gu Feng was merely 20. He probably hadn't graduated from university yet. What? Huang Yuru exclaimed dramatically, leaping 3 feet into the air. Xiao Qianxue rubbed her forehead. Sister, you are being overly dramatic. No, am I exaggerating? Or are you, at a mere 22, have obtained dual doctoral degrees and spent 2 years furthering your studies at a prestigious institution in Neon. You are engaged in research on photolithography and are poised to become the youngest female academician in the Divine Dragon Kingdom. And now, you tell me you are romantically involved with someone who hasn't even graduated from university? Xiao Qianxue replied, I am not in a relationship with him. We have only just met. He saved me. Huang Yuru paused. I see. I thought as much. A talent like you should not lower your standards to date someone who hasn't completed their university education. Qianxue, you must carefully consider such a significant matter. Do not mistake gratitude for love. Xiao Qianxue lowered her head in contemplation for a moment, her eyes revealing a unique brilliance. I hadn't thought it through before, but now I believe I have truly fallen for him. What? Huang Yuru screamed again, jumping 3 feet high. Xiao Qianxue ignored her exuberant friend and hastily made her way home. The merit of a person is not solely validated by their academic credentials. From Myanmar to northern Yunnan, from northern Yunnan to Jiangling, from Jinshifu to Fengboding. Although she and Gu Feng had known each other for only a short while, it felt as though they had shared a vast journey. Contemplating the burdens Gu Feng had endured alone over the past 5 years, as well as those he would soon face, she felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Gu Feng, you have shouldered so much alone for so long. Now I, Xiao Qianxue, will stand by your side. Chapter 70. Clues to the Gu family massacre case. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, Xiao Qianxue immediately instructed Li Gaoming, Uncle Li, everything that transpired at Fengboding today. Utilize the Xiao family's resources to suppress it all. This, Li Gaoming azitata. There are simply too many influential figures at Fengboding today. Suppressing everything will be an arduous task. Xiao Qianxue asserted firmly. What I require is not an excuse, but a result. Understand clearly, at any cost, stifle all public opinion. Regarding Fengboding, suppress as much as possible, and for as long as possible. Li Gaoming found the demeanor of the young lady before him somewhat unfamiliar in the past. She would never have spoken to him with such firmness. Miss, are you perhaps trying to cover up for Gu Feng? Xiao Qianxue's expression hardened. You need only follow my orders, not inquire into my thoughts. Despite Gu Feng's indifference towards public opinion, Xiao Qianxue was determined that he would not suffer further slander. After a pause, she added, furthermore, investigate the massacre of the Gu family 5 years ago. Utilize all means necessary. I want to uncover everything. She understood that merely suppressing public discourse was insufficient. only by presenting concrete evidence could Gu Feng's name be vindicated. Understood. Li Gaoming ceased further discussion and proceeded to execute Xiao Qianyue's directives. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Qianyue called him back, by the way. The construction of our Xiao family's resort project will commence the day after tomorrow. Send an invitation to Lin's building materials for the groundbreaking ceremony and ensure they become our special partner for the resort project. All procurement for the resort must prioritize Lin's building materials. Li Gaoming complied with her orders. Shortly thereafter, news concerning Feng boating was deleted from the Jiangling networks at lightning speed. Meanwhile, Gu Feng remained entirely unaware of the Xiao family's maneuvers. Not long after Xiao Qianyue departed, he ascended to the upper floor. At that moment, Ji Caiyue, bloodied, lay unconscious on the bed. He reached out to check her pulse. Her breathing, although faint, indicated she was not in immediate danger. For precaution, he placed a hand on Ji Caiyue's chest, channeling his spiritual energy to seal her wounds. In truth, Gu Feng had numerous ways to expedite Ji Caiyue's recovery, but he saw no necessity. All he required was for her to remain alive, for her to still draw breath. That was sufficient. After a moment's reflection, he instructed Ning Yushi, bind Ji Caiyue's limbs with chains. Do not allow her to take her own life. Also, summon a few from the Blood Alliance to take turns guarding her. After a brief pause, he continued, moreover, have the Blood Alliance search for the whereabouts of Biloko. I require it. Biloko was intended for Lin Ruochu. With no leads on Lin Ruochu's kidneys, he could only rely on medicinal herbs to prolong her life for now. Having conveyed his orders, he drove alone to the patrol domain. To thoroughly investigate the Gu family massacre, the strength of the patrol domain was essential. As evening approached, Lin Ruochu, who had recalling the past events, Wang Shumei couldn't help but feel her face flush with embarrassment as she awkwardly said, "Yes, I should apologize. It was my fault for misunderstanding Xiaofeng." Regardless, the Lin family finally had some good news, which slightly lifted their spirits. Lin Beishan hurriedly booked a hotel and instructed Lin Ruochu to call Gu Feng. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the four of them arrived at Fengwu Juqian. Initially, due to financial constraints, Lin Beishan intended to sit in the lobby, but Wang Shumei unexpectedly insisted, "Why sit in the lobby? Let's go to a private room and order some exquisite dishes." Lin Beishan was taken aback. He knew Shumei's character well. Ever since their family's decline, she had been parsimonious to a fault. Now, she wanted to reserve a private room at Fengwu Juqian. The minimum expenditure for a private room, there was 20,000 yuan. Observing his expression, Wang Shumei pouted, "Xiaofeng has helped us so much, from resolving our troubles with the Liu family to treating Ruochu's illness and driving away the Blood Alliance. If we are inviting him to dinner, we cannot be stingy." Meanwhile, she mused about Xiaofeng's current position as the warden and his commendable medical skills. Having him as a son-in-law would not only secure a good future for Ruochu, but also bring her pride. With this thought, she turned to her younger daughter, "Ruochu, please call Gu Feng again and tell him we have arrived. He should hurry over." Lin Ruochu responded, "Okay. Hello, brother Gu Feng. We have reserved a private room at Fengwu Juqian. How long until you arrive? I will be there soon." At that moment, Gu Feng was in an archive room at the inspection department, where the department head, Wen Yin, was dutifully pouring tea for him. Gu Feng placed his phone on the desk. He had been at the inspection department since noon. Initially, he had come for Wen Yin to investigate a case, but unexpectedly, Wen Yin revealed some surprising news. The previous head of the inspection department had found the Gu family massacre case to be highly suspicious and had ordered a secret investigation. Indeed, he had uncovered numerous clues. Based on the files Gu Feng reviewed that afternoon, the former head had already gathered incriminating evidence against Ji Caiyue, and another individual had also emerged in the records, Su Anhua of the Su family. The Su family, while not a prominent family in Jiangling, had been established for centuries. The current wealthy families in Jiangling had only risen to prominence in the last decade or few decades, while these old families had roots spanning hundreds of years. Although they had declined due to missed opportunities for modernization, they remained incomparable to the typical wealthy families in Jiangling. After all, they were long-standing families. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse, and their heritage was substantial. Su Anhua was the head of the Su family. As Gu Feng gazed at the densely written documents, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. There were 4 major families in Jiangling, and it was likely that more than just the Su family had colluded with Ji Caiyue back then. Why had the former head not pursued the investigation further? Wen Yin respectfully replied, The former head died mysteriously after completing this investigation, which is why I was able to ascend to the position of the current head of the Jiangling Inspection Department after years of effort. Was your rise due to hard work, or by currying favor with the Ji family or other families? Gu Feng suddenly inquired. At that moment, Wen Yin felt a chill envelop him, and cold sweat quickly drenched his back. He knelt down, saying, "Please spare me, Warden Gu. I had no choice." After a tense silence of several seconds, Gu Feng replied coolly, "Get up." He was indifferent to how Wen Yin had ascended. This individual had merely been a lowly captain 5 years ago and should have no connection to the Gu family massacre case. Moreover, he still needed the inspection department's assistance to reopen the investigation into the Gu family massacre. Wen Yin eagerly nodded in agreement, but then expressed his concerns. "Warden Gu, the events of that year involved significant implications, and those families are closely connected to the Jiangling Marquis. Are you truly confident?" Gu Feng did not respond directly, but remained silent for a long while before cryptically stating, "The Jiangling Marquis has not changed for many years." With that, he turned and left. Chapter 71. Su Jiaming. Regard me as nothing, perish. At this moment, 5 or 6 young men with brightly dyed hair were lurking furtively on the street where the inspection department was located. "Hey, Li Ziyan, we've been waiting in front of the inspection department for half an hour. Why don't you take action?" The young man named Li Ziyan wore a troubled expression. Earlier, they had been drinking in a bar while playing Truth or Dare. He had lost, and his friends, in a playful mood, had dared him to commit robbery near the inspection department. What the hell? Robbing in front of the inspection department is like dancing on a tiger's head. One misstep, and I could end up in jail. Yet, for the sake of his pride, he had mustered the courage to come. But after being here for half an hour, he still hadn't dared to act. Just then, he noticed a man in a trench coat exiting the inspection department. An idea struck him. Well, while called a robbery, it doesn't specify what to steal, right? Someone asked, "What do you plan to rob?" Li Ziyan grinned mischievously. "I think that guy's trench coat looks nice. I'll take it." He strode over to the young man. "Hey brother, where did you buy that trench coat? It looks pretty stylish. How about lending it to me for a bit?" Gu Feng furrowed his brows, about to respond when suddenly he halted. His gaze fell upon someone approaching, head bowed. As the person was about to pass by him, Gu Feng suddenly spoke, "Su Jiaming, don't you know to greet me when you see me?" Su Jiaming, the young master of the Su family, son of Su Anhua, was taken aback. Today, there had been upheaval at Fengbua Pavilion, and the Su family had secretly received news. Rumors indicated that the missing young master of Jiangling had returned, wreaking havoc at Fengbua Pavilion, injuring and killing countless people. However, the information had been suppressed by an unseen hand, leaving them with little to investigate. Consequently, Su Jiaming had volunteered to visit the inspection department, hoping to glean useful information since he had heard the inspection department had also visited Fengbua Pavilion today. To maintain a low profile, he had come alone. But who would have thought that just as he was nearing the inspection department, he would run into Gu Feng? It seemed the rumors were true. He needed to quickly relay the information back to the Su family and gather all their forces to eliminate Gu Feng. After all, the Gu family massacre case involved the Su family too. He feigned ignorance and continued walking forward, hoping to pass unnoticed. However, Gu Feng's hand had already rested on his shoulder. "Su Jiaming, regard me as nothing, perish." "I." The word barely escaped his lips when boom, Gu Feng's fist struck, directly piercing Su Jiaming's chest. Su Jiaming looked at Gu Feng in disbelief, and then the light in his eyes swiftly faded as his body crumpled to the ground. Li Ziyan, whose hand had been resting on Gu Feng's shoulder, stood there in shock, staring at Su Jiaming's corpse, momentarily lost in thought. Gu Feng crouched down, twisting Su Jiaming's head off before turning to Li Ziyan. "You just said you wanted my trench coat?" No. Under Gu Feng's piercing gaze, Li Ziyan's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground. Oh my god, he killed someone with a single move, and right at the entrance of the inspection department. This man is undoubtedly a devil, and I was thinking of robbing the devil's trench coat. The voice was all too familiar to her. It was Gu Feng, her high school classmate. Reminiscing about their school days, the two had been the pride of their institution, consistently excelling academically and often compared to one another, each secretly vying for superiority. Eventually, Wang Xiumei and Gu Feng married. Wang Xiumei to Lin Beishan and Gu Feng to Zhou Xunan. Although the Lin family had previously thrived under the Gu family's auspices, The Zhou family was already a prominent power in Jiangling. After marrying, Wang Xuemei found herself continually overshadowed by Ji Caiyue, who would often make snide remarks during class reunions, leaving Wang Xuemei feeling humiliated and ultimately leading her to avoid such gatherings altogether. What were these reunions, if not competitions? Wang Xuemei had hoped that with the Gu family support, the Lin family would eventually surpass the Zhou family, allowing her to finally bask in glory. However, before the Lin family could rise, the Gu family collapsed. Following that, the Lin family deteriorated further, leaving Wang Xuemei utterly dispirited. She would evade Ji Caiyue whenever possible. At present, Wang Xuemei had no desire to engage with Ji Caiyue and pretended not to hear her, quickening her pace. Yet Ji Caiyue refused to let her go. Hastening to catch up, Wang Xuemei, are you lost? The restroom is that way. Wang Xuemei, exasperated, retorted, Ji Caiyue, are you out of your mind? Who said I was going to the restroom? I'm headed to a private room for dinner. Just you? Dining in a private room? Gu Feng scolded. Given the current state of the Lin family, do I really need to expose you? You're nearly bankrupt, yet you dare to dine in a lavish private room? Oh, I see you're going to the bronze room. Well, that's fine. After all, even the most destitute can afford that, and you certainly belong there. You. Wang Xuemei's frustration boiled over, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. The bronze room was the lowest tier at Fengwu Jiutian. While she knew Ji Caiyue always dined in the diamond room, she had Ji Caiyue's WeChat and couldn't resist peeking at her moments. At that moment, Lin Ruochu interjected, Ji Caiyue, where we choose to dine has nothing to do with you. Little girl, how can you speak to your elders like that? I am of the same generation as your mother. Can't you even call me aunt? Ji Caiyue replied with displeasure. Lin Ruochu shot back. I want to respect anyone who disrespects my mother. Aka mipiaka, kigwifang. With such poor upbringing, it's no wonder you got your kidney harvested. If it weren't for your frail state, I'd have slapped some sense into you to teach your mother a lesson. Suddenly, Ji Caiyue was knocked backward, her teeth shattering. As she stumbled to her feet, she shouted in rage, who dares to attack me? Before her stood a tall, young man, his cold gaze sending shivers down her spine. You're Gu Feng? After a moment of shock, she managed to stammer out those words. Indeed, Wang Xuemei exclaimed. Gu Feng may no longer be Jiangling's young master, but he has become a prison warden, and dealing with you would be a mere trifling task. You'd best vanish from my sight, or I'll have my son-in-law knock your teeth out. Ji Caiyue said nothing and turned to flee. It wasn't fear of the prison warden that drove her away. It was the chilling tales of Gu Feng's ruthless past she had heard over the years. He was a notorious figure, unflinching in the face of death. Staying even a moment longer might cost her dearly. Watching Ji Caiyue's retreating figure, Wang Xuemei laughed heartily. What a relief. Thank you, little Feng. I've long wished to teach that Ji Caiyue a lesson. Once inside the private room, Wang Xuemei apologized to Gu Feng for her earlier behavior. Little Feng, I hope you can understand my attitude. So much has transpired over the years. Tears began to spill as she spoke. Gu Feng, not taking it to heart, replied, Aunt, you've helped Qingning immensely in the past. I would hold a grudge over a few harsh words. Hearing this, Wang Xuemei felt a sense of relief but still raised her glass to toast Gu Feng. I admit my mistakes, and I promise to treat you sincerely from now on. After a while, Lin Rumei suddenly said, Gu Feng, it seems something is amiss at Fengwo Pavilion. I saw numerous posts online, though they were quickly deleted, suggesting that someone stormed the place. When Gu Feng briefly recounted his visit to Fengwo Pavilion, he omitted many details, yet his words painted vivid images in the minds of those present. Just as the conversation was growing heated, Gu Feng's phone rang. It was Ning Yushi. Young master, we have news regarding Billuo grass. After a few exchanges with Ning Yushi, Gu Feng stood up. Uncle, Aunt Ruochu, Rumei, I must take my leave now. Don't worry about Lin's construction materials being blacklisted. I've already spoken to the Xiao family, and they've agreed to assist. As he was about to depart, he remembered something and produced a jade pendant. Ruochu, this is a jade pendant that Qingning wanted to give you. Lin Ruochu was momentarily stunned before her face lit up with joy. Qingning is still alive? Nodding, Gu Feng turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Xuemei felt an increasing fondness for him and whispered to Lin Ruochu, Ruochu, you must put in more effort. What? Lin Ruochu was perplexed. Wang Xuemei replied, Gu Feng is quite remarkable. He would make a suitable son-in-law for our family. If you strive for it, you might just win his heart. As the saying goes, a man chases a woman with mountains in between, while a woman chases a man with but a veil. If you apply yourself, you surely won't be unable to capture Gu Feng's attention. Then, she mused, oh, if only little Feng could become our son-in-law. It would not only restore the glory of the Gu family, but also surpass the Zhou family. Wouldn't it? Ake mipiaka, ki Gu Feng. You've overshadowed me for so many years. It's time for Wang Xiumei to rise above you. At that moment, Lin Ruomei's phone rang. Mom, Zhong Dingxian has returned to Jiangling. Zhong Dingxian, the one who pursued you 5 years ago? Wang Xiumei asked in surprise. Yes, Lin Ruomei confirmed. Wang Xiumei inquired. What did he call you for? Lin Ruomei replied, actually, we've been chatting online for 3 months, and last month we established a romantic relationship. Really? Wang Xiumei was both astonished and delighted. Good heavens! After 20 years of struggle, am I finally seeing the light? Gu Feng is my younger daughter as husband, and Zhong Dingxian as my elder daughter as husband. Wouldn't the Lin family soar to greatness? Lin Ruomei blushed slightly. Am I capable of lying to you? He said he would come over soon. The group waited in the private room for half an hour, but Zhong Dingxian had yet to arrive. Lin Ruochu, feeling unwell, decided to head home to rest. Lin Beishan, concerned for her, accompanied her. Wang Xiumei, however, was lost in delightful fantasies of the future and refused to leave, insisting on meeting her prospective son-in-law. Not long after Lin Ruochu and Lin Beishan departed, Zhong Dingxian arrived. Dingxian, long time no see. Ruomei, long time no see. You're even more beautiful than before, Zhong Dingxian said gently. Later, he remarked, I just saw your sister outside and exchanged a few casual words. It seems you're entangled with Gu Feng. He killed his father and wiped out his clan 5 years ago, and you dare to associate with him? Wang Xiumei replied. Very few people in Jiangling know the truth about what happened back then. Now that Ji Caiyue has been taken by Gu Feng, I might as well tell you. In fact, Xiao Feng is merely a victim, taking the blame for Ji Caiyue. Lin Ruoma added, that's right, and Gu Feng has changed remarkably since then. Before she could finish, Zhong Dingxian interjected, who told you that Ji Caiyue was taken by Gu Feng? Wang Xiumei responded, Gu Feng did. Zhong Dingxian retorted, Aunt, do you believe everything Gu Feng says? You are being rather naive. Wang Xiumei looked puzzled. Isn't it true? Zhong Dingxian chuckled. Well, you're from a small family, so it's understandable that you don't know certain things. Although I have been away from Jiangling for quite some time, my Zhong family is still the second most prestigious family in Jiangling. I have access to far more information than you do. I'll inform you that, according to my sources, there was indeed a disturbance at Fengbo Pavilion today, but it was instigated by the third young master of the Jun family from Zhonghai. He has liked Ji Caiyue for a long time and chose to confess on the anniversary of the tragedy. However, Ji Caiyue refused and even slapped him. This enraged the young master of the Jun family, who killed many people at Fengbo Pavilion and took Ji Caiyue away. Is that so? This is completely different from what Gu Feng said. Lin Ruoma blinked her attractive eyes. Zhong Dingxian, with a serious expression, stated, could I deceive you? Think about it. The Ji family is an incredibly powerful clan. As far as I know, they have several 6-star masters and even a 7-star master. You are aware that Gu Feng was not a martial artist 5 years ago, even if he has had many fortuitous encounters in the last 5 years. Do you really think he alone could shake the formidable Ji family? If the Ji family were so easily destroyed, could they still be called the foremost family in Jiangling? After this discourse, Wang Xiumei and Lin Ruoma exchanged glances, beginning to believe Zhong Dingxuan's words. Gu Feng is deceiving us? After a moment of shock, Wang Xiumei uttered, does that mean his claims about contacting the Xiao family were also nonsense? What contact? Zhong Dingxian inquired. Lin Ruoma quickly explained the situation regarding the Lin family's materials being boycotted. Zhong Dingxian burst into laughter. You genuinely believe Gu Feng is nonsense? If this were 5 years ago, his claims about contacting the Xiao family might have held some weight, but now he is nothing. Why would the Xiao family listen to him? Not to mention, the Xiao family only came to Jiangling 2 years ago, and Gu Feng has no ties to them whatsoever. Then what should we do? Wang Xiumei stammered. Zhong Dingxian smiled. Aunt, don't worry, I'm here to help. Although I have been abroad for many years, my Zhong family remains a solid second family in Jiangling. I'll give someone from the Xiao family a call. I'm sure they will grant me this favor. As he spoke, he indeed pulled out his phone and called Li Gaoming from the Xiao family. Hello, is this Li Gongfeng? This is Zhong Dingxian, the young master of the Zhong family. I need to discuss something with you regarding the Lin family's materials being recently boycotted. Before he could finish, Li Gaoming interjected, "Oh, I understand. I'll arrange it right away." Zhong Dingxian was taken aback. Was his influence really that significant? He had only just started, and Li Gaoming had agreed so readily? "Thank you. I'm currently with the daughter of the Lin family's owner. Once you resolve this, please give me a call so I can reassure her." After confirming the address, Li Gaoming hung up. From noon until evening, he had been busy managing the news surrounding Fengbo Pavilion, completely forgetting about the Lin family's materials. He immediately told a nearby servant, "Prepare an invitation and send it to Fengwu Jiutian." "No, I'll go personally." After saying this, he left the study. 20 minutes later, Li Gaoming delivered the invitation to Zhong Dingxian, saying, "According to the young lady's instructions, at the groundbreaking ceremony the day after tomorrow, we will announce that Lin's materials have become a special partner for our Shao family's resort. All collaborating units will prioritize sourcing from Lin's materials. Please make sure to attend." Li Gaoming left for a while, and Wang Shumei and Lin Ruoma were still in a daze. Even Zhong Dingxian found it hard to believe. "I only made a phone call, and the Shao family was so accommodating?" Before he could ponder further, Lin Ruoma leaped into his arms. "Dingxian, thank you so much." Wang Shumei also beamed with delight. "Yes, Dingxian, without you, I truly don't know how our Lin family would navigate this crisis." Embraced by soft warmth, Zhong Dingxian felt little inclination to think too much. It's nothing. Ruoma, why didn't you tell me sooner that the Lin family was in trouble? I could have helped you with it." Lin Ruoma whispered, "We haven't been dating for long. I felt embarrassed to ask. In the future, just tell me if you encounter difficulties," Zhong Dingxian declared robustly. At that moment, Wang Shumei suddenly slammed the table in anger. "Now that I think about it, something is indeed amiss. What did he say about bringing down a plane with a sword? Even movies wouldn't dare to depict such nonsense. That despicable Gu Feng, weaving lies. Out of every 10 words he utters, 11 are falsehoods. I can't believe I trusted him so much earlier, even considering him as a potential son-in-law. No, I must call Ruochu and tell her to keep her distance from Gu Feng. Other than treating her illness, she should have no further contact." Chapter 73. By the Qinhuai River at the Drunken Flower Pavilion, Lin Roma said, "Mom, you needn't blame Gu Feng too harshly. Perhaps he simply values his pride and made those claims. Moreover, at least one thing he did not lie about. He should indeed be a prison warden, a title that befits Ruochu. If Gu Feng were not a prison warden, it would be inexplicable how he survived that day against the Blood Alliance. Prison warden? What good is that?" Zhong Dingxian scoffed. "It sounded impressive, but the salary is just a few thousand a month." Wang Shumei seemed unconvinced. "That can't be right. Is it really that little?" Zhong Dingxian replied, "Earlier, I ran into Ruochu, and she mentioned that the jade pendant around her neck was a gift from Gu Feng. You know my Zhong family is in the jade business. That pendant looks like a piece of junk, worth only a few hundred at street stall. If he is so poor as to give something like that, how much do you expect him to earn each month? And now that the Lin family has established a connection with the Shao family, once the resort project commences, the Lin family will soar to new heights. At that point, Ruochu can find any excellent man she desires. Why would she settle for a down-and-out young master from Jiangling? Yes, you're right. Ruochu indeed deserves better." Wang Shumei concurred, then added, "Let us inform Ruochu and her father about the Shao family inviting us to the groundbreaking ceremony. They will surely be delighted." Just as she was about to take out her phone, Lin Ruoma stopped her. "Mom, hold on. You know how Dad and my sister feel about Gu Feng. They will undoubtedly believe him unconditionally, and will end up pulling each other's hair, creating chaos at home. They might even accuse Dingxian of stealing Gu Feng's credit. I think it's better to wait until the day after tomorrow and take them directly to the site. By then, they will understand without us having to explain." Wang Shumei found this reasoning quite sound and nodded in agreement. When they returned home that evening, Wang Shumei saw her youngest daughter, Lin Ruochu, reading a fairy tale to a small child. "Where's your father?" she asked. Lin Ruochu replied, "Dad hasn't slept for over 2 days. He has already fallen asleep." Shumei Wang endured and endured, but ultimately could not help but say, "Rush, what your mother said in the private room was just in jest. Treat Gu Feng as an ordinary friend." After saying this, she returned to her room. Just as Roma Lin was preparing to bathe with the little one, Rishu Lin came to the bathroom and asked abruptly, "Sister, did Zhong Dingxian say something bad about Brother Gu Feng?" No, Lin Roma replied, her voice tinged with unease. If Zhong Dingxian had not spoken ill of Gu Feng, how could their mother's attitude towards him have changed so drastically? She had previously suggested pursuing Gu Feng, but now she was advising her to keep a distance. Ruhu, with a serious expression, said, "Sister, you should know why Zhong Dingxian is targeting brother Gu Feng. I advise you not to believe his words." 5 years ago, Zhong Dingxian had pursued Fu Lin with fervor, but she did not reciprocate his feelings. Zhong Dingxian, in his desperation, forcibly dragged her into a hotel. It was Gu Feng who intervened, not only rescuing Ruma, but also severely beating Zhong Dingxian. He even exposed Zhong's misdeeds online, tarnishing his reputation in Jiangling overnight. Lin Ruomo responded, "5 years have passed, and people can change. Dingxian has already apologized to me for that incident. Do you believe his words?" Rushu asked, her voice tinged with anger. "Sister, you should distance yourself from Zhong Dingxian. He is not a good person and will only harm you." "Enough." Lin Ruomo, her eyes red, shouted, "I forbid you to speak ill of Dingxian. Mind your own business. My affairs do not concern you." With that, she slammed the bathroom door shut. Ruhu sighed, feeling a heavy heart. If that incident had not occurred, her sister's family might still be whole, and she would not be associating with someone like Zhong Dingxian. Meanwhile, she felt a sense of shame. Her mother had just advised her to treat Gu Feng sincerely, yet she had been swayed by the words of others so quickly. Unaware of the events that had transpired, Gu Feng, now donning a dark windbreaker, strode towards the entrance of the Imperial Scenery Mansion. Ning Yushi followed behind, "Young master, perhaps I should accompany you. According to the Blood Alliance, there will be an auction at the Drunken Flower Pavilion tonight. The azure grass, which is crucial for treating Lin Rushu, will be auctioned." "No need," Gu Feng replied coolly. "You stay at home and call me if anything unusual happens." After all, Ji Caiyue was still at home, and leaving Ning Yushi behind would alleviate some of his concerns. Yes, despite her reluctance, Ning Yushi nodded in agreement. Gu Feng got into the car and drove to the Qinhuai Lake. It is often said that the 800-mile Qinhuai Lake is the haven of Jiangling's people. And this is no exaggeration. The lake, shimmering with ripples, was dotted with hundreds of boats, both large and small. These boats, with their ancient charm, were adorned with beautiful women, creating a scene of infinite spring. Indeed, this was the most renowned pleasure district in Jiangling. Each boat was a place of revelry and merriment. Stepping out of the car, Gu Feng stood by the Qinhuai Lake, his hands clasped behind his back. In the past, he often visited this place, but he only went to the Drunken Flower Pavilion. His gaze fell upon the grandest boat in the center of the lake. This boat, far more resplendent than the others, was adorned with flowing silk and countless flowers, illuminated by soft, enchanting lights. This was the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Among the many pleasure boats on the Qinhuai Lake, the Drunken Flower Pavilion was known for its finest wine, the most melodious music, and the most beautiful courtesans. Gu Feng summoned a boatman and set off towards the Drunken Flower Pavilion. The boatman, after scrutinizing Gu Feng for a while, finally asked, "You look familiar, sir." "Do I?" Gu Feng asked with a smile. 5 or 6 years ago, the young master of Jiangling often took boat rides to the Drunken Flower Pavilion. I ferried him a few times, and I always thought you looked very much like him. He sighed. "If I didn't know he had died 5 years ago, I would have mistaken you for him." Gu Feng did not respond to this, instead asking, "Is the lady in blue still at the Drunken Flower Pavilion?" "So you are here to spend the night with the lady in blue. 5 or 6 years ago, it was easy to arrange, but now, she is the most sought-after courtesan on the Qinhuai Lake. Only the most distinguished individuals can share a drink with her. I'm afraid you might be on a futile trip, but there are many other beautiful women at the Drunken Flower Pavilion, and it's not as if you must have a lady in blue. Once the lights are out, they all look the same, haha." As they spoke, they arrived at the Drunken Flower Pavilion. The boat was specially designed with a spiral staircase for passengers to board. As soon as Gu Feng stepped onto the boat, 2 men blocked his way. Tonight, the Drunken Flower Pavilion is hosting a grand auction. Only those with an invitation may enter. Gu Feng smiled. When have I ever needed an invitation to enter the Drunken Flower Pavilion? The 2 men were taken aback, then scrutinized Gu Feng. One of them, a veteran employee of the Drunken Flower Pavilion, suddenly said, Are you young Master Gu?" Gu Feng, with his hands behind his back, replied, "Since you know who I am, you should know that at any time with my face, I can enter and leave the Drunken Flower Pavilion as I please." The veteran employee sneered, "You really think you're something, don't you? In the past, you did indeed spend lavishly at the Drunken Flower Pavilion, but now, this place is no longer for the likes of you." With a swift slap, Gu Feng sent the veteran employee flying. The new employee, enraged, shouted, "How dare you strike someone from the Drunken Flower Pavilion? Do you know that even a dog from the Drunken Flower Pavilion is not to be trifled with?" Guards! At his command, over 20 burly men, some even grandmasters, surrounded Gu Feng. Gu Feng sneered, "It seems I have been away from Jiangling for too long. Even the riffraff of the Drunken Flower Pavilion dare to challenge me." At this moment, he was filled with murderous intent. The new employee shouted, "No matter who you are, you should not cause trouble at the Drunken Flower Pavilion." As he spoke, the burly men charged at Gu Feng. Just then, a sharp voice rang out, "Who dares to lay a hand on young Master Gu while I—" "The lady in blue. Am here?" A woman in a red dress, adorned with a golden hairpin, a delicate fan, and lotus shoes, approached. She was a stunning beauty, the most renowned courtesan on the Qinhuai Lake. The new employee, indignant, said, "Lady in blue, this man does not have an invitation. He attacked us when we tried to stop him." The lady in blue coldly replied, "Young Master Gu has been a lifetime black gold member of the Drunken Flower Pavilion. He does not need an invitation. Get out of here." Many gasped. A lifetime black gold membership at the Drunken Flower Pavilion was not something just anyone could afford. It required at least 1 million yuan in spending. The crowd quickly dispersed, not daring to provoke Gu Feng. The lady in blue then bowed slightly to Gu Feng. "Young Master Gu, it has been many years. I hope you have been well." Gu Feng smiled. "Lady in blue, I heard that you have become the most renowned courtesan on the Qinhuai Lake. If not for your patronage, I would not have achieved such success," the lady in blue said, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "Young Master Gu, would you like to come to my room? The wine I have prepared is even more intoxicating than it was 5 years ago, and my skills on the zither have improved." The maidservant, Xiao Cui, standing beside the lady in blue, was astounded. In the 3 years she had served the lady in blue, she had never heard her use such a humble term as "I, your humble servant," with any other guest. Such a term was usually used by lowly courtesans. But the lady in blue was the most distinguished courtesan on the Qinhuai Lake. Even the most illustrious individuals did not elicit such humility from her. Before the man before him, what manner of person was he? There was no need for further inquiry. Gu Feng waved his hand and stated, "I have heard that there is an auction at the Zuihua Tower today, and I have my eye on a few items. I shall listen to your playing after the auction concludes." "Very well," Qingyi replied, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. "I shall escort you there." The auction was held on the 2nd floor. The spacious hall, spanning thousands of square meters, was already filled with attendees. The host was commencing the opening remarks. However, Gu Feng found it somewhat perplexing that all the participants wore masks. He had attended auctions at Zuihua Tower before, yet had never witnessed such a spectacle. Noticing his confusion, Qingyi explained, "In recent years, Zuihua Tower's auctions have grown increasingly grand, attracting individuals from afar, and the quality of the auction items has risen correspondingly. On several occasions, serious incidents occurred post-auction, tarnishing the reputation of Zuihua Tower and compromising the safety of guests. Thus, the establishment has provided these masks. Since their introduction, the instances of theft following the auctions have significantly diminished. After all, if one does not know who has acquired an item, it becomes futile to attempt to seize it. Young Master Gu, if you are to participate in the auction, it will be prudent for you to wear one as well for your safety." Moreover, although she refrained from voicing it, her unspoken words lingered in the air. "You carry a heavy burden of infamy. It would not be wise for others to behold your true visage." Qingyi then took a ghostly mask, preparing to place it on Gu Feng, but he evaded her. "There is no need for such measures. It is the weak that require anonymity. True strength does not necessitate such precautions. I sit here. Who would dare to rob me?" With a gentle smile, Qingyi remarked, "As expected of young Master Gu, your demeanor remains as captivating as ever." She then turned to Xiao Cui, instructing Xiao Cui, "Please inform those over there that all of young Master Gu's expenditures tonight shall be charged to my account." "What?" Xiao Cui exclaimed in surprise. "At Zuihua Tower, it has always been men who spend on Qingyi. When has she ever spent on a man?" "I have the means," Gu Feng interjected. "I understand, but this is my sincere intention," Qingyi replied, urging Xiao Cui to hurry. Afterward, she ascended to the 3rd floor. The 2nd floor of Zuihua Tower lacked a ceiling, connecting seamlessly with the 3rd, allowing for a clear view of the happenings below. It wasn't long before Xiao Cui returned. "Sister Qingyi, who is this man? Why do you treat him with such kindness? This is the first time I've seen you spend money on a man." Xiao Cui, filled with curiosity, seized the opportunity to inquire. Qingyi's lips curled into a faint smile. He is the once prominent young master of Jiangling. Before I gained fame, he frequented my company. Oh, what? He is the Jiangling young master, Gu Feng? Just moments ago, Xiao Cui had nodded in understanding, but upon realizing the truth, she gasped in shock. Sister Qingyi, this man is a parricide. How can you dare to be so close to him? Be cautious, lest he takes a disliking to you. With a sigh, Qingyi responded, the people of Jiangling may speak thus, but having interacted with young Master Gu on numerous occasions, I firmly believe he is not of that ilk. Alas, here on the Qinhuai River, I find it difficult to control my own destiny, let alone assist him. Xiao Cui nodded thoughtfully. While she did not know Gu Feng, she trusted her sister's judgment. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she teased, Sister Qingyi, he must be quite remarkable otherwise. Why would you have held him in such regard for so long? Chapter 75. Joyous Gu. Qingyi's beautiful eyes reflected a sense of nostalgia. 5 years ago, I was merely a courtesan, offering my talents without surrendering my body. Huh? I was unaware of this. What did young Master Gu seek from you back then? Chess games, drinking, conversations. Sometimes he would listen to me play the pipa, Qingyi replied with a faint smile. Her skills in chess were commendable, and when she played against Gu Feng, she never intentionally let him win. Often, they would engage in a spirited match, conversing in between and taking breaks to enjoy her pipa playing. Those days were filled with joy. Though she resided in Zuhua Tower, her patrons were few, with Gu Feng being a frequent visitor who compensated her generously. She lived freely. Unlike now, where despite being the unrivaled courtesan of the Qinhuai River, she found herself ensnared in the world of vice, a mere tool for the profit of Zuihua Tower. Reflecting on this, she cautioned Xiao Cui, after the auction, I wish to invite young Master Gu for a drink. Please do not reveal my past as a fallen woman. As they conversed, the auction on the second floor commenced. The first item was a significant one, a Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain piece. Although it bore some cracks, it was said to have graced the residence of Yin Song for over a decade. The starting bid was 3 million, and after a lively bidding war, it was finally sold for 10 million. The subsequent items followed suit. Gu Feng remained in a meditative state until halfway through the auction, when an unusual item was presented. Encased in a glass dome was a vibrant, 3-centimeter-long insect. The host introduced it, stating, this insect is known as the Joyous Gu. If implanted within the human body, it will render the individual incapable of self-harm. Any thoughts of suicide or self-mutilation will induce excruciating pain, as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at their bones. Some in the audience expressed confusion. This insect seems entirely devoid of joy. I cannot fathom its purpose. The host smiled knowingly. Good sir, it pertains to the pleasures of the boudoir. With this insect, you may indulge in intimate relations with any woman, regardless of her affections. Even if she harbors disdain for you, she will be forced to feign delight, and you need not worry about her harming herself in your absence. Upon this revelation, laughter erupted from the audience. The attendees, all wealthy individuals, were no strangers to coercive encounters. Yet, there were always those fiery women who, when caught off guard, would resort to self-destruction or disfigurement. The presence of a Joyous Gu would undoubtedly quell such rebellious spirits. It was no wonder it earned the name Joyous Gu. The host continued, the starting bid for the Joyous Gu is 500,000. Let the bidding begin. 600,000. 1 million. 1,500,000. The bids surged. Just as several were preparing to raise their offers, a sudden voice rang out. 20 million. The hall fell silent. A pin could be heard dropping. Attendees turned to locate the source of the voice, spotting a young man reclining in his chair. What? This Joyous Gu is worth at most 2 million, and he dares to bid 20 million? Is he mad? Money isn't meant to be squandered like this. Who is this audacious individual? And why is he not wearing a mask? He resembles the former Jiangling young master. Indeed, the one who acquired the Joyous Gu was Gu Feng. However, his intentions were not to satisfy some twisted desire. He planned to give it to Ji Caiyue. With this insect, he would no longer fear that she might resort to self-harm through various means. Ji Caiyue's life and death must remain firmly within his grasp. Despite the wealth of those present, their riches were not easily spent. They were reluctant to part with such a sum for a Joyous Gu. Gu Feng's desires were fulfilled as he successfully secured the item. Meanwhile, not far from him, 2 masked men were observing him intently. Were they to remove their masks? Gu Feng would instantly recognize them. They were none other than Tang Jinlin and his son, Tang Zi. When Jun Wuxia ordered the attack, Tang Jinlin had been the first to rush out with his son. As a 5-star master, he had eliminated any civilians blocking his path with a single strike. Upon hearing of the auction at Zuihua Tower, where the coveted Billuo grass was to be sold, he hurriedly brought his son along. After all, his son's 2 kidneys had been lost, and the renowned physician Wu had claimed that acquiring Billuo grass would extend Tang Zi's life by 6 months. Damn it, how could Gu Feng be here? He actually managed to escape as well. Tang Jinlin clenched his fists, his voice filled with disbelief. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. The situation back then was so chaotic that with Gu Feng's abilities, it would not have been difficult for him to escape in the commotion. Tang Zi, somewhat terrified, said, "Father, let's leave quickly. If Gu Feng discovers me, he will surely kill me." He could not forget the ferocious look in Gu Feng's eyes that night when he had his kidneys removed. Tang Jinlin, however, reassured, "Don't panic. We are wearing masks. Gu Feng won't recognize us." Another item was then brought up for auction, the azure grass. After a brief introduction to its properties, the auctioneer announced the start of the bidding. The starting price for the azure grass was 1 million. The crowd began to bid, and the price quickly escalated to 4 million, with fewer bidders remaining. The azure grass, though a rare medicinal herb, was worth at most 5 million. Seeing the right moment, Tang Jinlin prepared to bid 8 million, intending to secure the grass. After all, his son's life was at stake, and a few extra million was insignificant to him. But before he could speak, Gu Feng suddenly bid 50 million. A collective gasp of shock rippled through the audience. Not a brotherly move. You bid 100,000 for something worth 10,000, and now 50 million for something worth 5 million? Who is playing with you? No one in the hall continued to bid. Tang Jinlin, his face hidden behind a mask, looked extremely displeased. As the auctioneer was about to strike the gavel, he gritted his teeth and shouted, 60 million. To save his son's life, he was willing to spend any amount. And 60 million, as the head of the 4th largest family in Jiangling, he could afford. But as soon as he announced his bid, Gu Feng countered 100 million. At the same time, Tang Jinlin felt a cold, piercing gaze scrutinizing him. Who else could it be but Gu Feng? Tang Zi, feeling a chill down his spine, said in utter terror, "Father, don't bid anymore. We've been discovered. Let's run. I don't want to die. But without this azure grass, you won't live much longer." Before Tang Jinlin could finish, Tang Zi said, "We don't need to compete with Gu Feng for this. We should find President Ji Caiyue, who is on the ship. With his help, not only will the azure grass be ours, but Gu Feng will also die." Tang Jinlin's eyes lit up, and he immediately stopped bidding, pushing Tang Zi and quickly leaving. Chapter 76. Storms and gales on the ship, whistles and exclamations filled the room. Good heavens! 100 million for a single azure grass? Are you joking? Wealthy individuals from other regions, attending the auction, looked at Gu Feng, speculating about this mysterious young noble. At that moment, seeing Gu Feng's dominance at the auction, Xiao Cui was seething with anger. This foolish Gu Feng, you really don't take other people's money seriously, do you? You may have made a splash, but what about Qingyi? She works so hard here and hasn't saved up even a fraction of that amount. She said angrily, "Qingyi, I think we shouldn't spend money on this Gu Feng. You treat him as a friend, but he treats you as a fool." Initially, she had some goodwill towards Gu Feng because of Qingyi's fondness, but now, only disgust remained. If it weren't for Qingyi, this Gu Feng would have been thrown into the Qinhuai Lake to feed the fish by now. Not only is he ungrateful, but he also uses Qingyi as a cash machine to show off. Despicable. Let him show off. When he can't pay, he'll be the laughingstock. But Qingyi simply took out a card and instructed Xiao Cui, "Go and settle Gu Gongzi's account." Xiao Cui clenched her fists. "But, Qingyi, do you have that much money?" He spent 120 million just to show off. Qingyi, unperturbed, replied, "It should be enough. Over the years, many young masters have given me antiques and calligraphy, which I sold. 120 million should be about right." "But what if he keeps bidding?" Xiao Cui asked. Qingyi thought for a moment. "Then tell the auction house that I will repay the rest bit by bit. Even if he spends another 120 million, with my current reputation, I should be able to pay it off in 3 to 5 years of hard work." As Xiao Cui walked towards the auction house, her heart felt like it was bleeding. Seeing Qingyi spend money on a man who only cared about showing off was more painful than death. But it wasn't her money, and all she could do was curse Gu Feng in her heart. Just as she left, another maid approached from the 3rd floor. "Miss Qingyi, The vice president of the Butterfly Chamber of Commerce wants to see you. Qingyi took a deep look at Gu Feng on the stage, then turned and left with the maid. Gu Feng, seated on the second floor, sensed something and turned to see only Qingyi's back. He didn't think much of it. With the unexpected gain of the joyful parasite, he wasn't in a hurry to leave after acquiring the azure grass, hoping to see if there were any other treasures. But the subsequent items did not interest him. After the auction, he went to settle the bill. The card given to him by his master's wife, though described as pocket money, contained at least several billion. Even though Qingyi said all expenses would be on her, why would he use her money when he had his own? In Qingyi's private chamber, an elderly man in a kimono, his hair and beard completely white, had finished the tea Qingyi had poured for him. He leered at her. "Ah, Miss Qingyi, you are indeed the most famous courtesan of the Qinhuai Lake. Every time I see you, my heart races uncontrollably. Tonight, you will serve me." Qingyi smiled gracefully. "Mr. Kano Kuichi, I am not accepting guests today." As the top courtesan of the Qinhuai Lake, Qingyi had some freedom. She was required to see guests at least once every 3 days, but she could choose her clients. This was a privilege granted by the owner of the Drunken Flower Tower. "Why, I can give you money, a lot of money. How about 2 million? You just need to spend one night with me, and you'll earn 2 million. Qingyi shook her head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Kano Kuichi, I really don't feel like it today. If you have finished your tea, please leave. I need to attend to other guests." "What do you mean? You'd rather attend to other guests than me?" Kano Kuichi's expression turned cold. Xiao Zue, standing nearby, said, "That's right, you Japanese devil. Qingyi wouldn't even consider seeing you." "Xiao Zue." Qingyi was about to stop her and explain to Kano Kuichi, but a sharp slap sounded. Kano Kuichi had already slapped Xiao Zue. "What are you? To dare speak disrespectfully in front of this president?" The slap, though seemingly light, sent Xiao Zue flying, blood trickling from her mouth. Qingyi's anger flared, but wary of his status. She could only say, "Kano Kuichi, Xiao Zue was out of line, but now, please leave." "Leave?" Kano Kuichi sneered, revealing his yellow teeth. "I haven't had you yet. So why would I leave?" "Miss Qingyi, to be honest, as the vice president of the Butterfly Chamber of Commerce's Jiangling branch, it's an honor for you to be with me. You should not resist, but submit to me and enjoy my company." Qingyi's voice was icy. "As the vice president of the Jiangling branch, you should know that the Drunken Flower Tower is the property of the Jiangling Marquis, and I, Qingyi, am a favorite of the Marquis. If you continue to be unreasonable, I will have to call for help. Don't say I didn't give you a chance to save face." Kano Kuichi burst into a derisive laugh. Inoue Gi erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Go ahead and call for help. See if anyone responds." However, Qingyi was not one to be easily manipulated. In light of his taunts, she truly shouted for assistance. After all, it was Inoue Gi who had first breached decorum, and she was not afraid of the repercussions when it reached the ears of the Marquis of Jiangling. Yet, despite her cries echoing 7 or 8 times, there was nothing but silence outside. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she shouted angrily, "Inoue Gi, how dare you lay a hand on the guards of the Drunken Flower Pavilion? Are you not afraid of the Marquis of Jiangling?" Inoue Gi waved a finger dismissively, saying, No, I did not strike anyone on the ship. They simply do not dare to enter." Pausing for effect, he continued with interest, "Today, I made a special visit to the Marquis of Jiangling, presenting him with a grand gift. He was quite pleased and agreed to let you, the courtesan of Qinhuai Lake, accompany me for a night. Tell me, if the Marquis has granted permission, how could his subordinates dare to defy that?" "You lie." Qingyi could hardly believe Inoue Gi's words. "The Marquis promised me I could freely choose my guests. If I do not wish to entertain someone, I need not." Inoue Gi then produced an item from his robe. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Take a look at this." Qingyi took it and gasped. It was the edict from the Marquis of Jiangling. "Miss Qingyi, do not overestimate your worth. In the eyes of the Marquis, you are merely a tool for profit. Did you truly believe your status was of any significance? You are but a seller of flesh. The Marquis grants you a smile or two, and you think yourself something special?" Qingyi stood there in shock. How could this be? The Marquis had clearly promised her the freedom to choose her clients, and had vowed never to force her to spend the night with a foreigner. Why the sudden change? She suddenly screamed, "No, I refuse to sleep with a foreigner," and turned to flee the room. Inoue Gi's eyes gleamed with malice as he struck her with a swift blow. Qingyi stumbled and fell to the ground. "You vile creature! To be a courtesan and still wish to maintain your dignity? Do you think we, the foreigners, are any less formidable than the diminutive citizens of the Dragon Country? Just wait. Soon you will witness the power of the foreigners. As he spoke, he lunged at her like a hungry tiger. Chapter 77. Inoue Gi Death. Qingyi hurriedly grabbed a chair nearby and hurled it at Inoue Gi. Unfazed, he retaliated with a single punch. Bang! The well-crafted chair shattered into splinters upon impact. Before Qingyi could react, Inoue Gi had pinned her beneath him. Tearing her red dress asunder, he exposed her delicate shoulders, creating an exceedingly lascivious scene. Inoue Gi swallowed hard. This exquisite figure, this tearful expression, was precisely the vision he had longed for countless times. Ah, Miss Qingyi, how thrilling this is. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I wished to dominate this beautiful flower and ravage it at will. Alas, you never entertained foreigners, forcing me to exert great effort just to persuade the Marquis. His grin grew more lecherous, his wrinkled face layered with contempt. But this is fortuitous. I shall be the first foreigner to toy with you. How exhilarating. Though I am but a shattered vessel, I shall not engage in base acts with a foreigner. Qingyi pulled a golden hairpin from her raven locks, fiercely attempting to stab it into her delicate neck. Though Inoue Gi appeared aged, his strength was formidable enough to shatter the chair. Qingyi doubted her ability to kill him, leaving her with no choice but to take her own life. Yet, just as the sharp end of the hairpin neared her neck, a resounding slap struck her face, sending her reeling. The force was so great that it left her dazed, blood spilling from her lips, and the hairpin flew from her grasp. You filthy harlot, do you know the price I paid to earn the Marquis's favor? I did not endure all this for a mere corpse. I wish to witness you frown and hear your melodious cries. Tears streamed down Qingyi's face. Her beautiful eyes filled with despair. At this moment, she realized she could not even die. She could only submit to the vile foreigneress whims. Cry. My dear, your tear-streaked visage excites me to the core, sending shivers through my very soul. The lowly women of the leader of the Neon people, Qin Yichuan, addressed the young man. I am Qin Yichuan, the president of the Jie Chamber of Commerce in Jiangling, and you have just harmed Vice President Inoue. I hope you understand the gravity of the situation. Release Inoue at once. Although you cannot escape the consequences, I can spare you from the death penalty. Upon hearing this, Tang Jinlin became anxious. President Qinya, we had an agreement. I, Tang, would share half of my family fortune with you if you would eliminate Gu Feng. Silence. Qinya Yichuan roared, striking Tang Jinlin across the face. You have no right to speak here. Suddenly, Inoue Gi, embedded in the wall, let out a triumphant laugh. Now do you comprehend the caliber of the person you have offended? Rest assured, President Qinya is not like the despicable people from the Shenlong Kingdom. He is a man of his word. If you release me, he will not kill you. However, I want you to stand before me and witness how I treat the young lady in green. His voice trailed off, becoming indistinct as his throat was brutally crushed by Gu Feng, blood spraying forth. Inoue Gi's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined Gu Feng, surrounded on all sides, would dare to strike him. You, Qinya Yichuan's fury erupted. You despicable Shenlong person, you deserve to die. Chapter 78. The storm of fists subsides. Boom, boom, boom. 5 or 6 formidable auras shot into the sky, revealing the presence of several pinnacle masters among them. Ha ha ha. Tangzi lauget maniac Ali. Gu Feng, your good fortune ends here. The madman will inevitably face retribution, having offended the Jie Chamber of Commerce. Your path is sealed. I can tell you, aside from those pinnacle masters, President Qinya is also a Grand Master of the First Star. Today, you shall find no place to rest in death. He continued to smile foolishly at Gu Feng. In light of your impending demise, let me share one more detail. When I was extracting Lin Ruochu's kidneys, I did not use anesthetics. Ha ha ha. How does that make you feel? Alas, you will never have the chance to tear me apart. Gu Feng's expression transformed in an instant into that of a fearsome blade. He was enraged. To have one's kidneys forcibly taken. How excruciating must it have been for Lin Ruochu at that time? Why had she never mentioned it since his return? Why treat Ruochu this way? Gu Feng's voice grew hoarse. Why? Tang Zi coldly replied, because she is close to you. To be honest, when that influential figure asked me to find kidneys, I had several suitable sources, but I specifically chose Lin Ruochu's. Seeing her in such agony reminded me of you. And thinking back on it now, it delights me. Gu Feng glared at him, each word deliberate. Tang Zi, I will not let you die easily. You shall endure every torment this world has to offer. Qianya Yichuan interjected sharply. You despicable pig from the Dragon Kingdom. Do you think so little of me? Today, you shall not leave the Zuehua Tower alive. Yet, before he could finish, Qingyi suddenly knelt. President Qianya, I beseech you to spare Gu Feng. If you agree, I'm willing to give you anything. Tang Zi sneered, what are you? You're just a common whore from Qinhuai Lake. Do you think President Qianya would be interested in you? Qingyi trembled, feeling as though she had been slapped multiple times. She was accustomed to insults, but she did not want Gu Feng to know of her fall into depravity, especially not in front of him. Yet, it was for her that Gu Feng had landed in this predicament. She could not stand idly by. President Qianya, I am the most renowned courtesan of Qinhuai Lake. Although I may not be of high status, many treasure me. I have never been close to the Neon people. If you spare Gu Feng, I will welcome you to Qinhuai Lake whenever you wish. Surprisingly, Qianya Yichuan was somewhat tempted. After all, Qingyi was the most expensive courtesan of Qinhuai Lake and had never associated with the Neon people. The vice president had gained the Jiangling Marquis's permission only by providing valuable information about the Neon Kingdom. Such opportunities might not arise again. Yet now, if he spared Gu Feng, Qingyi would become his possession. This thought made Qianya's mind waver. Seeing this, Tang Zi shouted, President Qianya. The vice president was killed by Gu Feng. Did I not just tell you that the young master of the DA chamber? Slap. Qianya Yichuan struck Tang Zi's face. Be quiet. Then he turned his gaze meaningfully to Qingyi. If you truly wish for this, I shall spare Gu Feng's life. After all, he is merely a dog, far less important than you. Tang Zi was enraged, spitting blood, and could not refrain from cursing. Foolish neon devils, blinded by a woman. Your kin have been slain, yet you. Bang! Qianya Yichuan kicked Tang Zi, sending him flying. If not for Tang Jinling's quick reflexes, he might have met his demise from the fall. Just as Qianya Yichuan prepared to take Qingyi's hand, Gu Feng pulled her back behind him. Qingyi was taken aback. Gu Feng, you. Gu Feng replied coolly, Qingyi, you need not do this for me. I, Gu Feng, do not require shelter behind a woman. He then surveyed the crowd outside with a fierce gaze. Today all of you shall die. Hee. Qianya Yichuan sneered. Foolish Dragon Kingdom pig. You had one last chance to live, yet you squandered it. Kill me? You are not worthy. Gu Feng's expression remained impassive as he, with a forceful kick, Gu Feng sent the corpse of Qianya Yixiong flying, and he strode through the scattered limbs and remnants, finally halting at the third-floor corner. Beneath his feet lay the body of Tang Zi, who had been flung by Qianya Yixiong's palm and was now in a state of unconsciousness. A fierce glint flickered in Gu Feng's eyes as he deftly inserted 7 silver needles into Tang Zi's body. Tang Zi's eyelids twitched and slowly opened. In less than a second, his face contorted in agony. The 7 silver needles, coursing through his veins, seemed to pierce every vessel in his body, inflicting an excruciating torment. Brother Feng, I was just joking. Spare me, and I'll be your loyal servant from now on. Brother Feng, Tang Zi wailed in agony. Gu Feng reached out and patted his cheek, his words laden with a sinister undertone. Rest assured, we are brothers. How could I bear to let you die? As he spoke, another 14 silver needles were driven into Tang Zi's body. The pain that surged through him was even more intense than before, surpassing the agony he had endured when Gu Feng had forcibly extracted his kidneys a few days prior. At this moment, Tang Zi's heart was filled with remorse. Why had he spoken so recklessly, revealing that secret? He would have preferred a swift death to this inhuman torment. In the midst of his excruciating pain, a thought flashed through his mind. Brother Feng, I can tell you who took Lin Ruochu's kidneys. I only asked for a quick and merciful end. Tang Zi had expected Gu Feng to agree, but instead he heard, little e, why should I rely on you to tell me when I can find out for myself? Gu Feng was not overly concerned about Lin Ruochu. He could prolong her life with the Bailock grass, and even if he did not find her kidneys immediately, he could arrange for a suitable donor through legitimate channels. He gazed at Tang Zi and continued, I told you, little e, I will make you wish for death, but be unable to die. You will taste every torment this world has to offer. Gu Feng's voice was soft, but to Tang Zi, it sounded like the whispers of a demon. With his last hope shattered, Tang Zi's eyes blazed with venom as he roared, Gu Feng, you are a devil. You will not die the good death. I helped a powerful figure, and he owes me a favor. You will see. He will not let you go. He is someone you cannot afford to offend. After all, he is. Boom. At that moment, Tang Zi's body was torn apart by an explosion. He was dead. Gu Feng's brow arched slightly. Amidst the fragments of flesh, he spotted a Gu insect, also torn in two. It seemed that someone had implanted a Gu insect in Tang Zi, designed to self-destruct if he revealed the name of the person who had taken Lin Ruochu's kidneys. As he mused, he stroked his chin. It was clear that the person who had taken Lin Ruochu's kidneys was no ordinary individual. Just then, an anxious cry came from Qingyi's bedroom. "Sister Qingyi, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Gu Feng suppressed his thoughts and rose to head toward Qingyi's room. On the way, he saw the body of Tang Jinlin, who had been killed by his sword in the earlier chaos. Entering the bedroom, he found Qingyi lying unconscious on the floor. Xiao Cui, in a panic, was trying to lift Qingyi onto the bed, but her strength was insufficient. Gu Feng stepped forward. "Let me handle it." Xiao Cui nodded eagerly. "All right, I'll go call a doctor." "There's no need," Gu Feng said, as he deftly inserted 12 silver needles into Qingyi's acupoints. Seeing his fluid and precise movements, Xiao Cui exclaimed, "Young master, I didn't know you were skilled in medicine." She then asked, with concern, "Sister Qingyi?" Gu Feng replied calmly, "Don't worry. Qingyi was struck twice, causing minor internal injuries, nothing serious." Having just witnessed Gu Feng's formidable martial skills, Xiao Cui trusted his words implicitly. She breathed a sigh of relief and went out to arrange for the cleanup of the corpses and bloodstains. Half an hour later, the third floor of the boat was spotless, and the stench of blood had dissipated. After everything was done, she saw Gu Feng emerging from the room and asked, "Is Sister Qingyi awake yet?" "Almost," Gu Feng said, pulling out his phone. He had missed a call from Ning Yushi while treating Qingyi. He dialed back. "What's the matter?" Ning Yushi's voice came through. "Young master, Ji Caiyue has regained consciousness." And then? She tried to bite her tongue, but I stopped her. "She lost a lot of blood and has fainted. Her condition is very serious. I'll be right back." Inside the room, Qingyi had awakened. Seeing Xiao Cui, she asked, "Where is young Master Gu?" "He's outside. He treated you for half an hour and must be tired. He needs some fresh air." Xiao Cui then added, "Sister Qingyi, no wonder you can't forget young Master Gu. He is so impressive, skilled in both medicine and martial arts. I'd be smitten too." "Stop it," Qingyi said with a smile. 5 years ago, young Master Gu didn't know these things. And he must have gone through a lot. He must have many stories to tell. Xiao Cui rubbed her hands together, excited and eager. "When he comes back, you must ask him. I want to hear all about it. Or perhaps he could tell us while I play the pipa." Qingyi teased, her heart stirring. Young Master Gu had always loved her pipa music. Yes, yes. Xiao Cui agreed enthusiastically. But after a while, Gu Feng had not returned. Qingyi, puzzled, said, "It's been more than 10 minutes. Where is young Master Gu?" Xiao Cui, "Go check." "All right." Xiao Cui left and returned a few minutes later, her face slightly embarrassed. "Why are you alone? Where is young Master Gu?" "The guard said he has left," Xiao Cui replied. A brief silence fell over the room. Finally, Xiao Cui complained. "How could he leave without even saying goodbye? He said he would listen to you play the pipa after the auction." After a long moment, Qingyi sighed. "I am now a prostitute on the Qinhuai Lake, available to any man. I doubt young Master Gu has any interest in listening to me anymore. He treated my injuries out of old kindness. Xiao Cui, bring my pipa. But he's already gone. Who will you play for? If no one listens, I will play for the wind and the moon," Qingyi said, gazing out the window, as Gu Feng returned to the shore by boat. He was called out to. "Hey, young man, did you see Qingyi tonight?" It was the old boatman who had taken him to the Drunken Flower Pavilion. "I did," Gu Feng said, quickly boarding his car. The engine roared, and he sped towards the Imperial Scenery Mansion. "Ji Caiyue, it's not your time to die yet." The old boatman watched the car disappear into the night, shaking his head. Young people these days so proud. Qingyi is the most renowned courtesan on the Qinhuai Lake. How could you see her so easily? And if you had, you would not have left so early. At that moment, a melodious pipa tune drifted from the Qinhuai Lake, its notes sorrowful and poignant. The old boatman lay back on his boat, gazing at the full moon. "It's been a long time since I heard Qingyi's pipa. It's still as beautiful as ever. I'm in for a treat tonight, under the veil of night." One wonders which fortunate guest shall grace the chamber of the maiden in azure, witnessing her delicate fingers dance upon the strings of a zither, her crimson sleeves wafting an enchanting fragrance. Chapter 80, wielding the sword under the bright moon, casting Gu insects with a flick of the finger. In a frantic rush, Gu Feng finally arrived at the luxurious Yujing Manor. Yet, as he alighted from the carriage, An unsettling feeling washed over him. Had he forgotten something? What was his purpose in visiting the maiden in azure? The thought eluded him as urgency consumed him. Bursting into the villa, he hastened to Ji Caiyue's room. There, Ji Caiyue lay on the bed, her surroundings marred by traces of blood that had yet to be cleaned. Ning Yushi paced anxiously within the room. The young master had instructed her to attend to Ji Caiyue, yet here they were, faced with such a grave oversight. Upon seeing Gu Feng enter, she bit her lip and murmured, "Young master, I am so sorry. There's no need for apologies. Leave at once. I must assess Ji Caiyue's condition." He replied, dismissing her. Once Ning Yushi exited, Gu Feng swiftly reached for Ji Caiyue's wrist, his fingers probing for her pulse. It was weaker than he had anticipated. The situation was dire. A chill settled over him as he gazed at Ji Caiyue's exquisite visage. "Ji Caiyue, if I do not permit you to perish, why do you have to die?" 18 silver needles appeared in an instant, piercing into her body. The needles pulsed rhythmically, channeling a torrent of spiritual energy from Gu Feng's fingertips, steadily infusing Ji Caiyue. Time slipped away. As the clock struck 3, a faint blush finally graced Ji Caiyue's previously pallid cheeks. Beads of sweat formed on Gu Feng's brow, a rare sight indeed. Had her demise been merely the result of biting her tongue, it would not have come to this. The crux of the matter was that Ji Caiyue had already been deprived of both kidneys, clinging to life by a thread. What Gu Feng was attempting was akin to snatching her from the clutches of death itself. Regardless, Ji Caiyue's life had been preserved. Just as Gu Feng pulled up a chair to rest, she stirred back to consciousness. Upon recognizing her surroundings and the familiar face beside her, Ji Caiyue understood she had not succumbed to death. With a hint of annoyance, she regarded Gu Feng, followed by a soft chuckle laced with sarcasm. "Xiao Feng, you truly are a devoted son, sweating profusely in your efforts to save me." Gu Feng replied solely, "Ji Caiyue, do not seek to gain the upper hand with your words. Your laughter now may well turn to tears later. Is that so?" A glint of coldness flashed in Ji Caiyue's beautiful eyes. "From the looks of you, you may save me this once, but you cannot guarantee my safety a second time." With that, she bit down hard on her tongue once more. However, Gu Feng declared, "Ji Caiyue, I have said it before, ever since I set foot in Jiangling, your life and death have rested entirely in my hands." His grip had tightened around her chin without him realizing it, forcing her lips apart, rendering her unable to bite down. Seizing a piece of cloth, he stuffed it in her mouth, followed by a sharp slap across her face. Ji Caiyue let out a muffled groan, slipping into unconsciousness once again. After binding Ji Caiyue with a rope, Gu Feng settled onto the chair, closing his eyes to meditate. The morning light soon broke. After sharing me, not only was she unashamed, but she also felt a swell of pride. "Though I possess no strength to bind a chicken, I can effortlessly manipulate even the most illustrious family with a mere gesture of my delicate hand." Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but raise her chin, resembling a proud swan. However, Gu Feng's smile grew increasingly enigmatic. He remarked, "Yet, the truth of the matter is often inconsequential. What truly matters is the truth I present to others. As long as the people of Jiangling believe that you are entangled with Jun Wuxia, then that is indeed the reality." "You." Ji Caiyue's phoenix eyes widened, almost igniting with fury. Her delicate form struggled fiercely against her bonds. It seemed that, had she not been restrained, she would have lunged at Gu Feng with fervor. "Is it necessary to be so enraged? Is this not precisely what you did to me 5 years ago?" Gu Feng observed Ji Caiyue with a cold gaze, articulating each word deliberately. Gradually, she stilled. Indeed, 5 years prior, it was through her machinations that Gu Feng became the scapegoat for the annihilation of the Gu family, burdened with a notorious reputation. For 5 years, whenever a citizen of Jiangling mentioned Gu Feng, they would spit on the ground and curse him as scum. Now, retribution had arrived. She too would bear the weight of an undeserved infamy. After a moment, she glared at Gu Feng with venom. "Xiao Feng, you won't live long." Those involved in the Gu family's massacre were all from prominent families. I merely took a fraction of the Gu family's wealth, elevating the Ji family to the foremost status in Jiangling. Those individuals have since grown more powerful than I ever was. Furthermore, at this moment, you are in the light while they lurk in the shadows. Just wait. They will stop at nothing to crush you. You may wish to live for your mother, But let me witness how you are turned into minced meat. Do you truly believe that the enemy lurks in the shadows while I stand in the light? Gu Feng extracted a cigarette, leisurely lighting it. Among those who participated in the Gu family's massacre were the Su family of Jiangling. Am I correct? Ji Caiyue was taken aback. It had only been a day since Gu Feng's uproar at Fengbo Pavilion, and how could he have so swiftly uncovered the Su family's involvement? Ji Caiyue, the show is merely beginning. Do not be impatient. You are both the spectator and the performer in this drama. Since you enjoy acting, 1 month from now, a new Gu family cemetery will rise. At that time, you shall carry my father's coffin. Remember to appear pitiful and shed a few tears before all the citizens of Jiangling. Ji Caiyue's complexion drastically altered. Her reputation was her utmost concern, and Gu Feng intended not only to destroy it, but also to thrust her back into the public eye. If that day were to come, she feared she would drown in the spittle of the entire populace. Just imagining the multitude pointing and jeering sent shivers down her spine. This would be more torturous than being subjected to slow slicing. No, Gu Feng, you will never see that day. Absolutely not. However, Gu Feng had already risen and departed without a backward glance, leaving her to rage impotently like a shrew in the room. Upon reaching the living room, Gu Feng called Lin Ruochu. Ruochu, are you home? Yes, how about you? Stay home for me. I will come by shortly. Gu Feng brought several medicinal herbs, including billiou grass, and soon arrived at the Lin residence. When the little girl saw him, she dashed toward him, her small head nuzzling against him. Big brother, you're here. Gu Feng affectionately ruffled her hair. Why didn't you go to school today? It's the weekend. Lin Ruochu emerged from her room. Gu Feng scanned the surroundings, puzzled. Where are your parents? Not home. They went hiking with my sister. Lin Ruochu refrained from mentioning Zhong Dingxian, knowing it would anger Gu Feng if he learned that her sister was involved with him. Didn't you go with them? Gu Feng inquired. Lin Ruochu casually replied, I'm too frail to hike. The little one is very considerate. My sister originally intended to take her, but she was worried I would be lonely at home. So she stayed with me. Unwittingly, her words struck a chord in Gu Feng's heart. The previous night, Tang Zi's words reverberated in his mind. Her kidneys were forcibly removed. By the way, Gu Feng, why are you here today? Gu Feng took a deep breath and gently said, I've come to treat you. The last treatment extended your lifespan by 3 months, and this time, it can grant you even more time. Lin Ruochu's face brightened. Thank you, Gu Feng, for worrying about me. Don't mention it, silly girl. He instructed Lin Ruochu to rest in her bedroom before heading to the kitchen to prepare the medicine. The potency of the entire billiou grass was too intense for Lin Ruochu's frail body, necessitating a division into 2 treatments, one today and one tomorrow. Half an hour later, Gu Feng emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of brown medicinal soup. The remaining half of the billiou grass and other herbs were returned to his spatial ring. The little girl, doing her homework in the living room, noticed the beads of sweat on his forehead and exclaimed, Big brother, are you exhausted? I'll get you a drink. What do you want? In truth, those beads of sweat were merely condensed water vapor, but seeing the little girl's enthusiasm, Gu Feng nodded, just grab whatever you can. The little girl opened the refrigerator only to find it completely devoid of drinks. Big brother, there's no drink in the fridge. I'll go buy you one, she exclaimed, bouncing out the door. Chapter 82. The Shao family's construction ceremony. Gu Feng entered the room, first urging Lin Ruochu to drink the medicine before inserting silver needles into various acupoints across her body. The medicinal power of the billiou grass was maximally stimulated by the needles. Lin Ruochu felt a warm current flowing through her body, immensely comforting. Within 7 or 8 minutes, drowsiness overcame her, and she closed her eyes, a serene smile gracing her lips. An hour later, Gu Feng exited Lin Ruochu's room. The treatment had gone exceedingly well. It wouldn't be long before she awoke. Big brother, come quickly. Suddenly, the little girl waved at Gu Feng. He looked up to find not only drinks, but also a plethora of snacks on the living room table. Did you buy all these for me, little one? Gu Feng asked with a smile. Yes, she replied. Big brother, you not only helped me deal with the bad guys, but also treated my aunt. You're a good person. I like you the most. If only you were my daddy. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback before responding. Rest assured, your mother is exceptional and will surely find you a good father. But I don't like the new daddy she's looking for at all, the little girl said, a hint of grievance in her voice. Has Lin Ruomei found a boyfriend? Gu Feng pondered, only to hear the little girl continue. When he came to take my mom hiking today, I saw him. He didn't look like a good person at all. I absolutely refused to go hiking with him. Besides, last night my aunt said he was a bad man and told my mom not to be with him. My mom got really angry and almost broke the bathroom door in their argument. A cloud of suspicion enveloped Gu Feng's mind. What's the name of the man your mother is seeing? The little girl thought hard for a moment before replying, Zhong Dingxian. Gu Feng's eyes narrowed. Zhong Dingxian? The scion of the second most powerful family in Jiangling, who had forced Lin Romei 5 years ago. What could have prompted Lin Romei to suddenly involve herself with him? The little girl then added, Big brother, you're so amazing. Why not go give Zhong Dingxian a beating and drive this bad man away from my mom? Gu Feng pondered for a moment, then said, How about I first help you investigate whether the Zhong Dingxian is truly a bad person? Great. The little girl nodded vigorously. After leaving the Lin residence, Gu Feng directly called Wen Yin. Wen Yin, investigate Zhong Dingxian. Why has he suddenly returned to the country, and why is he approaching Lin Ruoma? Time swiftly passed to the following day. Today marked the groundbreaking ceremony for the Xiao family's resort. The venue, Feng Wu Jiutian, had been entirely booked by the Xiao family. Luxury cars lined the entrance as numerous prominent figures from Jiangling arrived to witness the event. Among them, those who had secured contract for the Xiao family resort project exuded confidence, having climbed the lofty tree of the Xiao family, with success within reach. Mr. Ji, I hear you've secured a 1 billion contract with the Xiao family resort. Congratulations. Just a mere billion, nothing significant, Mr. Qi modestly replied. You're too humble. Who doesn't know the Xiao family is currently thriving? They have expanded rapidly in just 2 years since arriving in Jiangling. Give them a few more years, and they could surpass the Ji family, becoming the foremost power in Jiangling. While 1 billion may seem trivial, if this project succeeds, who knows? They might offer you 5 or 10 billion for the next one. Hearing such praises, Gu Feng's face flushed with excitement, brimming with self-satisfaction. Once we enter Feng Wu Jiutian, I must take some beautiful photos and send them directly to Wang Xiumei. That old hag will surely be infuriated. Lost in her thoughts of triumph, the corner of her eye caught a familiar figure. Oh, Wang Xiumei, what brings you here? Upon spotting Gu Feng, Wang Xiumei raised her chin defiantly. What? Only you can come. I can't. Gu Feng retorted with a sarcastic tone. Wang Xiumei, is your brain not functioning? Today, Feng Wu Jiutian is entirely reserved by the Xiao family. You can't be unaware of that, can you? Are you planning to drag your family to the poor section of Feng Wu Jiutian for a meal? I'll tell you straight, today, you don't even have the qualification to enter. Lin Ruochu, standing beside Wang Xiumei, shot a glare at Gu Feng. Gu Feng, are you looking for a fight again? It must have cost you quite a bit to fix that tooth. You. Gu Feng recalled being sent flying by Gu Feng 2 days prior and felt a tremor of fear, though it quickly transformed into anger. That's right. I'm in the mood for a fight today. Wang Xiumei, isn't your son-in-law quite capable? Call him out and let me see if I can teach him a lesson. As her words fell, 4 burly men emerged from behind her, each a master in strength. Since her defeat 2 days ago, Gu Feng had learned to always bring bodyguards. Wang Xiumei shouted, What son-in-law? I have no idea what you're talking about. Just 2 days ago, you claimed Gu Feng was your son-in-law. Why the sudden denial? At that moment, a voice interjected, If Gu Feng aspires to be my mother-in-law's son-in-law, he must first win her approval. Gu Feng looked up, momentarily stunned. Standing next to Wang Xiumei was none other than Zhong Dingxian, the young master of Jiangling's second prominent family. Wang Xiumei, seeing Gu Feng's expression, couldn't help but smile smugly. Indeed, while Gu Feng desires to be my son-in-law, I have no interest in him. Dingxian is my ideal son-in-law. Pausing, she continued. Now you understand why I came to Feng Wu Jiutian, right? Let me tell you, our Lin family is about to soar. My son-in-law has already made arrangements with the Xiao family, establishing our Lin family as a special partner for this resort project. All suppliers must prioritize us, including you. Gu Feng. Her declaration sparked a wave of astonishment at the entrance of Feng Wu Jiutian. Many cast envious glances at Wang Xiumei, realizing that the Lin family was indeed on the verge of a significant ascent. It seemed the elite families of Jiangling might soon number 13 instead of 12. The Xiao family had actually made the Lin family a special partner. This was a blatant elevation of the Lin family status. Upon hearing these murmurs, Wang Xiumei's spirits soared, her face aglow with pride. She held her head high, resembling a regal swan. Feng's expression shifted between various emotions. Witnessing Wang Xiumei basking in the limelight was more unbearable than a death sentence. She suddenly shouted, "Wang Xiumei, stop deceiving yourself." The Zhong family was indeed the second prominent family in Jiangling, but their business has gradually shifted overseas over the past few years. The Zhong family no longer possesses significant influence in Jiangling, and the title of second prominent family is merely a fade. Zhong Dingxian lacks the clout to grant the Lin family such privileges. Wang Xiumei scoffed, leisurely retrieving an invitation card from her pocket. Gu Feng, open your eyes and see what this is. Gu Feng focused, gasping in shock. This is a golden invitation. The Xiao family distributed invitations of varying prestige, ranging from black, red, and white to the highest tier, the golden invitation. Receiving such an invitation equated to being a distinguished guest of the Xiao family. In Jiangling's elite circles, only a handful of families could boast of receiving a golden invitation. But how could this be? Why was Wang Xiumei in possession of a golden invitation when she herself had only received a second-to-last red invitation? Before she could ponder further, many wealthy merchants from Jiangling rushed to flatter Wang Xiumei. Among them were even members of the Liu family. The young scion of the Liu family presented a jade pendant to Wang Xiumei, saying, "Aunt Wang, this is a jade pendant I won while gambling in the largest stone gambling venue in Shannon. It's genuine emerald. Please accept it." "Oh my, I can't accept this," Wang Xiumei replied, flattered and astonished. One of these small jade pendants was worth at least $1 million, and the Liu family was a reputable elite family of Jiangling. The young master of the Liu family insisted, "Aunt Wang, please don't refuse. This pendant suits you perfectly. It's a match made in heaven. Accept it." As he spoke, he did not give Wang Xiumei a chance to decline, personally placing it around her neck. Wang Xiumei beamed with joy. Previously, she hadn't even had the right to speak with the elite families of Jiangling, yet now, a young master was personally adorning her with a jade pendant. "I, Wang Xiumei, have finally made it." As she reveled in her newfound status, her gaze fell on Gu Feng, and she declared with pride, "Gu Feng, from now on, when you see me, show me some respect. If you provoke my displeasure, you won't know how to handle the consequences." Gu Feng forced a strained smile. "Oh, Xiumei, why would you say that? Haven't we always been good friends? When we meet the head of the Xiao family later, do say a few good words for me." "Oomph." Wang Xiumei retorted, "Who are you calling a friend? Get lost." With that, she strode confidently into Feng Wu Jutian. Meanwhile, Lin Ruochu's eyes sparkled with surprise. Early that morning, her mother, Wang Xiumei, had insisted she dress up beautifully, claiming the family was attending an important ceremony. Initially perplexed, she now comprehended everything. "Mom, the Xiao family has made us special partners. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Besides, it was clearly Gu Feng who contacted the Xiao family. Why are you crediting Zhong Dingxian? What Gu Feng? That mere prison officer couldn't possibly have any influence with the Xiao family." Wang Xiumei snapped, "Dear, I understand your admiration for Gu Feng, but he is no longer the distinguished young master of Jiangling. Face reality." Ignoring Wang Xiumei, Lin Ruochu glared at Zhong Dingxian. "It must be you. Gu Feng clearly stated he had contacted the Xiao family before he left. How shameless of you to return and claim his credit." Wang Xiumei exploded. "Ruochu, how dare you speak like that? If it weren't for Dingxian, our Lin family would be on the brink of bankruptcy. What kind of attitude is this? Apologize to Dingxian immediately." Zhong Dingxian remarked, "Aunt, I have indeed made some mistakes in the past. If Ruochu harbors any prejudice against me, it is only natural. However, if I show her this, she will understand." He flipped open his phone and played a video, capturing the entire sequence of events from that night at Feng Wu Jiutian, where Li Gaoming had come to deliver an invitation. Once the video concluded, Lin Ruoma spoke, "Ruochu, the reason we kept this from you was to avoid conflict. Now that you see the truth, you should realize that Gu Feng was merely speaking for effect. You are too naive and too quick to trust him. To truly understand a person's capabilities, one must observe their actions, not just their words." Yet, after watching the video, Lin Ruochu shook her head. "There must be some misunderstanding here. Think about it." "Enough." Wang Xiumei suddenly shouted. "You keep calling him Brother Gu Feng. I really don't understand what is so great about him. What kind of potion has he poured into your ears? The facts are laid bare before you, and you still defend him." Lin Beishan's expression hardened. "Why are you yelling at Ruochu? I believe there is a misunderstanding here as well." "You too." Wang Xiumei gritted her teeth. Are you trying to drive me mad? Never mind. At this moment, Zhong Dingxian intervened. Aunt, if Ruochu and uncle don't believe me, that's fine. If they insist on attributing the credit to Gu Feng, I will concede it to him. It's not a big deal. Wang Xuemei sighed. Dingxian, you are so understanding. Rest assured, since you have worked hard for the Lin family, once the groundbreaking ceremony is over, I will arrange for you to marry Ruoma. That Gu Feng thinks he can steal your glory? Not a chance. Upon hearing this, Zhong Dingshuan's lips stretched into a wide grin. Ha ha ha, Gu Feng 5 years ago. You tried to undermine me. 5 years later, it's my turn to stand above you. You can rest easy. Our accounts will be settled in due time. And as for Lin Ruochu, this naive girl, she trusts you so much. Just wait until I take over the Lin family and mold her to my liking. The more he thought, the more he felt his mind swirling. The Lin family sisters were truly enchanting. A tantalizing double delight would be utterly exhilarating. Just then, a commotion arose in the crowd as a graceful figure emerged from Fengwu Juqian. It was Xiao Qianxue. She scanned the surroundings and waved towards Wang Xuemei. Is that Aunt Wang? Come here quickly. I've been waiting for you all for quite a while. Wow. The daughter of the Xiao family actually came out in person to greet the Lin family. The Lin family must have quite the reputation. The gentleman of Jiangling cast envious glances at Wang Xuemei and her companions. Wang Xuemei was taken aback, quickly saying, Dingxian, why didn't you tell me that Miss Xiao would personally come to greet us? My mind has gone blank. I don't even know what to say to her. Zhong Dingxian furrowed his brow. When did I become so esteemed? After all, Xiao Qianxue is not only the daughter of the Xiao family, but also a pillar of the nation. For her to come out personally, could it be that I am so handsome that she has developed feelings for me? He felt quite confident in his appearance. As they approached Xiao Qianxue, he softly cautioned, Aunt Ruoma, let me give you a heads up. We will be collaborating with the Xiao family for quite some time. Please do not mention Gu Feng in front of Miss Xiao. Lin Ruochu interjected. Why can't we mention him? Are you afraid of your own guilt being exposed? Zhong Dingxian replied. What kind of absurdity is this? I am merely thinking of the Lin family's best interests, regardless of Gu Feng's past misdeeds. His reputation is irreparably tarnished now. Miss Xiao is a top-tier talent, a true pillar of the nation. Do you think such a person can tolerate any dirt? What if she finds out about your connection with Gu Feng and refuses to cooperate with the Lin family? As they reached Xiao Qianxue, they respectfully greeted her. She surveyed the group and, noticing Gu Feng was absent, felt a twinge of curiosity. Aunt Wang, I heard that your family has a good relationship with Gu Feng. Is that true? Wang Xuemei was about to nod, but suddenly recalled Zhong Dingshuan's warning. No, we're not familiar with Gu Feng at all. Xiao Qianxue paused, then said, But I heard that you used to have a good relationship with the Gu family. Lin Ruochu was about to speak when Zhong Dingxian jumped in. That was ages ago. Gu Feng is a monster, responsible for untold atrocities. The Lin family has long since severed ties with him. Xiao Qianxue's expression darkened as she turned to Wang Xuemei. Her tone cold, is that so? Yes. We have completely distanced ourselves from Gu Feng. Just a few days ago, he returned to Jiangling and even wanted to come to my house for dinner. How could I agree to that? I chased him away without even giving him a drop of water. Wang Xuemei asserted vehemently. After a long silence, Xiao Qianxue uttered 2 words. Very well. She turned and walked back into Fengwu Juqian. Zhong Dingxian and the others prepared to follow when Xiao Qianxue's icy voice reached them. The cooperation between the Xiao family and the Lin family is hereby terminated. You may leave. Her simple statement felt like a bucket of cold water splashed over Wang Xuemei. She anxiously called out, Miss Xiao, I assure you, I have never given Gu Feng a single drop of water. As she spoke, she rushed towards Xiao Qianxue, eager to explain, but the Xiao family's guards firmly blocked her path. Zhong Dingxian raised an eyebrow. Miss Xiao, please clarify your statement. I went through great lengths to obtain this invitation. You cannot just cancel the cooperation without giving us a reason. Xiao Qianxue regarded him coolly. This invitation was given to the Lin family out of respect for Gu Feng. When did it become yours? You are merely a scion of a minor aristocracy. Does the Xiao family owe you a golden invitation? Do you think too highly of yourself? Zhong Dingxian stood there in disbelief, unable to comprehend her words. This invitation was given because of Gu Feng? How could that be? He took a deep breath. Miss Xiao, if I have erred in any way, I would appreciate your direct remarks instead of using Gu Feng to humiliate me. As a distinguished heir of Jiangling's second aristocracy, if I cannot secure an invitation from the Xiao family? How could an already fallen wastrel like Gu Feng possibly gain your favor? Miss Xiao, let me remind you that retracting your statement is wise. After all, Gu Feng is a parricide and a villain, while you are a prodigy, a pillar of the nation. If others misunderstand your association with him, it would be a devastating blow to your reputation and future. Xiao Qianque's chest heaved with emotion as she quickly approached Zhong Dingxian. Her beautiful face frosty as she enunciated each word. Zhong Dingxian, listen closely. Not only will I not sever ties with Gu Feng, but I will also be with him. I, Xiao Qianqueue, will inevitably become Gu Feng's bride. I will bear this infamous name alongside him. Her voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder in Zhong Dingxuan's ears, echoing throughout the entrance of Fengwu Zhiqian, leaving the gathered aristocrats in stunned silence. No one had anticipated that the nation's prodigy, Xiao Qianqueue, would utter such words. Yet, she showed no intention of lingering. Coldly, she commanded, "Throw them out, especially Zhong Dingxian, for insulting and defaming my beloved. You know what to do." With that, she turned and re-entered Fengwu Zhiqian. Soon, Wang Xiumei and Lin Rumal were unceremoniously expelled from Fengwu Zhiqian, while Zhong Dingxian suffered a brutal beating, leaving him battered and bruised. As for Lin Ruochu and Lin Beishan, they managed to escape swiftly, evading capture by the assassins of the Xiao family. At this moment, countless eyes were fixated on the trio of Zhong Dingxian, Lin Ruomal, and Wang Xiumei, their expressions a mix of amusement and derision. Wang Xiumei, who had been thrown about mercilessly, appeared pale and distressed. Under the scrutiny of so many gazes, she wished fervently for a crevice in the ground to swallow her whole. At that moment, an untimely voice rang out. "Oh, isn't that Wang Xiumei? Just a while ago, you were basking in glory, and now look at you, thrown out like this." The owner of the voice was none other than Gu Feng. Wang Xiumei felt as if she had been soundly slapped across the face, the sting palpable. With a forced bravado, she retorted, "Gu Feng, spare me your sarcasm. My son-in-law is Gu Feng. If you provoke me, you shall reap no good." Gu Feng burst into laughter. "You crack me up. Were you not just looking down on Gu Feng? Now he's your son-in-law? Wang Xiumei, stop dreaming. Xiao Qianqueue is so exceptional. If Gu Feng isn't blind, he will surely choose her over your two daughters." Her words left Wang Xiumei speechless. At that moment, a young master from the Liu family rushed over, attempting to snatch the jade pendant from Wang Xiumei's neck. She cried out, "Don't take the jade pendant. Wasn't it promised to me?" The young master of the Liu family sneered, "You, an old hag, don't deserve to wear my jade pendant. I would rather give it to a dog than let you wear it." The pendant was wrenched away, causing Wang Xiumei's neck to throb painfully, and Gu Feng seized the opportunity to kick her twice. As they beheld her disheveled state, the crowd erupted into laughter. Their mocking jeers pierced Wang Xiumei's heart like daggers. In an instant, her spirit dimmed, as if all vitality had been drained from her. She sank to the ground, hair disheveled, sobbing uncontrollably. Why did she not believe Gu Feng's words and instead trust Zhong Dingxian? Had she invited Gu Feng to join her today, or at least called to clarify earlier, she would have been in a position of triumph, rather than reduced to a laughingstock. At this moment, her heart ached with regret, but alas, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. Chapter 85. At this moment, I command you to kneel. Within the luxurious confines of Yujinghaoding, Ning Yushi had just completed preparing lunch and was about to call Gu Feng down to eat when her attention was suddenly captured by the television. "Hello, viewers. Our reporter has just relayed breaking news. Today, at the groundbreaking ceremony of the Xiao family's resort, unexpected events unfolded. Zhong Dingxian, the young master of the second most prestigious family in Jiangling, who has been abroad for 5 years, appeared at the ceremony, allegedly clashing with the recently returned Xiao family heiress. Even more astonishingly, the Xiao heiress openly declared her admiration for Gu Feng, the infamous scion known for his parricide and family annihilation. What transpired? Let's connect with our reporter for a detailed account, including precious video footage captured by our team. Ning Yushi shouted urgently, "Young master, come down quickly. Something big has happened." As Gu Feng descended, he caught sight of a video playing on the television. Xiao Qianqueue stood at the entrance of Fengwu Zhiqian, locking eyes with Zhong Dingxian, declaring word for word that she not only intended to become Gu Feng's bride, but also to bear the immense public scorn alongside him. She was truly a sight to behold. Ning Yushi was immensely excited. How magnificent! Miss Xiao's statement was simply breathtaking. Young master, it seems your charm remains undiminished. Once, countless Jiangling maidens were enamored by you, and now even a woman of such beauty and talent as Miss Xiao has succumbed to your allure. Gu Feng stroked his chin and replied, it's merely formal rhetoric, not to be taken seriously. Ning Yushi inquired, so you mean? Miss Xiao is unable to tolerate Zhong Dingxian claiming your achievements and speaking ill of you, and thus she made such statements to uphold your honor? Perhaps that's the case. After all, he had not known Xiao Caiyue for long. He doubted that someone as elite as her would fall for someone so quickly. During lunch, Wan Yin suddenly called, Gu Jinyin, the investigation into Zhong Dingxian is yielding results. I will send you some material shortly. Due to the short time frame, this is all I have for now, but I will continue to dig deeper to uncover Zhong Dingxuan's every secret. After hanging up, Gu Feng began to peruse the materials, his brow gradually furrowing. By the end of the meal, he had reviewed all the information and called Lin Ruochu, learning that the family was currently at the hospital, prompting him to head over. Ji Caiyue had been afflicted with a joy curse, rendering her incapable of suicide. Thus Ning Yushi accompanied him as well. At this moment, the Lin family was huddled in a hospital room. Zhong Dingxian had sustained significant injuries requiring treatment, while Wang Xiumei, though only lightly injured, was resting on the bed, receiving an foredrip due to her age. The television was broadcasting the live coverage of the Xiao family's groundbreaking ceremony. Watching the jubilant Jiangling gentry at the event, Wang Xiumei trembled with rage. She glanced at Zhong Dingxian and sarcastically remarked, Zhong Dingxian, didn't you say I should attend the Xiao family's groundbreaking ceremony? How is it that I not only missed it, but now find myself lying in a hospital bed? Zhong Dingxian clenched his fists beneath the covers. Damn Gu Feng. Not only had he caused him to be publicly beaten by the Xiao family, but he had also left him unable to hold his head high before Wang Xiumei. How infuriating. Gu Feng was nothing but a worthless scoundrel, infamous and reviled throughout Jiangling. Why did Xiao Caiyue still hold him in such high regard? Even he himself did not dare entertain any improper thoughts about Xiao Caiyue. What kind of enchantment had this good-for-nothing cast upon her? As he pondered, he spoke up, Annie, there is definitely something amiss here. Logically, Gu Feng Shunti even know Xiao Caiyue. I suspect he has secretly employed underhanded tactics to threaten her. Wang Xiumei exploded in outrage. You're talking nonsense. Gu Feng is a dragon among men, capable of bringing down a fighter jet with a single sword strike. It is entirely normal for Xiao Caiyue to have feelings for him. You, on the other hand, should have accepted the fact that Gu Feng is superior to you and stop claiming credit for his accomplishments. Zhong Dingxian dismissed her words. I have always said that bringing down a fighter jet with a single sword strike is sheer nonsense. All right, Dingxian, hold your tongue, Lin Romo interrupted. Then turned to Wang Xiumei. Mom, don't blame Dingxian too harshly. His intentions are good. He only wishes to help the Lin family. And he was injured today as well. Wang Xiumei scoffed. Turn off the television. Out of sight, out of mind. As Lin Romo stood to turn off the TV, Zhong Dingxian suddenly grasped her arm. Wait, it seems the head of the Xiao family has something to say. At that moment, Xiao Ran, the head of the Xiao family, stood on the first floor of Fengwu Jiuqian, addressing the throngs of Jiangling gentry and cameras. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have heard my daughter's earlier remarks at the hotel entrance. I wish to clarify that everyone should know Xiao Caiyue has always been devoted to her studies and has been quite naive in matters of the heart, which is why she was duped by Gu Feng's flowery words into uttering such nonsensical statements. Rest assured, I have already reprimanded her, and she is now acutely aware of her mistakes. Furthermore, I can assure you all that I, Xiao Ran, would never allow my daughter to marry the infamous Gu Feng. The hospital room fell into a profound silence. After an indeterminate time, an earth-shattering laugh erupted from Zhong Dingxian. Ha ha, what did I tell you, Andy? You see, Xiao Caiyue was deceived into making those absurd remarks. I knew it. That worthless Gu Feng. If Xiao Caiyue isn't blind, there's no way she could possibly have feelings for him. At this moment, he felt an immense sense of relief, his laughter unrestrained, even to the point of tears streaming from his eyes. But just then, a cold voice interrupted. Zhong Dingxian, what could possibly be so amusing? Why not share it with me? The crowd looked up to see Gu Feng and Ning Yushi entering together. Zhong Dingxian fixed his gaze on Gu Feng. a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Gu Feng, I was wondering how you dare to return to Jiangling. It turns out you intended to exploit the naive Xiao Caiyue to climb the towering tree that is the Xiao family. Unfortunately, while Xiao Caiyue may be foolish, the head of the Xiao family is not. He approached Gu Feng, stating, since you no longer have the Xiao family as your support, it's time we settle our accounts. 5 years ago, you tarnished my reputation, forcing me to leave Jiangling. Today, I expect you to kneel before me. Perhaps then, I might spare your worthless life. Gu Feng regarded Zhong Dingxian with interest. You want me to kneel? Indeed. Zhong Dingshuan's eyes were fierce. At this moment, I command you to kneel. Chapter 86. Mother. The big brother isn't lying. Gu Feng was about to strike down the audacious Zhong Dingxian when suddenly, a loud slap echoed as Wang Shumei rushed forward, delivering a resounding blow to Zhong Dingshuan's face. How dare you speak to Gu Feng like that? You think you're worthy of making him kneel? Zhong Dingxian stared at Wang Shumei in disbelief. Auntie, have you lost your mind? You saw the live broadcast earlier, didn't you? This Gu Feng deceived Xiao Caiyue with sweet talk. Wang Shumei interjected. If he can deceive Xiao Caiyue with sweet words, then why don't you try to do the same? You can't, can you? You'll only end up getting beaten by Xiao Caiyue. Zhong Dingshuan's fury bubbled over, veins throbbing on his forehead. He couldn't understand why Wang Shumei was so protective of Gu Feng. Fine, he huffed, taking a deep breath. Since the Lin family is protecting you, for their sake, I won't hold your past against you. Let's call it even. He stormed out, but Gu Feng gripped his shoulder. Did I give you permission to leave? You. Smack. Gu Feng's hand suddenly pressed down, and with a crash, Zhong Dingshuan's knees hit the floor, cracking the tiles beneath him, blood spilling forth as his anguished cries reverberated throughout the hospital room. Lin Ruoma's pupils dilated in shock as she rushed to Zhong Dingshuan's side. Gu Feng, are you insane? Ning Yushi retorted. He was so arrogant before, demanding that the young master kneel. Now, the young master is simply returning the favor. Lin Ruoma's eyes glistened with tears as she shouted, but Gu Feng didn't actually kneel. Even if he were to make Dingxian kneel, it shouldn't be this brutal. His knees are shattered. Gu Feng replied coolly, Lin Ruoma, I came here today to show you Zhong Dingxian's true colors. As he spoke, he instructed Ning Yushi to retrieve her phone and pull up the information gathered by Wan Yen. When Lin Ruochu and Lin Ruoma gathered to examine the data, Ning Yushi remarked, the Zhong family in Jiangling began their operations in the Eagle Empire 4 years ago, significantly transferring assets. 2 years ago, Zhong Dingxian married the daughter of a magnate in the Eagle Empire and has yet to divorce. Lin Ruoma's eyes widened in disbelief. No, this can't be. This information must have been fabricated by you to deceive me. Gu Feng countered, Lin Ruoma, I don't wish to speak harshly, but you must realize that you are already divorced and have a child. Why would Zhong Dingxian, a scion of a wealthy family, want to be with you? He is likely just playing with you. It's time to wake up. He was about to continue when Lin Ruoma suddenly shouted, Gu Feng, I know Zhong Dingxian stole your achievements, and you're angry, but wasn't he intentional? He was thinking of the Lin family too. As a man, do you really need to be so petty? Besides, he has already paid the price for taking your credit. Why must you break his knees? Why must you slander Dingxian so? Smack! Wang Shumei retaliated, striking Lin Ruoma across the face. What Gu Feng said is true. You must stop seeing Zhong Dingxian. That scoundrel is married and still trying to entice you. You must break all ties with him immediately. Impossible! Lin Ruoma cried, clutching her reddened cheek. Dingxian would never lie to me. Gu Feng is the real liar. Why would he investigate Dingxian? He doesn't even know about Dingxian's return to Jiangling. Mother, the big brother isn't lying, chimed in the little one. I asked the big brother to investigate. Lu Xiaowan, when did you learn to lie? Lin Ruoma scolded, her expression furious. The little one shrank back, feeling wronged and silenced. Gu Feng coldly regarded Lin Ruoma. I reminded you out of respect for your sister Lin Ruochu. Since you refuse to listen, I have no desire to waste any more breath. In the end, it will be you who gets hurt, not me. With that, he turned to leave. Ning Yushi shot Lin Ruoma a glance. What a foolish romantic. Don't be surprised when Zhong sells you out and you end up counting your losses with a smile. At this moment, Lin Ruochu hurried out. Gu Feng, don't worry. I will definitely persuade my sister not to associate with Zhong Dingxian. Wang Shumei added, exactly. If that Zhong dares to pursue my daughter again, I will strike him every time I see him. Lin Ruochu blinked her tear-filled eyes. Mother, Why do I feel like you're acting unusually today? Wang Xuemei replied, puzzled. Am I? Lin Ruochu contemplated. You seem particularly supportive of Gu Feng today. You believe everything he says. In the past. Wang Xuemei interrupted. In the past. I was just confused. Ultimately, it's Zhong Dingshuan's fault. I had already believed Gu Feng during the Feng Wu Jutian incident. At this point, Wang Xuemei had seen through it all. When Gu Feng claimed to have medical skills, she didn't believe it. Yet even Dr. Wu praised him. When Gu Feng said he was the warden, she was skeptical. Yet even the Blood Alliance fled upon seeing him. When Gu Feng stated he had connections with the Xiao family, she doubted it. Only for Xiao Qianxue to personally greet him and utter those words. If she continued to disbelieve Gu Feng, it would be akin to being utterly foolish. Unbeknownst to Gu Feng, who was unaware of Wang Xuemei's thoughts, he proceeded to give Lin Ruochu a second treatment. Over the course of 2 treatments, he had granted Lin Ruochu an additional 6 months of life, totaling 9 months now. Not only that, but her health had significantly improved. After finishing, Gu Feng instructed Ning Yuxi to return home while he drove in another direction, towards the Su family estate. At this moment, within the Su family estate, a large group of people sat together, their expressions grave. The head of the Su family, Su Anhua, spoke. You all heard what Xiao Qianxue had declared at the entrance of Feng Wu Jutian. Regardless of her reasons, it at least proves that Gu Feng is indeed alive. Su Anhua's brother, Su Caiyue, added, his mere existence is secondary. What matters is how much he was involved in the Fengbo Pavilion incident. We need to ascertain his true power to prepare adequately for any eventuality. He continued, visibly agitated. We have sent several people to the Domain Inspection Bureau these past few days, yet they remain tight-lipped, revealing nothing. Su Anhua remarked, not only that, my son Su Jiangling went to the patrol division and has yet to return. I wanted the patrol division personnel to retrieve the surveillance footage, but they were evasive, claiming they were too busy or that the cameras were malfunctioning. Su Anhua's third brother, Su Boliu, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, the patrol division is becoming increasingly dismissive of our Su family. Have we been too low-key for too long? But the people of Jiangling are forgetting the might of our family? The others in the hall felt something was amiss. It was unusual. The patrol division had always feared the prominent families of Jiangling, suddenly making excuses. Could it be that some powerful figure was issuing orders to the patrol division from behind the scenes? Just as he finished speaking, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the door. Is it possible that while the patrol division fears the Su family, they fear Gu Feng even more? Chapter 87. The wind rides the force, lifting me to the heavens. Everyone turned towards the entrance, where a strikingly handsome young man boldly strode into the hall. Who else could it be but Gu Feng? The hall erupted in hushed laughter. If 5 years ago, the patrol division feared Gu Feng, that could be understood. But now, times have changed. What is Gu Feng worth? Su Anhua, the head of the Su family, tapped the table to silence the crowd and addressed Gu Feng with a calm demeanor. The rumors are indeed true. The once illustrious young master of Jiangling is still alive. However, I am curious as to why you have come to my Su family estate today. I've come to deliver something. Gu Feng smirked, tossing an object that crashed down onto the solid sandalwood table beside Su Anhua with a resounding thud. The sturdy table collapsed, and amidst the bloodshed, a severed head appeared before Su Anhua's eyes. It was none other than the lifeless Su Jiangling. Before arriving at the Su residence, Gu Feng had diverted to the patrol division to retrieve Su Jiangling's head. With a single glance, Su Anhua's eyes widened in rage. Jiangling. His forehead pulsed with veins, and after a long moment, his tiger-like gaze fixed on Gu Feng. You killed my son. Why did you kill him? Why? With his hands clasped behind his back, Gu Feng coldly replied, you already know the answer, Su Anhua. Let me ask you regarding the massacre of the Gu family. Aside from the Ji family and your Su family, who else was involved? If you confess truthfully, I might spare your life. Otherwise, not only will you die today, but the rest of the Su family will not escape either. Su Caiyue abruptly stood. Gu Feng, how audacious of you. Do you truly think that having learned a few tricks, you can act with impunity? Today, I shall show you what it means to be outclassed. A terrifying aura erupted from Su Caiyue. Su Anhua's face lit up with joy. Second brother, you have entered the ranks of a 1-star grandmaster. Why did you not inform me sooner? A mere 1-star grandmaster is nothing to boast about. Su Caiyue replied, proud. It is the transcendent grandmaster that I aspire to. Gu Feng replied coolly, "A one-star grandmaster in the early stage is the peak of your life's achievements. What are you, an ignorant child, daring to predict my future?" Ji Caiyue roared in fury, launching a fierce punch at Gu Feng. At the moment his fist swung, 3 silver needles shot forth with devastating force, piercing Ji Caiyue's forehead. Yet, Ji Caiyue did not halt, charging towards Gu Feng, though his speed diminished. When he reached Gu Feng, he came to a complete stop. Gu Feng patted his cheek. "I'm not predicting your future. I am declaring your death. If I decree your demise today, how can you possibly see tomorrow?" With that, 3 jets of blood erupted from Ji Caiyue's forehead. Ji Caiyue, the second master of the Su family, who had just stepped into the one-star grandmaster realm, had foolishly aspired to reach the transcendent domain. And now he was dead. His body fell to the ground with a dull thud. The hall fell into a profound silence. Who would have imagined that a formidable one-star grandmaster could perish in an instant beneath Gu Feng's silver needles? At this moment, Su Anhua's third brother, Su Boliu, was filled with rage, his eyes bloodshot. "Gu Feng, what do you think this place is? Killing my nephew was not enough. Now you have slain my second brother. Speak, how do you wish to die?" Ignoring him, Gu Feng turned to Su Anhua. "Su Anhua, my words still stand. Reveal everything about 5 years ago, and I may leave you with a whole corpse." Su Anhua's face twisted into a sinister smile. "Gu Feng, a family cannot be dishonored. Even when your father, Gu Rensheng, wielded immense power in Jiangling, he dared not recklessly invade my Su family to kill. If you wish to know the truth from 5 years ago, you can descend to hell and ask your father yourself." He pointed at Gu Feng and bellowed, "Bring everyone. Use all your strength to reduce this scoundrel to ashes. I shall use his ashes to appease my son's spirit in the afterlife." Boom, boom, boom. 20 or so masters charged into the hall. 13 were 5-star grandmasters. 6 were 6-star grandmasters, and 3 were 7-star grandmasters. Additionally, 2 elderly figures emerged, one at the early stage of 1-star grandmaster, the other at the mid-stage. "Gu Feng, we prominent families have refrained from attending the Windstorm Pavilion for years to avoid playing along with Ji Caiyue's theatrics. Had we been there then, how could you possibly be alive today? But it matters not. You are too arrogant, daring to tread into the dragon's den. Today, I will reveal all the Su family's trump cards, and you shall surely meet your end." As Su Anhua roared, everyone surged forward, all attacking Gu Feng. The overwhelming might of 20 high-ranking masters was beyond comprehension. The sheer murderous intent radiating from them could crush lower-ranked masters into dust. At this moment, the Su family members regarded Gu Feng as if he were already dead. However, with a hearty laugh, Gu Feng declared a group of inept fools. "Killing you is akin to slaughtering chickens." With that, his figure vanished. In an instant, he reappeared behind the crowd, unleashing a barrage of iron fists. With fists like dragons, explosive sounds erupted. Boom! A 5-star grandmaster's body exploded, showering the air with a mist of blood. Then came the second, the third. Within mere seconds, the sky was adorned with blooming blood flowers. The swirling blood mist obscured vision, and Gu Feng's silhouette flickered like a deity of death. Just then, the 2 Su family guardians seized their opportunity, attacking Gu Feng from both sides. The gusts from their iron fists tore through the blood mist. "You are finished," they shouted, their fists mere inches from Gu Feng. Seeking death, Gu Feng flung 3 silver needles, instantly piercing the neck of one guardian, then swiftly turned, striking the other guardian's crown with a powerful palm. Crack! The crown shattered into dust. In the midst of the blood mist, 2 dull thuds echoed, the sound of the Su family's guardians collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The noise was not loud, but to the Su family members, it sent chills down their spines. How could this be possible? So many strong warriors attacking Gu Feng, and yet a significant number had fallen in an instant. What a joke! Among them were 2 seasoned 1-star grandmasters, not at all comparable to Ji Caiyue, who had just entered the 1-star grandmaster realm. Why had Gu Feng transformed into such a formidable force in just 5 years? As the crowd remained in stunned disbelief, Gu Feng emerged from the blood mist, advancing towards Su Anhua. In that moment, Su Anhua was gripped by terror, turning to flee. "Stop, Gu Feng! Everyone block Gu Feng!" He frantically dashed toward the hall, colliding with a slender young man. "Father, why are you running so hastily? What has happened?" the young man asked, frowning. Su Anhua dragged him away, exclaiming, "Qingyun, run! Gu Feng is back. I cannot comprehend why he has become so powerful. He has already slain many of our Su family members. Even the 2 temporary guardians we summoned have fallen to his sword. Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes sparkled with an immense battle spirit. Is that so? Just as I have recently broken through, I shall see if Gu Feng can withstand even a single strike from me. Boom! An unparalleled aura erupted from Su Caiyue's body. He was indeed a peak 1-star grandmaster. With my power, I shall ascend like the clouds. With me, Su Caiyue, defending the Su family, a mere Gu Feng can be obliterated with a mere snap of my fingers. Chapter 88. Su Caiyue and Death. You have broken through? Su Anhua exclaimed with great joy. Among his sons, the eldest, Su Caiyue, was his pride and joy. His martial talent was exceptional. At merely 27 or 28 years of age, he had already reached the mid-stage of a 1-star grandmaster, and just a month ago, he had entered seclusion for cultivation. To his astonishment, upon emerging, he had attained the peak of a 1-star grandmaster. Nevertheless, a hint of apprehension crept into his voice. Caiyue, perhaps it is best to retreat to the secret chamber and await reinforcements. Gu Feng's strength is truly formidable. He may have also reached the peak of a 1-star grandmaster. Su Caiyue scoffed. Father, have you forgotten? In addition to being a peak 1-star grandmaster, I possess innate divine strength. Gu Feng will fall to my palm with ease. With that, he strode into the hall, bellowing, Gu Feng, how dare you commit murder in the Su family? You shall pay dearly. What's this? You have come to meet your demise? Gu Feng asked with a smile. The one who shall perish will be you. Su Caiyue's figure darted to a corner of the hall. With a clap of his hands, a massive cauldron in the corner rumbled ominously. He seized one corner of the cauldron and effortlessly lifted it. Gu Feng, this dragon beard and colorful phoenix cauldron is the treasure of my Su family. Today, dying beneath this cauldron shall be your honor. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The 3,000-pound cauldron seemed like a mere toy in Su Caiyue's grasp. Even if Gu Feng were not crushed by the cauldron, surviving in Su Caiyue's hands would be no small feat. In the next instant, Su Caiyue's muscles bulged. Energy surged, and he hurled the cauldron. Gu Feng, perish. Boom! The cauldron, propelled by terrifying force, hurtled toward Gu Feng. Yet, Gu Feng did not evade. Instead, as the cauldron approached, he kicked out. Clang! A resounding echo reverberated in the ears of the onlookers. They felt a sharp pain in their eardrums as the dragon beard and colorful phoenix cauldron flew back at an alarming speed. Su Caiyue's expression changed drastically as he attempted to dodge, but it was too late. Boom! The cauldron crashed into his body, embedding him into the wall, which cracked like a tortoise shell. The 3,000-pound cauldron was firmly lodged within the wall. Blood dripped to the ground as Su Caiyue gazed down at his body, now resembling a broken rag doll. He could scarcely believe the reality before him. I am the pride of the Su family. Why can I not withstand even a single strike from Gu Feng? His thoughts abruptly halted. In mere seconds, his eyes lost all their luster. Su Caiyue, the illustrious son of the Su family, had reached the peak of a 1-star grandmaster at the age of 28, endowed with innate divine strength. Given time, he would have become an unparalleled asset to the Su family in their conquests. Yet today, he lay dead. Gu Feng's gaze did not linger on Su Caiyue. Instead, he scanned the depths of the hall. At this moment, Su Anhua had vanished. Raising an eyebrow, he casually seized a younger member of the Su family. What is your name? The young man trembled. I am Su Lin. I have no time to waste searching for Su Anhua. You must know where he is hiding. Lead the way. Su Lin dared not defy Gu Feng's command and hurriedly guided him. As Gu Feng raised his hand, he unleashed 30 silver needles, striking the bodies of 10 Su family juniors. Stand still, otherwise you shall die. He then followed Su Lin deeper into the hall. Once he departed, the 10 Su family juniors exchanged fearful glances. Shouldn't we run while the demon is absent? Did you not hear him say that fleeing would mean death? You believe everything he says? He is clearly trying to intimidate us. If you won't run, I shall. As he spoke, one of the juniors dashed toward the exit. Seeing him nearly escape, the others felt a flicker of hope. Yet, just as the young man stepped outside, bang, his body exploded into a mist of blood. Gu Feng's Yang divine needle could save lives as easily as it could take them. Witnessing this, the remaining 9 Su family juniors gasped in horror, their courage evaporating. In the secret chamber of the Su family, Su Anhua and Su Boliu exchanged glances, both reading a sense of dread in the other's eyes. This Gu Feng is remarkably terrifying. Su Boliu Yingan deeply, Su Anhua replied. Fear not. Qingyun is out there holding the line. Our immediate priority is to seek assistance from other families, urging them to send reinforcements to subdue Gu Feng. Su Boliu nodded in agreement. What you say is true. This Gu Feng is too formidable. Although Qingyun is powerful, he may only be able to suppress Gu Feng, not eliminate him with ease. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone. Just then, the door to the secret chamber slowly creaked open. What is happening? Su Boliu was startled. Could it be that Gu Feng had already pursued them? Impossible. Gu Feng does not know the password to the secret chamber. It must be that Qingyun has slain Gu Feng and returned to bring us good news. A voice emerged. Father, father. The speaker was none other than Su Lin. Ah, it is little Lin. Su Anhu Zi La Set. As his second son, Su Lin naturally knew the password to this chamber. What is the situation outside? Su Lin struggled to swallow hard. Eldest brother. He is dead. What? Su Anhua's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Qingyun was the Su family's trump card. How could he have fallen to Gu Feng in such a short time? This is inconceivable. Su Lin, do not jest with me. If Qingyun is dead, how could Gu Feng not pursue us? You know not that I've already arrived? A voice resonated from behind Su Lin. Gu Feng stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, standing before Su Anhua. Now, will you divulge everything regarding the Gu family from 5 years ago? Chapter 89. The gains of this journey. I will tell you everything. I will. Su Anhua's face contorted into a sinister grin as he retreated while shouting, Su Lin, what are you waiting for? Bang, 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 bang. 5 gunshots rang out, nearly coinciding with Su Anhua's furious roar, rapidly approaching Gu Feng's back. Su Anhua laughed heartily. Gu Feng, you are but a child trying to contend with me. My son knows exactly what to do with a mere glance. Haha, wish to uncover the truth from 5 years ago. Ask your dear father in hell. Is that so? Gu Feng replied coldly, swiftly gripping the Nian Nu Jiao and turning it behind him. Clang, 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 clang. 5 bullets struck the Nian Nu Jiao, sparks flying. Gu Feng forcefully struck the sword's back, and the 5 bullets ricocheted back, piercing Su Lin's body in an instant. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Su Lin uttered not a sound before collapsing in a pool of blood, dead beyond revival. Su Anhua stared in terror at Gu Feng. How can this be? How did that sword suddenly appear in his hand? His reflexes, how could they be so astonishingly swift? Su Lin had stood directly behind Gu Feng, waiting for the opportune moment. The bullets had barely left the chamber when they could have struck Gu Feng, but then an overwhelming surge of grief and anger consumed him, and he roared, Gu Feng, you wretched beast! My 3 sons all perish by your hand. Even in death, I shall not let you go. Gu Feng, with a calm expression, responded, Su Anhua, from the moment I stepped through that door, I told you to be honest. Yet, you refused to listen. Su Caiyue, Su Qingyun, and Su Lin did not die by my hand, but by your arrogance and conceit. Su Anhua opened his mouth, but no words came. A tidal wave of regret surged through his entire being. Why had he not heeded Gu Feng's words from the beginning and revealed the truth? If he had, perhaps his brother and sons would still be alive, and the many grandmasters his family had cultivated over the years might have been spared. At that moment, Gu Feng's voice rang out again. Su Anhua, tell me everything about the Gu family massacre 5 years ago. If your account satisfies me, I may, in my benevolence, spare the lives of the younger members of the Su family in the hall. Su Anhua fell silent for a moment, a sinister look flashing across his face. Suddenly, he raised his hand and struck his own forehead with a resounding slap. Blood spurted out, and with eyes filled with venom, he glared at Gu Feng. Gu Feng, you have destroyed the Su family's century-old foundation. You think you can learn the truth from me? Fine, I will tell you. But you will have the kind of hell to ask me. Ha ha. His laughter was sharp and piercing, and he seemed to have lost his sanity. After a few seconds, his laughter ceased, and he collapsed in a pool of blood. He was dead. Gu Feng frowned. He had not expected Su Anhua to choose death over the lives of his kin. Turning to Su Boliu, he swiftly inserted 7 silver needles into the man's body. Reveal the truth of that fateful day, or I shall make you suffer a fate worse than death. The excruciating pain contorted Su Boliu's face. I know very little about that time. My elder brother handled everything. All I know is that after the Gu family's demise, my brother had a period of close cooperation with the Sun family. After half an hour of torment, Gu Feng confirmed that Su Boliu indeed knew no more. Since that is the case, it is time for you to join your brothers. Seeing that he could extract no further information, Gu Feng prepared to strike Su Boliu down. Su Boliu shouted in desperation, "Young Master Gu, I don't want to die. Please spare me." "Why should I?" Gu Feng asked indifferently. Su Boliu pointed behind him. "Young Master Gu, look at this secret chamber. It is filled with medicinal herbs. If you let me live, I will give them all to you." This secret chamber was specifically designed to store various precious herbs. Gu Feng had already noticed them upon entering. The quantity was indeed considerable, filling nearly half the chamber. Gu Feng looked at Su Boliu with a meaningful smile. "Do you think I cannot take these herbs after I kill you?" Su Boliu, taken aback, quickly added, "I can also serve you, young Master Gu. With my elder brothers dead, I should inherit the family headship. The Su family has substantial assets and several companies in Jiangling. I can give you half of the annual profits." Desperate to live, Su Boliu offered everything. Gu Feng stroked his chin, deep in thought, and, after a moment, he made his decision. "Su Boliu, I hope you can be a good dog." With that, he allowed Su Boliu to leave the chamber. Then, with a wave of his hand, he transferred all the herbs into his spatial ring. In the hall, Su Boliu, along with the remaining Su family members, was waiting for Gu Feng. Gu Feng said, "Su Boliu, since you're now my dog, I will give you your first task. Whatever my master commands." Su Boliu responded with vigor. "Rebuild the Gu family mansion and construct a cemetery on the peak of Maishan. I will lay the souls of the Gu family to rest there." Gu Feng then planted 3 more silver needles into Su Boliu and the other family members. "Do not try to cheat. If you do well, I may spare your lives. But if you dare to flee Jiangling, death will be your only fate." With that done, Gu Feng went to the wall, grasped the handle of the dragon whisker phoenix cauldron, and, with his muscles straining, pulled the 3,000-pound cauldron from the wall. He carried the massive cauldron and left the Su residence. Upon reaching his car, he willed the cauldron into his spatial ring. This trip to the Su family had been quite fruitful. The mastermind, Su Anhua, had been eliminated. Though he had not learned the entire truth, he now had a lead. The Sun family in Jiangling would be his next target. The dragon whisker phoenix cauldron, the Su family's treasured heirloom, was a superb choice for alchemy, though the Su family had only displayed it as an antique. The century-old stockpile of herbs in the secret chamber was also now in his possession. As for the surviving members of the Su family, he had not intended to exterminate them. These people, like Ji Caiyue, would carry the coffins of the Gu family's fallen at the memorial service he would host in a month. Returning to Yujinghaoding, Gu Feng briefly recounted his visit to the Su family to Ning Yushi. Curious, Ning Yushi asked, "Young master, why did you choose Maishan for the new Gu family cemetery?" Gu Feng interlaced his fingers and said, "My father loved the environment there. Just before the tragedy, he took me to Maishan, saying he planned to build a summer retreat there. Since he loved it, I will bury him at the peak of Maishan, where he can rest eternally with the green mountains and clear waters." Chapter 90, A thunderous offensive, unexpectedly arrived. At the Xiao family villa, Xiao Qinyue was banging on her door. "Father, you have kept me locked in here since noon. When will you let me out? How long do you plan to keep me here?" The door opened, and Xiao Ran stood in the doorway, his face cold. "I will let you out if you promise to never have any contact with Gu Feng again." "That's impossible." Xiao Qinyue refused without hesitation. "You." Xiao Ran's forehead veins bulged. "What is so great about Gu Feng? Don't you know he is a patricide and a family annihilator? Why are you still involved with him? He told me he did not commit those crimes. It was all Ji Caiyue's conspiracy." Xiao Qinyue said. Xiao Ran snorted. "You believe everything he says?" Even if it was Ji Caiyue's conspiracy, the crucial point is how the world perceives Gu Feng. You are a pillar of the nation, destined for the Longdu Academy. Associating with such a person will tarnish your reputation. Xiao Qinyue shrugged. "So what? Why do you care so much about the world opinion?" "Gu Feng never cares about such things." "Oh," Xiao Ran replied. "If he doesn't care, why did he ask you to cover up his actions at the Bluffing Pavilion?" The Xiao family has expended considerable resources to suppress all information about the Bluffing Pavilion. Do you think I am deaf and blind, unaware of this?" Xiao Qinyue said. "He never forced me to do anything. I did it willingly, and what he did at the Bluffing Pavilion was for revenge." "Fine, fine, fine." Xiao Ran laughed with anger. "If it was not a crime, but an act of justice, then there is no need to hide it. After the ceremony at noon, I instructed Li Gaoming to withdraw all Xiao family resources. In 3 to 5 days, The people of Jiangling will hear of Gu Feng's heroic deeds at the Bluffing Pavilion. Father, how could you do this? Xiao Qianxue, furious, raised her voice. You said Gu Feng doesn't care about the world opinion, and that what he did was for revenge. I'm helping to spread his good name. However, if possible, it would indeed be wise to wait until the truth comes to light before disclosing any information. Moreover, Gu Feng has mentioned to me that the downfall of the Gu family was not solely orchestrated by the Ji family. The less information that leaks from the Fengbo Pavilion, the better it conceals Gu Feng's strength, which is also highly advantageous for his revenge. Revenge? Xiao Ran scoffed. Do you know what Gu Feng has done? According to credible sources, not only did he kill Ji Caiyue, but he also took the life of the young master of the Die Chamber of Commerce, Hinata Huanyi, as well as an elder from the Jiangling Martial Alliance, and even a formidable Jun Wuxie from the Jun family of Zhonghai. Any one of these factions could easily obliterate Gu Feng. Xiao Qianxue was momentarily stunned. That day, while at Gu Feng's residence, she had not inquired about the details of Fengbo Pavilion and was utterly unaware that Gu Feng had eliminated so many prominent figures. Panic set in. The Die Chamber of Commerce and the Jun family of Zhonghai, each was a colossal power. If those individuals learned of Gu Feng's deeds and sought retribution, it would spell certain doom for him. Father, how could you act this way? Knowing full well that the information from Fengbo Pavilion could plunge Gu Feng into grave danger. You still proceed like this. I must see Gu Feng at once and urge him to leave Jiangling immediately. With the news now unrestrained, those powerful factions would undoubtedly spring into action, leaving Gu Feng little time to escape. Don't even think about it, Xiao Ran replied sternly. Upon hearing her father's unyielding refusal, Xiao Qianxue fell to her knees, pleading, Father, I beg you, Gu Feng saved my life. Have you not always taught me to be grateful and repaying? You. Xiao Ran's rage flared. It is precisely because he saved you that I turned a blind eye to your earlier assistance to him. Who would have thought you would become so infatuated with him? Just look at yourself, reduced to this state for Gu Feng, kneeling before me. Is this still the Qianxue I once knew? If I were to allow you to meet him again, I fear you would elope with him. With that, he waved his sleeve and confined Xiao Qianxue once more. Li Gaoming cautiously interjected, Sir, if you continue like this, the young lady may come to resent you. Xiao Ran closed his eyes, remaining silent for a time before responding. Let her resent me. I cannot allow my exceptional daughter to become entangled with a worthless scoundrel. I can't fathom what kind of enchantment Gu Feng has cast over Qianxue to make her so devoted to him. But it matters little. Gu Feng won't live much longer. Give Qianxue 3 to 5 months, and she will naturally move on from this infatuation. In the dead of night, Xiao Qianxue's room was opened, and Li Gaoming entered with steaming dishes. Miss, you haven't eaten all day. Please have something. Xiao Qianxue turned her head. Uncle Li, could you give me my phone? I wish to call Gu Feng. At that moment, her face was haggard, and her eyes were swollen, betraying the countless tears she had shed in silence. Li Gaoming Siga. Miss, please don't put me in a difficult position. The master forbids it. Xiao Qianxue fell silent, biting her lip as tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Li Gaoming helplessly shook his head, placing the food on the table before leaving. Time passed, and soon it was dusk on the following day. Li Gaoming re-entered Xiao Qianxue's room, and every meal brought in showed no signs of being touched. The lights were not on in the room, and, using the light from the corridor, he saw a small figure curled up in the corner. Oh, miss, why must you do this? If you don't eat, your health will surely deteriorate. Xiao Qianxue looked up at Li Gaoming. Having gone 2 days without food or water, her complexion was deathly pale, and her once rosy lips had lost all color, as if they could shatter at any moment. Uncle Li, I beg you, take me to Gu Feng's villa, please? She weakly pleaded. Li Gaoming replied, Miss, it's not that I do not wish to help you, but the villa is swarming with the master's men. I cannot take you out. Xiao Qianxue's beautiful eyes were filled with despair, devoid of any sparkle. At that moment, Li Gaoming added, however, I can convey a message for you. Really? Xiao Qianxue's eyes widened in surprise. Li Gaoming smiled. If you eat something first, I will ensure that your message reaches Gu Feng. Without hesitation, Xiao Qianxue grabbed the food Li Gaoming had just brought and devoured it ravenously. Li Gaoming felt a pang of concern. It was the first time he had seen her eat so urgently. What usually took her half an hour to finish was now consumed in mere minutes, with grains of rice still clinging to her mouth. After swallowing the last morsel with effort, Xiao Qinshu declared. Tell Gu Feng to leave Jiangling swiftly. The Jun family likely already knows about Jun Wuxia's demise at his hands, and a storm is about to descend. Additionally, tell him to stay alive. I will wait for him to marry me. Tapter uhexakumendux ning yufeeds preaktrok. Within the villa, Gu Feng slowly opened his eyes. From the bloody massacre of the Su family yesterday to this evening, he had been refining pills. Reaching into the Longshu Kaifeng Ding, he retrieved several small pills that fell into his palm. These pills, known as gathering chi pills, were of little use to him, but would significantly bees ascended rapidly, her aura growing increasingly formidable. After a prolonged moment, she opened her eyes, feeling the immense energy coursing within her, and couldn't help but be filled with ecstatic joy. My lord, this is simply unbelievable. I have directly reached the mid-stage of a 4-star master. Oh my heavens! This is the mid-stage of a 4-star master. In the past, I could hardly even dream of this. Gu Feng chuckled. This is merely the beginning. When I suppressed the medicinal power within you earlier, I also helped clear your meridians. Your future cultivation will be considerably smoother. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside. Li Gaoming had arrived. Upon seeing Gu Feng, he forewent pleasantries and simply stated, the Xiao family has withdrawn all resources and will no longer conceal news regarding Fengbo Pavilion. The Jun family from Zhonghai and the Die Commerce Association may come at any moment to claim your head. The young lady is concerned for your safety and hopes you will leave Jiangling at once. Gu Feng paused momentarily. He had been puzzled by the unusual calm in Jiangling following the incident at Fengbo Pavilion, but now he understood. It was clear that Xiao Qinshu had invested considerable effort behind the scenes. Seeing Gu Feng's demeanor, Li Gaoming assumed he was contemplating where to escape and prepared to relay Xiao Qinshu's second instruction. However, Gu Feng replied coolly, in this vast world, who could possibly take my head? Return and inform your lady. There is no need for her to worry about me. Li Gaoming siga internadi. Youthful exuberance could be a double-edged sword. Yet, those who are hubristic ultimately do not endure long. He sensed that Gu Feng was not far from his demise. And since he had delivered the message, how Gu Feng chose to proceed was beyond his control. Very well, I will relay your message verbatim to my lady. As Li Gaoming turned to leave, Gu Feng called out to him. I noticed you seemed to have more to say earlier. Li Gaoming pondered briefly before responding. I have arranged a commendable escape route for you. Since you won't be needing it, there is no necessity to elaborate further. After he departed, Ning Yushi expressed her thoughts. It seems that Miss Xiao has put in considerable effort on behalf of my lord. Suddenly recalling something, she retrieved an item from her hand. My lord, this afternoon while cleaning Jun Wuxia's plane, I discovered it was equipped with a visible light camera, which recorded some footage. What do you wish to do with it? Destroy it or... Gu Feng took the storage card from her hand and inserted it into the computer. After a moment of viewing, he broke into a smile. Why destroy it? Post it online. The footage documented everything that transpired after Jun Wuxia arrived at Fengbo Pavilion, including his brazen declarations regarding Ji Caiyue. With this evidence, Ji Caiyue would find it impossible to absolve herself, saving Gu Feng considerable effort. Splendid. Ning Yuhi exclaimed. It even captures the moment my lord shot down the fighter jet. Soon, all of Jiangling will witness your unparalleled majesty. Unparalleled majesty. Gu Feng mused, observing how Ning Yushi's excitement flushed her cheeks. He chuckled helplessly. Such accolades held little importance to him. The video served another purpose. He remained uncertain whether the Sun family had any involvement in the massacre of the Gu family years ago. By showcasing his strength to the world, he intended to see if the Sun family would falter in fear. With this thought, he immediately contacted the head of the patrol domain, Wen Yin, instructing him to dispatch personnel to closely monitor the movements of the Sun family and the other 2 major families in Jiangling. Should there be any signs of mass exodus from Jiangling, he wanted to be informed at once. Completing these tasks, he produced a medicinal pill and handed it to Ning Yushi. After dinner, deliver this to the Lin family for Lin Ruochu to consume. This pill was one he had casually concocted while refining a gathering chi pill, capable of extending Lin Ruochu's lifespan by an additional 2 months. After dinner, Ning Yushi arrived at the Lin family. However, upon entering the hall, she froze momentarily. She spotted Zhong Dingxian, and more troublingly, Wang Xiumei appeared to be laughing and chatting with him. Aunt Wang, Ning Yushi called from the doorway. Wang Xiumei hurried over. Miss Ning, what brings you here? The food is ready. Have you eaten? Come and join us. Ning Yushi replied, her expression devoid of emotion. I recall you saying yesterday at the hospital that you intended to separate your daughter from Zhong Dingxian. What is going on now? Wang Shumei, seemingly unconcerned, replied, Oh, that? Dingxian has already assured me he will divorce his wife and marry our Ruomo. He even promised a bride price of 188,000, along with a house. Do you believe everything he says? Ning Yushi retorted incredulously. He has deceived you once already. Don't you have any awareness? Well, he swore an oath before me. What more do you want? Wang Shumei countered. Besides, Gu Feng is here. With him around, I doubt Dingxian would dare to act recklessly. Ning Yushi's expression turned icy. Our Lord has already warned you. If you insist on associating with the Zhong family, do not expect him to intervene when trouble arises. At this, Wang Shumei's displeasure flared. Miss Ning, speak with some decorum. What do you mean, your lord? Our Lin family has known Gu Feng longer than you have. Mind your own business. Are you envious of my daughter's impending marriage into a wealthy family? If you have the capability, why not have Gu Feng marry you? If you lack that ability, then refrain from coveting others. You. Ning Yushi felt her fury boiling over. She flung the medicinal pill into Lin Ruochu's arms. Lin miss, having a sister and a mother like this is truly pitiful. With that, she turned to leave. Stop right there. How dare you speak to me like that? Wang Shumei shouted after her, indignant. Lin Ruochu sighed, remaining silent. For the past few days, she had tirelessly attempted to persuade her sister to break off with Zhong Dingxian. To her dismay, not only had she failed, but her mother had also betrayed her. Shortly after Ning Yushi departed, Zhong Dingxian spoke up. Ruomo, let's go for a walk. I have a few words to share with you. Lin Ruomo hesitated for a moment before nodding. Just as they reached the doorway, their child suddenly dashed over. I want to go too. Sweetheart, stay home, okay? Mommy will be back soon, Lin Ruomo said, gently patting her child's head. After scolding her daughter at the hospital, she felt regret upon returning home. The child stubbornly shook her head. No, I want to go with Mommy. I'm afraid the bad uncle will take you away, and I don't want Mommy to stay out all night. Lin Ruomo's heart warmed. All right, I'll take you along. The child jumped for joy, then turned to Zhong Dingxian, shaking her tiny fist defiantly. Bad man, if you dare to bully my mommy, I will hit you. About half an hour later, the car came to a stop by the banks of Qinhuai Lake. The extensive stretch of Qinhuai Lake was lively in the central area, bustling with activity from various entertainment venues. However, as one moved toward the edges, the crowd thinned significantly. The car was now parked in a secluded area. Just as Zhong Dingxian was about to exit the vehicle, his phone rang. He instructed the child and Lin Ruomo to disembark first before answering the call. Young Master Zhong, the results of the white blood cell antigen matching, group reactive antibody testing, and lymphocyte toxicity cross-matching for Miss Lin Ruomo have come in. Would you like to come now to collect them, or? After Lin Ruochu's kidneys were removed, Lin Ruomo had contemplated a transplant and had previously undergone testing. I have already seen the prior results before returning home. Just inform me if there are any discrepancies between this latest batch and the last. A few seconds later, a voice on the other end uttered a single word. No. Zhong Dingxian inhaled deeply. I understand. Just as he was about to hang up, the caller continued. Additionally, there is something I feel compelled to share with you. Not many are aware of Lin Ruomo's past, but I do, as she once came to our hospital. You have paid me a considerable sum, and I thought it prudent to inform you that the reason for her divorce is after a long pause. Zhong Dingxian ended the call and stepped out of the car. Ruomo, are you angry with me? No, not at all, Lin Ruomo replied, her gaze lowered. Then why have you been so distant since we returned from the hospital yesterday? I admit I deceived you, and I regret it, but I genuinely wish to be with you. I spoke truthfully to my aunt. I will divorce my wife. Please believe me. Lin Ruomo remained silent for a long time. Observing her silence, Zhong Dingxian immediately knelt before her. You know, 5 years ago, I made a grave mistake and was publicly punished by Gu Feng, forcing me to leave Jiangling. My family followed me overseas, but the path to success abroad is fraught with challenges. Had I not married that woman, I fear my entire family would not have endured until today. Yet, my heart has always belonged to you. Otherwise, I would not have committed such a foolish act 5 years ago. Even today, my love for you remains unchanged. Rest assured, I will divorce that woman. He then produced a ring. This is a ring from Yoyu, the largest jewelry store, with only 200 pieces available worldwide. It took me considerable effort to acquire it before returning home. Ruomo, would you wear it? From the moment I laid eyes on it, I felt it was meant for you. Lin Ruomei was visibly moved. Dingxian, I have a child. Is this truly worth it for you? Zhong Dingxian replied. I have long told you that I do not mind. Ruomei, my only fear is that my well-intended lies may hurt you. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ruomei seemed to resolve something within herself and spoke. Actually, my coldness towards you these past few days is not due to your deceit. It is because I too have concealed something from you. I fear that if I reveal it, you may no longer wish to be with me. She set her child aside and continued. However, Dingxian, your affection for me brings both joy and trepidation. If I do not share everything about myself with you, my conscience will torment me. In fact, I need not say anything. I have long been aware, Zhong Dingxian interjected. What? Lin Ruomei gazed at him in disbelief, struggling to comprehend his words. After a moment, she stammered, You knew all along, yet you still wish to be with me? Why not? Zhong Dingxian shrugged. It is not your fault. Moreover, although you have not spoken to me these past few days, you devoted yourself to helping me heal at the hospital. Without your care, I would not have recovered so quickly. You are a wonderful girl. As he spoke, he embraced Lin Ruomei. At that moment, she felt as though everything was but a dream. The moonlight was more beautiful than on any previous night. But in the next instant, she felt a sharp pain in her neck and instantly lost consciousness. From a distance, her child watched as her mother collapsed and rushed over. You villain, what have you done to my mother? As she shouted, she swung her small fists at Zhong Dingxian. He sneered, Indeed, you are quite astute. I am a villain. From the day I returned to Jiangling, Lin Ruomei, at that moment, the second son, Jun Wuhui, said, Father, I am willing to go to Jiangling to slay this villain and avenge my third brother. The eldest son, Jun Wu, replied, Gu Feng is a formidable opponent. You may not gain any advantage. Let me go instead. Jun Wuhui, unwilling to concede, retorted, Is it not just a matter of downing a fighter jet? It was a stormy night, and the Thunder Fighter had to reduce its altitude and speed. With my strength, as a 2-star Grandmaster, I can achieve the same. Jun Tianqing decided, Let Wu Yu go. He is stronger and more composed than you. Turning to Jun Yu, he continued, With your 3-star Grandmaster strength, it should not be difficult to kill Gu Feng. I will provide you with a team of elite soldiers. Bring that wretched man back to Zhonghai. How dare he kill my son? Death is too lenient a punishment for him. A raging hatred burned in Jun Tianqing's eyes. Gu Feng, if it were not for the imminent military martial conference and my pressing duties, I would personally go to Jiangling and reduce you to ashes. But sending Wu Yu will suffice. On the day you are brought to Zhonghai, I will make you regret ever being born. He then added, Try to keep this video under wraps in Zhonghai. Wu Xia's mistake of killing so many civilians in Jiangling is not a good look. In Zhonghai, at the headquarters of the Butterfly Rogue Chamber of Commerce, a middle-aged, kimono-clad beauty, after watching the video multiple times, suddenly spoke. Ito Sasuke, recall all our assassins sent to Jiangling. Ito Sasuke, surprised, asked President Butterfly Robe, What does this mean? Gu Feng killed the 2 presidents of our Jiangling branch. Are you not planning to avenge them? Hugo Butterfly Robe sighed. Not only did they die, but I just received news that my son, whom I had not heard from for days, also fell to Gu Feng's hand. Damn Longwa pigs. Ito Sasuke slammed his fist on the table. President, I will personally go to Jiangling and bring you Gu Feng's head. Hugo Butterfly Robe held out her hand, retrieving her phone. The 1-star Grandmaster assassins we sent may not be a match for Gu Feng. As for you, with the military martial conference approaching, there are many matters in Zhonghai that require your attention. I have my own plans. After Ito Sasuke left, she dialed a number. Lord of Jiangling. The Butterfly Robe Chamber of Commerce requests you to kill someone. The Lord of Jiangling, without asking who replied, It is not cheap to hire me. Butterfly Robe. Hugo Butterfly Robe, after a moment of silence, said, Next year, I will invite you to the Neon Goddess Festival. The Lord of Jiangling was secretly astonished. This offer was even more appealing than $10 billion. Who is this person that you would use the entry to the Goddess Festival to ensure their swift demise? Hugo Butterfly Robe uttered 4 words, Jiangling, Gu Feng. Very well. The Lord of Jiangling laughed. I will kill this man for you. However, due to the military martial conference, I am currently training my troops at Tiger Hill. When the training is over, Gu Feng will meet his end, while the undercurrents of the outside world surged. Gu Feng and Ji Caiyue were in the same room. Due to the joyful Gu, Ji Caiyue had limited freedom. She no longer needed chains or ropes and could move freely within the villa. Gu Feng even gave her a phone to browse the internet, but she never used it, fearing the negative comments. A few comments she could handle, but an overwhelming flood of them would be too much. Unfortunately, with Gu Feng present, she had no choice. With a gesture, 5 silver needles pierced her body, rendering her immobile. Ji Caiyue, unable to even blink, tried to close her eyes several times in vain. She angrily exclaimed, "Xiao Feng, what are you doing? Are you going to violate your stepmother? Are you going to be a beast?" Chapter 94. From this day on, Jiangling shall have no Lady Ji. Gu Feng calmly replied, "Ji Caiyue, are you perhaps angry too soon?" As he spoke, he took out his phone and opened a social media platform. Several topics immediately caught his eye. Shock. Ji Caiyue's actions at the Ji Caiyue's nightly debauchery in her carefully crafted image crumbled overnight. Opening the comments, a flood of curses filled the screen. What the hell? Is this the Lady Ji I know? She had such a sordid affair with Jun Wuxia, and in front of Gu Rinsheng's grave. Damn Ji Caiyue, you fooled me for 5 years. I thought you were pure, but you're just a slut. Disgusting. 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 Can Ji Caiyue just die already? I want to spit on her grave. No, if she's already a slut, can't she at least make me happy before she dies? Why should you be the only one to enjoy it? Can't we all share in the pleasure? Selling high-quality, unedited videos of Ji Caiyue and Jun Wuxia. 51 copies, guaranteed authentic. Not only were these topics trending, but local Jiangling influencers on short video platforms also began to capitalize on the controversy. Some cursed Ji Caiyue, others analyzed her motives, and some claimed they had always seen through her promiscuous nature. Each video had tens of thousands of comments. One influencer even posted a video titled, revealing the scandalous affairs of Ji Caiyue and Jun Wuxia detailing their relationship, the specific times and actions of their trysts, as if he had been a witness. Many believed the story, and the comments were a cesspool. Damn, this made me feel good. To be fair, Ji Caiyue is indeed beautiful. Every night, I use her pictures to relieve my loneliness. No wonder Jun Wuxia died so young. Such a beautiful woman can easily shorten one's life by a decade. I didn't dare say it before, but now, every time I saw Ji Caiyue carrying the portrait I want to slip under her skirt. While you look at her, I look at her legs. Bro, you know how to play. When Gu Feng turned to look at Ji Caiyue, he found her tears streaming down her beautiful face. The image she had painstakingly built over 5 years had crumbled. Despite her mental preparation, seeing the reality in the vile comments, she could not accept it. From now on, Jiangling would have no Lady Ji, only the promiscuous Ji Caiyue. After a long silence, she said, "Xiao Feng, I regret it." "Do you regret exterminating my family?" "No." Ji Caiyue gritted her teeth. "Back then, after wiping out the Gu family, I should not have spared you. I should have reduced you to ashes 5 years ago." Gu Feng smiled. "No, someone else might have killed me, but you wouldn't. You needed me as a scapegoat. If I were not the demon lusting after my stepmother, how would you have deceived all of Jiangling and become the high and mighty, pure Lady Ji?" Ji Caiyue was at a loss for words. Indeed, from the moment she planned to exterminate the Gu family, she had chosen Gu Feng as the scapegoat. She frequently entered his room and created small misunderstandings in public. Before the Gu family's annihilation, rumors had already begun to circulate. Afterward, she skillfully shifted all the blame onto Gu Feng, making it a natural conclusion. After a moment of silence, Ji Caiyue suddenly spoke. "Xiao Feng, although I have not harmed Lin Ruochu, I know who took her kidneys. If I tell you who it is, would you grant me a swift resolution?" "There is no need for that," Gu Feng replied calmly. "Why?" Gu Feng intended to say that he would investigate, but changed his mind and said, "Because I already know who took her kidneys." Ji Caiyue was taken aback. "You already know it was the young Marquis? I underestimated you. I did not expect you to uncover this so quickly." Gu Feng's heart stirred. "The young Marquis?" "The Marquis of Jiangling has a son named Yanjun, whom the locals seldom refer to by name, instead calling him the young Marquis." He recalled that just before Tang Zi met her demise at the Zuihua Tower, she had also uttered a character from Jiang. Could it be that Tang Zi extracted Lin Ruochu's kidneys as a tribute to the young Marquis? While he pondered this, a commotion arose downstairs. "Miss Ning, I need to see Gu Feng right away. My daughter is missing," Wang Xiumei exclaimed urgently. Since that night, when Lin Ruomei left with Zhong Dingxian, they had not returned. Moreover, their phones were unreachable, even with Wang Xiumei's intellect. She understood that her eldest daughter was in grave danger. "Miss Ning, my daughter was likely taken by that Mr. Zhong. Please, urge Gu Feng to use his connections to help find her." Ning Yushi replied with a stern expression. Did you not just say that I should mind my own business? Wang Shumei lowered her head. I was wrong to say that. I apologize for my previous words. Ning Yushi waved her hand dismissively. No need for apologies. I cannot bear the weight of your regret. Besides, your daughter might currently be living a lavish life with Zhong Dingxian in the White Eagle Empire. If I intervene, I'll only be accused of jealousy. Wang Shumei's impatience grew. Why are you so petty? I've apologized. What more do you want? Of course, my daughter is living well in the White Eagle Empire, but that slippery fellow Zhong has taken her away without intention of paying the bride price. How about this? You quickly inform Gu Feng, and once Zhong Dingxian pays the bride price, I'll give you a portion of the reward. In truth, she had already attempted to force her way into the villa once, but Ning Yushi's defenses were impenetrable. Otherwise, she wouldn't be wasting her breath. Ning Yushi rolled her eyes. Do you think I care for your 10 or 20,000? Good day. You. Wang Shumei was furious. I warn you, step aside. You are not Gu Feng and cannot speak for him. I will ask Gu Feng directly. If he refuses to help, I will leave. At that moment, Gu Feng's voice came from within. Auntie, please leave. Wang Shumei's gaze shifted past Ning Yushi to Gu Feng. Gu Feng, you're here. How fortunate. I have something to discuss with you. Before she could finish, Gu Feng interrupted. Auntie, Lin Rumei's situation is of no concern to me. Wang Shumei hesitated for a moment before saying, Xiaofeng, I beg you. I am not only afraid that Zhong Dingxian will not pay the bride price. I fear that the rogue will take my daughter to the White Eagle Empire, tire of her, and abandon her. If that happens, my daughter will be left desolate and helpless, and I will be powerless to seek justice for her. Gu Feng regarded her coldly. Heaven's misdeeds may be forgiven, but one's own transgressions cannot be absolved. I have done all I could during my time in the hospital. Lin Rumei ignored my warnings. Now she is at the mercy of Zhong Dingxian. She has only herself to blame. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, Yushi, show our guest out. Chapter 95. That night, at the Jiangling Marquis's residence, never mind, my daughter is beautiful. Zhong Dingxian may not abandon her. Even if he does, Rumei might manage to extract some benefits from the Zhong family. As she spoke, she attempted to pull Lin Ruochu away. Given the circumstances, she cannot possibly kneel and plead with Gu Feng. However, Lin Ruochu stood still, unmoving. Mom, wake up. After all this time, are you still fantasizing about Zhong Dingxian taking my sister to the White Eagle Empire for a happy life? I already told you that night. After my sister left with Zhong Dingxian, she sent me a message stating she would confess everything to him. Zhong Dingxian is not a good person. And with my sister revealing her past, do you think you will treat her kindly? Wang Shumei felt flustered perhaps. Perhaps Zhong Dingxian has a penchant for that sort? She tried to pull her younger daughter away, but Lin Ruochu forcefully shook off her hand and rushed to Gu Feng. Brother Gu Feng, you must tell my sister. Although I do not understand why Zhong Dingxian suddenly took her away, I know it is not as simple as mere amusement. Taking a deep breath, she continued, some matters should remain buried forever, but now I must tell you. Otherwise, you will never understand why my sister longs to be with Zhong Dingxian. Wang Shumei shouted, Lin Ruochu, are you out of your mind? Lin Ruochu shouted back, Mom, wake up. My sister has suffered enough. Are you really willing to disregard her life for the sake of a little pride? As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Brother Gu Feng, when you first arrived in Jiangling, I told you my sister had divorced, but I never revealed the reason. It was not that I did not want to tell you. It was simply that the events from 4 years ago were too shameful to discuss. 4 years ago, Lin Rumei had just given birth to a child, and Lin Ruochu was in her first year of university. Lin Beishan's Lin construction was thriving, while Gu Qingning had recently been rescued from the Ji family by steward Qin and was unable to leave Jiangling, forced to hide within the city. Ji Caiyue, while seizing the Gu family's inheritance and expanding the Ji family, did not forget to search for Gu Qingning throughout the city. Lin Ruochu would always remember that day because, under her father Lin Beishan's meticulous planning, Gu Qingning would leave Jiangling under the cover of night, escaping a life of fear and uncertainty. She was elated, even though she knew her father had already informed Gu Qingning of everything over the phone. She could not help but want to run and share her joy with Gu Qingning in person. Thus, when Lin Beishan asked her to bring several contracts to Lin Construction, she was too distracted to think of anything else and sent her sister Lin Rumei instead. Lin Rumei, who had been nursing the newborn, did not refuse her sister's request. However, She hurriedly delivered the contracts, eager to return and continue nursing the child. Yet, in her haste, she accidentally bumped into Yanjun. After the Gu family collapsed, the previously subdued Jiangling Marquis' residence regained its former glory. The young Marquis, who had always been overshadowed by Gu Feng's brilliance, grew increasingly arrogant in Jiangling. When in a foul mood, he would randomly seize a few passers-by to torment within the Marquis' residence. And it was during this time that someone unwittingly collided with him. The next day, Lin Ruomei and her husband were taken into the Marquis' residence. Soon after, he spread the word that there were beautiful women available for enjoyment in the residence, free for all to take. That night, the Marquis' residence was illuminated by flickering candlelight. As four gentlemen, strangers to Lin Ruomei, took turns defiling her before her husband. Struggling, screaming, resisting, all in vain, Lin Ruomei was treated like a mere plaything, manipulated at will. Within that room echoed the raucous laughter of men and the sobbing of girl. Lin Ruochu closed her eyes in anguish, her voice trembling. I often wonder, if that day had been me delivering the contracts instead of my sister, perhaps I would have been the one to suffer, not her. Or perhaps such a tragedy would never have happened. She wiped away her tears. After that, my brother-in-law could no longer bear the mental torment and fled Jiangling alone, disappearing without a trace. My sister, on several occasions, contemplated ending her own life, yet she refrained due to her concern for the little dumpling. Over the years, my sister has kept her heart closed off, shunning any closeness with others. Perhaps it was the emergence of Zhong Dingxian that offered her a glimmer of hope, making her so willing to trust him. However, Brother Gu Feng, just 2 nights ago, my sister confessed to Zhong Dingxian, and now she has vanished along with the little dumpling. Zhong Dingxian must have ulterior motives. I beg you, help my sister, will you? Just as Gu Feng was about to respond, footsteps echoed at the door. It was unexpectedly Wan Yin, the chief of the inspection bureau, here to visit. Gu Warden, regarding Zhong Dingxian, after days of investigation, I have unearthed his entire background. As he presented the organized documents, he continued, since the Zhong family ventured into the sea, their business has faltered, leading to a decline in fortune. They later resurged with the aid of his wife by engaging in the trafficking of human organs. Before returning to the country, Zhong Dingxian had investigated Lin Ruomei's kidney compatibility, and his sudden return to Jiangling likely poses a threat to her. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiumei, who had been seemingly unfazed moments before, collapsed onto the ground in shock. How could this be? That scoundrel Zhong actually intends to harvest Ruomei's kidney. Realizing something, she frantically rushed to Gu Feng. Xiao Feng, it's my fault. I was blinded by my desires. I should have listened to you and severed Ruomei's ties with Zhong Dingxian. But I just wanted her to have a better life. I never expected Zhong Dingxian to be so malicious. You must help Andy, help Ruomei. She's already suffered so much. If she loses her kidney, I truly... Wang Xiumei could say no more, tears streaming down her face. This pitiful woman had but 2 daughters. One had her kidney stolen, and the other had been sullied, now facing an even grimmer fate. At that moment, Lin Ruochu was already sobbing uncontrollably, wishing to kneel before Gu Feng to plead for help. But he blocked her way. Gu Feng turned to Wen Yin. Zhong Dingxian may have fled Jiangling 2 days ago. How much time do you need to track his whereabouts? Wen Yin hesitated. It's hard to say, but the Zhong family, in order to evade international sanctions and facilitate organ harvesting, has acquired a medical ship. Their vessel roams the Ghost Sea, an area of international waters beyond the jurisdiction of any country. If Zhong Dingxian has indeed taken Lin Ruomei from Jiangling, he is likely to have brought her aboard that medical ship. At this moment, Li Gaoming arrived. Young Master Gu, I have a matter that requires your assistance. Last night, a group of men in black abducted the young lady, and I was injured in the process. Our investigation indicates they are likely Zhong Dingxuan's subordinates. Yet we have no idea where he has gone. Xiao Qianxue had been missing for 2 days, and the Xiao family had exerted all efforts to no avail. Unable to contact academician Huang Shuli, Li Gaoming had no choice but to seek Gu Feng, though he felt little hope. Gu Feng's expression turned icy. It seemed that, for both Lin Ruomei and Xiao Qianxue, a confrontation with Zhong Dingxian was inevitable. He instructed Ning Yuxi to take care of Wang Xiumei and her daughter and propelled the helicopter skyward, heading straight for the Ghost Sea. Chapter 96. Above the Ghost Sea. My kingdom in the Ghost Sea, aboard the Zhong family's medical ship, Lin Ruomo slowly regained consciousness. After being struck unconscious by Zhong Dingxian that fateful night and subsequently injected with anesthetics, she finally awoke. Her surroundings were dominated by a steel deck, and the salty sea breeze filled her nostrils. Enduring the aches throughout her body, she managed to rise, only to find herself surrounded by endless ocean. Where am I? She looked around, feeling a wave of panic wash over her, until she spotted a familiar figure, which provided her with a slight sense of reassurance. You're awake, Zhong Dingxian said, towering over her, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Welcome to the Ghost Sea, my kingdom. Lin Ruomo was bewildered by Zhong Dingxuan's words, exclaiming, Dingxian, quickly, remove these chains from my hands and feet. They're so uncomfortable. Zhong Dingxian, however, responded enigmatically, these chains were placed on you by my orders. Why would you want me to remove them? Lin Ruomo's eyes widened in confusion as she stammered. Why? Because soon, I shall extract your kidneys and transplant them into another. He lit a cigar, inhaling leisurely. Lin Ruomo, you should consider yourself fortunate. Your kidneys are destined for a very important individual in the White Eagle Empire. Lin Ruomo finally grasped the gravity of the situation, incredulously asking, Dingxian, what nonsense are you talking about? You said you liked me. You even bought me a globally limited edition ring. The mention of the ring ignited Zhong Dingxuan's fury, and without hesitation, he slapped Lin Ruomo across the face. If I had known you had been defiled, would I have wasted so much effort on you? I would have simply taken you to the Ghost Sea. Grabbing her by the hair, he continued, honestly, because I couldn't have you 5 years ago, I intended to enjoy you this time before bringing you to the Ghost Sea. That damned doctor told me about your sordid past, and while I tried to suppress my discomfort, I thought it was fine. After all, I have a penchant for married women. Your past was no big deal. But you know what? The moment I held you in my arms, I can no longer bear it. You carry a stench that lingers no matter how much you wash. It's a scent only a whore possesses, and it made me want to vomit. He recalled the moment he embraced Lin Ruomo, retching violently, spilling some bile onto the deck. Lin Ruomo shut her eyes in agony, yet tears streamed down her cheeks. Each word from Zhong Dingxian pierced her heart like steel needles. Lin Ruomo, why don't you just die? Zhong Dingxian struck her face once more. You've been with old men. Haven't you? How disgusting. Lin Ruomo glared at Zhong Dingxian. I may have been with old men, but what makes you any different? Didn't you once wish to force yourself upon me? Unfortunate, an elderly man with silver hair and a face etched with wrinkles emerged. Zhong Dingxian immediately bowed respectfully. Mr. Darren, why have you only just arrived? I sent you a message early yesterday morning, urging you to come here as soon as possible. Slap. Darren backhanded Zhong Dingxian across the face. You insolent swine, are you reproaching me? Zhong Dingxian did not dare to utter a word. No, not at all. I was merely eager to serve you, Mr. Darren. He knelt on the ground, bowing his head and pleading for Darren's forgiveness. Being struck by Darren, he did not dare to show any defiance. Darren Smith, a top physicist of the White Eagle Empire, possessed connections and resources far beyond the reach of the humble Zhong family. Zhong Dingxuan's wife came from the Wilson family of New York, which operated a Lolita Island, catering to the debauched pleasures of the elite. Darren Smith was one of its frequent visitors. However, due to his advanced age and excessive indulgence, his kidneys were failing. Zhong Dingxian seized the opportunity, offering to find suitable kidney donors for Darren, promising to restore his former vigor. Darren readily agreed, as it was not a matter of pride. The kidney transplant was arranged on a medical ship. Despite the reprimand, Zhong Dingxian was in high spirits. If he could serve this eminent figure in the scientific community, the Zhong family would surely rise to prominence, their name echoing through the skies of New York. After a moment's thought, he said, Mr. Darren, in addition to the kidneys, I have also brought Xiao Qianxue for you. Darren was taken aback. Xiao Qianxue, a physics prodigy of the Divine Dragon Nation and a favored student of academician Huang Shuli of the Dragon Capital Academy, was well known in academic circles, both domestically and internationally. As a frequent visitor to Lolita Island, Darren had long coveted the beautiful and talented woman from the Divine Dragon Nation. He had mentioned her casually, but to his surprise, Zhong Dingxian had actually captured her. Where is she? Take me to see her. In the wine cellar. As he spoke, Zhong Dingxian led Darren to the wine cellar. When the door opened, Xiao Qianxue's frail figure and her exquisite face came into view. Zhong Dingxian, you have done well. Darren laughed, then approached Xiao Qianxue and squatted down. Miss Xiao, you should recognize me, right? Xiao Qianxue was momentarily stunned. Darren was a renowned figure in the physics community, even nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics several times. She not only recognized him, but also admired him greatly. Mr. Darren, it's you. Please save me. Zhong Dingxian has kidnapped me and wants to send me to the White Eagle Empire. Darren reached out and caressed Xiao Qianxue's cheek. Leering, did he not tell you that he brought you here to give you to me? Xiao Qianxue was speechless. What? What do you intend to do? Miss Xiao, you have made significant contributions to physics and have unique insights. I would very much like you to become an assistant in my laboratory, Darren said, gripping her hand. And, with your beauty, you would be the perfect assistant in my personal life as well. Xiao Qianxue's soft and tender hand made him reluctant to let go. He enjoyed the feel, guiding her hand towards his leg. Slap. Xiao Qianxue suddenly withdrew her hand and slapped Darren across the face. Mr. Darren, please show some respect. Darren did not get angry. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, as if he found the slap quite pleasing. It has been a long time since anyone dared to strike me. Miss Xiao, I like your spirit. Leering, Darren began to undress. Xiao Qianxue, alarmed, said, Mr. Darren, I have always respected you. Please do not tarnish your image. She wanted to run, but she was bound by ropes and could not move. Darren threw his shirt on the floor. Miss Xiao, you will respect me even more soon. With that, he lunged at her. Xiao Qianxue, tears streaming down her face, closed her eyes in despair. Was she about to lose her virtue here? But after a while, nothing happened. Opening her eyes, she saw Darren in agony. His kidneys were paining him, making it impossible for him to proceed. He licked his dry lips. Miss Xiao, it seems we will have to wait until after my kidney transplant. But do not worry, it will not be long. With that, he turned and left. The door to the wine cellar closed, plunging Xiao Qianxue into darkness. She wept silently, her mind suddenly flashing with the image of Gu Feng. She smiled bitterly. How could Gu Feng find her in this place? In the operating room of the medical ship, everything was ready for the surgery. As the doctor prepared to administer the anesthetic to Lin Romo, Zhong Dingxian stopped him. What are you doing? Do you not know that anesthesia can damage the kidneys? Mister, Darren needs a perfectly healthy kidney. The doctor immediately put down the anesthetic. Zhong Dingxian looked at Lin Romo, who was tied to the bed, and said coldly, Wretch, you dared to anger me earlier. I will have your kidneys removed alive. Why don't you beg me? Perhaps if I am in a good mood, I might let you have the anesthetic. Lin Romo bit her lip, saying nothing. Zhong Dingxian sneered. Oh, you're quite stubborn. I will be merciful and tell you some good news. Your daughter, Lu Xiaowan, has been sold. The family that bought her lost their grandson recently and want her to be a ghost bride. At least, she will get to be married before she dies. Lin Roma's heart was wrenched. Blood tears streamed down her face. Overwhelming regret consumed her. Why did she not listen to Gu Feng? Now, her death would also bring her daughter to a tragic end. Zhong Dingxian laughed lightly. Speaking of Gu Feng, I did not have time to deal with him this time. But one day Zhong Dingxian, will grind his bones to dust. Gu Feng, is that you? Lin Romo suddenly looked towards the door, muttering. Zhong Dingxian sneered. Who are you trying to scare? This is the Yohei. How could Gu Feng come here? Besides, I have a fleet of experts here, and even a cruiser to protect Mr. Darren. Even if Gu Feng did come, he would only end up as fish food. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Zhong Dingxian, you have chosen the path to your own demise. Chapter 97, Bob Elliott dead. Zhong Dingxian turned abruptly and saw Gu Feng's cold face. What the? How did he get on the ship? But he quickly regained his composure. This was his domain, the Yohei. Gu Feng, you have some nerve. Daring to enter the lion's den. This Yohei will be your grave. At his command, the other door of the operating room opened, and a dozen menacing white warriors surrounded Gu Feng. This was a medical ship that had seen much blood, with specially designed cabins and a team of elite forces always on standby to handle any emergencies. A tall white man stepped forward, sneering, yellow-skinned pig, daring to cause trouble on the Zhong family's medical ship. Before he could finish, he lunged at Gu Feng with a punch. Dragon roar, tiger howl. Zhong Dingxian smiled smugly. Gu Feng, I have heard some rumors these past 2 days. It is said that you killed Jun Wuxia, a peak master of the Seven Stars sect. Tell me, how much reward do you think Jun Tianqing, the head of the Jun family, would give me if I were to present your head to him? Zhong Dingxian, how do you intend to take my head? Gu Feng, instead of looking at the white man who was about to punch him, stared at Zhong Dingxian indifferently. Zhong Dingxian, with his hands behind his back, arrogantly declared, James is a peak master of the 1-star level. I wonder if your head is as hard as your mouth. and if it can withstand the power of a master's punch. As he spoke, James's fist was just a hair's breadth away from Gu Feng's head. Boom! In the next moment, a thunderous explosion rang out. Before Zhong Dingxian could even see how Gu Feng had moved, James's body was already flying backward, exploding into a cloud of blood in midair. His pupils dilated in shock. What the hell? How is this possible? This is a one-star master. And not just any, but a peak one-star master, who is said to be invincible below the 2-star level. And yet, he was killed by Gu Feng in an instant. Before Zhong Dingxian could give the order, a group of white martial artists, enraged, charged towards Gu Feng. The overwhelming aura they exuded shook the instruments in the operating room, and the shadowless lamp on the ceiling shattered. These dozen or so individuals were all extraordinary. Lin Ruoma, with red eyes, shouted, "Gu Feng, run! I am not worth saving. It is all my fault. I only hope that after you leave, you will save my daughter. Regardless, she is innocent." Zhong Dingxian spoke coldly. "Run? Do you really think Gu Feng can escape now? These dozen or so individuals are all one-star masters, working together. Even if Gu Feng is a 2-star master, he will be crushed to dust." To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Gu Feng did not retreat, but advanced. Before the dozen or so 1-star masters could get close, he had already plunged into the midst of the crowd, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Boom! 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 Both fists struck out. Tiger roar in the dark sea. Blood splattered everywhere, and the operating room was filled with wails of agony. The walls were covered in thick, sticky blood. In less than a minute, all of them were dead. Seeing the scattered limbs and blood, Zhong Dingxuan's scalp tingled, and his liver and gallbladder seemed to shatter. To cultivate these 1-star masters, the Zhong family had invested over $1 billion annually in these individuals. Any one of them, if they set foot in Jiangling, could cause chaos. And now, they were all killed by Gu Feng. Are you a human or a ghost? Zhong Dingxian, terrified, fell to the ground. He could not understand how Gu Feng, who had not even stepped into the martial world 5 years ago, had become so powerful now. Gu Feng sneered, "Whether I am human or ghost, you do not need to know. You only need to know that you will soon become a soul under my fist." At that moment, a black shadow darted out, grabbed the disoriented Zhong Dingxian, and fled swiftly through the door. In an instant, they vanished without a trace. Gu Feng chuckled and did not pursue. Zhong Dingxian could not escape from his medical ship. He came to Lin Ruoma, untied her ropes, and was about to carry her on his back. But Lin Ruoma shrank back, ashamed, and said, I am dirty. If a person degrades themselves, everyone will degrade them. Get on." Gu Feng spoke coldly. Lin Ruoma was stunned for a moment, then climbed onto Gu Feng's back. "Thank you for saving me. I'm really sorry for the past." After a pause, she hurriedly added, "By the way, Gu Feng, Xiao Qianxue was also captured and is in the wine cellar of the medical ship." Gu Feng nodded and rushed out of the operating room. When he arrived on the medical ship by helicopter, he had already killed a batch of people. The corridors of the ship were filled with corpses, a terrifying sight. However, there were still some surviving crew members. Gu Feng grabbed one and forced him to reveal the location of the wine cellar. He made his way to the wine cellar and punched the steel door. Boom! The steel door was blasted open. The wine cellar was pitch black, but with the light from the corridor, Gu Feng saw a girl huddled in the corner. Her pale face was devoid of color, and her beautiful eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. It was Xiao Qianxue. The loud noise startled Xiao Qianxue. She instinctively shrank back, thinking it was Darren, but to her surprise, she saw a young, handsome face. Gu Feng. Xiao Qianxue's voice trembled, and she could not believe that Gu Feng had come to save her in the vast sea. It was like a dream. "Miss Xiao," Gu Feng walked over, untied her ropes, and then tied her and Lin Ruoma to his back. Feeling Gu Feng's solid back, Xiao Qianxue felt as if she was back in that night in Myanmar. It was so reassuring. In an instant, tears welled up in her eyes. "Gu Feng, we can escape, right?" she murmured. Gu Feng nodded, "Yes, but hold on tight." As he spoke, he carried the two of them and made his way to the deck. As soon as he stepped onto the deck, Gu Feng noticed another helicopter on the deck. Over 20 armed white soldiers rushed out, each holding a gun, their barrels pointing directly at Gu Feng's body. "Ha ha ha." Zhong Dingxian laughed triumphantly. "Gu Feng, you are indeed strong, but it's all over now. Open fire, kill him." Just a moment ago, when he was rescued by the ship's strongest warrior, Bob, he had already called the escort cruiser via satellite phone. This helicopter was the support team sent by the cruiser. Under the hail of bullets, How could Gu Feng survive? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of bullets filled the air. A dense web of bullets instantly formed, aimed at Gu Feng. Gu Feng's mind moved, and the dragon whisker phoenix cauldron appeared in his hand. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets hit the cauldron, sparks flying everywhere. At the same time, a dozen silver needles shot out, instantly piercing the necks of the white soldiers. Gu Feng, protected by the cauldron, charged into the crowd. The 3,000-pound cauldron in his hand created a series of sonic booms. The salty sea breeze was now filled with a strong, bloody smell. At that moment, a flash of a blade appeared behind Gu Feng. Bob, who had appeared behind him, held a gleaming military knife. The knife was aimed straight at Gu Feng's back. In less than a second, it would pierce through Lin Ruanma, Xiao Qianxue, and Gu Feng. Bob's lips curled into a cold smile. Yellow-skinned pig, I am ranked 50th on the dark web's assassin list. Once I strike, you have no chance of surviving. Is that so? Gu Feng turned his head and spoke coldly. Oomph. Bob snorted, and the military knife thrust forward. It went through without resistance. You an ant? Dare to question my assassination skills? Gu Feng gave a strange smile. Why don't you look down and see if your knife has really pierced through? Bob immediately looked down, and his pupils contracted. His military knife, somehow, was left with only the hilt. The blade had turned to dust. Even more terrifyingly, he saw that Gu Feng's hand was still holding some of the fragments of the knife. He was in disbelief. You actually crushed my knife with your bare hands? My God, this is a military knife made of black iron. It is a divine weapon, and now it was crushed by a yellow-skinned pig. What kind of terrifying power is this? This guy in front of me must be a 3-star master. He no longer had the will to fight, and his figure turned into a blur, fleeing into the distance. Run? Gu Feng casually threw the 3,000-pound dragon whisker phoenix cauldron. Boom! In an instant, the cauldron collided with Bob's body. He did not even have time to scream before he was crushed into a pile of flesh. Not only that, the dragon whisker phoenix cauldron had smashed a deep pit into the steel deck. Bob Elliott, the strongest force on the Zhong family's medical ship, possessed the strength of a mid-tier 2-star grandmaster, and was ranked 50th on the dark web's list of assassins. His killing techniques were unparalleled. At this moment, he lay dead, glancing at the thoroughly deceased white officers and then at Bob Elliott, who had been crushed into a bloody pulp by the dragon whisker phoenix cauldron. Gu Feng advanced step by step. Zhong Dingxian fell to his knees with a thud. Brother Feng, what's the point of all this killing? Why not spare my life? I'll share half of the Zhong family's wealth with you. At this moment, he felt parched and desperate. Gu Feng was too formidable. He could only temporarily set aside his dignity to beg for his life. Just then, a humming sound came from above and to the left. 2 fighter jets circled above the medical ship, and to the left, a massive vessel approached at a speed of 27 knots. The cruiser, codenamed the Raphael, had arrived. Chapter 98, Darren Smith dead. The cruiser Raphael was built 70 years ago. It was 118 meters long, 13 meters wide, and had a full load displacement of 300 tons. Its top speed was an astonishing 38 knots. It was equipped with 2 single-barrel 127mm dual-purpose main guns, 1 quadruple-barrel Chicago piano anti-aircraft gun, and 5 20mm Oerlikon anti-aircraft cannons. It also carried a quintuple 433mm torpedo tube. While these weapons were outdated by modern standards, their destructive power was undeniable. The Zhong family's ability to rent such a cruiser was a testament to their formidable strength. A few minutes earlier, the Raphael was still several nautical miles away from the medical ship. Upon receiving Zhong Dingshuan's distress signal, it dispatched a helicopter for support and rushed to the scene. At this moment, the cruiser's 2 main guns were already aimed at Gu Feng. Simultaneously, the 2 newly produced fighter jets of the White Eagle Empire, circling above the medical ship, also aimed their cannons at Gu Feng. With a single command, the sky and the ground would be engulfed in a storm of fire. Gu Feng had no way to escape. Seeing this, Zhong Dingxian leapt up and retreated, laughing maniacally. Gu Feng, your time has come. Gu Feng, however, remained calm and said, Zhong Dingxian, aren't you going to beg for your life again? Screw you. Zhong Dingxian shouted, you a dead man. Think you deserve my plea for mercy. As he spoke, he pulled out a satellite phone and yelled, fire! Fire! Kill Gu Feng. Just as the cruiser and the fighter jets were about to act, an unexpected voice rang out. Whoever dares to fire, I'll take their life. Zhong Dingxian turned to see Darren Smith emerging from the cabin, holding a satellite phone. This phone was given to him by Zhong Dingxian as a precaution. Hearing his command, the cruiser and the fighter jets halted. After all, Darren was a prominent figure in the scientific community of the White Eagle Empire, and no one dared to offend him. Zhong Dingxian, impatient, asked Mr. Darren, "What are you doing? This Gu Feng is a demon. If you don't kill him, he'll kill us." Darren walked over and said calmly, "With such a trap, even if Gu Feng is bold, he wouldn't dare to act. Besides, didn't you see the two women on his back? If you fire, they'll die too. How will I get a kidney transplant? How will I have Miss Xiao serve me?" Zhong Dingxian was left speechless. Darren ignored him and walked up to Gu Feng. "Yellow-skinned pig, I admire your courage. You dare to come alone to the Sea of Shadows to rescue two women. Here's the deal. Put the two women down, kneel before me, and swear allegiance, and I'll spare your life. Not only that, I'll let you be my personal bodyguard. I'll pay you $10,000 a month. Of course, the condition is that you must obey my every command. If I tell you go east, you go east. If I tell you to kill a Longhua, you do it without hesitation." Zhong Dingxian was shocked. "Mr. Darren, you mustn't. This Gu Feng is cunning and dangerous. Keeping him by your side will be a disaster." Zhong Dingxian only wanted Gu Feng dead. Gu Feng's arrival had cost him dearly. If Gu Feng were to benefit from this and live a comfortable life by Darren's side, it would be more painful than death. Darren slapped Zhong Dingxian across the face. "What are you? I'm talking to my bodyguard, and you dare to interrupt?" Zhong Dingxian was furious but dared not say a word. Darren turned to Gu Feng, smiling. "Young man, what do you think?" Gu Feng replied, "You want me to be your dog?" Darren was taken aback, but his smile grew more meaningful. "Exactly. I want you to be my dog. You should feel honored. After all, I am the top figure in the physics community of the White Eagle Empire. Many dream of being my dog, but never get the chance. What if I refuse?" Gu Feng asked. Darren shrugged. "Young man, don't be ungrateful. You have two choices. Be killed by a hail of fire or be my dog. I'm giving you a chance. Now kneel and submit, just as Zhong Dingxian did." Xiao Qianxue, behind Gu Feng, spoke up. "Mr. Darren, you wanted me to be your assistant, right? I agree, and I will be loyal to you. But I have one condition." "What condition?" "Let Gu Feng go. Give him his freedom." As Darren said, Gu Feng was indeed surrounded. Fighter jets in the sky, a cruiser on the sea. She knew Gu Feng was strong, but against these weapons, human strength was futile. She didn't want Gu Feng to die, nor did she want him to live in humiliation. If Gu Feng was willing to risk his life to save her, she was willing to sacrifice everything for him. "If I give this yellow-skinned pig his freedom, you'll be my assistant and do whatever I say?" "Yes." Xiao Qianxue nodded firmly. "Good." Darren's eyes roamed over Xiao Qianxue, and he leered. "Yellow-skinned pig, you're good with women. Miss Xiao, such an elite, is famous overseas. Even I am captivated by her beauty and talent, which is why I had Zhong Dingxian bring her here. I didn't expect her to be willing to give up her dignity for you. Release Miss Xiao and Miss Lin. You can leave in your helicopter." Xiao Qianxue, tears in her eyes, sobbed, "Gu Feng, put me down." She knew this would be their last meeting. Unexpectedly, Gu Feng did not put her down but laughed. "Miss Xiao, I had Li Gao Ming tell you that no one could take my head. It seems you don't believe me." As he spoke, he stepped forward and his hand shot out. Phew! Darren felt a sharp pain in his chest. Gazing downward, he noticed that in Gu Feng's hand lay a pulsating heart. His heart had been excavated. With a frigid tone, Gu Feng declared, "Darren, you could have cowered in the cabin and clung to life, but alas, you sought to make me your lapdog. Do you realize that not all citizens of the Divine Dragon Nation are like Zhong Dingxian, and not all are to be trifled with?" As he spoke, Gu Feng's fingers clenched, and with a ruthless grip, Darren Smith's heart was summarily crushed.